because no particular money is been designated in advance, it does not create transaction release or is going to hit the. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balaba is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Shaitim lo, Balaba is Dino the family, Kodem Shashalach and Slow. The Hashtam, the Balaba is Ta'abi, so this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when Bryce says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited hours. I know. I'm used to the I need to actually so the Gemara says as follows. So Afghanistan says as follows. So again, all of this is all in this same realm of transaction and release. Right? That's the thing that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm missing the Shmaitik absolutely now. So I said this over in front of the Rav Siddiq of Narada. And what Amalei, he often had the place to run bread. That's the case. The prices shouldn't be that. Go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up all the again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying that in case of where you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of, I left your horse, how much should you consume? You're right. So you're right. I'm going to tell you that in the future. Again, a lot of words is you're right, the devices should really be the following way. So case, remember, surgery case number one, it uses representative dollars. It's free, but they drink out on that case, whatever they do on them. It's not case two for the Muslim is that halacha ruling prepaid differently. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, "Now we're going to come in, let them eat, let them drink." Okay, Gemara says that's the problem. Especially concerned, if they had access now to activities through that, then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the public. The way that it should read is Ruben says to his workers, "So go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately the shopkeeper afterwards." That's what Gemara says. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Everyone, wishing everyone a wonderful time. Those are a tremendous spot to all of you today. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank our annual commentary sponsors. First, Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shir Drushos this year as a support for the service for all of Israel. From the classes for the month of Av, October, Stephen Wayne Drazen, their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Moses Swagger, in memory of Stanley Moses Swagger. Our week of learning sponsors, David and Randy Pastor, as well as Dr. Ed and the Commission of the Arts from Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Hirsch, and Nathan and that I have a memory of their father, Ben Mordechai Ben Marino, of Nosson and Bracha. We hope that the merit of our coming from all within the Shom Slav and Aliyah. Those who will feel shouting to the phone for Israel. Those who are also Shemir, Shemir, Gomar, Hasi, following the Torah that I hope is should be successful. The follow-up Maaseh, the great success today about Hashem to be able to begin a new parak on the surface of Bizarre. That's on the page 62 of the left us begin. So fast, I call really fascinating studio. So fast, I call Lasos Imo Bigayim Nesa. So here's the interesting case. And Akum hires a Jew to help him with Bigayim Nesa. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at that. So fast. Only to publish a software as Lasos Imo Molocha Bigayim Nesa. So again, The interesting case over here is when Akum hires a Jew, and again, in this case, see, up until now, so much of our focus has been really on trying to figure out is something Yayin Nesach, is it not Yayin Nesach? So now it's a little bit different. Here, we know that we're dealing with Yayin Nesach. That's not the Shaila. So the Akum hires the Jew to help him with his Yayin Nesach. Meaning what? He says, Lahariko Mikhia, or Lahadir Chavios Makom Makom. So for example, the Akum hires me to go and, let's say, pour wine from one utensil to another, or to move barrels of Yayin Nesach from one location to another. And as Rashi points out, the Yayin Nesach Manishkan. We're literally talking about real Yayin Nesach. Like, this is not something. Actual Yayin Nesach, שנכנס לעבוד על כוכבים, סתם יין מועד, but fun. So this is the case. Therefore, Akum hires me to go and help him with his yayin nesach, to pour yayin nesach, let's say, from barrels and bottles, or to move barrels from one location to another location. So I'm actively doing work for the Akum with yayin nesach. What's that? We're called Skara Asa. Ultimately, again, the wages that I earn from that work are Asa. Okay, case one. This is why. What happens if the Akum hired me to do something else? He hired me for staff labor. Like, he hired me to help out. So the Gemara says, now if you look at Rashi, the Safra Masa Shimon Lochakas, last wide ones on top. Actually, let's before we get to that. Let's read it inside. Safra Masa Shimon Lochakas. Yaakov hired me to do a different malacha. I thought we shot a malacha. Ha'aver lichavi shrein yes nesak mimakom zeh mimakom mimakom skorom muto. But if Yaakov hired me to do other work, mow his lawn, clean out his garage. And what I'm working he says, by the way, can you help me move from this location to the other location? So let me just pour this off. Halacha, mutter. Wages are mutter. Rashi, Skar Rashi is malacha acheres. Kol skara mutter. Yachagav the Adro Yoed lo mishum malacha acheres. I'm sorry. The Yoed lo mishum malacha acheres. The Gemara Parshas Shabbos. So we'll see the Rashi thinks the Gemara is going to explain this. So therefore, two very different cases. In case number one, I'm explicitly being hired to help with Yain and Nesach. In that case, the Mishnah rules can come the rules that are not for myself, and wages are awesome. Case number two, I'm being hired for something else. But then once I'm working for the Akum, which is something else, he asks me to help out with Yain and Nesach. In that case, wages mutter. Wages mutter. Good. Next. So this seems to be a duplicate case for discussing this. So let's say again, I happen to have a donkey, and the Akum hires me as a donkey driver to transport Yayin Nesach from one location to another location. What's the the wages are all. What happens if he just hires me just for him? In other words, he didn't hire me for Yayin Nesach, he hired me to transport him from one location to another. Yeah, let's say the object that is bringing, like a flask. He's bringing a bottle of wine, a barrel of wine. He doesn't have wine. So he's bringing his wine with him, ultimately starting and the wages of it. So again, it seems to be the same principle at play at both cases, right? The common denominator in both these cases, if the Jew explicitly work with the wages will be us. If hired for some permitted purpose, and just along the way, I have to deal with some again, the wages are mutter. Incredible. That's the first mission we have. My time starts. Why the wages us? Even more, whole the Yain Nesach Asr Habano, Skara Yain Asr. Okay, so maybe it's like this. Yain Nesach, we know, is Asr Habano. Now again, I want to point out, even though up until now we've been using kind of like Yain Nesach and Stam, interchangeable. Here, Yain Nesach literally means libationalized wine, right? We know for sure the wine has been used for a whole desire, so there's no shayla. So now we're saying that even the wages that I earn through dealing with that, again, I didn't produce it, I didn't make it, I'm moving it from, a point in time to the wages are going to be us. So Gemara says, why? If it's because Yayin Nesach is Aser Bam, okay, and therefore the wages are Aser. Here's the problem. That model, why? Hari Arma. Was the Arma number again is rose in the first 3 years, planted in the tree, the food prohibited from benefits for the first 3, or Klayakar, forbidden mixtures. A paradigmatic example is, let's say, again, you plant grapevines and wheat in too close proximity to each other. The resulting growth is asur ba'ana. In both of these cases, arla and playakram, asur ba'ana. Asur ba'ana. Yeah, what's that? Now, machran, the kiddush b'dneim, b'dashas. Yet if someone took arla, or someone took playakram, and they sold it, and then let's say Reuben sold it, and then Reuben took the proceeds, and he was mekadesh Rachel, the kiddushin works. What do you see here? You see here that proceeds from something that is forbidden for benefit, ultimately are permitted, right? In other words, the proceeds from something that is asr ba'ana are mutabana, can be used. So again, arla is asr Playakram is asr but if Reuben takes it and he sells it and he uses those proceeds in the Kaddish Rachel, the Kiddushin less. The problem is, this goes against what we just said. We were suggesting that maybe the reason why the wages from moving Yainesa and doing Yainesa are going to be asr, just like Yainesa, asr so it's really asr. So that model doesn't work. El Polio, the Tofes is Dama Kavodas Kochadim. So maybe this is actually different. This case is different over here, right? Because Avodah Zarah, we have Avodah Zarah, because of the severity of Avodah Zarah. So even that which you sell, right? You sell Avodah Zarah, and then let's say a person has an idol, I sell the idol for $100. That $100 takes on the same severity as the idolatry itself. That's what's called two-faced double. Look at that. Two-faced as double. Come Favan, it is not having hurry how it's come. No, she was talking about libationalized wine. It was already wine that was used to have again, this is like an idol. This amount of the wine itself becomes like an idol. Hurry how it's come. You did not mess with it. And the lucky is that even if not an idol, the post that sale have the same status of the idol desire itself. I'm going also, logic is like this. That essentially, the singular is Salama is vested with the same wage that you earn through Avodah take that same Avodah prohibition as well. And that's why again in the Mishnah, if I'm hired, so let's say for Yain Nessa, wages will be also because the wages take on the identity of the Avodah Zarah. Also interesting to note that the understanding that once wine has been used for libational Avodah Zarah purposes, wine itself becomes Avodah Zarah. Interesting. The wine itself becomes exactly like Yain. Here's the problem. What about Shmita plagues? The Tolkis Estama. Remember again, the Halacha by Shmita plagues is the same idea. Shmita plagues, remember, is polygamy. Now again, here's the thing. Either. That's you like. If you end up doing business which the proceeds of that transaction become prohibited by you must write is the total amount. Homer the Torah is actually interesting. A word I speak to a worker. Caleb Gizeh, Losut Li Bal Yarak Hayom. If I say to a worker, this is a Caleb Gizeh, take this beer, it was enough money, lock it Li Bal Yarak. And with this beer, pick from these vegetables. So I'm going ahead now with dinner to pick for me these vegetables of the Shemitah year. What's the halacha? The wages. Now this actually is a very interesting nuance. Look at that. Just one lokut lashon necha mashma lokut li shavyav yara. Now three hinges on over here. Word go. I go over to the vein during Shemitah year, and with this dinner, pick the produce. So the notion of go there. Rashi says, you are to me that essentially there's a transaction, it's like a sale. In other words, I'm going to give you the dinner, and you give me produce. I'm going to say that at that point, then I'm doing a transaction, doing commerce with the produce, and then ultimately again the proceeds of the dinner are going to be prohibited as well. On the other hand, what would Li Yarak Hayom Saramota? But if I just say to him, what would Li Yarak? Just do me a favor, pick for me a vegetable. And again, there's no mention of bow, right? That almost like that trend, that sale piece is removed from it. So really, it's just wages. Look at Ashi, Lashon V'Yara, Lashon Steals. It's really just that's a Lashon of hire, right? That's just a Lashon of wages. V'lo Lashon Nahar, ve'ein lo damin sheet v'shivit sheets. So the point is, what do you see from there? You see from there that halacha l'maisa, that wages of Shemitah, or I should say wages that concern Shemitah produce, do not take on Shemitah prohibition. It's only when the wages are structured like a sale that the wages take on the prohibited nature. But if it's not structured as a sale, it's just structured as straight wage, don't take on the synthetic prohibited item. So now that kind of goes along. What we suggested was the finger mission. I'm not going to have Knas, שכאן לכמה ביינס. So comes on, we don't know if this is a sense. This is not Knas. It's a Knas. Listen, this changes. You know, stop looking for logic. It's not logic. It's a penalty. It's a penalty that the rabbis levied by Chamarim, which means donkey drivers, and with Yayin Nesach. Again, the Gemara says, Yayin Nesach Chadam. So it turns out like this. It's a penalty. Chazal, we've seen already, again, many different ways in which Chazal did not want a Jew getting anywhere near Yayin Nesach. So they prevent us getting near Yayin Nesach. How? It tells me that even if, again, I'm not doing it. I'm not treating it, I'm not consuming it, I'm not getting benefit from it. I'm just literally being hired by the apple to transport it, for it. Even then, Chazal said, you did not can't get benefit from your wages. Your wages are like I've always said. What's the logic? Knas, versus Hamar and Mayu. What's the case of Hamar? Well, if you're flowing in here donkey drivers, what's the case of donkey drivers? The sign of Hamar and Shahayu Osim Malacha Bekeros is very interesting case here. But if you have donkey drivers who are doing Malacha, who are engaging in commerce with Shemitah, so Shalom Shvis, their wages are treated like Shemitah. So, what does that? Nice paying their debt, right? The money that they owe to the workers from Shemitah produce. Not total, you can use Shemitah produce. What can you use it for? Below this folder, you can use Shemitah produce not for consumption, but you may have to use Shemitah produce for the Ella because Haran the Kushas is. Rather, what it means to be is that's what. There's a penalty here, and that we treat their wages like it has the sanctity of Shemitah produce itself. So that's when Rabbi Yochanan says it's Knas, and it comes out maybe two Knases, so two penalties, two penalties, one by Yayin Nesach and one by the donkey drivers. By Yayin Nesach is what we said. But if you're hired to do work with the Yayin Nesach, those wages are going to be usher like the Yayin Nesach. By donkey drivers, hired to go ahead and do work. And do work with Shemitah. Again, the penalty is that's illegal. You can't do commerce with Shemitah. The penalty for that is that their wages ultimately again are treated with the same level of penalty as Shemitah. Is that true? Is that true? That if a donkey does commerce, right, again, he's hired. The case over here is Shai also left on the pair of shoes. He was hired to work with Shemitah produce. Is that true that his proceeds have the same prohibition as Shemitah produce itself? Over the power of the good luck with the Yaya Hayom, Salo Mutter. Well, we just said before, this and I say to the worker, take this dinner, and go ahead and pick what's halacha, the wage is mutter, right? Because again, as opposed to luck with the Yara Bo, I said before, in the Russian of the Yara Bo, if I say, take this dinner, and with this dinner, pick for me, Shemitah produce, that has the appearance of saving the money you're going to give me the Shemitah produce, as opposed to the previous case, where that bow right? With it, that word is removed, just simply the hiring of a worker. What you see from here is that clearly if you hire a worker to work with Shemitah produce, right, even though you're not supposed to do it, but the ways are not illegal. Contrary to what I just said before, about this, Rabbi, the Olam Yadina, right, is Shvis. So what's the case of someone? The case of the donkey drivers must be like this. I have paying him from Shemitah produce. I have must be Hashilacha, La'achla below this. One second. Well, we just see how to do that. You can't hire me. I give them inside Hatta. Very interesting. What I give, I pay him, but I pay him in a permitted way. I must say, how does that look? Look at that. She said Heter, Matnas. Interesting. I give him Shemitah. It's as payment, but I'm not giving it as again as just give this number as we learned. What you think to his friend, and I will say, interestingly enough, for sushi, she points out, this is my sushi, that the owner of the produce has to remove. You keep it, and you can eat it. Because you have to eat it in your shell. I mean, if the produce is too much transportation, you have to redeem money. That money is now invested in the kitty and bring it to you in the shell. Very Gemara says, well, Yoma, I don't know. A person should not say to his son of praise on the days of cities, Heli, Helos, Halol, Yushalayim. This is interesting. A person should not say to his friend, take from me this Meiser Sheni produce, Yushalayim, and we'll split. Now, what does this mean? Rashi says, Latzalek, Sheti, first Rashi has some of praise in the days. Sheti, Shal, Chelekwan, the Asr, Yisrael, Cholol, Meiser Sheni, Yafagat, Shegam, Zet, Opus. I have a lot of my shitty produce, Baruch Hashem. I don't want to schlep it. So I say, Rude, you do me a favor. You transport my nice shitty produce to Shai, and I'll split it. So clearly, what am I doing? I'm paying him to transport my nice produce, and I'm paying him to do it with my shame. Right? Fine. So you know how to do that. Aval, what can I say? Aval, Omerlo, Halam, the Oflam, the Mishlos, and the Yushalayim. Well, what can I do? I can say, Ruben, do me a favor and bring my sashimi to Yerushalayim. If you notice in this case over here, I make no mention about food. Right? In case number one, I say, I'm taking my sashimi to Yerushalayim, and we'll split. So that's what Kavanah is. Clearly, I'm stipulating him a wage based on my sashimi. In case two, all I'm saying to him is, do me a favor, bring it up so that we can eat it and drink it in Shamayim. Ultimately, again, there's discussion about how much I'm giving you. So we'll eat it together. And no some so again, we can go ahead and give it ultimately as a matnas. Ultimately, again, as a free gift. Also, the master definitely over here is the same thing to move back Hamar. If I hire someone to go ahead and do something produce, so again, I can't pay him to do produce, but what can I do? Make no mention of payment and just give him a free gift of Shemitah produce. After all, Shemitah produce is after. I can pick it up, and so the nice again, that would be permitted. Okay, so the message of Rava says no. The old love punished with Musha Shvis. So in reality, we're talking about a case again where halacha has Shemitah sanctity. You think I have Shemitah. Hold on 1 second. We said before, so here's the problem we were getting into. The problem we were saying is that the wages earned from Yayin Nesa ultimately take on Yayin Nesa from them. But we don't see that same thing playing forward in other countries. By Shemitah, even if I went ahead and hired someone to do business with Shemitah produce, ultimately again the wages do not change the same. Comes up when Rava says not two to the difference. In Vashla Poel the lo nafish adlay lo kansi rabon. Kamolim the nafish adlayu kansi rabon. So this is very interesting. Notice it like this. In general, a laborer is not getting paid alone. So although ideally we do not want a laborer working with Shemitah produce, if he doesn't, he gets paid, we don't penalize him by prohibiting his wages. Donkey drivers get paid a lot more money. That's what I step in not to penalize when there's a lot more money. The Gemara says, by the Masnisim, from the INS section. Our Mishnah, which penalizes everyone, right? Because if you notice, it's very interesting distinction. right? On one hand, and this really brings everything together very beautifully. On one hand, when it comes to Shemitah, you hire a laborer, and he doesn't work for strength, he doesn't work for Shemitah or disconnect him. The wages are mutter, right? The wages are mutter, which is quite fascinating. On the other hand, if I hire a donkey driver and pay him for doing the wages are us distinction. So on a very basic level, Rambam says all of this is connects because in reality, wages do not take on the prohibited status or identity of the item that you are working with. This is all connects, all of inequality. When it comes to Shemitah, the rabbis penalize ultimately again the donkey drivers because they earn a lot of money. Therefore, we want to distill the fact. Labor earns relatively little and less. When it comes to Yayin Nesef, which is our Mishnah, which is the only Rashi's Mastis, second line down from the top, Rashi says, Mastis in the Yasef, the Tanis, Nami, Holo, Nafish, Avir, Kulu, the Yayin Nesef. When it comes to Yayin Nesef, because it's a Avodah Zarah. Because it's a Avodah Zarah, so whether you are a donkey driver transporting Yayin Nesef, which is the second case of Mishnah, or you are a laborer, which is the first case of Mishnah, either way, ultimately again, you're getting penalized for your involvement with the item. So let's say, so therefore, this concludes the first segment of this discussion. So now, what it turns out is that kind of bring it back. We have like a lot of stuff over here with Shemitah and with Maisim, but really just to focus on Yayin Nesef. If I am hired to do work with Yayin Nesef, even though technically speaking, those wages can be permitted, because based on what we see again from Nicer Shani, based on what we see ultimately again from Shemitah, there's a way to allow the wages. The severity of Yayin Nesef, is Avodah Zarah, forced Chazal. Chazal felt compelled to impose a knas, and therefore the wages will be us. And whatever level of wages you're earning, whether you're earning a lot, a little as a laborer, or a lot as a donkey driver, either way, you're going to be penalized for the wages and the status of Yayin Nesef itself. Now, of course, there's a second kind of issue which you haven't dealt with yet, which is if I'm hired not to do Yayin Nesef, I'm hired to do other stuff, and I just happen to do some Yayin Nesef work, that's going to be fine. Focusing really on this first piece over here, it's a din in rabbinic penalty, din knas. Incredible. Now we're going to answer the follow-up question. By the way, Safon is standing in on so this is very interesting. What happens if halacha l'meisa, the akum hires me, but not to deal with Yayin Nesef, deal with what's called standing. So again, remember, we've seen this distinction, although in many of our studios we've kind of ignored this distinction. There is a very big difference. Yayin Nesef is literally wine that is used for educational purposes. Ultimately, standing is just the wine of an apple. The wine of an apple. Again, nothing educational has occurred with it, and then not every single barrel of wine that compares ultimately used for educational purposes. Use it for himself also. So that's called standing. Our mission is very specific. That is quite a case of an occupier being a Jew to go ahead and export it from one about to another. That's very silly our case. Now, what happens if the Apple hires me just to go ahead and work with his wine? So I have knowledge that it's libationalized. No, these are standing. What's the law now? Me, I'm going to give them Surah Chomer Yayin Nesef, Sarnah. So on one hand, in halacha, if you notice, and it's clearly been seen, we really don't make a distinction between Yayin Nesef and Stanyim. Right? We pretty much we treat them the same. So since from a prohibition perspective, Stanyim, which is the regular wine of an apple, is pretty much treated the same way as the Yayin Nesef. So therefore, for this halacha should be the same as well. And therefore, again, even if I'm hired just to look at Stam Yayin of an apple, the wages should be aser. No different had he hired me to look at the Yayin Nesef. That's on the one hand. All between us killed so mostly this is very interesting. On the other hand, you can say it's science. There is a major distinction between Yayin Nesef and Stanyim. Right? Yayin Nesef, real, Zara, additional wine. Stanyim, regular wine. There's a big distinction in the realm of Tumah. This is fascinating. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Kidanim Ma'anukim, so to say the word, Shalosh Yenos Yain Nesef Asrbano, Umikame Tumas Amura Bikizax. So Yain Nesef, ultimately, essentially, is treated like a corpse. Like Avoduzara has, in general, Avoduzara has too much meat. Corpse impurity. And therefore, again, halal for the most. Again, not only is Asrbano, but it's becoming too much more Bikizax. There's a Kizayas of it. Ultimately, again, it can be corpse to it. Okay? Standing on Asrbano, when they're coming to us, mashkin their standing, I'm interested in not the lower level. It must match. Like habitually from the level. And furthermore, again, only can be summa as the sheer of the reveal. So must this is very interesting. So in certain respects, standing is just like Yain level, just like Yain essence Asabano, standing. On the other hand, Yain and Yain essence are very different. Yain essence essentially has the tumma of a mace, whereas standing must mashkin which is a much lower level, a much lower level of tumma. So therefore again, when it comes to the wages, dealing with the wine of an apple, do we treat wages from standing the same way about wages from Yain? That's the shayla. That's the shayla. So Tashma, let's analyze Tashma. Are they standing? Interesting case. I had a boat, right? And I rented out my boat to transport the boat, and Akum went ahead and hired my boat, his wife. So what's what happened? So actually, we'll keep this. Ruben had a boat, right? Ruben rented his boat out to the Akum, and Akum used the boat to transport the Akum's stam yan. Okay. The other way, the Akum. So what happened? The Akum paid Ruben, the Jew, the owner of the boat. He paid him his wage in wheat. He was paid in wheat. Fine. Also, can address this stuff. Ruben comes to follow this stuff. Also, that's obviously after the fact that Ruben realized, he is shining. So he comes before the fist. What do I do with the wages? Relay zeal, continue with Kabul. Later, the fist said, burn it, the wheat, and bury it. Burn it and bury it. Very interesting. So the Gemara says, now obviously, before you can go on, right, burning and burying is obviously going to be war, but it's Hasadan. So clearly, again, with this case, all the wages earned from working with Stangenum is going to be the same condition as wages working with Yayanes. Now the Gemara is going to ask, by the way, the Lemale, Idrivel. So again, I got it. So again, we've answered, at least for now, we've answered our fourth question, which is the wages from Stangenum treated with the same level of severity as wages from Yayanes. We're now asking the sister tells Ruben, you have to burn it and bury it. Why? Why? The Gemara says, the Lemale, Idrivel. Just tell him to go ahead and scatter it. In other words, Ruben, you can't get any benefits from the meat. Go scatter it. Burn it and bury it. So the most possible would be here's the problem that if you scatter it, what can happen? Someone else can find it and utilize it. And again, these proceeds are us investing it like Avodah technically. And therefore, it's not enough just to scatter it, because another Jew picks it up and uses it, it's still prohibited. That's still problematic. So therefore, it's to burn it together. So so burn it and scatter it. Why do you have to bury it? Right? Literally means burn it. Literally and scatter it. Why do you have to bury it? Mezabli Bahu. Maybe someone's for that. So if you have this. So ultimately, again, that's for fertilizer. We're still concerned with this. So burn it. So no one gets any benefit from the scattered wheat. And bury it so no one can use it as fertilizer. The Gemara says, the liquid of the so just take the wheat and just bury it. Burn it first and then bury it. Just bury it. To which the person, is actually very interesting. Giving you that word. Embarrassed to see. One of those got going on this way. The Gemara tells me you've done this before, but something just can't recall. Very, very, very humbling experience. Okay, didn't we learn? I thought this is very interesting. If these executes so the stone that they use to execute the individual, the effort eats Shinukla. or the person was hanged. So ultimately, a tree that they hanged him from. لأخذ سعي الشارع البول or the police to decapitation. لأخذ سيجار الشارع البول or the cross of the put around the person's neck to strangulation. So we'll say again, in all these cases are these were the items to actually carry out the damage was Talaha. Kulam Barin Ema. They're all buried together with the person who was killed. Again, the idea was that you're not supposed to get no, you're not supposed to get any benefit from these items. So bury them together with the person who was executed. If you know here, it's not a shot like you have to burn it before you bury it, right? Or melt down the sword before you bury it. Or chisel down the stuff before that, you just as is. So same thing by the very would be take a look at that for just a moment. Right? That's just pulling the burn, it's Allah is. It's actually interesting. The Pasuk says when it talks about hanging something, like a tree. So the Gemara says, most of us are you can't leave the body hanging on a tree. Keep kabartik berenu. You have to bury it. It's interesting. The Gemara understands that keep kabartik berenu. Does it just go on the body? It goes on the tree also. Fascinating. Apa eats the mushroom. Lucky to have the Gemara then. Eight shomer being published in the Global Community Kawarti for a mission of us at Gura. That's it. Was a verse to the Alma eats five story. I know the family been have lucky to so this is Bible like fascinating that the temple that is used the object to carry out execution is buried along together with these. The shots of action actually points out why did you construct the tree that the person was hanging on? Because you don't want people walking by saying, oh, that was the tree that Ruben was hanging on. In other words, Ruben did something wrong, Ruben got his punishment, but there's no need to go ahead and have any more shame heaped upon Ruben. He did the crime, he suffered the punishment is mechaper, that's it. If you don't say it's just an incredible sensitivity that the Roman Shalom brings to cover that grievance. You would have thought. We learned Sanhedrin. And you don't remember all of it. Remember enough to know that if you're getting a death sentence, remember again, this is the relentless speech everything goes to try to go ahead and prevent someone from being executed. Which means that, like, if you're getting executed, not only did you do something terrible, but the man cannot exhaust any possibility to find it out for you. You ever thought a person like that? Wrote a book. Who cares if people are going to tell you? Who cares if people are going to disguise? For the sinner, even for the sinner, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not bitter. HaKadosh Baruch Hu looks out for their good sake. So there's so many lessons in this. If we both looks out for the covenants, first of all, we see how much the Ribono Shel Olam loves us. Who is the guy who is getting executed? This is clearly someone who did not care about the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And even this individual, who again literally disregarded the very word of God himself, who says, I still love you. I still love you. Even the person being executed for this tremendous trespass against the Ribono Shel Olam is still beloved by Hashem. That's how much Hashem loves. But if you see how much Hashem loves us, and we see how careful, how Baruch Hu is with our dignity, even the dignity of the sinner, and how much more so we have to go out of one another, and ultimately need to be careful with the covet of the other person. Overwhelming, in the how much the Ribono Shel Olam loves it defies comprehension, and all he asks of us, it's interesting, he doesn't even ask us to love him as much as he loves us, because that type of reciprocity is not really possible. It's the same way I think both of us would agree. The child can never love a parent as much as a parent loves a child. Of course, they love each other, and we understand this only once we have children of our own. The love that a parent feels, and not actually that top-down love, it cannot be reciprocated. So Baruch Hu doesn't even ask us to love him as much as he loves us. He doesn't. He asks, he asks us to love him to the extent that we're able to love him, because the love that he showers down upon us is light years. Anything that we get ever reciprocate, he does ask us. I don't ask you to reciprocate my love, right? He doesn't ask us to reciprocate his love to us. Right? He does not ask us to reciprocate that love back But he does ask to give it to each other. That's what he does ask. You have to love it after. You don't have to, you don't have to love me. You don't have to love each other as much as I can try to love all of you. Just be good to each other. Be careful with each other's trouble. Don't love one another. Don't be one another. Just love each other. Incredible. So therefore, after the executed the halacha is, you have to take the very vehicle of execution, the very utensil, and you have to go ahead and bury it. But you see from here, you're going to have to burn it first. To which the Gemara says, oh, it's different. Also, it's different. Why is it different? So because they're very special cemetery, the utensil, the item, the object of execution was also very different. Everyone knows, therefore, that's different. That's different. We're not just someone's going to dig up the tree, or dig up the stone, or dig up the sword. They know that it's buried in the base of the cemetery. They know that it's off limits. It cannot be used, and therefore it's kind ultimately, again, here, if you adjust the very right again, if moving with just the very lead, as the wage for transporting the stuff, it's not clear. It's not clear again. It's not clear exactly. Ultimately, again, in halacha l'maisa, someone may not realize that it's limited by a crime, no? And you need to go ahead and halacha l'maisa competitive. Also, we'll just begin the next piece and then we'll start. Let's just start. Today, Rabbi Yanai, and we'll probably we'll stop over here. I'm sorry, skip a line. Going back to our case, let's go full circle. Moving by Akum to transport on his boat, Stanina. The sister said you have to burn it and you have to bury it. So again, I understand it can't scatter it. I understand it can't just burn it. Because the concern over here is like this. You just guess what is it going to look like. People are going to say, oh, interesting, Ruben's burying wheat. And he's burying it over here so that the shouldn't be found out. Well, again, it goes even again on this part, right? He's still from the food, right? Because they may come and dig it up and use it for themselves, not realizing that the reason why he had buried it was because precluded and prohibited from them. The full circle, Allah Christus said to Ruben, you got to see that standing is treated the same way as Yain Nes. Just like by Yain Nes, that the wages ultimately are Asur. So again, by standing the wages are going to be Asur. And again, in this case, when you got paid in eat, Christus said, burn it and bury it. This way ensures that what? No one gets any benefits from it in any way, shape, or form. I'm stop over here for today. Shkayach is tremendous. It's supposed to work with all of you. And wishing everyone.
That's right, Brian Redband.
Those are a tremendous function. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Getting all the sharing Russians this year.
Look at this. Hey, everybody. Everybody stop what the fuck you're doing. Because, Zoot, are you ready to lose?
Learning sponsors David and Jeff, as well as Dr. Ed and Kate, like Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Nathan, and Rav Amber, memory of their father, Ben Amber, father, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Molinu, Rav Nosson.
All right, big dog. Okay, cool story, dog. Are you ready to play my least favorite hole first on? Alright, well, did you know that you have an invitation? Dude, did you know that you have an invitation?
hires a Jew
Right, we'll
to
accept
help
it.
him with Yayin Nesach. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. This Rashi in Mishnah.
Oh, Zoot goes first. This shit is over.
So again,
You should just give me the point right now. Zoot has the best shot in the history of the game.
Really trying to figure out is something
It was
Yayin
good.
Nesach, is it not Yayin Nesach? So now it's a little bit different here.
No, I
we know
don't.
that we're dealing
I'm not
with
the
Yayin
big
Nesach.
ball.
That's not the shayla. So the Akum hires the Jew to help him with his Yayin Nesach. Meaning what? He says, "Lahariko mikriyati, or lahavir chavios makom l'makom." So, for example, the Akum hires me to go, let's say, pour wine from one utensil to another, to move barrels of Yayin Nesach from one location to another. And as Rashi points out,
I would say
Yayin Nesach literally talking about real Yayin Nesach. This is not
you did a pretty good shot, though.
actual Nesach.
You're done, though. For you.
Let's go, Kevin.
This game is over, son.
So this is the case. So therefore, Akum hires me to go and help him with his Yayin Nesach.
Chicken 9-ball.
From barrels and tomatoes, or to move barrels.
Remember that time I asked you what the chicken 9-ball was? Then you were just quiet?
Ultimately, again, the wages work. Okay, we discussed what happens if the Akum hired me to do something else? He hired
It's
me
tight. We'll have to try.
If he hired me to help out, and what happens? So the Gemara says, now if you look at Rashi, it actually starts with last of the wine runs on top. Actually, that's before we get to that. Let's read it inside. So for last of the Akum hired me to do a different malacha. I thought we shot on the law, yes, Nesach Mimakum, but the Akum hired me to do other work, clean out his garage. And what I'm working away, he helped me with the Yayin Nesach from this location to the
My
other.
girl, Chelsea.
And what's the halacha? Wages are not.
Baby, I was all over her Instagram. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. I don't know what
Therefore,
What a shot,
very
dude.
different cases. Case number one, I'm explicitly being
Oh, no way.
to help with the INS. In that case, the Mishnah rules that
All right, is she okay?
wages are awesome. Case number two, I'm being hired for
Does she
something
still need
else.
that box
But
munch?
then once with this something else, she has to help.
There you go.
In that case,
What
wages
kind of car broke down?
wages matter. Good. Next. Also. So this seems to be a duplicate case. We'll discuss this. So let's say again, I happen to have a donkey, and the Akum hires me,
All right,
hires
well.
me as a donkey driver to transport Yayin Nesach from one location to another location.
Almost one of the greatest shots I've ever seen, folks.
What happens if he just hired me just to transport him? In other words, he didn't hire me for Yayin Nesach. He hired me to transport him.
Why would you do that? Just score. If you score, you still could win. If you win, if you score right now, you can still win. There you go.
See, he's going in, he's bringing his wine with him. Ultimately, and the wages are. So again, it seems to be the same principle at play. Both of these cases, right? And just the law have to deal with some Yayin Nesach. Ultimately, again, the wages are mutter. Incredible. The first Mishnah in the my time is for us. As Gemara gets right into it. Why are the wages awesome? Dude,
are you proud of that shot?
Yayin Nesach, we know, is asr ba'ano. Now again, I will say, I want to point out, even though we're using kind of like Yayin Nesach and standing interchangeably here, Yayin
Did she
Nesach
want her box
literally
munch?
means libationalized wine. Right, we know for sure the wine has been used for others, so there's no shite. So the mercy, so now we're saying
Oh, that's tight.
wages.
Scale of 0 to 10 here.
Again, I didn't produce it, I didn't make it. I'm moving it from point A to point B, or I'm pouring it from one utensil to another.
Dude, I don't hear a number. I don't hear a number. 0 to 10 is fit. All right, so 4.
Here's the problem. That model doesn't hold up. Why? Hurry, Arla. Let's say, what's Arla? Arla, remember again, is fruit that grows in the first 3 years of the new tree. The fruit is prohibited from benefits for the first, or kind of forbidden mixtures. Examples, let's say again, you plant grapevines and wheat in two close proximity to each other. The resulting growth is astronomical. In both of these cases, Arla and
Okay, well, that's a cool story. It's life, baby. Get over it. Everybody does it. I just don't like fucking around.
Or someone took flag and they sold it. And they're leaving to proceeds. He was Makadish. The Kiddushin. What do you see from here? You see here that proceeds is something that is forbidden. Benefits are permitted. Right? In other words, the proceeds from something that is asr are can be used. So again, Arla is asr but if Ruben takes it and he sells it and uses it.
Is this girl hotter or not than a 7?
So the problem this goes against what we just said. We were suggesting that maybe the reason why the wages are moving the INS.
Oh, damn, this girl's pretty hot.
Just like INS, that's not wrong. So the wages are so that model doesn't work.
Is she single?
So maybe this is actually different. This case is different over here. Why?
I mean, if she's talking about going to your show, maybe.
So even that which you sell, right? You sell it.
What's it?
And let's say you sell a person.
All right, well, it's long enough to invite her to your show. So what's this big name? Give me the letter that it starts with. Since we're
talking about libationalized wine, so it's already wine that was used to travel. So therefore, again, this is like an idol. This wine itself becomes
I know.
Is that even if you sell an idol, the proceeds of that sale have the same.
Look at this shot, dude. Oh, dude, that was terrible. No, this bitch is coming to your show, and you guys are gonna get married.
The money is vested.
It's gonna be amazing.
So to wait that you earn through working with Avodah take on that same Avodah prohibition as well. And that's
all right, well,
is
that at the school for the blind?
The wages will be also because take on the identity of the Avodah.
I'm talking about this in order to give you such a good ranking, because I've seen you.
The wine itself becomes interesting.
Yeah, dog, I've seen you. There ain't nothing nice about you. Oh, that is bullshit, dude. That is bullshit. I mean, you're an average looking dude. Yeah, you're average looking. Get over it. And you're not funny. Okay, I mean, you're 30. You should. You're 30. You should.
If I say
oh, dude, you want me to start? Dude, you want me to start naming shit wrong with you? There's a huge list, and that's just what's been diagnosed. That's not even little shit.
So I'm going ahead now. I'm paying him to pick for me these vegetables of the Shemitah year.
There's like 1,000 things. I don't want to go into them right now. I don't want to hurt your feelings.
Actually, it's going to come down to a very interesting nuance.
The first and foremost is that you're dog shit at fucking mini golf. Does this girl know how much you suck dick at mini golf?
What this really hinges on over here is this word bow. I go over to Ruvain. Doing Shemitah, I say Ruvain, take either and with pick.
Yo, Zoo, for real, does this know how much you suck dick at mini golf?
The fact that I'm using the notion of bow with this either, Rashi says the Gemara understands that essentially is it's like a set.
I'm not saying I'm the best. I'm saying that in general, I put a whooping on you. You suck at this hole. You always fuck around. You have the lead. Don't fuck around. That's a terrible shot. Like one of the worst shots we've ever seen.
And if I just say, what would we get? Just do me a favor, pick for me a vegetable. And again, there's no mention. There's no mention. Right? That almost.
That's a terrible shot. You're gonna put your shot in the water, big dog.
Wages.
Yeah.
That's the Russian.
One of the worst shots we've ever seen.
Supporting is what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha that wages of or I should say wages.
That's not how to do it though.
Do not
That's close. But dog,
when the wages structure like
I want you to look at the
wages take on the nature. But if it's not,
how did that not go in?
Wages don't take on the severity of the prohibited item. So now that kind of blows
because you are
just the initial.
Your average height, your average penis length. You have a lot wrong with you. You're fortunate to be average. Being average isn't that bad, dog.
Stop looking for logic. It's not logic. It's a penalty. It's a penalty that the rabbis levy by her, which means donkey drivers and yayin nesach. Now, again, the Gemara says yayin nesach.
Don't get there.
It turns out like this. It's a penalty. Chazal, we've seen already again.
Dude, look at this move.
Which Chazal did not want a Jew getting anywhere near
Dude, look at this move.
So no.
Dude, are you seeing this? Dude, are you seeing this? Did you see my shot?
Sorry, I'm not treating it. I'm not treating it. I'm not consuming it. I'm not going to benefit from it. I'm just literally being.
Dude, did you see my shot?
Transport for it. Even Sal said, you did that. You can't get.
Dude, are you proud of that shot?
Just penalty. Gemara says, "Hamor and
To hurt your feelings. Being average is good though, so don't think it's bad. It's just, you know, to be a 9 is difficult. You need to be wealthy. You need to be tall. To be very smart. You need to be like you need to be fun. You need to be extremely charismatic. On looks alone, well then if it's looks alone, it's still average. Your average height, your average weight, your average penis size. A 6 or a 7, which I'm not putting that down. It's just, you know, it gets into like perfection.
Like it has the sanctity of Shemitah produce.
You're imperfect. But aren't we all, baby? Dude, I love you. And that's all that matters. You're in someone's mind an 8 or a 9. In my mind, you're terrible because you suck at a mini. So we just tied there. So that was
ultimately again
trick shot.
Again, he's higher.
Not trick shot. I mean, unless you hit all the balls there.
Is that true that proceeds have the same prohibition as the produce itself?
But that still doesn't do. It's just you didn't. It's on the break.
Just said repetition that if I hire a worker, and I say to the worker, take this dinner, take this dinner, and go ahead and pick for me vegetables.
Well, everybody's waiting on you.
Right? Because again, as opposed
to that shot?
If I say, take this dinner and
now watch this shot. Watch this shot, dude.
That has the appearance of a sip. I'm giving you as opposed to case where that load,
next
right,
question.
with it, that load is removed, then it's just simply a hiring of a worker. What you see from here is that clearly if you hire a worker, work which needs to produce,
doesn't surprise me at all. Because you're somebody, you told me like 5 times. You're somebody who says something, but then when it actually comes down, brass tacks, you don't do it. Dude, maybe I do. Maybe it was the most important podcast in history of the world. Dude, look at this shot. Are you serious? Watch me on podcast.
How does that work? Look at that. She's at there. Interesting.
Dude, don't fuck up.
It's as
don't fuck up.
Instead, I'm giving it also again, kind of just a free gift.
You did, kind of.
What's the case? Kid is not as we person cannot say to his friend, and I will say, interesting enough, switching gears. Rashi points out that this is Meiser Shem. Right, remember again, Meiser Shem. One of the times that the owner of the produce has to keep it, you can eat it. When he catches, you have to eat it in your shell. Or if the produce is too much trash,
you play the most amazing shot you've ever seen.
That money is not invested with Meiser Shem. Same thing, and bring it to your shell. Therefore, the Gemara says, a person should not say to his friend, he will say, son of a base, I'm a base.
This shot, dude. Why is it great?
Take from me this Meiser Shem. Now she says,
no, this is hard. And is that how it works?
I have a lot of
Are we playing like the score?
I don't want to stop it. So I said,
you're not going to. You didn't win. You just.
So clearly, what am I? I'm paying him to transfer Meiser Shem.
Are you sure of that?
With Meiser Shem, right? Fine. So you know, how about Omerlo?
Are you sure though? What about the? What about the score? It's 30 to 20.
Bring my Meiser Shem to the
Okay, dude. Well, guess what? I feel badly because I don't want you to like that you're not a good looking dude. You're an average looking dude, but in terms of mini golf, you suck dick. But in terms of
in case two, all I'm saying is
in terms of having the confidence to go up and do your best on stage, you're a 10 out of 10. How does that sound to you?
How much I'm giving you? I'm still we'll eat it together. But no so again, you can go ahead and give it ultimately as a.
I'm going to tell you what comedians. Oh, fuck. I'm going to tell you what comedians say about specials. You want to hear? Specials aren't special anymore.
So again, I can't pay him to produce, but what can I do? Make no mention of payment and just give him a free gift.
That could be the greatest shot ever. But it was
not. I can pick it up and I can give it to whoever I want. So the nice thing that would be permitted of him. Okay, so the Amara says no. The Olam be punished with Fusha.
Why is that, big man?
So the Gemara says, in reality, we're talking about a case ultimately again, where Halacha the way said it has Shmita sanctity.
Dude, I got
we said before, so here's the problem we're getting into. The wages earned from Yayin, yes,
I heard you.
Ultimately take us but we don't see that same thing.
Dude, are you there?
Shmita, even if you did count, even if I went ahead and hired someone to do business with Shmita produce, ultimately again, you do the same thing. So comes Rava says, now it's still two different. So Rashla Poel, Poel the lo nafish agri, lo kansu rabon. Chamorin the nafish agrayu.
Oh no. Oh no, I'm giving Duke the best shot ever. Dude.
So although ideally we do not want to labor work in Shmita produce, if he does
Dude, cut out.
We don't
terrible shot, dude. Dude, it was a scratch. You can move the ball.
That's where Chazal chose to step in, penalize.
Yeah.
The Gemara says, and by
there you go. But now yeah, there you go.
Our Mishnah, which penalizes.
That's why I told you it.
Right? On
You
one
blew
hand,
the shot in the game.
when it comes to Shmita, if I hire a and he doesn't work for Shrek, he doesn't work for Shmita, and I pay him.
Yeah, but you could have kissed.
Right, the wages are mutter, which is quite fascinating. On the other hand, if I hire a donkey driver and pay him for the police, the
Dude, what the
wages
fuck kind of question is that? Absolutely not. I like MILFs, dude.
Rama says all of this is connects because in reality, we're not take
I like. I don't like you. I don't find you active.
When it comes to Shema,
If I were a desert idol for 1,000 years, I, like anybody, would probably have sex with a dude because I would be bored enough. That makes me gay, then I guess I'm gay. But that means everybody's gay.
Rashi says, when it comes to yain, because it's a holy zara, actually the rabbis penalized a donkey driver transporting Mishnah, or you are a laborer, which is in this case the Mishnah. Either way, again, you're penalized for involvement with.
It's the worst shot I've ever seen.
So therefore, this concludes the first kind of bring it back, as we have like
I have a really good shot right here.
And with my Sheni, if I hire to do work with yain, even though technically speaking, those wages should see again from Meiser Sheni based on see ultimately again from Shemitah. There's a way to allow the wages.
Dude, a bank shot and a kick shot and a blind shot. How'd you like that one, dude?
And whatever level of wages you're earning, whether you're earning a little as a laborer or a lot as a donkey driver, either way, you're going to be penalized, and the wages have the status of.
Dude, is it possible for you to win?
Now, of course, there's a second part of Mishnah which you haven't dealt with yet, which is if I'm hired not to do with myself, I'm hired to deal with all this stuff, and I just happen to do some INSF work, that's going to be fine. We're focusing really on this first piece over here.
This would be a great shot.
Now
I'll get it.
So this is very interesting. What happens if Allah but not to deal with what's called standing. So again, we see this distinction, although
I think
in many of our sugyas we kind of ignored this distinction, but there is a very big difference.
Although I don't think it should. Dude, are you going to go?
So, purposes. Ultimately, standing is the wine of an apple. The wine of an apple. Again, nothing like
that's a terrible shot.
With it, and remember, not every single barrel of wine that apple.
That's garbage.
Use it for himself.
Get it.
That's
not a bad.
Our Mishnah is very specific. It's talking about a case of apple who hired
you see that new picture of him?
to go ahead and work with the INS and transport it from one barrel to another. That's very specific. Now, what happens if you have
look at this shot, dude.
just to go ahead with his one. So I have no knowledge.
Dude, you need to go.
No knowledge of the
and you need to make.
What's the law? No.
What did that marry that girl from like?
So one hand.
Dude, I think you're gonna marry that bitch. Tell me the letter says this. What a great shot.
So since from a prohibition perspective,
dude, look at the best shot though.
It's pretty much treated.
Hold on. Look at the best shot. Look at the best shot.
Should be different.
You're not coming back. Dude's gone.
And standing. It's a real bizarre like maybe the one of there's a distinction in the realm of two. This is fascinating. Take a look at that. Rashi says over here, the Tuma Rashi says, Kidamino Ma'amidim, so to say for Shalosh Yenos Yayin Nesach Asibano, Umitari Tuma Hamura Bikizais. So Yayin Nesach, ultimately, I will say essentially, is treated like a corpse. Like Avodah had, it is in general, Avodah has Tumas Mace, corpse impurities, and therefore again, Halacha Lamaisa, again, not only is Asibano, but it's Mikame Tuma Hamura Bikizais. As the Kizayis of it, ultimately again it conveys corpse tuma. Okay? Standing on Asrbano or Mechanic Tumas Mashkin Dervis. But standing on, interestingly enough, ultimately again has a lower level of tuma. We call Tumas Mashkin, like a ritually impure liquid. And furthermore, again, it only conveys tuma if it has the shear of a revis. So let's say it's interesting. So in certain standing on is just like Yayin Nesach is Asrbano, standing is Asrbano. On the other hand, standing and Yayin Nesach are very different. Yayin Nesach essentially has the tumah of a mace corpse, whereas standing has tumas mashkin, liquid tumah, which is a much lower level of tumah. So therefore again, when it comes to this knas about wages, dealing with the wine of an akum, do we treat wages earned from standing the same way about wages from Yayin Nesach? That's the shayla. That's the shayla. Good shayla. So Tashma, let's analyze Tashma. To gather the are they standing on in case I had a boat, you had a boat, right? And I rented out my boat, transport, standing on, so right, leave it inside. I have a boat, and Akum went ahead and hired my boat. And he used my boat to transport his wine. So what happened? So actually, we'll keep this. Ruben had a boat. But Ruben rented his boat out to the Akum, and Akum used the boat to transport the Akum's stam yain. Y'all were like Fiki Akum. So what happened? The Akum paid Ruben, the Jew, the owner of the boat, he paid him his fee, his wage in wheat. He was paid in wheat. Fine. Us looking at the fiscal, so they come to call it fiscal. So now, obviously, after the fact, Ruben realized, there might be a shiny. So it comes before the fiscal. What do I do with the wages? I'm related Zil, coming with the company. There's what Mr. said, burn the wheat and bury it. Burn it and bury it. Okay, very interesting. So the Gemara says, now obviously, before you go on, right, burning and burying it is obviously that is asabari. So clearly, what the fiscal is holding is that the wages earned from working with minimum is going to be the same amount as wages working with Yayin. Now the Gemara is going to ask, by the lema is the riddle. So again, I got it. So again, we've answered, at least for now, we've answered our core question, which is the wages from standing treated with the same level of severity as wages from Yayin. And now we're asking the Pista tells Ruben, you have to burn it and bury it. Why? Why, the Gemara says, the lema is the riddle. Just tell him to go ahead and scatter it. Ruben, you can't get any benefits from the wheat. Don't scatter it. You have to burn it and bury it. So the most possible would be here's the problem that if you're walking out and someone else you utilize it. And again, these are us. That's to Avodah Zarah identity. And therefore, it's not enough just to scatter it because another Jew keeps stepping in. It's still prohibited. That's still problematic. Say if I told you to burn it, like you got some message for the so burn it and scatter it. Why do you have to bury it? Right? But literally, burn it, but do it and scatter it. Why do you have to bury it? Dilma, Mizaki, oh, because maybe someone would use that's fertile. In other words, if you have the burnt wheat, so ultimately again, it still needs for fertilizer. Therefore, there's still a concern that you burn it, so no one gets any benefit from the scattered wheat, and bury it to say no one can use the ash as fertilizer. The Gemara says, the liquid of it, so just bury it. So just take the wheat and just bury it. Why do you have to burn it first and then bury it? Just bury it. To which the Gemara says, Milot wasn't very interesting. Milot did we not learn? Let me see. I drink one of those films where the guy tells me you've done this before, but somehow I just can't recall. It's very, very humbling experience. Okay, was didn't we learn? I thought eventually it's very interesting. They do execute something. stone that they keep in the they actually live or hang. So ultimately, the tree that they hang from, the effort side share or the separation, the effort Suda share or the cloth that they put around the person's neck strangulation. So again, all these cases, these are the utensils, the items that actually carry out the death sentence. What's the hal? Kulam Barim Emo. They're all buried together with the person who's killed. Again, the idea is you're not supposed to get enough. You're not supposed to get benefit from items, so you bury them together with the person who's killed. But if you notice over here, it's not that shot it like you have to burn the tree before you bury it, right? Or melt the sword before you bury it, right? Chisel down the before you just bury it as it is. So same thing by the wheat. Why not just bury the wheat just in the wheat, bury it in the tree? So I just flew in mode. It's was some Rasta Allah eats. It's actually interesting. The concept says when start hanging someone, right? After you exhale, you hang the body on the tree. The Gemara says, most some signs you can't leave the body hanging on the tree. Keep kabar tik bereni. You have to bury it. And it's interesting. The Gemara understands that keep kabar tik bereni doesn't just go on the body, it goes on the tree also. Fascinating. Apa eats the nashma. But Nigmar din 8 shabbos for the Zubat, Lord the Kamartan, Mish in Mokos Akura, that's as was a word to the Shah, Alma eats for 5 Assyria, and all the probably been out looking to so this is just by the way, it's fascinating that the utensil that is used, the object used to carry out the execution is buried along together with the deceased. So what's the transaction? Is that why you deconstruct the tree that the person was hanging on? Because you don't want people walking by saying, oh, that's the tree that Ruben was hanging on. In other words, Ruben did something wrong. Ruben got his punishment, but there's no need to go ahead and have any more shame heaped upon Ruben. He did the crime, he suffered the punishment is going to stop there. That's it. Which I will say is such just an incredible sensitivity for the emotional awareness. Cover up real. So when you would have thought, we learned Sanhedrin. Remember enough to know that if you're getting a death sentence, remember again, this is one of the lengths to which Nathan goes to try to go ahead and prevent someone from being executed. Which means that, like, if you're getting executed, not only did you do something terrible, but the mamish cannot exhaust any possibility to find the outcome. You would have thought a person like that, don't look at them. Who cares if people are going to talk about them? Who cares if people are going to discourage? They think we see even for the sinner, Hakadosh Baruch Hu is not on their covenant. Who looks out for them too. So he said, there's so many lessons in this. If we emotional of this is, first of all, wasn't you see how much the emotional Olam loves us. Who is the guy who is getting executed? This is clearly someone who did not care about the word about the Baruch Hu. And even this individual, who again literally disregarded the very word of God himself, who says, I still love you. I still love you. Even the person being executed for this tremendous trespass against the Ribono Shel Olam is still beloved by Hashem. That's how much Hashem loves us. But if we see how much Hashem loves us, when we see how careful, how Baruch is with our dignity, even the dignity of the sin, and how much more so we have to go on to love one another, and ultimately careful to cover the present. It's overwhelming. The notion of how much of the Ribono Shel Olam loves us, defies comprehension. And all he asks of us, it's interesting, he doesn't even ask us to love him as much as he loves us, because that type of reciprocity is not really possible. It's the same way I think all of us agree. The child can never love a parent as much as a parent loves a child. Of course, they love each other. And we understand it's only once we have children of our own. The love that a parent feels in that action, that top-down love, it cannot be reciprocated. So Baruch doesn't even ask us to love us, to love him as much as he loves us. Yes, Hey, I don't ask you to reciprocate my love. Right? He doesn't ask us to reciprocate his love to us. Right? He doesn't ask us to reciprocate that back to him. But he does ask us. That's what he asks. You don't have to, you don't have to love me. You don't have to love each other as much as I am. Trust me, love all of you. Just be good to each other. Be careful of each other's. Don't tremble on one another. Don't distrust one another. Just love each other. Incredible. So therefore, after the execution of Allah is, you have to take the very vehicle of execution, the very utensil, and you go ahead and you have to go ahead and carry it. But you see from here, you don't have to burn it first, which the Gemara says, oh, it's different. Also, from most of that we get based on it's different. Why is it different? In those cases, remember, so there's only an engine. Remember, unless there's an engine, remember those extra days in the very special cemetery. So because they're very special cemetery, the utensil, the item, the object of execution was different. Everyone knows, therefore, that's different. That's different. We're not just someone's going to dig up the tree, dig up the stone, dig up the sword. It's buried in the basement cemetery. They know that limits that cannot be used, and they're not simply used. Hafal, long ultimately, again, here, if you adjust the bury, right? Again, if moving were just a very weak, you will see that's the way the transporting standing them. It's not clear again. It's not clear exactly what he's doing. Ultimately, again, Allah for myself, someone may not realize that it's kind of no, and may come to Allah for myself, dig it out, and do this. Incredible. Also, just begin the next case and then we'll start. Let's just start. Today, Rabbi Yanai, Yaberi Shmiris, Meandering, the part of the six. Actually, let's say, we'll start over here. I'm sorry, skip a line. Hafa Mosa, Eber Inish, Ba'isi Kibra. It's interesting enough, we'll say, what are we concerned about? Going back to our case, remember, let's go full circle. Ruben was hired by Akum to transport on his boat down Nina. He got paid in weeks. Into a Kistel. Kistel said you have to burn it and you have to bury it. So, yeah, I understand they can't scatter it. I understand I can't just burn it. Why not? Because the concern here is like, if you just bury it, what is it going to look like? Ema, Inchikana, Ba'isi Kira. People are going to say, oh, interesting, Ruben's burying, maybe Ruben went ahead and still and he's burying just that shouldn't be found out. Well, again, it only been again, right? He's still from a few threads, and then they come dig out and use it for themselves, not realizing that the reason why Ruben went ahead and buried it was because it was precluded and prohibited from them. Therefore, coming full circle, Allah Almighty said to Ruben, you got paid in wheat for transporting standing. So first of all, we see that standing is treated the same way as Yaines. Right? Just like by Yaines, that the wages ultimately are Asubana. So to again, by standing, the wages are going to be Asubana. And again, in this case, when he got paid in wheat, Krista said, burn it and bury it. This way ensures that what? No one gets any benefit from it in any way, shape, or form. I'm also stopping for today. Tremendous support for all of you, and wishing everyone a good
Well, there you go. Absolutely, Mike Big. That's about as good as it fucking gets. Just great jokes, well executed. You're up there, you're listening, you're doing the damn thing, hands in your pockets, mic in the mic stand, just sitting back and doing it. Incredible. Incredible stuff. How long have you been stand up? I started in 2020 in February, but to those a year and a half. Right. All of it during a weird time. Yeah.
Let's say good morning. It's incredible spot from Shem to be able to be here with all of you today. And a great spot being here with you in person, but at least to be together virtually. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentary sponsors, Social Self-Awareness itself, dedicated publishing sponsors this year. This Soros Oscar and Israel. Our commentaries for the month of Av, Kabbalah, with Robert Stephen, Wendy Jason, honor of Israel's Jason, Dino Jason, Stanley Roses, Spicy Photographer, and Irene Roses. We joining sponsors David and Wendy Hester in honor of David Hester's 55th mitzvah anniversary. Incredible. Having Daniel Hester already all bound and show to celebrate their engagement, Mazel and welcome to David's nephew, Isaac, and his wife Kitty, and their children, Yishai, Nama, and all visiting from Eretz Yisrael. Dr. Ed, nourishing of the yard type of Dr. Father Cyrus Shalom. Thanks be to the Bracha and Rachel and Beth Adler, in memory of their father Ben Adler, Hashav, Baruch Mordechai Ben Nosson, is from the Bracha and marriage. Other Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas of Aliyah. The families in the Chama, those who were the first to ever take the oath of Israel, whose Bracha Shemeth and the Gomar hostages, the Shalom, the Kar, and allowed. I will put the soldiers to be successful. Let's say we are beginning today's daf is Samech Aleph 61, and we are picking up the Mishnah on Samech Aleph on the top of the daf. We are forgiving Daf Yomi on Shabbos and yesterday and Sunday. And Baruch Hashem, let's begin. I'm the Kari Gumo Sha'obei Kochav. We spoke about already this case in yesterday's daf. This is a situation where a Yisrael is producing wines for impossible. Different from Akam. She points out over here, Sha'asal Bekashlus, so the Yisrael, the Jew, made the wine, and he made kosher wine, and the most of the Yisrael. And the intention of the wine ultimately again is to use it to another Jew. So again, the way this situation works is like this. Essentially the Akum goes ahead and provides materials. The Jew has not yet paid the Akum payment. It comes after the sale of the wine. So really everything belongs to the Akum, being produced almost like under Hashkafa by the Jew. The Jew has not paid for anything. Now the Rashi comes out, he says, after the Yisrael has gone out and produced the wine, it's in the domain of the Akum. Okay, so what's this? Obviously now we understand what's the tension. The tension is what's going to be the status of this wine, given the fact that although it's made by a Jew, and therefore the kashrus is kosher, at the end of the day it is in the domain of the Akum. So how does that impact the ongoing kashrus status of the wine? So what's that look? So nice like the initial the rice have a sort of surroundings. So again, assuming that we're talking about a home, that opens up into the public thoroughfare, which means other people what's happening inside of the house. So he or she is of the mutter. As long as it's a city in which there are Jews and non-Jews, the wine is the shop, it will be actually mutter. The mere suspect of the problem is not. It's interesting enough, the other commerce. What do we have to be concerned about? Let's just analyze this. So the wine, ingredient-wise and process-wise, is kosher. It was made by the Jew. It's now been deposited back with the act. Of course, the concern we have is that Akum is going to touch the wine. Mishnah says like this. If the place where the Akum's home opens up into a relative sea, which means if the Akum wine, people will see touching the wine is mutter. The wine is permitted to allow it, Rashi, and the end of the first short line in Rashi, mutter. The nearest is the Ovid Kochavan below Nada. He's not going to touch the wine. Why? The Amar, Hosuli Hanafi saw that Aribush Slavin, Umasinda, Bafilu Imafea. The hosting Shari Rushin Yayin. Because Chicago is about this interestingly enough. Okay, we'll define more of the parameters of this in the tomorrow. But one of the is, as long as the Akum is visible from the Rosh Hashanah, and this is a sea in which there are Jews and non-Jews, the Akum in the Akum in whose home the wine is deposited is not going to touch the wine. Why is he not going to touch the wine? He's doing like this. I'm going to touch it, shake, I'm going to stir around, do a little libation, and someone's going to see me. And when he sees me, I lose out to sell it to the Jewish market. So therefore, again, Mirsus means he's fearful of being discovered. He's fearful of his activity will be discovered. And therefore, he doesn't do it. That's the ear Shakula of the Gospel. If the Akum is saying that all of these precepts are there for the Jews, if of course he lives in a city where there are only nuns out the window, because obviously no one's going to see him, or whoever's not living in that, right? And therefore the wine and in the Shana, ultimately again, unless he goes ahead and appoints a Shana. He appoints a guard to be there, right, to ensure that the Akum doesn't go ahead and touch the wine. Then the wine could remain with it. The Inha Shamatzar Bios Yoshik in Shamer, Alpha Pishri Yotzid in Nichnas Motor. But interestingly enough, the Shomer doesn't just have to sit there the entire time. Rather, the Shomer ultimately again is able to be what we call Yotzid. Go in and go out. To find the parameters of that as well. Shimon says, which is obligated for Shimon says the domains of an akum are all one. Sure depends on first big man. We have no idea what is it, what is he adding, what is he saying? Okay, to be different. Let's see next. Hamatari, so over the Havin, the Nos number so same case. Jew, I'm a Jew. And I go ahead and I make one. You're in the same case before. The akum is supplying all the materials, which means he will be able to be sold to other Jews. Once again, the wine, after it's finished, will be deposited with the atoms. The halal also go. This about giving from most, so just in case. In this case over here, the akum goes ahead and he writes a receipt. And in the receipt he writes, still paid me. He paid me for the wine. Now remember again, I actually didn't pay him for the wine. But he's writing that I paid him for the wine. Mutter, ultimately again, it's mutter. Now we're going to see what's the logic of that. Near to you sell the whole seed, ain't no money. Now again, the logic behind that is this: Akum has written, Silver's paid him for the wine, which means it's mine. Because it's mine, I can go in and out and take it as I please. Because I can go in and out and take it as I please, the assumption is the Akum's not going to touch it, but I can come and access it whenever I want there. But there's a nuisance, there's a certain element of fear that's there. But again, if despite writing this receipt, the Akum says, Silver, you can't touch the wine until you actually pay me. This was an actual case in Beis Shan, Basra. And the rabbi said it was awesome, which makes sense because in this case, since the Akum ultimately again retains control over the wine, therefore we have to be concerned that he's going to go in, he's going to touch it and make it into wine. Okay, says the Gemara. So the Gemara says as follows. Beer shekul people calling now. So the Gemara says, now remember, let's go back to the first case in the show. So Mishnah said, I don't know what's the case. I went ahead and I made wine. I'm a Jew. I am a Jew. I made wine. Now the wine, the grapes, everything belongs to the akum, right? So really what happens over here is I really owe him money. Wine, it's kosher wine, ready to be sold. It's being deposited at his home. So what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said, if it's a city where ultimately, again, there are Jews and non-Jews, right? And the akum's house opens up into Rosh Hashanah. So the wine retains its permitted status because the akum is not going to manipulate, he's not going to do anything with it. As a Jew could see it. Now, the Mishnah says, that if it's a city of only Ovdei then again, the wine is not going to be multiplied because since there's only non-Jews who are there, the akum feels free to do whatever he wants with the wine. So 1 second. Even if there are only non-Jews in the city after all the Rostream, peddlers. Like little bit like a spice peddler. There are peddlers. In other words, there are merchants who go in and out of the city. So even if it's in the majority, even if the residents of the city are all not Jewish, there's always Jewish people out of that city. Shouldn't make it enough that will create a little bit of a nuisance, a feat that the akum is not going to come touch the wine. I'm sure the year she looked last time, we're talking about a city, interestingly enough, that has a lock and again across. Rashi says over here, Shein Mechnasos, the Amayabi Kumatsu the Mikam Allah. So we're talking about essentially a lock city. So in the lock city, whereas merchants is restricted. So because it's restricted, therefore Allah Kalamai city, that only as Gentile is going to be also. I'm not going to say Nifalon Krish Sarada. It's very interesting. So remember again, the Mishnah says that in a city where you have Jewish and still the house of the akum has to open up into the Shusharah. Now the Gemara says, by the way, the window is like a shut. In other words, even if the house itself doesn't open up to the Shusharah, but there's a window from the house to the Shusharah, so people can see in to see what's going on. That creates enough of a fear on the part of the akum that he's not going to play around with the wall. Simply. Rashi is right across. The Chalon Kishradim don't watch the Chassar. the Chosrach Rechotzer, which is the Pesach Habayis, came out of Shabbat. So again, even if the major opening of the home that is done by the other window, ultimately again, that creates enough of a nuisance and of a fear, and the apple is not going to play around with the water. So again, the Ashba Kirshus Harayim. If ultimately, again, if you have a garbage dump, opens up into the home. Remember, apparently, again, I guess this was on London, people would go to the garbage dump and they would linger there a little bit. So because that people would see if the alchemist's home opens up into the garbage dump, people would see what's happening over there. Now it creates enough of a fear that the alchemy is not going to touch the wine. You must have the big block here, Shisharadim. Seeing again, a palm tree ultimately again is like someone knows what. Now what does that mean? The Rashi says, if let's say again, so the alchemy has his house, and next let's the alchemy is a Jew, and the Jew has a palm tree. So therefore, when you have a palm tree, everyone knows it's very common. What do you do with the palm tree? You climb the palm tree to get the dates. Remember again, these are not coconut trees, these are dates. So it's the dates. So because you're going to climb up, therefore, it's going to see into the alchemy's home, and therefore the alchemy is going to be reticent to do anything with the wine, lest he be discovered by these. Let's say the tremendous Moshe what do you see from him? Well, see, let's finish up. Gemara says, Sikh shop. This is very Sikh shop. What happened? It's not Sikh like the whole shop. It's Sikh a little bit. Well, the head was cut off. Let's say the top of the palm tree was cut off, and therefore, Allah from the there's no fruit. So because there's no fruit, therefore, does he still climb the tree or not? So, one says that the presence of the wine in the alchemy, and one says that it's usher. So the Gemara says, Man the usher, lama lay the sun. So one says that it's usher. Look, if the palm tree is not growing any fruit, the Jew is not going to climb it. And therefore, if he's not going to climb it, the alchemy knows no one's looking into his house. The Gemara says, the one who says that it's Muslim says even if the palm tree is not growing any fruit anymore, the soul would still climb the tree. Why? Let's say he uses his animal, and he needs to see where exactly is the animal. Therefore, he'll climb the tree in order to be able to see where the animal is. Let's say stuff like that. Now, if you notice, what is it that creates the kashrus of the wine? So obviously, step one is that I'm a yid and I'm producing the wine. Step two is now the problem is that this wine is being deposited into the possession of or into the home of an alchemist. So pretty much bottom line is as long as other people, there are Jews in the city, and other people can see into the alchemist. Some either again because some open to or because there's a window in this room, or because there's a garbage dump, or because there's a Jew next door with a palm tree. If someone sees him at the end of the day, he's not going to mess around with the wine. Why? Because people will do things wrong. When will we avoid negative activity? When we think that someone's watching. It's bottom line, we all do others. We all do others. When do I must do the courage not to do another? When someone else is looking. So this is the opening of Allah Shulchan Aruch. Shulchan Aruch says the most of us Allah from Shulchan Aruch Shivisi Hashem Lenegi Summit. Praise Hashem before me at all times. Why? Because the secret to spiritual success is God awareness. Nishtabira comments, it says if a person would only realize that they are always in the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nishtabira says that a person behaves so differently when he's in the presence of the king than when he's not in the presence of the king. Listen, it's a fatal flaw figment. It's just because we can't see what the Baruch Hu means that he can't see us. That we have privilege is that we live in the presence of God at all times. And at all times literally means at all times. In the boardroom, in our business, in our bedroom, in our intimate lives, anything and everything we do takes place in the presence of the Ribono Shel Olam. So an actor shifts his behavior when he knows that he's being watched. Because we have to be mindful of our behavior because we're being watched as well. And then that HaKadosh is watching us in order to go ahead and find our flaws. This is so important. It's not that, oh, I got you. It's almost as if, like, if you ever go with your, you have to take young children to swim, a pool or a beach. What does every parent do when their child is swimming? You're watching your child with a hawk, right? Not because you're looking to see them better, because you love them. You want them to be safe. You want them to be secure. So when we say HaKadosh Baruch Hu watches us, He doesn't watch us to catch us. I got a gotcha moment. That's not why he watches us. He watches because he cares about us, because he sees us swimming in the ocean. And if we get ourselves into trouble, he wants to know it, that he could be able to swoop in and to help us. He does countless times that we know about times that we. But it's important for us to remember that we live in the sense of the embellishment of homes, modifying behaviors when he knows that we watch. That's kind of the camel. Once we have to modify our behaviors when we know that our loving, devoted, and doting is watching us every moment of every day as well. Incredible. The mother was like it. Such good humor. Effort, halakha, effort, asoka, bias, so again, I am going to purchasing or renting a home in the cluster of an area. The way the diamonds are set up is you have a cluster courtyard, a central courtyard, and multiple homes open into that courtyard. So here is owned by the in IBU and renting in that cluster. When we do a yayin, and what happens? We go ahead and fill up the home with drawing. We sell that also cluster, and ultimately again there's another Jew who lives in that cluster as well. So what's up? And again, once again, this is a case where I'm depositing the wine with the icon. That's the case. How's the wine with the icon? Just the difference is there's another Jew who lives in that cluster. So what's the halacha? The halacha is that the wine is mutter. Right? Even though again that Jew does not have a key or there's no seal on the wine. The presence of the Jew, the mere presence of the Jew in the chutzner is enough to allow the wine to remain. Let's say on a day, 61B. The chutzner has, however, again, if in a separate chutzner, so ultimately again, if the Jew is in the west, then ultimately again, if the key to where the wine is being kept, and there's a chosen, and or there's a chosen, right? There's a seal on the wine. Ultimately, again, the wine is going to be moved. Okay, next case. So the assault of also again. If you have this is the previous case that I'm producing wine for the apple. But the goal is to be able to sell this wine to a Jewish consumer. But the wine is being deposited in the rishus of the apple. The assault also concept, and it lives in that very same concept with the Akum, who house in the other. Again, and he has because the seal on the and there's a seal and or there's a seal on the wine. Ultimately, again, the wine is I'm going to be opening the no. So if he's still living in the same cluster, even if he doesn't have a key or there's not a seal on the wine, it's still going to be much of what? It says the presence of the Israel by definition prevents the Ashram from doing anything he's not supposed to do. Incredible. So the Gemara says, let's say the Yid, the Jew is not living in the same cluster of Yaakov. He's living ultimately again.
You're working here full time doing the thing. This is basically a full time comedy club now. No doubt about it. Every single night of the week. Every single night of the week. Crazy ass shows, sometimes 2 a night. What are you learning from these people?
Sorry about that. Sorry. But let's say again, he's going ahead and living in the same cluster. Sorry. A little bit of technical detail over here. See where it says, however, let's say we're today, right? If he's living in the same cluster, ultimately again, even if he doesn't have the key and he does not have ultimately again a seal, it's going to be the cluster. But if the Yid is in a different cluster, ultimately again, if you're in a different cluster, even if the key and also using as a very merit. I'm to say, Osim actually Shomer Yoshik in the Shamer, or actually Yabo Mamona Habo Likitzi. And the Chum say that ultimately ultimately, again, the wine is going to be until when? Ultimately, again, either up until the time that a shomer comes, actually shomer yoshik and shomer, until a watchman comes, or until someone who comes for appointed times for one. Now we'll see exactly what that means. Chachamim ahia. What are the chachamim coming to them? What exactly are they coming to them? The Gemara says, if we say ultimately again that they are commenting on the Sefer, Tanakama and Mesa. Ultimately, Tanakama also says also Mesa Kasa. Validation. What's he talking about the first case? The Gemara says 1 second. Validation of the Sefer. Sorry, the second part of actually the beginning part of the Sefer. I have a Haka Amar Le, the Rabbi Yochanan, the Tana. That go ahead and explain this even if ultimately he does not have the key or the seal. The Allah Sefer Dereisha. Rather, again, ultimately talking about the end part of the Dereisha. The Kamar Kama, the Chatzah Acharas Mutter. And Kama says that if the Jew is living in a different Chatzah, ultimately, again, it's going to be Mutter. The Hushem Akeach, the Chosim, the Yagol. That is, in other words, if the Jew is not in the same Chatzah, ultimately, again, he has as the Akum, again, it's only mutter if he has the key or there's a seal. From the Olam Asr, actually, Shomer Yoshek and Shamer, or actually, Yabo Mamona Habor Some disagree, they are going to say, no, even so, again, even if the Jews are in a different culture, if he has the key or there's a seal, it's not enough. Until there is a Shomer, ultimately, again, it comes at a point of time. So you notice one second. Mamona, first one, and both sides on the column. One about Kutzin, where you see if there's a shomer who comes at appointed times, that's actually detrimental on the most side. If it's clear that he comes only at certain times and the upper knows exactly when he's coming, rather the way you have to say is that halacha l'maisa, talking about a situation where there's a guard who doesn't returns, i.e., he comes or he comes in once. Okay, we'll say we're going to shut the city, but we'll see if the Rashi is similar to Omer. We should only become remember again, this is in the Mishnah. Shmuel made this cryptic statement that all of the domains of an akum are considered to be one. So you must see, what are the words? Shmuel was a lahakim or lahachim. The Shmuel was coming to be maker or machmer. Is it coming to be more lenient or more stringent than trying to count it? So the Yehuda Amar Zigiri, Lahach. The Yehuda Son name is Zigiri, is coming to be Nikom. The Nachman Amar Zigiri, Lahach. It's going to be Nachman, so it's not like this. The Yehuda Amar Zigiri, Lahach, is going to be lenient. So Bach, from his own used to say, Bach, from his own shame, should their shoes so absurd, half their shoes over Kohavim, Achai Nami. So listen to this. So the Yehuda Son name is like this. Tanakama is like this. In this way, that ultimately, again, should be Shus Asher. Anyway, that if it's in the Shus of the Apple, owner Apple. And again, all the qualifications. There's no Yisrael in the cities, and ultimately, again, the city is not, and his domain doesn't do Shus Asher. The same halacha is true if the wine is deposited in the home of another. Another halacha is like this. Whether the wine is deposited in the home of the Akum owner or in a different akum, either way it's going to be also. Why? Chashinon Legom. Ultimately, again, we are pushing for reciprocity. Now, what's like? The truth is, before we go on, let me show you a very important Rashi. Look at actually the Hakel or the Hashir. It's almost right across the Rashi where actually the Hakel or Hashir. The Hakel, the Komitana Kamra, the Irshaku Obliko Havin Hasa, Laniko the Race Obliko Havin, Sherhu Bailo, brought in the days Obliko Havin Acha. So again, let's say, for example, right? So watch this. We're trying to figure out what exactly is what Shimon Allah was saying. So Tanakama was like this. You have a city that is all right. So you can't, then the wine is going to be also. Whether you place the wine in the home of the Akum owner, or you place it in the wine of the Akum ultimately, again, who's not the owner. Either way, it's going to be also. The Gemara says, the Kohen Shimon Elazar, that he told the Shus of the Kohen After. Yeah, Flora, all of the innovations by law mutter, the high of the Kohen Mirsas, over half year Kammer, wo den Fuß ist mal so keine Kammer, darf aber bei Kammer, was du schon was in the name of the white in the base of the Athar, the Ashimura Dome. So we'll say here's the show. Usually the Tanakh is like this. When you have a city, so then halachah l'maaseh Tanakh wine is awesome. And the Tanakh does whether the wine is in the home of the Akhrim, is the owner of the wine, what is it from the Elijah saying? Is it ultimately again, is he agreeing or Kavim Akhar Nami Asr, the Ashimura Dome? Tanakh is like this. That wine in the home of the owner or in a different home of an Akhrim, the wine is going to be awesome. Regardless, the wine is going to be awesome, right? What do you mean? He says like this, that remember the Akhrim owner says to the other guy, listen, you know what, I can't make this one yain nesa because all eyes are on you, but you can make it yain nesa, and then next time Hazes wine drauf und nicht, aber der Schuss von die haben Acker, Mutter und noch ein There are journals that perhaps can go into no. The only time that it's in the city where it's Kilo Acker, it's all Acker, only time the one's Aser is in the name of the owner. And in the name of someone else, you're not concerned that this secondary Acker is going to make the wine into the Ayer. There's no concern about pollution or reciprocity. And that's what I'm going to do. You're not here. No. I'm doing that here. Also, it's on a camera. And then, kind of like this, so maybe I'm doing this the salt. About this, that's not a camera like this. When do we have to be focused? When do we have to be concerned? Ultimately, again, that in a case where it's a city Kula Akhrim, that the own Akhrim is going to make the wine into Yayin. That's only displaced in the home of the owner. But for a different Akhrim, we don't assume that a Stam Akhrim is going to make wine into Yayin. And therefore, again, we must say that. Why? The low fishing of the we're not concerned about reciprocity. A lot of people have an accuracy. It's not that anyone says he disagrees, he says no, rather all of people to be like one of the first and when I saw the wine is going to be us no matter whose domain is the positive. So that's the two versions of Shema. So kind of about the other nations, you really have here. The Raisa, because of nothing in the and so was a foolishness of the Akhasi. Every domain of an atom is considered to be one domain. You must declare halal knowledge. Ultimately, we are concerned about pollution and reciprocity. What Marvel's like, it says, the day House of Rosula, Osibu Hamra Gabi al Sai. So, also, the battery had been mentioned before. Hazak was the guy's name. Rosula means he was an official who was a man to king. So, one time this guy Hazak was positive his line with a Yain starts with the Zamni so this is the same case. We created wine, we made wine. They deposited the wine back with Tarzan. Tarzan went ahead and deposited it with the shirka. So now what's this of the wine? You know, cover up on Keep us in the bone of the of the top of the Ali say, large dark coffee love for the bone of so in this case over here, where there's not a level relationship, rather again there's part of 70 minutes of the beginning and a share process. So friends that deposit one with them, it would be uncommon for them buying with him. And therefore halach myself absolutely say in that case, there's no concern with the again for pollution and the wine to the IMS. Adrabo, I feel I'm a low tension, even according to the opinion that says that only we're not focused for reciprocity. I mean, that's only when there's no fear. About half of people in the near way, the fact that I lazy most of these cases is worse than this. Since the shirk on the shirk is a Harzak Rasila, but again, we have to be concerned like this. Harzak could come in, do whatever Yain Ness if you want to do with wine, and guess what? The shirk is saying. All the same thing because we have free. So in this case, we really could do check and therefore we really get to be concerned about Yain Ness. I'm a little love. The rabbi said, good, you know, it's fun. Haru, Kilaba, Tanfa, Ho Party, the Hama Yosef Meita. Kosher wine, Jewish wine, they found an upward standing between Amarabas, so Muslims, the Shaiva just is, obviously the Shayin Nessa. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, Amarabas, in Nikpas Alas Islano, Amla Shali. The law also, because maybe they look at Rashi, second to last line in Rashi, in the Torah, in the Pasuk Garas, in Obikon Chalashu, the Shotze Ha'ir Allah, the Yisrael Nogia, and the Pasuk Garas, again, if this is really what is Jewish strength. And therefore, again, if they would find the act in touching the wine, you would be judged as a Gana, and in that case, but we all also know that the apple knows that there's going to be weak if he goes ahead and he touches the wine, in other words, he's going to treat him like a thief. And therefore, again, they're going to make him liable, and you can assume that he's not going to touch the wine. I'm not for a nice way, you can touch the wine, and there's absolutely no ramifications for it, then the wine is going to be. So, okay, so this body, I want to kind of share with you my mind. That's the end of the just the Rambam. So the Rambam has like the book of Machalos of Silos, how they should give a ball. Here we go. After you saw visual for you in the time, you look to the Islamic Ahmed of a Hassan. Here's this is an Akum, and he can then sell that the wine is found in the house of Akum. So what's the status of the wine? In high Yisrael, if we sell I live in the same cluster as the Akum, then the wine is going to be mutter. My mere presence prevents the Akum from tampering with the wine. The Anfapisha, Pesach, Pesach, Hashem, Nicholas, Beyonce, good. Dim Haya, Shomer, Jaga, Fatsa, Heres, Hayayin, Kas, Yafapisha, Makia, Kalvizin, the Yisrael. Ultimately, again, but if I live in a different cluster, ultimately, again, the wine is going to be usher. Why is it right? The wine will be usher even if the Jew has the key and there is a seal. So even Shayayin Sha'akum, the Shisa, in the Mafaki, the Zayf, and the Hamas of Vice, the Ima, the need to bomb the very interesting. So again, in this case, essentially the halacha like this. If the wine is being made by the Jews, that's kosher. It's being deposited with the Akum, but it's in the Akum's house. And therefore the Akum can do whatever he wants. If I live in that culture, that creates a nuisance. My presence creates a fear. The Akum is not going to tamper the wine. But if I don't live in that culture, then at the end of the day, the concern is that Akum is going to do whatever it wants. Even if I have the key, and even if there's a seal, ultimately again, I walk for myself, the wine is going to be hostile. Now, the Rambam does go on the next halacha and he says as follows: that if the Akum does the same, he writes this receipt, right? In my case, he says it's as if you've paid me already for everything, right? Ultimately, again, then I walk for myself. About the cost of a happen myself. It's kind of I'm not going to leave that case aside. Let me just say the last case. How your yang is down. All the guys have finished that. Then you saw finish on the dirt. And one more point that is important that a lot for the myself, the yang is in the apple. And as we said before, that we got into this is a city ultimately. Then under those circumstances, the wine is going to remain. Continue to remain. That's incredible. We will stop over here for today. What I'm going to report separately is Rashi. Rashi, similar to that Rashi over here. Rashi goes ahead and Rashi points out. I don't remember seeing this. Rashi shows that it's happening. Is that Rashi gives a little synopsis on the halacha l'maisa. Actually, no, let's take a look at it now. We'll just go through the session. Actually, no. I'm going to record it separately. We'll do it separately because it's a little bit of a a longer piece. And Rashi goes through essentially what is for Rashi the halacha l'maisa, but yainesa. We will see in Eretz Hashem that Rashi's halacha l'maisa is a little bit different from our halacha l'maisa, but nevertheless an incredible piece and important understanding. We'll say, Shkef, stop your visit today. Wishing everyone a wonderful day.
She's very excited. Here he is. Make some noise for Dom and Carolyn.
I'll say good morning. It was incredible to start Hashem to be able to be here with all of you today. And it gives the I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, but at least we can get into virtually. It's tremendous. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Thank our annual Talmud sponsors, Coaching Jochavar, taking all the Shurim Drushos this year. Host for the Soros, Tolos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Av, Ba'alim, will tell us Stephen Wendy Jason, honor of Israel Jason, Dina Jason, Stanley Rosenstein, Zipon Rafa, and Eileen Rosenstein. Sponsors David and Wendy Hefter. In honor of David Hefter's 54th Bar Mitzvah anniversary. Abigail Hefter or the Old Bound. We should celebrate their engagement from Masutov, and nephew Isaac and his wife Kitty and their children Isha, Rama, and Ora visiting from Eretz Yisrael. Dr. Ed and Faith Wolf, nation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father Cyrus Wolf Shalom. Adler, in memory of their father Ben Adler, my father, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah. The families in our all those who were so shepherd to the souls of Israel, to the prophet, and the Omar has to Shalom, the power that allow. I will tell you soldiers to success in Mount Sayyid. Let's say we are beginning today with Aleph 61, and we are picking up at the mission of Samech Aleph on the top of the down. We were forgiving the Gathiomi Aleph and yesterday or today, and Baruch Hashem speaking. And the entire Gumo Sha'obei Kohabim. We've spoken about already this case in yesterday's daf. This is a situation where a Yisrael is producing wine for an business for Atam. She points out over here, Sha'asal B'Kashrus, so the Yisrael, the Jew, made the wine, and he made kosher wine, and the Mocha Yisrael. And the intention of the wine ultimately again is to use it to sell it to another Jew. So again, the way this situation works is like essentially the Akum goes ahead and provides all of the mitzvahs. The Jew has not yet paid the Akum payment. The payment usually comes after the sale of the wine. So really, everything belongs to the Akum, being produced almost like under Hashkacha of the Jew. The Jew has not paid for anything yet. So now the Rashi comes out and says, Yisrael has gone and produced the wine, so he leaves it in the domain of the Akum. Okay, so what's the status? Obviously, now you understand what's the tension. The tension is what's going to be the status of this wine, given the fact that although it's made by a Jew, and therefore the kashrus, it's kosher, but at the end of the day, it is in the domain of the Akum. So how does that impact the ongoing kashrus status of the wine? So what's that law? Much like the initial so again, assuming that we're talking about a home, that opens up into public fellowship, which means other people could see what's happening inside of the house. So because they go as long as it's a city in which they're Jews now, the wine is going to be mutter. What's the shot? It will be actually mutter. The mere such way every Kohabim below Nada. And interestingly enough, the only Kohabim himself is being nervous. What do we have to be concerned about? Let's just analyze this. So the wine, ingredient-wise and process-wise, is kosher. It was made by the Jew. It's now been deposited back with the Akum. Of course, the concern we have is that the Akum is going to touch the wine. So the Mishnah says like this. If the place, the Akum's home opens up into Shabbos, so people can see, which means if the Akum touches the wine, people will see him touching the wine, then the wine is mutter. The wine is permitted. What's the logic? Zakashi, and he ends the first short line in Rashi was there. The nearest is the Obi Kohavan and Lozada. The apple is going to be too near. He's not going to touch the wine. Why? Amar, Filma, Hazari, the other Slavin. Sinda, Batil, Imach, Hosim, Shari, Rushino, Trum, are also Yain. So it's about this interesting. Okay, we'll define more planets of this in the Gemara. But here's like this: as long as the apple's home is visible from the Rosh Hashanah, and this is a city in which there are Jews and non-Jews, the Akum, who's in the Akum, in whose home the wine is deposited, is not going to touch the wine. Why is he not going to touch the wine? Because he's going to figure like this: I'm going to touch it, or I'm going to shake it, I'm going to stir it around, do a little libational activity, and someone's going to see me. And then if someone sees me, I lose out on the opportunity to sell it to the Jewish market. So therefore, again, Mirsis means he's fearful of being discovered. He's fearful of his libational activity will be discovered, and therefore he doesn't do it. That's the first part. The ear shakula of the Gochalim also. That the Akum is saying that all of this presupposes that there are Jews who are passing by. If of course the Akum lives in a city where there are only non-Jews, then this verification goes out the window. And obviously no one's going to go on earth, but whoever sees them, it's not really going to matter. And therefore the wine is as she is shaped in the shaman, ultimately again, unless of course the Jew goes ahead and appoints the shaman. He appoints a man to be there. I told that the Akum doesn't go ahead and touch the wine. Then the wine in Hashemasar, the Yod shaped in the shaman, interestingly enough, the chef doesn't just have to sit the entire time. Rad Shomer ultimately again is able to do what we call Yotze in the first. Go in and go out. So we'll define the parameters of that as well. Shimon Elazar says, which is over there for calling Afasi. Shimon Elazar says the domains of the Kum are all one. So our first big we have no idea what is the Shimon Elazar, what is he adding, what is he okay to be different. Let's see next. The notes of the Shusal, same case. Jew, I'm a Jew. And I go ahead and I make wine. Now again, in the same case before, the Akum is supplying all the materials. So he really owns the wine. And I'm making it in a way that can be sold to other Jews. But once again, the wine, after it's finished, is being deposited with the Akum. The halal also as well is about in from walls, so interesting case. In this case over here, the Akum goes ahead and he writes a receipt. And in the receipt he writes, silver paid me. He paid me for the wine. Now I actually didn't pay the wine. But he's writing that I paid him for the wine. Mutter, ultimately, again, it's mutter. Now we're going to see what's the outcome of that. About a mere saying you saw the whole sea, the money. Now again, the logic behind that is as follows. Since Akum has written that silver is paid him for the wine, which means it's mine. Because it's mine, I can go in and out and take it as I please. Because I can go in and out and take it as I please, the assumption is the Akum is not going to touch. Because he knows that I could come and access it whenever I want. But there's a nuisance, there's a certain element of fear that's there. But again, despite writing this receipt, the Akum says, silver, you can't touch the wine until you actually pay me. This was an actual case in Beis Shan last year. As the rabbi said, it was Asir, which makes sense because in this case, since the Akum ultimately has control over the wine, therefore we have to be concerned that he's going to go in, he's going to touch the okay, incredible. Says the Gemara. The year Shakul Opik were calling him Nami. So the Gemara says, now remember, let's go back to the first case in Mishnah. So Mishnah said, remember what's the case? I went ahead and I made wine. I'm a Jew. So wine. Now the wine, the grape thing belongs to the apples, right? So really what happens over here is I really open money. I made wine, it's kosher wine, ready to be sold to you. It's being deposited at his home. So what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said if it's a city where ultimately again there are Jews and non-Jews, right? And the house opens up into the Shusara. So the wine retains its permitted status because the Akum is not going to manipulate, he's not going to do anything with it because the Jews see it. Now, by inference, the Mishnah says, that if it's a city of only Obdei Kochavim, then again, the wine is not going to be much. Why? Because since there's only non-Jews who are there, feel free to do whatever he wants with the ones. Even if there are only nine in the city after Bahat Ikarov, Hamachzim Ba'ayos. There are peddlers. Little guys come there, there are peddlers. There are merchants who go in there to see. Even if the majority, even if the residents of the city are all not Jewish, there's always Jewish people cycling in and out. Shouldn't that make it enough that the Akum is not going to come touch the wall? The Yesh Flood last time going out of city, interestingly enough, has a lock and literally again a cross beam. So Rashi says over here, Shein Nechnasim Ba'elav Yeshus, because Amar Yadi Ki Eili Ba'umat Nenekim Al Shaita. So we're talking about essentially a locked city. So in a locked city, peddlers and merchants can't come in and out freely. Even their access is restricted. So because it's restricted, therefore, Halacha L'Maisa city, it only has Gentile residents, the wine is going to be also. I'm Rabbi Yosef. So remember again, the Mishnah says that in a city where you have Jewish and non-Jewish residents, still the house of the Akum has to open up into Rosh Hashanah. Now the Gemara says, by the way, that a window is like a slab. In other words, even if the house itself doesn't open up with Rosh Hashanah, but there's a window from the house so that people can see what's going on, that creates enough of a fear on the part of the Akum that he's not going to play around with the wall. Similarly, again, Rashi is right across. The Chalon gets Afilu de Bayis Pasuach Lefasar, the Chalon Pasuach, which is when you make it Pesach HaBayis, Kiman the Pasor Shlam. So again, even if the usual opening of the home doesn't open to somebody with a window, but opens to Shlam, ultimately again that creates enough of a useless and of a fear, and the Akum is not going to play around with the wall. Similarly, again, the Ashbah if ultimately again, if you have a garbage dump that opens up into the home, remember apparently again, I guess this was a norm then, people would go to the garbage dump and they would linger there a little bit. So because that people would see if the Akum's home opens up garbage dump, people would see what's happening over there, and that would create enough of a fear that the Akum is not going to touch the wall. You must have the big lucky. See again, a plum tree ultimately again is like something else. I know what that means. The Rashi says, if let's say again, so the Akum has his house, and next to the Akum is a Jew, and the Jew has a tree. So therefore, when you have a palm tree, what do you do with the palm tree? You climb the palm tree to get dates. Remember again, these are not coconut trees; these are dates he's trying to sell. So it's common to get the dates. So because the soul's going to climb up, therefore he's going to slip to the Akum's home, and therefore the Akum is going to be reticent to do anything with the wine, lest he be discovered by these. I'll say, just want to point out like the tremendous muscle. What's happening? What do you see? Which is not to the research. So Gemara says, Sikresha, what happens? It's not Sikresha, I hope Sikresha, this is all it is. The head was cut off. Let's say the top of the palm tree was cut off. And therefore, Allah, there's no fruit. So because he is still flying the tree or not. So one says that the President permits the wine from the Akum's domain, and one says that it's also. Watch this. So the Gemara says, man the Asr, the man sorry. Sorry. Man the Asr, Lamalik, the Akum knows no one's coming to his house. It says, "Uman b'shari." The sorry we use that, but one is that its mother says even if the country isn't in the creek anymore, he would still climb. He uses his animal, and he needs to see where exactly is the animal. Therefore, he'll climb the tree in order to be able to see where animal is. Incredible. Let's say something like that. Now, in this house, if you notice, what is it that creates the chaos? So obviously, step one is that I'm a yid, and I'm producing the positive inclusion or into the home of an object. So pretty much bottom line, city, and other people go into the Akum. So either it's so open, or because there's a window in your home, or because there's a garbage dump, or because there's a Jew next door with a palm tree. If someone sees him at the end of the day, he's not going to mess around with the wine. Why? Because people will do things wrong. When will we avoid negative activity? When we think that someone's watching. That's bottom line. We all do Avedas. We all do Avedas. When do I muster up the courage not to do an Aveda? When someone else is looking. So this is the opening halacha in Shulchan Aruch. Shulchan Aruch says what's the halacha in Shulchan Aruch begins with Shivisi Hashem Leneg Yisomech, praying at all times. Why? Because the secret to spiritual success is God alone. The Buddha comments, says that a person would only realize that they are always in the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Buddha says that a person behaves so differently when he's in the presence of the king than when he's not in the presence of the king. Thus, we just sometimes make the fatal flaw thinking that just because we can't see what the Bono Shalom means, that he can't see us. But the privilege that we have, is that we live in the presence of God at all times. And at all times literally means at all times. In the boardroom, in our business, in our bedroom, in our intimate lives, anything and everything we do takes place in the presence of the Ribono Shel Olam. So an actor shifts his behavior when he knows that he's being watched. However, if we watch our behavior because we're being watched as well, then that's what I can call with loss. In order to go ahead and find our flaws. This is so important. It's not that, I got you. It's almost as if, like, if you ever go with I could take your choice to swim, pool, or beach. What does every parent do when a child is swimming? You're watching your child like a hawk, right? Not because you're looking to see them mess up, because you love them. You want them to be safe. You want them to be secure. So when we say Kodesh Baruch Hu watches us, watch us. It's as if you catch us. I cried your moment. That's not why he watches. He watches because he loves us. Because he cares about us. Because he likes us. And if we get ourselves into trouble, he wants to know it. That he could beat us, swoop in, and to bail us out. As he does countless times. Times that we know about, times that we don't know about. But it's important for us to remember that we live in the presence of the Ribono Shel Olam, and if whom modifies his behaviors when he knows that he's being watched, how much we have to modify our behaviors when we know that our loving, devoted, and doting Father is watching us every moment of every day as well. Let's go back. Such good Gemara. So again, I am going ahead and either purchasing or renting a home in the chutzner of an artist. The way the Damas house was set up is you had a chutzner, a courtyard. If you can imagine, that was like a central courtyard, and multiple homes opened up into that courtyard. So the chutzner is owned by the Akum. And I did renting or purchasing a home in that chutzner. When we do a yayin, and what happens? I go ahead and I fill up the home with wine. We sell that also chutzner, and ultimately again there's another Jew who lives in that chutzner as well. So what's up? And I'm saying now again, once again, this is a case where I'm depositing the wine with the Akum. That's the case. I'm depositing the wine with the Akum. Just the difference is there's another Jew who lives in that chutzner. So what's that halacha? Mutter. Halacha is that the wine is mutter. Right? And even though, again, that Jew does not have a key or there's no seal on the wine, the presence of the Jew, the mere presence of the Jew in the chutzner is enough to allow the wine to remain mutter. On the base, 61B. The chutzner has, however, again, if the Jew lives in a separate chutzner, so ultimately, again, if the Jew lives in another chutzner, then ultimately, again, if the Jew has the key to where the wine is kept, and still on the wine, ultimately, from the Jew, so he saw that also was the same again. If you have this, I'm producing wine for the Akum. But the goal over is to be able to sell this wine to a system. But the wine is being concentrated in the richness of the Akum. The Salva, but also Chazan, and a Jew lives in that very same culture with the Akum, ultimately again, and he has the key, or the seal on the seal and or design. Ultimately again, the wine is going to be mutter. I'm going to be Tiny, I thought he should not have a place in the other mutter. No. So the offer said that if the soul is living in the same spot, even if he doesn't have it, or there's not a sin, right, it's still going to be mutter. Which means the presence of the Israel by definition prevents the Akum doing anything he's not supposed to. So the Gemara says, Hashem not here because of the mutter. The Chatzah Chayas, but however, let's say the Yid, the Jew is not really. Sorry about that. Sorry. But let's say again, he's going ahead and he's living in the same cluster. Sorry. However, let's say even if at the end of the day, right? If the Jew is living in the same place, ultimately again, he does not have the key, or he does not have ultimately again a seal, it's going to be much but if the Yid is in a different culture, ultimately again, if he's in a different culture, even if the key and the person is in a very mad. Come say, come Osmin, actually Shomer Yoshek in the Shamer, or actually Yabo Mamona Haba Mikitsu. And the come say that ultimately again the wine is going to be answered until when? Ultimately again, either up until the time that a Shomer comes. Actually Shomer Chachalim Ahia. So what exactly are they coming to? So the Gemara says, if we say ultimately again that they are commenting on the Sefer, Tanakama Mesa, ultimately the Tanakama also says also Mesa Kasa, Validation. Unless we're talking about the first case. The Gemara says 1 second. Validation of the Sefer. Sorry, the second part of the beginning part of the Sefer. I have a Haka Amar Lay. You have the open. Honey, that God explains even if ultimately he does not have the key or the seal. The Allah Sefa duration. However, again, ultimately he's talking about the duration. The Kamar Tanakama, the Chatzah Charas Muta. Tanakama says that if the Jew is living in Chatzah, ultimately again it's Muta, the Husha Maspeach, the Husim be other. But that is if the Jew is not in the same cluster, ultimately again as the Akum, then again it's only mutter if he has the key or there's a seal. The Olam Asr actually Shomer Yoshek in the Shamer or actually Mamona Habal. From this the argument, even so again, even if the Jew is in a different culture, even if he has the key or there's a seal, it's not enough until there's a Shomer. Ultimately again it comes at a appointed times. So the Gemara says, Mamona, first one, go say it's on the following page. Mamona about a pizza. For instance, if there's a Shomer who comes at a appointed time to be detrimental, or as most like, if it's clear that he comes only at certain times when the Akum knows exactly when he's coming, Ella, Yava Mamona Shein about the pizza. The way you have to say it is that Allah from the mindset, we're talking about a situation where there's a guard who doesn't come at appointed times. He comes whenever he wants. Comes whenever he wants. When we see what the Rambam has to say about it. Remember, Allah Omer. We should remember again, this is near the mission. It's not like this cryptic statement that all of the domains of an Akum are considered to be one. So you must say, what is it? I'm saying Allah. Hakim, Allah. The Shura is coming to be naked or not. Is it going to be more lenient or more strict than the Tanakh? So the Huda Amar Ziri, Lahakra. The Huda said the name is Ziri, is coming to be naked. The Nathan Amar Ziri, Lahakra. It's going to be Lahakra, so it's not righteous. But the Huda Amar Ziri, Lahakra is coming to be lenient. So about the Commission used to say, the shame should their shoes so answer, Birshus Ovi Kochavim Achanami. So Yehuda says in here like this. Hanakama says like this. In the same way that ultimately again should be Rishus Aser. Same way that if it's in the Rishus of owner and again all the qualifications. There's no use in the cities, and ultimately the city is not, and the is going to be Aser. The same halacha is true if the wine is deposited in the home of another. In other words, whether the wine is deposited in the home of the Akum owner or in a different Akum, the Gomer, all the reciprocity. I will say, the truth is, before we go on, let me show you a very important Rashi. It's almost like a class of Rashi where you have to. The Ishakul of the Gosser, La Nichol, the Race of the Gosser, Shehu, Bailot, Plugin, the days of the Archa. So again, what's it, for example, right? So watch this. We're trying to figure out what exactly is in Shimon Elazar's son. So Tanakama goes like this. If you have a city that is all Akum, right? So you can't, then the wine is going to be also. And that's true. Whether you place the wine in the home of the Akum, who is the owner, or you place it in the wine of the Akum, ultimately again, who's the owner. Either way, it's going to be also. The Gemara says, the Karim Shimon al-Azar, that he called the Shus of the Kohav Afasi, the Tvila, Kilar Hol, the Innovation Pilot Mutter, the High of the Kohav Mirsas, or the Hafni Kamar, the Benikusa Itmar, the Kanakab, the Bais, Balav Kamar, Russian Shus of the Kohav Afar, Shimon al-Azar. So we'll say, the Shaila. The position of the Tanakh is this. When you have a city that is all Akum, right? So then halacha l'maisa, the Tanakh says the wine is awesome. And the Tanakh doesn't make a distinction whether the wine is being placed in the home of the Akum, the owner of the wine, the owner of the wine, or a different Akum. So the Shaila is, what does the Shimon ben Elazar say? Is the Shimon ben Elazar ultimately again, is he agreeing, or ultimately again, is he more make us? So now let's go back to the Gemara. So Tanakam is like this. Kishim Shirishus also Kaplishus Abu Kakabam after Nami Aser, Kishim Gold. Tanakam is like this. In a city where it's all Akum, whether you deposit that wine in the home of the Akum owner or in a different home of an Akum, the wine is going to be Aser. Regardless, the wine is going to be Aser, right? What do you mean Hashim on the Gomer? Hashim Gomer says like this. That remember the Akum owner says to the other guy, listen, you know what? I can't make this one Yain Nesa because all eyes are on you. But you can make it Yain Nesa. And then next time a Jew deposits wine, you can also give it to me. I'll make your wine Yain Nesa. So therefore, there's Yain Nesa reciprocity between the two of them. So that's that position. So only Mizrashus. About the Shus of the Acher Mutter and then Shul perhaps comes along and says, no. The only time that it's on the city where it's Kulo Akum, the only time the wine is Aser is in the domain of the owner. And in the domain of someone else, you're not concerned that this secondary Akum is going to make the wine into Yain Nesach. There's no concern about collusion or reciprocity. And that's what I'm saying. No. Continue that. Let's go to Tanakama. That's on Tanakama. So, Tanakama says like this. When we have to be concerned, ultimately, again, that in a case where it's a city, Kula the own Akum is going to make the wine that's only displaced in the home of the owner. So that a Stam Akum is going to make wine into Yain Nesach. And therefore, again, the Gemara says, why? We're not concerned about reciprocity. Shimon Elazar Omer, Kol Rishus of the Kochav Achasi. Shimon Elazar, on the other hand, says he disagrees. He says no. He says rather all of the Kochav should be like one Rishus, and if I look from what I saw, the wine is going to be us no matter whose domain it is deposited in. So that's the two versions of Shimon Elazar. The Tanya Kavas, the Nafni Amaziri, Lahafni. That's the part of Nafni name is Yeri, so there's not. And Shimon Elazar. Every domain of an atom is considered to be one domain. The Gemara says, because we are concerned about pollution and reciprocity. Good. So the Gemara goes like the Gemara says, the day, Hazak Leshila, or Sivula Gabi Arsai. also, we've actually had this name mentioned before. Parzak was the guy's name. Rafila means he was an old who was second in command to the king. So one time this guy deposited his wine, with a shepherd. With the shepherd. Rashi says we're a silver Yain Pasha Dizami is so this is this same case. So Parzak had Jews who created wine, who made wine. They deposited the wine back with Parzak. Parzak went ahead and deposited it with a shepherd. So now what's the water? So now Sabra Jabal he had a golden honey of the most I got home. When we have when there's a possibility of wrestling. However, again, about half even that was belong, and therefore the goal has But in this case here, where there's not a lateral relationship, rather, again, there's Harzak, who is like second in the middle of the game, and a sharecroppers. So the common for them to deposit wine with them, it is uncommon for them to deposit wine with him. And therefore, halacha song, perhaps we could say in that case that there is no consent ultimately against retribution, and therefore the wine shouldn't be INS. Says, even on a low function only. Even according to the thing that says normally you're not supposed to constantly, how do you mean that's only where there's no fear. About half a kid in the near sesame, Machate Aleza Fisa. But this case is worth giving themselves. The shared these are the sharecroppers of Parzak. Of Parzak Rafila, ultimately, again, we have to be concerned like this. Parzak could come in, he could do whatever Yain if he wants to do with the wine, and guess what? The sharecroppers aren't going to say anything. Why won't they say anything? Because they're afraid of him. So in this case, he really could do whatever he wants unchecked, and therefore there should really be a significant concern about Yain himself. I'm a little Rabbi. Rabbi said, Adirabba, good, Srimar says, fine. Rabbi good. Srimar says, Haru, Kirabba, Tautar, Ho Karfat, the Hamayasik Bay Hamadi Islam. There was a particular city which housed kosher wine, Jewish wine. And they found an apple standing between the barrels. So the shaila just is, obviously the shaila is, what do we say? Like, we have to be concerned about Yayin Nessa. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, Amarabot, in Mikras Gano, Shamro, Shal. You know, actually, if you look at Rashi, second to last Rashi, in Kaya, in Asa Kigano, in Obikov Kalashu, the Yish Umas Shofir Arab, in Yisum Nogia, Mikras Kigano, if this is a city where there is Jewish presence. And therefore, again, if they were to find the apple touching the wine, he would be judged Gano, and in that case, the wine is going to be much less. It's kind of shari. But we all lost so much up. So essentially, things like this. If the apple knows the recourse against him, if he goes ahead and he touches the wine, in other words, he's going to treat him like a thief. And therefore, again, they're going to make him liable, and we can assume that he's honest. And if Allah Kalamaisa, he can touch the wine, and there's absolutely no ramifications for it, then the wine is going to be awesome. So, okay, so just by that, one is going to share with you just the Rambam. Second, the hell is so the Rambam concentrates in Hilchos Ma'achoros Asuros, Perek Gimel, Halacha Vav. Here we go. You should suffer yourself when you're in the house. Today, she mutu yourself and Anachim hired me to make kosher that he could then sell to Jews. So wine is being held in the house of Yaakov. So what's the status of the wine? In high Yisrael, if he sells items in the same structure as Yaakov, then the wine is going to be mutter. My mere presence prevents the Yaakov from tampering with the wine. The Anfapisha Pesach Asuach Hashomer Nicholas Biyotze good. Ultimately, again, but if I live in a different cluster, ultimately, again, the wine is going to be awesome. He has the key and there is a seal. Even Shayain Shakakum, Birchusa, even the fact that he's actually the vice owner of the Hima, he needs to hold the. This is very interesting. So, remember, again, in this case, essentially, both like this. If made by the Jews, that's kosher. It's being translated with the Akum. But the Akum's house. And therefore, the Akum can do whatever he wants. If I live in that cluster, that creates a nuisance. My presence creates a fear of the Akum, and he's not going to tamper wine. But if I don't live in that chutzpah, then at the end of the day, the concern is that Hakim is going to do whatever wants. Even if I have the key, and even if there's a seal, ultimately, again, Allah for the wine is going to be Asr. Now, the Rambam does go on the next ayah and he says as follows, that if Yaakov does the same, he writes me this receipt, right, if you know, it's like this case, where he says it's as if you've paid me already for everything, right, ultimately, again, then Allah for the this is about Afidu Kasa Akum Yisrael. It's telling them, I'm not actually going to leave that case aside. Let me just say the last case. How you yain is that Tarsha Akamuna Fish Saladin, all the guys have finished Saladin, we saw it in the Shan Mudar. I'm going to say that one more point that is important over here, which is that Halal for the Maisa, if the wine is in the home of the Akum, and as we said before, the home opens up into the Saladin, and this is a city ultimately again where Jews and non-Jews live, then under those circumstances the wine is going to continue to remain. Okay, was that incredible? We will stop over here for today. What I'm gonna record separately is Rashi. If you look, Rashi is sitting fascinating that Rashi over here. Rashi goes ahead and Rashi points out, I don't remember seeing this before, if Rashi shows that it's happened, is that Rashi gives a little synopsis on the halacha l'maisa. Ultimately, actually, you know, let's take a look at it now. We'll just go through it quickly in your session. Actually, no, I'm going to record it separately. We'll do it separately because it's a little bit of a long list. And Rashi goes to essentially what is Rashi the halacha l'maisa. And we will see in your session that Rashi's halacha l'maisa is a little bit different than our halacha l'maisa, but nevertheless an incredible piece and important thing. Saying about saying, Shpech, stop your visit today. Wishing everyone a wonderful day. Such as all of you.
Oh, that's right, yeah. And then what happened to that lady afterwards was her soul was taken from her. That's absolutely right. Just for the record, no one gets away with anything like that. So Dan Piatetski, the Latham and Stanley, 5 years, absolutely.
Okay.
Awesome. What made you do that? So Dan, what else would you do? It's just like women was cracked up right now. I love sauce. Honestly, the last day that was on my crabs as well. This is a snoozer, isn't it? That's okay. See what? Snoozer.
The barrel is considered protected and does not become rain. That's not the best. It's in fact, it's actually what they're even for drinking. So that's version number one of what happens. You get down the other. There's one number of buffers. The one of the buffer toxins, I have bars that is so what it's saying essentially from here is obviously the wine that's in that little hole is we said before, but here saying also everything above it will also be on and presumably on the theory that if left without it, he would left without it without a fingernail, all of that wine would come out. Wine that's beneath the hole obviously wouldn't come out. So according to this version of being it's a seem that it's a formula of sorts. It's technically true. It's still technically true that Minat Stadin was not Sabaka is not a connection. How do we know that? Because if Sabaka is a connection, then we have if the main body of the barrel is connected halachically to the one that's in the spigot, so then it's all one thing, and there should be no distinction between top and bottom. So it seems that in this version of Rapapa, we're saying that even though technically speaking they're not fully connected, since at some level the wine above the level of the spigot would come out, so therefore that too is upper, but the remainder on the bottom is mutter. However, Yemar, so Yemar says this has a couple of times, one way or another, according to either version, Kitanai is really like a why? Because we have a makosa that says, now this is talking about if you are a listener in school yard, or biking school yard, and mission school yard, that says as follows, it's talking about a case of that covers the nikba, they need to or they need to you have a barrel that gets a hole in it, whether from the top, from the mouth, they need to from the bottom, so they need to or from the side. The yoga but tool yarn, and a tool yarn tomato coming. So what are we talking about here? We're dealing, I believe, with wine that is truma, and a truma cannot be touched by a tool yarn. A tool yarn is a person who is someone has to go to the mitzvah and the doraisa, then they have to in order to become tar, so they go to the mitzvah, but from the time they finish going to the mitzvah, still tar is chemist. When the sun sets, they're in this category of a tool yarn. Now, tool yarn is not mekame ordinary things, but it would be mekame truma and kodesh, and so therefore it's talking about truma here that if there is this hole, and it's all considered one thing by a tool yarn, or it becomes what's the rationale for each of them? So they're saying as follows, from the top, the idea is that if you cut wine at the top, everything to the wine is what's bringing the wine to the top to be able to be cut. So therefore, touch it on the top, the entire thing becomes coming. Similarly, if there's a hole on the bottom, that's even easier to understand because if you weren't putting your finger there, the whole thing would come. It's all considered to be one category, and in this case. And this is the point that we're doing in Machotes Tanaim, that the Papa, we're saying from the side, considered to be all combined in some fashion, and therefore it would become Tamei. And the fact that it does, so essentially you're saying that you do have a lateral action. It's not just because generally speaking, when a true young touches too much, it becomes Tamei, but it can't be becoming something else. So if you were to think of the spigot hole as being legally separate from the rest of the barrel, so the tunnel would not transmit, because first the true young would make a little bit in the spigot Tamei, but the rest would not become Tamei. So from the fact that the Tanakama here says that it does become Tamei, he's saying that he disagrees and says that it's all considered one discrete unit, and therefore touching the unit from side, and you would have a good word from the stubborn. However, continue the right, and then the third Rita says, I agree with you that if you touch it from the top, because all of that wine is bringing it up to the top, it's coming. And similarly, if you're touching it from the bottom, where it all might flow out that it's coming, but if it's from the side, then from here and from there, it is tahar, meaning above the hole and beneath the hole. So another way of saying that it doesn't, if the food touches the hole that's in the side, the stuff that's in the side in that hole becomes tummy, but the rest doesn't because the tumor doesn't fit. So again, the distinction here seems to be the question of, are they considered one discrete unit, the hole and the rest of the barrel, or not? And Tanakama says it's all one thing, and therefore if you touch even from the side, it doesn't, it becomes tummy. Whereas the Yehuda's opinion is, no, they're considered two separate distinct units. The side, the spigot itself becomes, again, not necessarily a spigot, there's a hole. The hole itself becomes tummy, but the remainder does not. So what you see, this halacha of Rakapa is itself my focus. Now, a very interesting thing, Rashi twice mentions that essentially what happens, so who is Rakapa holding like when Rakapa says that the side is not connected to the main body, he's holding the light, not like the Rabbanan. So Rashi talks about this, that the halacha does not follow Rakapa because why? Because the Tanakama in the Mishnah there is the Robin, and in Yehuda the Yaakov, the Robin, the Old Robin. So that's how he says, and that's what you would expect. However, we see that some of the Yisraelim, including the Rambam, is not like that. And so the question is, why not? Because I love the Yaakov Rabin, and it gets into the very interesting factor of the following. If you have a Yaakov Rabin that seems here, and that would be the spot, but yet you see an Amora, in this case being a Rapapa, who's postulating, so did he have some kind of Masorah that the halacha follows the Das Yaakov in this case? But the interesting thing, so it's not always absolute that Yaakov Rabin or Rabin, but others, Rashi clearly seems to hold Yaakov Rabin or Rabin that the fact that says it, just the halacha is not like him because he's constantly like the Yudah. Okay, continue to the Gemara and Rapapa. Over the southern Adon of Yisrael, so we're talking about a barrel. They have a guy who's holding on to the barrel, he's holding the barrel, and he's essentially pouring it out. A jug or something, a pitcher that a Jew is holding. There's camera up there. The wine that the guy is pouring out is my time, or what's the reason? Seems to us be the credit of the problem and the cost of the consumption coffee. So we dealt with this a number of times with black people. The idea of cost is coming out by the force of the overflow problem, by the force, and that is considered, it makes the wine upset. Yisrael Adana, and I'm sorry, so this actually, I should just say, it's been a very interesting study here. Rashi seems to say that it's us or even the Hanor. Although on document testimony days, in two places, Rashi seems to say that it's only because we have co-op, we have force of the Nasi, it only comes after in drinking, and drink, but it's not also in Hana, and it's very interesting thing in the how they learn. It's true that there are two versions of Rashi, so what we have in our Gemara over here on the Sama seems to be from one version and a different version from the Tesla days. The others who try to explain why Rashi actually distinguishes, and in that case where it's pouring, it would not be, it would only be up to the Shishia, but here, that's what it's like being molded. Means dilution, but here directly pouring the wine, it would be acted out by another thing just because the main form of Rico is that wine would take wine and pour it to the Bavara. And so on one fact we were talking about pouring water into wine. That's not the traditional method of service, but here the method of service is to pour the wine. So again, interesting thing whether we have two versions of Rashi, whether Rashi is being exact, some things for Rashi and Rashi, so all kind of all over the place. But in any event, it seems it could really touch at some level, where the two is holding the pitcher, and over the problem of the one is holding the barrel. Yisrael Adana, but if it's reversed, where the Jew is pouring the barrel, all of a sudden my people, and the guy is just holding on to a pitcher, so then it's mutter, and generally speaking, we understand it to say that it's mutter even for drinking. You can go ahead and drink it, because really the guy isn't doing anything because he's just holding on to the pitcher. the picture. You need Shabbos to be, but, and this is, again, something that the question go all over the place about what this is. It means if he puts it on his side and some fashion after. So some understand this to be that sin talking about he killed the picture, and if the guy touched the picture at all, the guy, then he might touch the line, and that's why we do it that way. Others understand that the issue is that by adjusting the picture, he's essentially doing shakta, he's shaking. Now that's not the typical way of doing the gesture of shaking for purposes of avodah zarah, but there's some notion that perhaps if he adjusted that he's doing that. One of the more interesting things that Rabban said, which is that when it says, which means that the Jew turns aside. So if he stops watching the guy carefully, there's one thing. If the Jew is pouring the wine from the barrel into the pitcher, and he's watching the guy to make sure he doesn't touch it, if he looks away for even a moment, maybe the guy's going to touch it, and therefore it becomes out. There's a lot of different ways of understanding what this is. However, Papa said, "Hi, overcoming the Darim Zika, the Ka'adro Yisrael Achir." If you have an Obaka covenant who is carrying Zika, we dealt with some kind of house, and we learned earlier in the Bible, like it's folded over and sealed or whatever, but the basic idea is that he's house, and the Jews right behind it. The Bible says an interesting distinction. Mario, if the house is full of wine, right, then sure. But on the case, because essentially, if something is full, you can't really shake it, right? And like you need space for it. So therefore, if it's full, we're not concerned that he did any kind of shiftup. And obviously, he didn't touch the wine directly because dealing with a closed house that he can't touch the wine. So the only question on hand is, could he have done a shiftup? Could he have taken it? And the answer is he can't because it's full. But however, Kasela, if this house is less than full, because still in the case, because maybe he had taken it. So therefore the point is, again, this is different than the ordinary form of taking. Ordinary form of taking is you to stick your hand in and to shake around, but he's doing it by shaking the entire pouch. If you can take the entire pouch and it's not full, and therefore the wine is around, that's considered perhaps a form of a kubla. What if he's carrying a pitcher of wine? So then the halal is the opposite. How after the manada? We say the following: if a guy walking around carrying a pitcher of wine, if the wine goes all the way to the top, so we have to be concerned that in some fashion, maybe he ends up touching it. If it comes right up to the top and the end of him, then the wine in his mother, the wine no, he won't get fixed. So I was back that inevitably when he's walking with you, he's shaking. The wine that is shaking. So the answer is in what we explain that since really he doesn't want it to shake. Why? Because he doesn't want to spill. So therefore the fact that it shakes a little bit is not something that he wants, it's something he doesn't want, and that makes it a case of where touching it below the kavana without kavana because he's not really trying to make it be aggravated, and therefore it's not a problem of shaking and it's not a problem of touching because the surface of the wine is beneath the top of the pitcher and it's not easy for him to be able to touch the wine. Okay. Rashi disagrees and says, I agree with you everything you said about the pitcher. However, as it relates to the Zika, that house, Big Mario based on sorry, it doesn't have full or empty. So we have made a distinction. He says if it's full, you can't take it, and therefore it's forbidden. But if it's only half full, then you can take it, and therefore it will be out there. If I can say right, disagree, it doesn't matter whether it's full or partially empty. Might is still permitted. My time not any in that Lisa for time. So that's not how people do Lisa. As we learned often before. If it's one of the other it's not front of the leg and stick their hand in and they take around. That's the meetup. Taking a house and taking it up, that doesn't constitute a case. That's not a traditional manner of research, according to that, even if it has full and he puts it in the outside. Ma'aser Zera, so this is talking about a certain kind of press that they used to use to press the grape. And the fundamental point has to do with, because in its most complex form, you could have many layers, and then this will become relevant in a minute. So if you have a basin where you put the grape, so in its most complex form, what you could have is you have boards, and on top of the board will be a beam of some sort that pushes down on the board. And there's this kind of screw mechanism that you use to turn, and that pushes the beam down, which in turn pushes the board down. And that screw is sometimes twisted by means of a pole or something that goes through the screw. So in this scenario, you have as many as 4 levels of what's happening. So he turns the pole that turns the screw, that pushes down the beam, that pushes down on the board. We'll see in a minute why that's relevant. But in any event, that's the other thing. So the Republic says, if a non-Jew were to operate with press, the one is not considered to be problematic. Rashi, we can see Rashi also, Rashi essentially sees because no, that's a problem if the guy operates this step. Why? So when it says the total Kuriana will be the other. Where would be a case where let's say it seems that Coco would be the guy, let's say, from the board that is pushing down on the brake, that would be with his energy. It's not direct in the sense that he's crushing the brakes because he's standing on the board, but it's that is causing the brake spot. That would be up to everyone. Including the cough Coco. Where we disagree with is cough Coco, which is the idea that, for example, you have him moving the screw that's pushing down on the beams, that would be cough. If you have even the beam that's pushing down on the board, that would be called total because it's 2 steps removed from his body. Okay, so that's one idea that everyone agrees that if he has only one intervening implement that is also true, that's where they have this much of it. Everyone agrees that if you have 2 steps removed, then it's nipper, it's sorry. Usually they argue with Coco, where it's just 1 step removed. So that seems to be the makot as to what the makot is exactly. How many is the talk, there was a story where there was 2 steps removed. The after Yaakov and Nahab the coast. And the Yaakov and Nahab the coast after it. Now, if it was talk Coco, I don't know if this maybe this story supports the idea that they argue by talk Coco, because if everyone agrees talk Coco is liquor, then how did the Yaakov and Nahab the coast do it? In any event, the very interesting thing has to do with, okay, when people say that remote Coco, what about Coco? Or, 3, 4, 5 steps removed? So it could be an interesting approach. It comes to say that it doesn't matter. That as many things as you have intervened, at the end of the day, the force of this car, the rod, and you look from talk about Rocky's view and their left here, the Rocky view of culture, and then I think the Russians also say that they hold a distinction. In fact, I think hold that according to Edward, once you get the 4 steps removed, that it becomes moving. So it seems to be a very interesting focus in the economy in general is Coco exact, meaning 2 steps from more will be more. Or it's the concept. Once you use the force behind what's happening here, would those Mandamin say it is awesome. Okay, continue to the last line in front of us. So there was this barrel of wine that dripped vertically. Rashi explains that this wants to fall this way, this side wants to fall that way. In other words, essentially, right down the middle, it's split, nothing, not horizontally, but the split is vertical. Okay. Who edits the problem? The guy jumps in, and he attempts the two sides. So he was holding it, starting wrapping them pop up. Now, pop up is your perimeter line. Now, it seems pretty clear that when he permitted it, it's only to a tail, not for drinking, because at the end of the day, he was holding on to this barrel, and it's like in there, it would seem to be like he's holding it directly. So therefore, when he permitted it, it was for straw. I'm sorry, that's why you come to that here, great deal. You really like it because that they allowed him to sell it up at the puppy, so he was offered to steal the drinking, but not offered by enough. But how many use a couple of effort? This is only when it's still vertically. On the appreciate, but if you were to stretch horizontally, so you have the two parts of the thing, I'll feel the sincere study, and you can even drink it. My timer, Michael Levena Father, he's simply doing a Michael Levena, which is, he's not doing anything more than a brick would do. What does it mean? What would a brick help here? These two parts of the valve, and you put a wood on top all together, and then the wine won't keep out. We have this horizontal feed. Now, this gets into some question about, especially according to Rocky, our reference, that holds that even if you're touching something that's touching the wine, that is what touching it. So why is it okay? At the end of the day, he's holding on to this arrow, and that gets into a very important subject. Stop freezing right there, and talk about this in a number of instances. When do you have that touching wine through the medium of something else makes it author is when you're bringing that. So I'm holding on to something, and I bring that to the wine. The fact that there's the intervening thing between me and the wine doesn't matter, and you still make it author. But if the wine is in touch with that thing already, so in the barrel, the wine is in touch with the barrel, and all I'm doing is coming and holding it, well, not me, but the guy, coming and holding it together, top and bottom. So the fact that he's touching the barrel and the barrel touching the wine doesn't matter, because he didn't bring the barrel to the wine. The wine is already touching the barrel and the wine. And he just come off it. That's a very important start in understanding these problems. Okay. That is close in the Greco, but then you have this case where another problem was found that we came to the press. And we're talking about where essentially the press had already been finished, they took the wine away, but it still had residue of liquor. We're actually in the prepare for that if there is prepare for what is that cleaning? Or we see that in a couple of weeks, but we have to do basically where you have to go through two levels of APA ash of some sort, and you have to scrub it and then wash it off, and scrub it and wash it off. That's what you need with washing. That's why you need good. Regrip is what needs to have. You know, if it's not prepared, you have to do that. The Habakabama Fabio is enough to watch it. What's going on here? Let's prepare for that. Is this thing that comes up again, and you're talking about in the way you wash your hands. If you wash part of the hand and the other part of the hand, that's the figure there. But essentially, you see the idea of that, and that figure that if you have something that is wet enough to moisten something else, that is not wet enough to be considered a keyboard that can connect to liquid. When you have something that is wet enough to make something else wet, and that thing in turn to make a third thing wet, that's a specific level of liquid that is considered a feed to connect to liquid. So what does that mean? So if I touch something that's wet, and my finger becomes wet. But by the time I touch the table's not going to become wet. That's worse. But if it's wet enough that I touch it, it comes on my hand. And then my hand makes something else wet, then that is a keyboard. So what's different? So what's going on here is the fact you have a press that has the two kinds of liquid. There's liquid that still remains on the wall of the press, and you have liquid that's absorbed in the wood, or whatever the wood, I think, of the press. So if I follow, if the liquid that I touch that's on the surface of the wood is sufficiently wet to make something else wet, so it is a keyboard, so then it connects the liquid residue that's in the barrel that you can see and feel with the liquid residue that's in the wood itself. And then therefore, we have a problem because now, the next time you use that, the wine is going to come together with the wine that's absorbed in the wood, and it's going to be a problem because it's touched by a gun. So that whole thing is all it's a pen. So the residue that's in enough to not only make something wet, but that thing turns into something else wet, then it's possible to one that's absorbed in the wood, and you need to do legal, which is that particularly strong form of cleansing. What happens is, it's not so fast to say like, yeah, then all you need to do is wash it, because we're not worried about the wine that's absorbed in the because that should not have a keyboard and not become a central. All you have to do is make sure that the initial wine that is good touches it. You have to kind of spray out, but that's good enough because you're getting rid of it. That's it. Let me actually say our sponsor, the annual commentary sponsor, the Tilton family of the Tilton, which is President of the Series Bobby Joe, common sponsor, Stephen and Wendy Honor, Israel Grazing, Demons of Stone, the Wendy White Valve, and Irene Rosenthal. We can learn in David and Wendy Hector and honor to the 54th from this anniversary participation. Also having guests, Hector and Wendy Album in Crystal of engagement. Welcome to visit your nephew Isaac, his wife Skippy, and their children. You find now more who are visiting from New York. Dr. M. Wolf is the director of Dr. Rick's father, Dr. Wolf, Cullen, then Steve Herkoff, and by Mason and Beth Adler, memory of Father Ben Adler, a cover for more guys of the area, and there's nothing cost. Okay, continue up to the mission now. Over for Dublin, the Ninja homemade the Sabbath Bar Showdown. So this is in a green property. We found a guy who was filming beside his open pit of wine. Generally, everything you open pit. Didn't use the overall offer. They will make a lot of muscle. If he has a gut that he has a loan out to the Jew, then he makes the wine out there, but he doesn't have a loan out to the Jew that is muscle. So what's going on here? There's a basic idea, which is we have a right to assume that a guy doesn't want to be caught doing something he's not supposed to be doing, right? So he's not supposed to touch the Jew's wine. So therefore, we would generally assume that he did not touch the wine and the wine remains permitted. And the fact that he was in the rough area of the wine is not a problem. However, if he owes money to the guy, so then the guy is going to say he's less worried about messing with the wine. He might even do research on him because if anyone touches him, he's just going to say, like, I'm trying to money. So therefore, if he owes money, the guy is doing research on the wine. Concerned that maybe he's what you not that he used the wine for a little vibration. Okay. Mini topic. No photo ball. What happens at fire? All into a pit of wine. You have this bar of wine, and the guy literally falls in, and then you bring them up. Now, money does the funnel. We talked previously measuring wine with your hand or your foot or whatever. But here's this, and you stuck it in kind of like a dip ball from back when we used to, you stick it in and you pull it out. So hit his SFL, this funnel. This is kind of not throw a ball or a bee or something using a cunout stick. So there's this wine, and the guy comes and knocks away the ball from the top of the one using the stick. Oh, so how you might see I'll keep cover with Saka. You kind of, sometimes when he starts to come in, it starts to bubble. He kind of pops down the bubble by, kind of popping the bubble on the top. So in all of these cases, what they have in common, that he either directly, in the case of someone who's throwing the ball, touch the wine, or he indirectly touched it, but with intention using a stick, or he did it in this, kind of tamping down the bubble. In all of these cases, you could make an argument that, now obviously in every one of these cases, he cut line in some fashion, and therefore it's up to Sia to drink because it's not in. But the question is, do you have to worry about lying? That question makes sense, but for every one of myself, every one of these scenarios happen at some point. Almost came up there, and they said it could be false, so this is I know. What's the reason? So generally speaking, Iraqi fans, they were Shalom Kabana, and obviously he wasn't touching the line on purpose. He fell in the pit, and the program of the pit, it wasn't there on purpose. When he was measuring it with a stick, his point was the measure. He wasn't trying to touch the line, he was trying to measure.
Bailey, my girl.
The same thing. And in the case of where he tamps down the bubble, like he said, in the research the past, and what about no, that's not how, even though he is touching the wine directly, Chip is what we're concerned about, but he was taking it. That's not how you think. You take the put hand into the wine, not by just tamping down the bubble. So in all of these cases, we say that they consider it
change market.
With Shimon Master, in all these cases, as Shimon says, you can even drink it. Where does the Shimon come from with this? So the basic idea, this goes back to something we discussed yesterday, which is what was the Isser Gezerah when they wanted to say that you should not have the wine of God.
How much?
Because in all of these cases, not worried about research, because he didn't touch it in a way that he would have done research. So what are we worried about? We're worried about Samuel, the idea that a guy touched it. So the question is, what was the fundamental takana?
I wondered what happened this day.
The fundamental takana was that you don't want it to come into any contact with any wine that was touched by a guy. So it doesn't matter whether it's the Jews wine or the guy's wine, that we have a zera. But if you understand that the primary point of the zera was because of closeness, you don't want someone to be socially close or intimate with guys, so don't think their wine. The fact that they subsequently extended it to a case where a had wine or touched by a guy, that's the if that's what we're dealing with, it was a very clear cut that with no intention and no possibility that he could have done research, so he's willing to say that that's not the main way, and therefore it will become missing. Okay, continues in this. Not that as a trouble, you become motto. If the guy took a barrel and he threw it, and he's very angry, and he threw it into a bar, and he threw it into a pit that had lines, you know how they might there was such a mic and they said it was tougher. Why? Because we're gonna let it see through it, and we're not going to be able to generally see every show. Not in this also could be a film, generally because it's a twist that causes the hit. But here we're not going to be concerned that he in any way had intention to be doing something wrong, like trick shot or something like that, because the reason he threw it out is that he was angry. Nothing to do with trying to do anything with the wine itself. So therefore, we would say that it's from the main culture. Now, the interesting thing, keeping my culture in Sunday as to the cases here where the Gemara says that not the way the bog was sick, or never sick. So you see, many people are in the diet, that's the sick. But if you do it with his hand, it would be a problem. But I posted that on Zion Amid Aleph, on the fact that Todd posted this Mishnah, and he says it would seem to imply that as good as they can, they would be other. And so he said the Republicans who I think would be Ashari, but I know, even if you would flip that ball away with his hand, or you would measure with his hand, by the time the the fact that we learned that we use it to be human to study is to see it like study out. So he's saying the kind of comment would be the same if you flip the ball or you measure, even if he touches it with his hand, that would be okay. It's usher in drinking, but it's not usher by mouth. So why do you say with a stick then? Why not say with a hand? Because of Simmons, he says that if you look at even for drinking, would only say that if you get it with a stick. You do it with your hands, it's similar in the shape. So it's, according to the purpose, it was just setting up the case for every Simmons. But the kind of common is clear, and you say that even if you get it with his hands, so he flips the buttons, that would seem to be okay. Okay, second tomorrow, how much more? So we discussed this, but we found the guy, the barrel next to the open pit of wine. We said, it depends. Can the older guy money, in which case the guy is confident touching it, or if he doesn't, then the guy is going to be crazy touching, and therefore it's not a problem. So, almost the only really think that the guy that becomes from touching the line and maybe doing resource because he's not going to get caught, only has a certain interest in that very line. The fact that open money in general is not enough to give him to go touch the guy's line because every money that he told you to touch my line for will not really touch it. But if he had a security in that line, he's not very comfortable saying, this is my line, and therefore he has a little excuse when he has been worried that he did come in there. About you, actually, does not use him not take the our Mishnah, the question about Mishnah, it's actually the Mishnah we're going to see on tomorrow's but in the Mishnah, we're all part of that Mishnah. He says it's not, but we learn, we got a studio tomorrow, and the time you know, the level of something in the emotional base, he says, that what happened, everybody in the time is the young and love of the body, meaning the guy hired a Jew and said, take my grapes, make wine. We used to do it not me because I want to cook the wine so that we'll be able to sell it to Jews, right? And the basic arrangement was, he said, okay, we're going to make it, but you have to keep it by me until you sell it. When you sell it, that way I'll get my money. So he was essentially saying, I'm holding on to the wine until you actually sell it, but I'm not touching it because I want you to be able to sell it to Jews. And most of all, since they took it into a church of the guy, the higher the guy takes the yard, he's the balcony in Cold Road. He sent him, and he gave him a receipt saying, I already got the money from you, even though he didn't. So essentially what he's doing, why did he do that? He was converting it from a kind of security interest in this wine, because when he would say, keep the wine here, and I'm not letting you take the wine until you have a buyer, and then they're going to give me the money, so he was keeping a security interest in that wine. When he issued the guy a receipt and said, yeah, you paid for wine already, it was not to forgive the debt, it's just to say, it's not tied to this wine, it converts it to the general obligation of the guy. So then, mutter, then in that case, it's mutter. Although in Yirtza, Yisrael, but if the Jew wants to take the wine away, and the guy isn't going to allow him to do it, actually you take him off, so the place isn't. So in that case, just like it might be the time of us. So that's the Mishnah. And this is basically saying, I essentially release the specific security interest and maybe a general obligation. So then there's no security interest specifically in wine, and therefore it's okay that he leaves the wine by the guy. And not to clarify, obviously you have to put some kind of stamp or a seal on it, because otherwise you have to leave it by the guy, and it's open, that would be a problem. We dealt with that, nothing so no. So, but you know, it's like if you're born, if you don't have a security interest in it, it's mutter. What's the reason? I'm not the money for. So what's the reason that in Beis Shammai they made it our first? Obviously, he was observing an interest in the wine. And if he's asserting an interest in the wine, even if it has a seal or a stamp, you have to be worried that the guy went ahead and did something with it anyway. But the implication would be underneath, but if the guy would allow him to take it out, meaning he's not asserting a security interest specifically in the wine, sure, if you look at it, therefore, Marino, we can answer this, you're all the guy in bringing on, but in order to say that it's also, it needs to be a specific security interest. But if it's just a general obligation, it would be Memphis, Marino, in fact, one from there. Very interesting, Rashi seems to learn, which makes a certain amount of sense, that we see this from the Rachel. The Rachel says if he writes in a thing that converts it from a specific security interest to a general obligation, then it's okay. But the Gemara is saying from the Shofar, because the Gemara is saying, if he let him do it, then yes. If he didn't let him do it, then no. It seems the Gemara is learning from the Shofar. But I'm going to try to learn that it's the Shofar. There's something in the question talk about. I understand that it's all one. He's saying, you have to but he's saying, even if, he's not like Rashi, he's saying, even if the guy wrote that thing saying, I'm not making it a obligation for those things, if I didn't let him remove it, then we're going to say it's a problem. So again, different understanding of the Gemara, based on what we understand is coming, each of them has a challenge. But it's horrible, they should be enough, but you have to remember to make the deal to get into the application to say what. And so that's something we're trying to deal with. Okay, fine. So now we're back to the cases of where a person has this contact with the wine, but it wasn't intentional. So nothing about that. He felt he could put a wine in the came up. I'm going to talk about it. That was all of me. Like, it came up, yeah, basically he died in there. Now, some of the return to discuss that even if he was knocked out, it'll be okay, because that's what we're going to discuss. The question is, did he do something on his way? I would have made it easy on that. So, okay. So, as long as he's dead or in the on the other side, but if he came up alive, I'm saying, if you have like, I know if you know, motherfucker, if you don't really feel made up, if you go way back to the beginning of it, we talked about on the things of the building, there was gratitude where they were moving in gratitude to their God, and therefore you have to worry that they did it using some form of nisa. So, I was saying, how are they feeling a good mood? And that's enough to say that with his life got saved, he fell into the wine and drowning, and so then he's going to do that. It's interesting to kind of ask the rest of this that you learn that when the guy leaves and took the hustle, we grabbed the hustle, so we hand him over because on the way out, he's going to do it. Why do we have to worry that he's going to, why not to talk about on the holiday, why not to say he's on his way out, he's no longer preoccupied, because he's already being saved. That's the thing, it doesn't quite work that way when a guy is almost drowned, he doesn't have the presence of mind down and say, oh, while I'm here, let me do some picture. Well, if he has gratitude and he's feeling like, wow, I'm being saved right now, my God, this is for me, and therefore he's going back right after being the reason of Yom Adam that is similar to the time when he had holiday. Okay, continue with tomorrow. Mother guys that come out that already measured it as a how your life all these happened, the other you measure, and they said that it should be sold, meaning that it's out there, it's a key of the matter, and the other, it shouldn't matter, it should be eating for it. I'm not talking about Abba, but I'm about because you need to the children, what is our right so? What are the children you have? What is on the head, if you're not here, I feel this is here, whenever he says something is mother, totally mother, and it's a blue other. said when he asked him something, oh no, it was totally mutter. He says it's too much easy. He goes, he's an absolute guy. Yes, entirely mutter was upper. So the Supreme Court can explain what cases are they talking about. So one of the cases has to do with the fact when a guy spread directly on the grate. You know, do you say that maybe that's the case that it's either according to people or not? Going not if I'm not, but not with but no, that's the case that it's criminal entirely. The idea that he is after the accident because he's someone that came to be the case, he got a right sucks on the straw, so he's trying to other way saying that the criminal would hold that that's after healing by knowing after entirely the different views about what they're going on. The defendant, the body stuff is why did the defendant go after you? And after the accident is that because he's very seeking research, the very attack. And therefore you have to really worry, and so therefore, generally speaking, the Rishonim is not proving that there's a problem, you have to really learn that they did research, and that in general, the whole different formula, so therefore, the Rishonim is very much in something like a formula. You know, the Samsefer says that in matter because if at the end of the day, concern is cosmos, then why should you answer Hana? And so there's other reasons also, but the end that they essentially praise the Rishonim say him easy, but he's real in okay, I'm gonna keep regular praise the Avatar Nafneni, I'm Cristo, so the few days of Avatar Nafneni, something around, but I'm around the Kuzini, and others say that the Cristo said in the Kuzini, I want to say that I want to talk about Rishonim. But if you have no concern that he did Nisa, because the nature of his touching was not one that would have led him to that, then he could do it even to drink. Because I mean, I'm about and I'll be on the Jews, a similar thing, but they're saying that I'm about coming, taking the Jews that I want to get. I'm saying possible that they're similar, but compared to the Gemara, that's how we possible. Okay. Says, not the cover. The listener said, not the cover, so the Kamasa was large. So again, the guy with a barrel of wine, he picked it up, he threw it into the pit. So the question is, they said, since it was done in anger, they're not going to consider that to be a case of him. Again, the question would be, he seems to be football, that he's throwing them. So Rashi said that I want to follow, we're going to ask something on this one. Most of the drugs, the other covering, it's also young and nice. Most of the drugs, the other covering, ain't no also young and nice. What's he saying? So Zav is a person, a man who has some kind of mission that puts him into the category. And Rashi is that their laws are not exactly parallel because by itself there's such a thing called practice, which if you need something which is indirectly, that halacha doesn't apply. But basically, the way Rashi understands it is the Gemara is trying to set up a comparison between a dog and a guy touching one. So if it's something that if the dog were to do it, it would make the thing that the dog touches into, it would make it tamei. Then similarly, if a guy that got the wine, it would make it into yayin nefesh. But conversely, if a dog doing that would not make something tamei, then a guy doing the same thing to wine would not make it tamei. So setting up a parallel here. One point of the parallel is because a dog that throws something against something else does not make it the tamei. So why with oscillation here? So therefore, with the throw something, just like by the dog make a dog can make something can't make it into yayin nefesh. The Gemara is there's going to be enough of a dog, there's less of a kamach of a dog. it might have been on that kilo. And so that's our case of it that went through it. So the time that case went through. And there was this story of their son, they were not good. So Kamato is, when he was angry, were willing to say he didn't have in mind to do anything like Nisa or Patricia or the cost effect that he thinks. So therefore it's like, hey, so what will Kamato wrong? But if he wouldn't have been angry, it would have been a problem. So what do we see? That when someone the barrel into the pit, if he's not angry, it's a problem. And you get to say Zog, and you could say that Zog and Zog are comfortable, and we know that a Zog throwing something doesn't make it tummy, so why should the Zog make it tummy in the case where he's not angry? My answer is Hassan the Ka'avah Minay. One in our Mishnah that we said that if he's not angry, it would be a problem, is where Rashi just says, Saholo from the Gaga, please Kosha, Aidation, the Gaga, Marida Labar, Haka, Brother Hamasa, Lord, the Katina Damanaka. He's basically saying, what happened was not really a case of throwing. He kind of rolled the barrel very close to the line, and this is what you need closer comes from Rashi, comes from the sense that Rashi saying, at some point he released it right before the barrel hit the line. Why does that's the one that Rashi has to say that? Because as we mentioned before, a number of times, Rashi's of the opinion that if you're holding on to something and with that something you touch wine, then you make it usher. So if he was holding on to the barrel, it means he literally rolled it and holding on to the barrel the whole time. So then at the end when he touched it, that would be a support. So your point that Rashi means he's rolling it, and then right before the end he releases it, but he still say it's no good if he's angry because maybe he touched it. But if he was angry and he did the same thing, then we're not so much worried because he won't have done it in that way with that. And Tosfos understands that to literally mean that he was still holding on to it when it went. So then, because he could be touching it that way, so we have to ask ourselves, was he angry? If he was angry, he wasn't at all focused on doing Misha. If he was not angry, he might have been focused. However, if it's literally a case of throwing it, he stood far away and threw it, that would be different. And in fact, that would generally speaking not be a problem. Focus and others talk about why and exactly how that's going to fit in, and there's interesting discussion for those who are interested. Tomorrow you'll see when we finish Sivya on our day, it's going to be lots of kind of wall there, and many people talk about this in yesterday's talk, so many people see in that explanation exactly how to understand Rashi view on throne. Is really fast. Yes, that's right. And thank you for all of our sponsors. Thank you for our annual and co-sponsor. Hopefully, shout out yourself. Today, in order to shoot in the blood test this year, this is the sales for local funds. So that's the reason responsible for the consumption results this month. This month, following the Torah, and parents and American Every chance I know, there's such a model to me, reflection to hopefully self-reflection, and I have to show in her. And he says that she's successful for it. Also, today's back to doing fast. There's no fast. We are picking up a new function on fast. Just the oriented focus. We ended off yesterday in the midst of a very story. The story ultimately again was a situation. The story was a situation itself. Situation equals situations. You have to use the characters. You have to use characters. So you don't have any worries at all. This is one takes the method and the sharing of what is the status for content. Love said, you're not allowed to drink it, but you are allowed to go and get $10 from it. So the Funa Bakino and the Funa Berry, I'm not going to argue on that. And they say, no, it's Husser even down. Husser even down. Okay? So the Gemara says that's that. So I remember, love for that calculations that ultimately again is good. And I mean, I wanted to put it in market on the present. Now, people are going to bring that into the future. So now, love is all this happening to see in the future.
right? So Rava himself is in Malta, and he hears that the Hula came to visit the city of Memphis. Amali Rabban Rabbi Yakin, this is a great story. So Rabbi says Rabbi Yakin is attendant. He said as follows: Shod going, you will miss the Dimitri. Do me a favor, Rabbi Yakin, my Shabbos, do me a favor, and close the door. I don't want any visitors. Now, Rava, let's say he didn't want any visitors, he wanted to rest. Really, what he didn't want is he didn't want the food. Right? He heard the food. Remember, the food was his disputing to this. We're going to see Rava already changed his opinion. But he just did not want to get into this with Restream. So what happened? All together. So sure enough, we ended up coming in. Now how Rafuna got in past the Shabbos, I don't know. But he got in. All got in. I'm really I got in mind. And Rafuna gets into this with Rava and he says, what's the start of the story with this case? He's asking Manish, right? The judge's hands in the barrel empty in the bucket of the wine that's poured into the barrel. What's the status of that? Oh, no, also, no, ultimate brother says it's also in my no. Faith ain't obedience. Oh, so you go find the very days. And as I know, you said that it is where again, even though the action is leading the one, right? Remember again, I'm back since yesterday. The chick that he was really leading the one with his hand. That's a like big activity. So Lover, you said that when there is shit shots, as long as it's not for additional purposes, you can drink it, but you can get an offer. Now you say you can't get an offer, so what's going on? Right? To which the Gemara says, the Gemara says, "Ain't no money done that, no comment. Maybe no comment." So I said, "Well, says you no, whereas you get enough is better. You're not allowed to get off from the value of the wine." So the case what I'm saying is like this. After the Jew accounts the property into the barrel, he can sell that. But he can't get benefits from this to deduct from that the amount, the value of the wine that he touched. That amount ultimately again you can't get back. Alright, Kumar says, alright, that's what kind of pieces is when Shiloh said, why did you have this change of heart? Right, rather you sit in front of the 90 days, and in this case, you would be active moving around the wine, but it's really not libational in intent. Therefore, you can't drink it, but you can go ahead and get a no. Why did you change your mind? So the Masata, the Masata, just what you saw, Schmeiß ist so immer, so das. Confronted by Nachmani, who's Nachmani? Nachmani is a Baye. I love it by Baye and a Baye both. As a result, Shmaisis means like statements and devices. I was confronted by a Baye in the position was wrong. Therefore, I retracted. So the Gemara says, exactly what are we talking about here? The Gemara says, what are the stories? The Gemara says, Shmaisis what's the slaw? This is exactly where again, and thing stuck his hand on the moves around the music, the body points with all this happened. Shmuel said, the barrel was also. Barrel was also dying off. Right, it's various thinking also your process. So now, Moses said, heard this, not only as a that we share in Antonio. Maybe because in our Jordan area, the people aren't learning. And because they're not learning, both Shmuel and the Yochanan were concerned that they would commit to the law, which not people might erroneously think that maybe it's this and the INS. It's also what about now. And I responded to me that in the Torah, right, ultimately again, what about Moses? Like, who's ultimately again is in the Torah. So what would be the excuse? What would be the excuse? Okay, so then as long as I said, I very I just thought this, okay, so therefore again, I can find these two episodes for both Shua and Yochanan were not. Those are the two episodes. So what's the best? It's very interesting. Gemara says, the Agadoni of the Prophet, Agadoni Rashi points out to the Jews, Adam Hamamina Rishma and Judas in the Sesama. The person who's in charge of weights and measures. So the government position, he was in charge of weights and measures in the future. Okay. So what happened? So he's in charge of weights and measures. And interesting enough, as part of it, perfectly job. He actually points out over here, these officials are kind of like merchants and stores. Once he's already in the store, checking out the rates and everything, he's like, oh, this is good wine, I have a buyer for you. See, at least the wine that wanted to do, so cut up the necklace of the hand. He stuck a straw into the seal of the barrel, and he sucked up some wine. He drank some wine through the straw. Or, the Gemara says, oh, Shaitan Minakos, and you have zero points. Or he drank some from a cup, and then he took the rest of the contents of the cup and put back into the bag. So the Gemara says, this literally happened. This literally happened. It's not theoretical. Ma'asura. And ultimately, again, they said that the wine was us. The Gemara says, my love, I know. Maybe not. The Gemara says, well, the maybe it just means that after the Shkira, you can't think it. You have to go ahead and get benefits from it. To which the Gemara, that wasn't interesting enough. Remember, this is a case where clearly there's no libation of intent, right? This is the guy who works for the king, weights and measures, and he's going ahead and drinking some of his water. If he's clearing up libation, because maybe part of the job, but probably not his whole job, rather a secondary job, but he's looking to be a shotgun, ultimately again between sellers and buyers. Clearly no libation of intent. Like, what's that for? It's awesome. It's awesome. Then the Gemara says, but one second, maybe also only means Shkira. Can't be, I'll tell you why. You have to listen and love it. If that's the case, then the Bible should have said you can't change it because you can sell it. After all, you can find it if you change it. That's the case. Haram overcome. If you have what's a Haram, Rashi says over there, Meshula. Someone who unfortunately again is insane. Obama Rivos, he fights with everyone, and the Mahalan social Kabbalah acts quickly without intentionally. What's the better? What is the definition of Meshula? What is someone who lost their mind? Number one, boss. Someone who engages in my protest. Why would you, in your right mind, want my protest? Why would you want to fight? Why would you want any type of teaching within the leagues? Again, the one says, to fight. Talking about what else is Meshula? Someone who behaves impetuously or acts without forethought or intentionality. Such a person in the sugar. Incredible. Someone says, you know what happened? Now, literally, the guy's insane. Like the camera is insane. So, she did all the parties. He put his hand into a barrel. He thought the barrel was a oil. He didn't say it. So now he turned out to be an oil. Because exactly the Maritza, this actually happened. I wasn't fantastic. It's not true. Ultimately, again, they said that the wine should be certain. Again, in this piece of the here, that he says, he will establish a shadow. Like that, the major shadow is having the last. That piece is different because it's the upper photo is oil. So because the photo is oil, there will be no libational intent. So because there's no libational intent, there's nothing to talk about 100%. So you see from going Chazal, or you got something when Chazal wanted to express something is committed for Allah, they use the word love. If they don't say that, it must mean that it's outside law. So this case is looked at by Allah. It says, the Gemara says as follows, is that Abu Love. You have to develop your thought. So that's about say, what do you see from there? From the previous case, Radom, the guy in trouble is in there. When he took some of the wine with the straw, or he went ahead and he took a cup and he poured the rest. And that is awesome, by now. When Happy Testing uses the wine around, he moves it around, altogether, even if there is no libational, the wine is going to be awesome by now. So, similar to drink it, and this effectively refutes the position of the level. So therefore, again, Rava was refuted by Abaye, and therefore when Rafuna came to visit him, Rava had already reversed his position. So therefore, what's like, the Gemara's and off of the deal right now is that Allah saw whenever an Akram goes ahead and touches wine, he moves to the around. Allah makes this clearly no libational sense, the wine is ushered even by but eu também, mas eu se demorou aí, havia sido de caixa de fome. Eu não cantarão, já eu se demorou aí, sim, eu fico mais ligado. Beautiful, great trabalho to me in my together. But also who got one, a guy came over. Now, interestingly enough, they thought the guy was Jewish. So they said to him, right? Ashkian, pour us another glass. So what happened? The bus would run out of time. The line was what we got home. After we poured that glass, they realized, oh my gosh, the guy isn't happy. So kind of shiny was, what's the status of the wine? So I was going to hold things to that. I saw people buying it. Whether I bought it, so the wine is also in there. So the hard show you have to do the shia. The other thing is that no, it's more to even to drink this. So I'm going to be a trouble. Man, the also shabby also. The one says that it's also even by no same good. The man is shabby, and the one says that it's familiar. Shabby is shabby. Ultimately, again, the same good, there's the same good, that is also. That's all. Man, that's what's the last of the two shabby. So the one says that it's also. Because I knew that's at least 58. The one says that the one is also. He says like this. He says like this. The apple says to himself, second night, you know, on the second night, he's like, one night behind, shit like I trust too. Business, the apple to be himself. He's a two good job on his things. Yes, to be that job, very much things God has in here. The abundant do not seek the after that abundant do this. Look at I say that abundant can shit like I trust us. The apple said like this. To be that he's abundant to not be doing now, and not that it happened. So the apple written in green that it was wine. So something that it was wine, ultimately again the master, he concerned that he libationalized it. And therefore ultimately again, it is going good. Try have to begin to master for the year and see him go another of the Masaf, but other who do Logania and taking the next way to be Savna. So ultimately, we have to be concerned that how often I saw, maybe he went ahead and maybe he went ahead and he touched this, and ultimately made it the okay. Mandishab is a person is 58 third one. Mandishab, the one who said that it's Mr. Shabir Shan, also sitting good wise is they might have acting says to himself, Sarai from the Sarai, the Abona, Tiani, Kama, Kashas, and Hamani, the Bibi, Hashkiam, and he that if he's Abana sitting down and drinking water. Would they ask me and acting support for them? Can't be. Rather again, you must say, I'm a God, I shift the Hukashas. You must be after drinking must have been drinking beer, Gemara says, and therefore again, because the Akum thought it was beer, therefore below Naske, he didn't have any validation again, and therefore Allah Lamai said it's Muslim. What's that? Bahal Kafaz. I could see what's in the picture. What's the shadow? Why do we have to figure out what you could see? Is it wine or is it beer? Balayla. It was nighttime. So because it was nighttime, the practice the Akum did not see what was going on. Come on, you could smell it if it's wine or not. The Kharata knew why. So that actually went out today that knew wine doesn't have a scent, which is very interesting. The Gemara says, the Kharata, I have a hot dog already been knocked, no? The holiday not only to have a little bit of a or that in the past, there was a routine of years of leaving out the receptacle of barrel or pitch or something, leaving it out. The window is an extension of the atom's hand. The knife is from the atom's touching and moving the wine. You just said that when the atom touches and moves the wine, even if there's not no intent, it still makes the wine awesome. It still makes the wine awesome. How could this be working? So it's no, he's not legally in that. What is he doing? He's pouring it from the pitcher. The other than profile, this is very interesting. Although the one is moving his force, it's not that technical. So because of contact with the wine, what the IS what the cover. So the company means you don't know that he is from intent. Therefore, you're not goes in this case. Take a look at that. This is very interesting. More that you فحضر لك force, but he's not that effective. We don't know that he has vibration. So when you're the they both control the carbon because again, he doesn't even know that it's wine. We're not goes in that. What's the instance? Even if this just came from you guys, even if this just came from before, where let's say again, everyone is now agreeing. If the apple is the one, uses the acid by no, that's the right because we know that he had a version. That's the Rabban. If the Rabban will only goes there, even if you have number one, he knows that it's wine. Number two, that they have a picture, and he doesn't even know yet that it's wine. Because now we're not bozer on that, and therefore would be mutter. My focus between two levels. One love saying ultimately also even by not, because again you have to know to shut up on drinking wine, yes, what you have to do. Other things saying, okay, isn't but we never asked me before if there was wine, it must be that it's beer, and therefore no vibration and intent, and there's no direct contact either because he's doing it and not putting it. It's incredible. But I'm not saying that what's the other case? Massive function. Yain Shamas for the Kodamai. What happens if we can leave it? That's an interesting subject. So this case, remember again, we've got one classic. So if you see the river, then you dilute the country down. What happens if you go ahead and dilute the what status of the Moses? I'm a Muslim. So first of all, the Nazi answers the real person. Why is notion of the proper Russian is Muslim, twice a week. Use Shemaz. So to which I'm using Russian of the Pasuk concept from Mishlei. How was are you? So from the Pasuk in Mishlei, must means to go ahead and which Rabbi Yochanan responds very nice. However, Russian for the Atzma, when you're learning Tanakh, use Tanakh. When you're learning Gemara, use Russian of Gemara. So bottom line, mine. So you want to see mine. What is that one? Now that we got that out of the way, what is the halakha? So if it actually dilutes one, remember again, in this case of dilution, so remember again, just pouring in water. What's the status of the water? Amalei, which of your Yochanan responds is very interesting. Amalei, awesome. Ultimately, again, the wine is us. Why is the wine us? So you show late, I mean, zero, safar, you see to the nose here. Go away, go to the vineyard, do not tempt it. It's never anything, unless you're, of course, not allowed to drink it. Conventional wisdom is not don't even go near the vineyard, don't even go near the grapes, don't even go near the wine. So therefore, the Muslim says, right, you give me the acre if according to the law, if the outcome dilutes the wine, it's fine. It's really okay. It's really okay. But it's still a good idea. So better to stay away from this area. Incredible. But you're in New York, they go to South. Maybe I went to a place called Hazrat Kamla, as the other performance. He saw that alcohol is the wine, and he saw this, but us sort of and said the wine is possible. Wine is possible. Again, you show late, I mean, zero, Safar, and the Kamla will sit. You see to the Nazir, don't go away from the vineyard, walk away from the vineyard, go to the vineyard, put a distance between yourself and that which is permitted. So again, if you're as a nature again, the wine should be mutter. It should be mutter. But again, stay away from certain things. Whenever there's alcohol involvement in the wine, everything to say, that's a tremendous Mr. Hospital in general, that how important it is for us to eat protect the fences buffers. Which we all, frankly, we all have our weaknesses, right? We all have our, I know, like our kryptonite. We all, right? We all have our nausea, like the drink, like the vineyard is to us. We all have those things that are not good for us. Those things that are detrimental for us. And it's part of success of it is to create the buffer. Create the boundaries between souls and that which is competitive. I just draw a line, and it's a thin line, and on one side is me, and the other side ultimately is the negative item. I'm going to transfer. So we have to create for ourselves those safe spaces, those buffers, so that we don't transfer. So we do it for the Nazir, and I'm going to say we do it for this wine as well. Incredible. Kumar says, it's my name. I'm the pastor of the Yochanan. Yain, she must go over to a father, also. That if wine is diluted by an apple, ultimately again it's going to be also wine, the show, late, I mean zero, Safar, Mekama, so this is the so really, you must see so although the Ikra did, the apple dilutes the wine, it really should be permitted, because let's remember again, taking it a step further, diluted wine is not used for hydration. Okay? So the nice, again, so a nice but again, it's not a good idea. Wherever there is some problem, ultimately, again, in the wine, better to go ahead and just keep it distance. Just keep it distance. So, if again, I love for my student, if you actually just stay with it, you say to me, do not drink it. And why? Better to stay away from things that really are not good. Beautiful. Let's go back. We're going to tell the story. To a place called Fuzzy Potatoes. Now, as we're going to see in just a moment, it's like that this place, Batsra, was what's known in the Torah as Betzel. That's where the part of it to start. We saw a Jew who stealing produce and he didn't tithe it. So the Jew was eating untied produce. He said to Yisrael, that's you're not allowed to eat that, you're not allowed. And he asked him the future. Next, he saw Chazamai, he saw a body of water. And he oversaw Chazam and Akum questioning himself, what the Shasa and the Jew was dry. But also, and the Turkish says that is also, he was working with the whole Torah, and therefore it's answered. Okay? So fine, that's the end of the story. Also, we read it. Then there's Turkish left in Basra, and he went to the Yochanan. Amalei, so Yochanan apparently got word of these rulings. Amalei, I just got on you. He said, go back to Basra. Go back. And I'm going to Allah. But also, the guy that holding this on you, go back to Basra. I feel I'm not to again. Go back and reverse those two rulings. You're wrong. So you're wrong. Go back and reverse those two rulings. Don't even put your feet up to relax from the journey. So I said, this is really incredible. So the other one, Betzer, so Basra is not the biblical Betzer. So this place where you what's not Rabbi Yisrael. So because not Rabbi Yisrael, therefore again, the produce has no sanctity. Because there is no sanctity, there's no cutting of it. So therefore, you told this yid that his fruit is answer. Not true. Not true. Go and reverse it. Number two, Yamin Umayim Shaladi, when you answer that body of water because an aqua didn't worship it, reverse that as well. Mayim Shalad a body of water owned by the public cannot be made usher ultimately again to the actions of an individual. So therefore again, on the open because we try to go wrong on both accounts. Ultimately, again, go back. Now again, the story happens to go on the New Testament out of which we will stop with this part over here. But let's say they have to help the found because the open says go back now. Go back now. Because I will say there's a tremendous misunderstanding. First of all, in general, when the stop is wrong, you have to reverse it as quickly as you can. So I'm not trying to completely, just more hardship. But also, just like life lesson. When something has to get done, there has to be a sense of urgency. We all know this. Anything, generally, things that are put off until tomorrow, generally don't get done tomorrow, and often don't get done ever. Something is important enough to do, but it's got to be important enough to do it now. Granted, not that you can do everything at the same time, but often like if something has a sense of urgency, then get it done with it. Because if you leave it, somehow somebody just has a way of remaining done. Which you gotta reverse it, you gotta reverse it now. No, I drink of water. No, you can't put your you can't relax. You can't sit out. If it's important, it has to get done now, especially when it impacts me, especially something that I've done impacts someone else, it's easy to get it done now. But if that's the intensity, if you generally is important enough to do, then get it done now. The murder is not just things, murder is not ultimately again, but the Oakland's position, something the table side, I just was a little bit of a fast reduction time recording this conference. It's a great specific film. We also just want to thank, I hope it's all right that I took the prerogative to virtual share instead of having you in person. I'm just a real fan. Thank you again for the share. I'm a little bit selfish. I love it because to me, my learning and my get and share better on all of you, even if it's just virtual. This is not a compromise experience to you. So thank you to me a little bit. Another couple of days to be back and having at the end of next week in the session. And so thank you to Mr. Edinson and to John Rice and facilitate all the technology of this as well. Every day it's a different location, different use of technological challenges and issues of Baruch Hashem. And generally, as we saw, options like Hashem, and really just this was able to close up the really a beautiful Irish Shabbos, Indian, Ethnic Shabbos, Polish, and how about we can measure friendship in incredible blessings for us as individuals, for our families, just like Shabbos.
Family dog that's ever died, child in the backyard. What else? Yeah, what's your problem with that? We all become hunters our entire lives. Never slew a dead dog that your house would have now. Like a family of three boys, dude. So there's gonna be like two goldfish, a turtle, and a Boston Terrier, some backyard in Austin, Texas.
It was a incredible satisfaction to be able to welcome all of you today, begin by thanking all of our sponsors, to thank our annual commentary sponsor, Closing Chapter Register, for dedicating all the human rushes this year as its host for the Solid Struggles for Andy Strong. Thank you to the Drazen family for dedicating all of the human rushes this month of Av, in honor of their parents who think they're incredible to the last city. And of course, as always, we dedicate our own names to our precious hostages. Bishbaruch HaMeis Hashem B'nei Hom, B'Shalom and B'Karov, the merit of our soldiers, and Bishbaruch to be successful, B'Chol Na'aseh B'Yedei. Mostly with that, we will possibly be doing a lot to you today. And because now, today's battle is Zion 57. We up Zion 57, 2 or 6 lines down from the top. So we are continuing that we began yesterday. Really fascinating studio, and let's begin. The Hava Babila. There was an episode that happened in Bilam was the name of the place. What happened in Bilam? So who told you there was a couple who was scared, who was trying to conquer Bobby Bandi. And he brought down with him a little bit of coverage. What happened? And the Gemara says, "How did you kind of know the Russians who really thought the Chamra Shalom happened?" So what happened? As he was coming down the palm tree, the top of the lulav went and touched the water. So essentially, he touched the water through the lulav. So again, going up the palm tree, coming down, bringing down to the lulav, and on his way, he touched the lulav to water. Now the Shiloh, what's the status of the lulav? Considered to be water by an apple or not. And if it was talking about this case, clearly there was no libation or religious intentionality on the part of the apple. Right? He's just doing this thing. He's coming down that branch. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, now I want to point out something interesting, which is that Tosis points up this point. Tosis relates this idea of halacha l'maisa. The halacha l'maisa. The Gemara is presupposing that the apple touching the lulav is the equivalent of the apple touching the guys. If you look at Tosis, it's in the Morava Sfar, and it's Tosis was a fig giving Fashion Holy Prophet Ayudega, Kimo Mago Holy Prophet Debris. Points that the Gemara presuppose that when the apple finishes lulav, that's the equivalent of the apple in his hand. Now it happens to be close over here, the Rabbeinu Tam omits the mention of the lulav. The Rabbeinu Tam says, no, it's the apple went up the tree. Coming down the tree, on its way down, we inadvertently touched the ground. Again, we're not going to get into this right now. We could just go to simply hear some of the Gemara and just assume for a moment that we view the lulav as the extension of the apple. Because the truth is, that's not really what's bothering us in this case. What's more intriguing about this case for us, remember, is inadvertent contact by the apple with the water. Or we see the inadvertent, clearly no libation or theological significance, religious significance to the contact between the apple and the water. But nevertheless, the apple did touch the water. So what's the halacha? So the Martyr Rav is a little bit. So Rav committed the sale of this wine to an apple. Again, like I said, you can sell the wine to an apple. So the Martyr, what's interesting enough indicates that Rav holds that halacha will not drink the wine. You can't drink it, but you can get benefit. So it says Rav, only the kind of Ravasi the Rav. The Ravasi says Rav, how might be the Amar Kino the Yom Ovu, Kino the Yom Osa Yain. Rav, actually, this yesterday. Rather the opinion that said that even though it touches wine, makes the wine the yain. Now again, what does that tell us? That tells us that halacha l'maisa, that intentionality, right? Even that validation or religious or spiritual, intentionality, the mere contact of the object one mixed into the INS. That's what it means if a 1-year-old child could do it. Yet here that is requires covenant. So what's going on here? I'm going to rule 8 selection of the content. Aim of the Amriana is here. So first one, so that's in 1 second. Right. I agree that even if an offer, even if a 1-year offer touches the woman, a local license can drink it, but you're allowed to get a milk. That's the end of it. And that's why it's like, oh, the local license could sell this one. So I'll say, so this is really incredible. So now, what so now we're beginning to crystallize a little bit the sheet going on. So that says that even if there is unintended contact between the apple and the woman, now again, unintended between one of the things, either accidental or the apple purposely touched the wine, but it's clear if there was absolutely no libational, religious, spiritual, theological significance with this contact. So that holds that halach l'maisa. Or the truth is, we should really call it, I should frame that. Rav's case is what we call shalom Elam, because that's how the Rambam is going to frame it. So here, the apple is touching wine, but there's no intentionality. Rav says you can't consume that wine, so you can't drink it, but you're allowed to go home. So the word out of this Gufa, which is this why wine is having a Gufa. Amarav, Tinok and Yomok is in myself. Even a 1-year-old apple has the ability to create the myself. Says they question back to the Rav, says here that there is conflict Rav, this is his case. Harokeach Avadim Mina Obey Kochayim, Shalom Aleichem. So let's say again, I purchased Gentile service for an apple, and these servants neither had Mila nor Tila. Halacha is when a Jew is servant, so halacha is the circumcision of Mila and Tila immersion in the prayer. At that point in time, effectively becomes Jewish, although to a degree, although the obligation in this house is not complete. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara, if you look at Ash, the Ash says over Shamar over Lakaro, the Kamaran, the abundance, the Ola, there actually not the so essentially actually surgeons. Again, the non-Jewish servant undergoes a conversion process, like every other conversion process is comprised of circumcision and immersion in the faith. Specifically, purchasing non-Jewish what happened, they did one of the two, that's it, multiple times. They did this, but ultimately again, didn't go in the club. The same Bnei Shlachas, that is interesting. So Bnei Shlachas, what's the case in here? So this is where ownership happens. That shift out when you're saving gives birth to children. And those children also Shemar Below Temple. They had this law that didn't yet go to the next. She actually points out to the last time that after she went to Bnei Shlachas, Alpha Pisha knows the basis of the law. Now, this is the mother is already servant. Now, what for the Gemara says, when she gave birth to children, those children also have to undergo new too. Rashi points out over here that this is very. It must be herself, the maid servant, the mother herself, obviously went to the mikvah, after having her children, right? Because remember again, if the maid servant herself would have already gone to the mikvah and then birthed those children, that offspring would not, but they wouldn't have to re-emerge. So there must have been another case over here where prior to the maid servant mother birthed their children afterwards to require Mila and Tiva. So again, case number one is purchasing servants from an okay? And either they did the conversion process, they did need, but didn't do this, but didn't have inversion. But I had I had a maid servant underwent her tefillah, but then before she went, those children have to go through their own milah that have only done part of it, so they didn't do tefillah. So again, they've gone. So what's the halacha? Look on the trust on this short term. The halacha is that you don't kind of really use like this life, right? There's spirit, when you trust on anything that they walk on, ultimately is covered, which is another way of saying that they have the same type of tumah like themselves. like as now, as long as it's interesting, Rashi and days. How Rashi is it truly belongs in the dollar. She says in the short. I feel it now. What does it mean when it says that there's saliva and it's must measure? So if you walk over something, it becomes tummy. I think too much. Ask me that. She does well. Something from the so that's what it's actually and what it is that Chazal stated that an atom has the same level of tone as itself. That's not an atom has Tumas itself. Part of that is a big part of that is able to dissuade, to create division between Jew and Gentile. There should be a distance. So Jew is that the atom communicates Tumas itself has to keep his distance into marriage fully. The Gemara says, well, the interesting tradition is that in these servants, even though they understand part of the conversion, it's part of the conversion for us because it's not the whole part, they're still treated like an apple. If you walk over and they turn out like yourself. Good. The Gemara says, it says, the short, remember again, the halacha is that Safek Toma B'Shus Harabim is ultimately going to be Tala. The Gemara phrases it this way, but the saliva in the mattress is Tame even in the short to highlight the idea that it's not a Safek Toma, but rather again it's a Vaden Toma. They have definitive rabbinic Toma like a Zav. Fine. So the Gemara says, now some say no, it's not true. Some say because they had undergone part of the conversion process, therefore they do not have the same Tumas Zav like a Kohen would have, and therefore halacha again they do not need to. And actually, again, this is also always on the car. The mother of the problem, most of us do, or it does that. Interestingly enough, the second is so uncommon that someone that is servant will just undergo part of the process and not the whole process, and therefore Chazal will not rosemary such a case. Okay, so fundamental my focus is to whether or not the servant, the Akum servant, who has undergone part of the process, Mila without do they have Thomas self or no? First opinion says yes, second opinion says no. Okay, well, like, that's interesting, but this is what we need. Yeman, you go back to one. So what happens if Allah for myself? They touch one. So what's the status? Adult servants make the warranty enough children. I wasn't used between Gedolim and adults and children. The Elohim Gedolim, Elohim Ketanim, who are adults who are children. Gedolim Yodim Betil of us Hamisham Shal. So Gedolim are meaning of the age where they understand that what is up. So because they understand what is up, therefore there's a real concern that they have to touch the wine. Ultimately, again, they have Kavana 4. They have Kavana 4 of all this other. The Ketanim, on the other hand, even though they don't know about all these other. Okay, see, interesting. So we'll say, so just watch how fast it is. So again, I'm purchasing one of two cases. Case one is I'm purchasing servants from an Akum. My is a Jewish owners, they have to be a conversion process. The conversion process is comprised of Mila or Tzedila. Same idea. If I have a Jewish, I have a maid servant who I already acquired. So she underwent her Tzedila, but became pregnant and gave birth before the Tzedila. Her offspring also required Mila and Tzedila. In both of these cases, I had house servants. In both of these cases, they did Mila and treated like one part of the situation. They treated like an Tumas Zav. There is a second opinion that says no, when they've done Mila, they no longer hold the first opinion. What if they touch wine? Second, they're Gedolim, they understand the whole Zera. Wine is Yain and stuff. They're Ketanim, but all wine is not Yain. What's the wisest part about it? The Gemara says, Ketanim Yihas, Gedolim, or Gedolim. You see from here that Allah saw again, does they make the wine catch them? Do they make the wine Yain and stuff? And apparently, if they're minors and for lack does, it does make the wine into Yain and stuff. So we'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah in order to go ahead and make wine into Yain Nasach, you require intentionality. Incredible. So ultimately, again, that is a kasha. Ultimately, again, on that, because Rav said that even a tinok and even a one little child can go and make wine to Yain. And even though Rav said, okay, that's only for consumption purposes, not for animal purposes, but still, it's able to make wine to Yain. To which the Gemara says, no, Tirgama Abinei Shvachas. Maybe that distinction between adults and children, excuse me, only applies to Bnei Shvachas, where the offspring is the servant of a shif who already belongs to you. Because in that particular case, interestingly enough, the children are being raised in the home of the Jewish master. So because of that, perhaps they don't know about desire at all. They don't know about desire at all. The older one is already a bit more problematic. But maybe that's the distinction. In this kind of case, let's say in Akum, maybe we have this distinction between adults and children. Okay, very interesting. I behave the thing, but it says the thing. In other words, the two cases are building on each other. The Bnei Hashvachas case is building on the previous case of the Akum, to which the Gemara says, no, I wrote on in the dress. That's only referring ultimately again to their saliva and their transnegers. This the Gemara says, that's fine according to the opinion that says that the spit, the saliva, measures, and the trembling is ultimately the stomach of myself. However, when I'm the Amar Tar, or back on the second, there was the second place. Another thing it says, once you have a servant who has undergone meal, even if he hasn't undergone two, he no longer has dinik tumas zot. What does it say? Hakashalon, avodim continue into the mishnahs. Really clear the science is coming to teach you, coming to compare two mishnahs. So again, and then in this case, someone who is purchasing from the shvakas means again already owned the mother. Right? The mother is already made servant. The offspring are undergoing their conversion process. The point of the verse is to compare these two types of avad. Madani shvakas, mother v'lo kavlu, who the osin yayin yasef, mother v'tavlo, just like Madani shvakas. It's only in the case where let's say there is mila and not tila, that the servant has the ability to go ahead and provide it to yayin yasef. However, again, mother v'tavlo, pretty once the Bnei Shvachos, the children of the nation, once there is mila and tila, their contact with wine does not mean to be an answer. Avodim came, so the avodim are the same thing. Once in heaven has mila and tila, the same opposite, right? Because mila and tila can no longer mix wine to yain nesach. The most and that is the finish. Why la two people that are not on Shmuel, Halukiyat avodim mina obedit. Because the Nachman says as follows. That he purchased Gentile servants, right? I purchased Gentile servants. I thought he shamala the tabla. Even though again those servants now have mila and tila, osin yayin nesach. If we touch wine, it still becomes yayin nesach. Until when ad shetishka avod kochavim yipiyah. Ultimately, and then up until the point in time where the eved forgets about his avodah. I the Gemara said, we'll talk about that in just a moment. Kamash, that we reject this issue of Kamash. Shavuot said, this is very interesting. So a lot of things happen over there. So nothing happens to hold that halacha l'maisa. If I purchase a Gentile servant, even though that Gentile servant now has mila and tila, which in Abdus, if that Gentile servant touches wine, the wine becomes the yayin. The Gemara says, the point of our right says to reject and repudiate this position. You don't hold that way. You know that halacha l'maisa, once the akum goes ahead and once the Akum goes ahead and once the Akum has mila and tila, which in Abdus, if he touches wine, he no longer becomes the yayin. Very interesting. So the Gemara question is this Gufa, Amr Nachman, and Shmuel, Halakiyah, Havadli, Obdikochim. Afal Pisha, Molo, Tavla, Osi, and Esek, after Tishka, revisiting Rav Nachman's statement, meaning Shmuel. And also, I'm still pointing out the piece of information. Let's finish this. So he says, if I purchase an Evan from an Akum, even though the Evan and mila and tila will show this halacha, if they touch wine, the wine still becomes yayin nesach until they forget about it. I asked the Gemara, how long does it take to forget about his own business? Should only be actually time for this. 12 months. 12 months, that's the amount it takes for an Akum to forget about his own. Appreciate you the whole one of us ask. Right? When it comes nations of the world. It takes them 1 year to figure it out. Right? Once they're detached from that whole ultimately I get me figure out. Listen, you see how it is. No praise of our and we are forgetting Sean. Rahman was on Lord in the back of the we could be thousands of years cut off from our episode. We could be thousands of years cut off from the episode of our people. Yet, nothing ever allows us to fool us. Make it look like we've sometimes they act makes it look like we've turned our back on the devotion, but even though it looks that way, it could be making it feel good. Not go forget about the beauty in the year. No matter how errant our mistakes no matter how false, no matter how badly our mistakes may be, no matter how long we go without this and touch, nothing ever causes that is the so is the question, elaborate on that. So elaborate on that. Halakha, I want to know so model the world public. It's a perfect again, the long so to again, the new Shvakas who did Milo, and that's Tilo. Anybody says, Shamal Velotabu, wrote on in the process. So again, go back to the guys. So the survival, too much metrics, is any time that someone walks on something, supports the lead on something. So welcome to Drasa and Grace in the short time, not only make time. So again, they have too much, essentially too much stuff, definitive too much stuff. Some say they don't have too much stuff. Some say once they get meat, they get into kilo, there's no too much stuff. Again, what about the rain? So the Gemara says, Bidolin Osin Yayin himself. You can't include Osin Yayin himself. So if the goats contact with wine, ultimately again, to Yayin himself. But ultimately, again, if your mind is, they don't say Yayin himself. They will need to go over the alien. What's the definition of it? The worst definition of the Papa. That was the conversation. And so, you know about Zara. The timing shouldn't be ordered with about this conversation. Ultimately, again, but the time, if they don't know about Zara, someone says, I wasn't also saying, if the timing us, model below probably, model the probably low. So, what's I say? Ultimately, again, what do you see here? It's only a halacha nice. Now again, listen, remember, this is both as a passage from Matthew. The Matthew said that halacha nice. Even if I purchase an Matthew servant, even if that servant had Mila and Tvila, if they touch the wine, they will be Yayinas. We try to become Yayinas when they forget about their avodah. And how long does it take them to forget about their avodah? A year. This contradicts the Brisa we just said before, because our Brisa said, as soon as they have Mila and Tvila, they no longer make the wine Yayin Nesa. Rav Nachman said they need a year in order for the wine not to become Yayin Nesa. So what's going on over there? First, the message, no, Kigama, happening to Shabbos. The Gemara gives the same answer what we said before. Say that moving applies to the Shabbos. Remember again, to a certain degree, the Shabbos ultimately again will be different than Stam Avad. Because a stam is someone who are purchasing from an auction. Maybe that's the case where Nachman says you need a year in order to be sure that the evidence is no longer connected to his avodah. So even if you have Milo and Tila, that's not enough. You need a waiting period. You need a detachment period of a year in order to go and get rid of avodah. The Bnei Shvachos are different. Why? Because the Bnei Shvachos are already being brought up in a Jewish home. Maybe because of that, all they need in order to escape any Yainesa issue is to be. Once that happens, you don't need a waiting period at all. I think most of the Chim Hakami, but again, the Lashon of the Brisa of the Chim is so too, which seems to link the halachas of the Shvachos ultimately to the halachas of Havadim, to which the Gemara ultimately answers again, halachah in the dress. Ultimately, that's referring to the nature of the saliva and the Chumas Madras. In both cases, Havadim and Bnei Shvachos, they both have the same halachas of Chumas itself. To which the Gemara says, don't comment. That's fine according to the opinion that says that both Havadim and Bnei Shvachos have Chumas Zav. In other words, even if there is Mila and not Mila. And when I'm what about the second thing? The second thing says, once there's Mila, even if there's not Mila, they no longer have Chumas Zav. what is it to say? Mashmalon, ultimately again, to avoiding the Rappers keep rolling through the Asinya Nessa, keep having no Asinya Nessa. There's like, it's only the adults, ultimately again, to make line, but not the children. I've got the nanny to go see Nessa, keep having Asinya Nessa. So to have other, it's only the adults that make line Nessa, not the children. Okay, ultimately again, this comes to a good position of God, because what does the hold? Yamara, Tio, Kenyomo, Asinya Nessa, Ashmalon. Ultimately, again, that old, even a 1-year-old child, even a 1-year-old Akum, has the ability to create the Nessa, much more that is not the case, that we don't have to. Okay, so let's pause here to check for just a moment, okay? Because again, remember, what is this whole subject? So there's like a lot of information coming out of this. First of all, just a couple of nuggets here. So first of all, this concept that has how legislative Tomas solve that's concept before. That's done ultimately again. That was actually sort of some list that did this is about in order to prevent Mishnah suffering, from morality, in order to prevent intermarriage. Therefore, again, it was a legislative Tomas Zav and Luke Senior. Something that each of a lot on the film. There was an interestingly enough, when the Tomas go away. So now in the case of Avad, I'm purchasing an alcohol facility. We've also seen now, not bringing out no bit of information, is that when a Jew purchases a non-Jewish servant, there's Nivla and the Tvila of the Shem Beers, which essentially is a conversion process. So obviously, once there's Nivla and Tvila, that status goes away. That's what says with our Shaila is if there was only Nivla and not Tvila. So then it's enough like this. First opinion says Zav status remains. Second opinion ultimately says that Allah Zav status goes. At what point in time does an Akum Eved owned by the Jew, at what point in time does he no longer pose a Yayin Nessa threat to the wife of the Jew? That is also a neutral case. So someone going to say again, Allah knows the Akum Yunah, but there is this Ramat who says you need a full 12 months. Only after 12 months the Akum has left his idolatry and therefore does not pose does not pose the young messages. Even though one good old touches the wine, ultimately again makes it into young mess. Even in that statement, what does Rav mean? Right? What does Rav mean? Does Rav mean it mix into Yayin Esek that I can't drink it, that I can get hand off of it? Or that no, it's not a Yayin Esek. I can't get hand off, and I see I can't drink it, and I can't even get hand off. So let's plus it means it is not I just want to share with you that Rambam. So Rambam is not what's my philosophy. Have good Allah Allah. Listen to this one. Akim Shenaga Yayin Shalom Kavan. And Akum without telling. And we'll say now, what does it mean without telling? In this context, that it's clear that again, let's say the kid started, he's climbing down the tree, he's climbing his contract, and then holding his contract. And he touches one of the way down, clearly not like and not idolatrous intent, no religious intent, there's no covenant. The kilo Akum Shenaga Yayin. So ultimately, now the equivalent case would be a child, because a child doesn't have doubts. So the Akum who touched the wine clearly without any covenant, or a child, because the child is happens like always seems to lack intent. Here we go. Also, the Shia, it has to make lots. That at any time the Akum touches wine, it's a short finishing. It's a short finishing. And the difference is if it was Shalom Kavana, right? Either a child, which is called Shalom Kavana, or a goat, Shalom Yechana. So that's not speak. That's it. That's the Rambam goes on in this case. Halomina Akum, Umalu Avliyat, Iminas, and Shinabakon, Mukamishia, Yasha, and Magu Bukakin Solo, Pasta Access to this. Now the Rambam also disagrees with Rambam says, if I purchase a Gentile servant, once he has Mila and Tila, he no longer purchases any kind of Yain Nesa. And the Yain Nesa. Yeah, Rambam says, even this guy yesterday worshiping idolatry. But once he has his Mila and Shiva, again, even though we know that he's still, like he's not yet used to his home, and he has not stopped talking about his his touch does not really line. So fascinating, right? Hello, New York later. Then he has Umaru, Ba'adayin Lo Tahu, and the Golden Poster and Shiva kind of bullets. Then he has shots. And then again, he has shots pretty differently because nature, the mother, is my servant. She gives birth in my home. It's her offspring. It's a halacha. And in this case, obviously, once it was Molo, the Talmud, there is Nero and going to talk about it. Right? The members of my household, no necessary. Let's say there was just Nero and not Nero. So that one says the adults will make the wine to Yainesa, but the children don't. Okay, so even leaving aside the abundant this, because that's I think a little bit of a detailed conversation, I just want to point out is that the Rambam, halacha myself, not being very loud. And therefore, again, an apple without dance or apple child, even when they all if they touch wine, can't drink it. Can't drink it, but you can get hung up. Very interesting. So again, I got ahead of it a little bit because you might actually didn't reach this conclusion yet, but I just wanted to do a little bit of clarity because there's so much going on over there. And again, and halacha when it comes to purchase an Akum Syrian. So obviously, once the Akum has Mila and Tvila, then Allah when I saw the member of my household, no Yayin Nesa issue, and we don't need any kind of waiting period like God said. There was again, Binyan Shlochas, again, but interestingly enough, really paraphrase some of somebody's probably saying things from what the Rambam says and what he doesn't say. If he knows the Rambam doesn't comment on the case of purchasing an apple that could be low without Zvila. Apparently, again, the Rambam told in that case, contact with wine would render the wine to get the next. Interesting. Okay, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Says Gemara, interesting story. Who was God? There was a story that happened in Mephusa. So also I was listening to into the home into the store of a Jew. Okay, and what the is the fun? Yes, you have any wine. You want to purchase from the Jew. Yes, you have any wine. So is the food somebody that you have any wine that I could purchase? Unrelay, low. The Jew shot it. People said, no, I don't have any wine. I don't have any wine. Haviyasi, I'm the daft. So there was wine sitting in the house. How did the other? Ship then. Yaakov stuck his hand in the bucket and started moving around the wine. Amr I love Amr. Is this not wine? Yaakov apparently said, we saw it. There's a bucket of wine, right? Stuck his hand in the wine, moved around the wine a little bit. Moved on around there and said, hey, this is wine. This is wine. So that he chocolate, hey, they shaggy with brother. So that when you got upset, so what they do, he picked up the bucket of wine and he dumped the bucket into a barrel. Okay, so Moses, what's the shayla? Actually, is where, first of all, chocolate, high saw the risk. So he saw that upset, he got annoyed. Which makes sense if somebody sticks their hand in the bucket of wine and didn't get married. I see he picked up the bucket of wine and he dumped it into the barrel. And now because of the chocolate, I saw the risk. He saw that upset. And what happened? He dumped the bucket of wine into the barrel. To lower location and to see to the Akamasality. Like they're not going to drink from this. So now obviously what happened there? And now obviously the trial is what's the status of the barrel of wine. Now this is a great case. Why? Because what happened here? Yaakov stuck his hand in the water. He touched it and he moved it around. Now, obviously, there was no libation. Right? This was Shalom fun. He doesn't have intent ultimately again for any type of religious purposes. He just wants to buy wine. He saw told him than wine. Yaakov started talking about this wine right over here. He saw they went ahead and dumped the wine into the palace. The China is what the status of the barrel. Let's get to the opinion. It's interesting to note also has about how when we act out of anger because so many problems. Like he actually points out over here, he says, "Shakle Kaisom." He's always angry. He's always angry. Right? And what happened? The contents of the barrel of the bucket into the barrel. It's interesting. Had he not been angry, the role was shy again. The shy would be on the bucket. Now that he got angry, what's the shy on? That. Because when we act angry, often we act egoist. We act impetuously. We act passionately. And often what that does is it just amplifies whatever the problem is, it just makes it so much worse. So before we saw only had a problem with the clock. Now we have a problem with such a tremendous music. When we get angry, we have to be so state of anger, what thing is the show choose, and what part of whatever the crisis is. Now the shy is we went from what's in the pocket to what's the status of it. So what's shy? Well, Rabbi is a good. So Rabbi said, yes, I was it seems to be like God said before. Any time it touches the water, you're not going to be able to drink. Like even Shalom so you can't drink it, but you can get out from it. So you saw it from the water. You saw the wine different. If Lord, you know, like you know, great draft. So like you know, and the food is not disagree with you. And they said that Allah follow myself, you cannot go ahead and even get them. They do say you can't drink it. But you also can't even get them. Watch this over here. If we go in, well, how you export the year is happy. So each week we're going to see that Rafuna and Rafuna by Kimura, not Kishipu, the other shows. So you will be again, the strong players of Rabbi went out to claim that the barrel of wine was mutter. Ultimately against the Russian soldier in front of so the wine in this type of video is in nothing Puna nothing but nothing they sent out trumpet blowers and coming around from ultimately the wine was so that's what exactly this is kind of like a little bit of government. Hashem, we're gonna make sure. Never like to leave off of it doesn't feel like to leave off of it. Because sometimes, first of all, when you know that my focus is Shem Shemayim, I know that my focus ultimately again, correct the focus, my focus that is really not there for ego, but it's there to be honest. Any of my focus, the Shem Shemayim suffer this time. It's gonna be okay. It's going to be okay. So again, we'll stop it because the story actually goes on to the bottom of the fest on the toilet. But again, I also using the food. Right? We're going to have resolution. It's going to be shalom. So it's not going to be able to say, this will go all of you if you're going to the meeting tomorrow.
Right now to get things started. Make some noise. Leo Kanaka. Anything can happen here. A few weeks ago, we had a completely homeless guy go first. Turns out he just signed his name on a piece of paper. He was standing out there and called his name. He came out. Surely it's homeless as a gift. Anything can happen here, unfortunately. Anyone can sign up. There's a holding tank of medians on
Incredible response to the ultimate all of you begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our annual commentary sponsor for yourself dedicated to human rushes this year as a source for the source of us thank you to the Drazen family for dedicating all of the human rushes this month of in honor of their parents who thank them for the watching the last week. And of course, as always, we dedicate our own news to our precious hostages and to some women home to show the power and merit of these soldiers and help them to be successful. The fall and say so with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. A beautiful graph of us. Today's graph is Moon Zion 57. We are picking up on Moon Zion 52, 4, 6 lines down from the top. So we are continuing this mission today, actually in the Sugya that we began yesterday. A really fascinating Sugya. And let's begin. The Gemara says this also. Who was God? To hover the it was an episode that happened in Greece. Given was the name of the place. What happened in Greece? Who opened to a problem that a solid there was a certain couple who was scaling his car. but I see who Bobby Bradley. And he brought down with him a little coverage. And the University of Bahama and office, no doubt the Russian people as he was coming down, the country, the top of the lula went ahead and touched the wine. So essentially, he touched the wine through the roots. Again, going up the palm tree, coming down, bringing down from the left, and honestly, coming to the first ingredient, touched the lula to wine. Now, Shiloh, of course, is what's the status of the wine? Is this completely wine touched by an apple? And if it was touched by an apple, that's clearly there's no libation or religious intentionality on the part of the apple maker, right? He's just doing this thing, he's coming down and got a palm branch. And he's coming down and inadvertently touched the palm branch to the wine. So what is now the status of this wine? So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, now I want to point out something interesting, which is, and Tosis brings up this point. Tosis highlights this idea that halacha l'maisa, the Gemara is presupposing that the akum touching the wine with his lula is the equivalent of the akum touch self. And that's the closest thing, guys. If you look at closest topic, I see the Morada spot, and it's the second one line close. With a few years, Kashuva, Mari, Kohavan, Bezava, Timo, Nago, Obi, Kohavan, the Blue Fall. So, again, this is just points out that you must presupposing that when he touches the wine with his lula, it's the equivalent of the alcohol touching the wine directly with his hand. Now, it happens to be, quotes over here, the quotes over here, the Rabbeinu Tam omits the mention of the lula. Rabbeinu Tam says, no, the piece over here was the apple went up the tree, coming down the tree, and as they down the tree, inadvertently touched the wall. Again, we're not going to get into this right now. We could just close the sense. Assume for a moment that we view the lula as the extension of the apple. Because that's not really what's bothering us. What's more intriguing about this case for us is inadvertent contact by the apple to the water. Or we see inadvertently no libation, logical significance, religious significance to the contact in the apple and the water. But nevertheless, the apple did touch the water. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Shayyeh Rav is a little of the book. So Rav committed the sale of this wine to an apple. Again, like I said, you can sell the wine to an apple. So the Gemara says, what's interesting in us indicates that Rav holds that halacha l'maisa, you can't drink the wine, you can't consume, but you can get benefit from it. So it says that only that's kind of Ravasi the battle. That's kind of Ravasi said to that, Vaha, Marku B'Hamar Tino Kenyom Ohu, Tino Kenyom Ohu, said Yayin. Why would you think that said that even a 1-day-old Akum child that touches wine makes the wine the Yayin Nesa? Now again, what does that tell us? That tells us that halacha l'maisa, you don't need intentionality, even without intentionality, right? Even without libation or religious or spiritual, intentionality. The mere contact of the apple with wine makes the Yayin Nesa. That's what it means if a 1-day-old child could do it. Yet here that is thing that requires kavanah. So what's going on here? So that's something that will come down. So that's in 1 second. You're right. I agree that even if an apple, even if a 1-day apple touches the wine, a lot of license can't drink it, but you're allowed to get enough. That's behind enough, and that's why I hold that a lot of license could sell this wine. So this is really incredible. So now, not so now we're beginning to crystallize over the sheep area. So Rav says that even if there is unintended contact between the apple and the wine, now again, unintended meaning one of two things, either accidental or the apple purposely touched the wine, but it's clear that there was absolutely no foundational, religious, spiritual, theological significance of this contact. Holds that halacha l'maisa. Or the truth is, I should say that. Rav's case is what we call shortcutting, because that's how the Rambam is going to say it. So here the apple is touching wine, but there's no intention, there's no intentionality. Rav says you can't consume that wine, you can't drink it, but you're allowed to get on that. So when we're touching the skufa, specifically this wine is having a gufa, Amarav, even a 1-day-old apple has the ability to eat right. Says they have seen back here a lot. Says here that here is passage to into this case. Havagin in a update Shamalova. So let's say again, I purchased servants from Apple. I purchased Gentile servants from Apple, and these servants had Mila and Tila. Now, the halacha is when it acquires a servant, so the halacha is the circumcision in Mila and Tila immersion in the church. At that point in time, the servant effectively becomes Jewish, although to a degree, although the obligation in themselves is not complete. So what's the halacha? So we must look at Rashi. Rashi says there is Shamalo Velotalo. The Kamal and the honest, the Olam Inogare actually Mimo. So essentially, when she acquires a servant, essentially again, the non-Jewish servant undergoes a conversion process. That conversion process, like every other conversion process, is comprised of Mila, circumcision, and Tila immersion in it. In this case over here, I'm purchasing non-Jewish servants. What happened? They did one of the two. This is multiple times. They did this Mila, but ultimately again didn't go to the club. The same Bnei Shlachas. That is interesting. So Bnei Shlachas, what's the case of here? So this is where I own a shift hub. I own a shift hub. Now what happens? That shift hub, the non-Jewish servant, gives birth. She has children. And the children also Shemal Velot. They had this law, but didn't yet go to the mikvah. Now, so this is Rashi points out over here, last fashion, and that is the including Shlachas. After Tisha, no good the basis of the people within a open Ba'u Yilisi. Now, this is interesting, right? Sakai, the mother is already by nature. Now, Allah the Gemara says that what happens, she gave birth to children. Those children also have to undergo Mila and Tila. Now, Rashi points out over here that this is very important. It must be that the mother herself, the maid servant, the mother herself, obviously went to the mikvah. She went to the mikvah after having her children. Because remember again, if the maid servant herself already going to the mikvah and then birth the children, those children, their offspring would not have to be immersed. They would require a law, but they wouldn't have to be immersed. So you must have another case over here where I acquired the maid servant mother. She gave birth to her children. Afterwards, she went to the mikvah. So now kids also require Mila and Tila. Again, two different types of services. Case number one is I'm just purchasing this from the office, okay? And they fully undergo the conversion process. They did Mila, but didn't choose Tila. So they have this, but didn't have this. Or I had a Jewish maid servant who underwent Tila, and before I went anywhere near Tila, she birthed children. And now those children have to go through their own Mila and Tila as well. But I've only done part of it. It's only been given to Tila. So again, they've done part one of the Jewish process, but not part two. So what's the halacha? We trust on the short time. The halacha is that it's no longer going to make this life. Like this spirit, and you trust on anything that they walk on, ultimately again, which is another way of saying they have the same type of tumult of self. That's it. Now, I think she's interesting. Rashi in the days, the Rashi is actually the ones that come down, like Rashi says in the short. Now, what does it mean when it says that their saliva and the tumas measures, when if you walk over something, you put it in the marketplace, what does it mean? I feel the short. Tumas and something, other tumas and that does me out. It does not. So, how much you design for me? So, listen, so this actually is the now, look is that Chazal legislated that an Akum has the same level of Torah as a self. That's not what an Akum has. Part of that is the big guys are to be able to dissuade, to create a division between Jew and Gentile. There should be a distance. So Jew is that the Akum communicates. From us, self has to keep his distance into marriage politically. So the Gemara says, well, the interesting finish what it is. And these servants, they undergone part of the conversion process, part of the conversion process, because it's not the whole process, therefore they're still treated like a spoon, therefore there's saliva and too much measures, and when you walk over, conveys to not like yourself. Good. The Gemara says, now by the way, the reason it says, the short, remember again, the halacha is that suffix toma b'shus harabim is ultimately going to be tala. The Gemara phrases it this way, but the saliva on the mattress is tame even in the short. To highlight the idea that is not a suffix tumah, but rather again it's a vagin tumah. They have definitive rabbinic tumah like yourself. Fine. So the Gemara says, Varmilatah. Now some say no, it's not true. Some say because they have undergone part of the conversion process, therefore they do not have the same tumas zov like the Kankum would have, and therefore halacha l'maisa again they do not need it. And Rashi again, this Rashi is also on this only tar. The model of the kabru, most of the Restream. Interestingly enough, the second opinion says it's so that someone that is servant who just, and therefore Chazal will not in such a case. Okay, so focus as to whether or not the servant who entered one part of the class Mila without Zima, do they have too much to sell or not? First opinion says yes, and opinion says no. I was like, well, that's interesting, but this is what we need. Yeman, you have your one. So what happens if Halach when I saw they touch water? So what's the status of the wine? The golden also so ultimately again, adults surgeons will make the wine for the then their children. I wasn't used to seeing the golden children, the alien the golden, the alien who are adults who are children. The golden yoding the kid of us for inside shop. So the golden might mean the you understand that what is so because you understand what is therefore there's a real concern. When you touch the wine, ultimately again you have Havana 4 of Avodah. The Talmud, on the other hand, even though the kid Avodah Zarah from Shasha, the Talmud, on the other hand, you don't know about Avodah Zarah. Okay, it's interesting. So again, so just watch how fascinating this is. So again, I'm purchasing, so one of two cases. Case one is I'm purchasing servants from a home. My job as a Jewish owner is there has to be a conversion process. The conversion process is comprised of Mila or Tavila. Same idea. If I have a Jewish, I have a maid servant. Clarity acquired. So she underwent her time, but she became pregnant and gave birth to Tavila. Her offspring also require Mila and Tavila. Let's say in both of these cases, I have these terms in both of these cases. They So again, if they're golden, meaning they understand that it's enough, then the wine is young. If they're becoming, then ultimately the wine is not young. What's the wisest coming back to us? The Gemara says, "Coming with us, the golden one, the common loan." You see from here that Allah for us. So again, only if they're golden, i.e., thus do they make your wine catch do they make the wine young? And apparently, if they're minors and therefore lack gas, it doesn't make the wine to young. So let's say, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, in order to go ahead and make wine into yain, you require intentionality. So ultimately, again, that is a kasha. Ultimately, again, I'm not because Rav said that even a kid, even a regular child, can go and make wine into yain. Yes, and even though Rav said, hey, that's only for consumption purposes, not for moral purposes, but still, it's able to make wine into yain. That's it. Which the Gemara says, no, clear the law of the nation. Maybe that distinction between adults and children, excuse me, only applies to Bnei Shvachas, where the offspring is the servant of a shifro or belongs to him. Because in that particular case, interestingly enough, the children are being raised in the home of the Jewish minister. So because of that, perhaps they don't know about Zarah at all. Not about Zarah at all. The older one is already a bit more problematic. And maybe that's the distinction. But in the case, let's say an Akron, maybe we never make this distinction between adults and children. Okay, it's very interesting. I have a hard thing, but this is the thing. In other words, the two cases are very the Bnei Shvachas case is building on the previous case of the Akron. So which the says, no, I don't want to use this. That's only referring ultimately again to their saliva and their measures. So which the Gemara says, how do you remind them are coming? That's how according to the opinion that says that the spit and saliva and the measures and the trembling is ultimately again the stomach, right to myself. However, Elderman, the other part of my opinion, or that being second, the most important thing was the second thing. Second thing says, once you have a servant who has undergone Mila, even if he hasn't undergone to maybe has the rabbinic Tamas. So what does it say? Commercial law, involving into the restaurants. So here the price is coming to teach you to compare a volume to the nation. Remember again, and that in this context, and is someone who I'm just purchasing from his house. You know, shvach means again, I already own the mother. The mother is already my servant. Now her offspring are undergoing their conversion process. The point of the price is to compare these two types of avodim. Neither the shvachos, mother of the Lord, who the ocean just like that in shvachos. It's only in the case where let's say there is mila and not that the servant has the ability to go ahead and use the wine to the However, again, mother becomes a law, including once the children of the nation, once they were empty law, their contact with wine does not make it into the so to avodim are the same thing. Once in heaven has Mila and Tila, the same this is right because Mila and Tila can no longer mix wine to the Agnes. And also, that is a finish. Why La Fuki with any national or Shmuel, or not or Shmuel, has a chef avodim Mila and Because Matthew says as follows that if you purchase Gentile servants, right, and purchase Gentile servants, I thought Pisha, mother the Tavla, even though again those now have Mila and Tila, Osim Yayin Nesach. If we touch wine, it still becomes Yayin Nesach. Until when Shekishka Avodas Bakavim. Ultimately, again, up until the point in time where the Eved forgets about his Avodah. I the Gemara says, we'll talk about this moment. Kamash Malon below. Kamash Malon, we reject this position of man. Several sentences. So a lot of things happen in the So nothing happens to hold. But halach l'maisa, if I purchase a Gentile servant, even though that Gentile servant now is Mila and Tila, the same Abdus, that Gentile servant touches wine to wine before it becomes Yain. You know, so the point of our rights is to reject and repudiate this position. You will hold that way. Once the Akum goes ahead and once the Akum has Mila and Tila, the same Abdus, if he touches wine, it no longer becomes Yain. That's very interesting. So the Gemara questions the screenshot. Amr Nachman Amr Shmuel Halokiach Avodim Ya'odid B'Chavim Afa Pisha Mama V'Tavla Osi Yain Esech After Tishka V'Lus B'Chavim Shmuel. So now the Gemara is going back and revisiting Rav Nachman's statement in the name of Shmuel. And also, I just want to point out the piece of information. Well, let's finish this. So Rav Nachman says, if I purchase an Eved from even the shame, first off, when I saw if they touch wine, the wine fully comes out. That's until they forget about Avodah. I asked the Gemara, how long does it take for an alcohol to forget about Avodah? So when they do, actually myself for this. 12 months. 12 months, that's the amount of time it takes for an alcohol to forget about Avodah. Appreciate the beautiful one myself, right? So apparently, when it comes to nations of the world, it's been 1 year to forget about that. Right? So once they detach from that desire for a year, all they can figure out about it. Listen, you see from the power of the years. You have been praised about this too, and we are forgotten fast and shalom. Rahman Islam, we could be thousands of years close. We can look like we've sometimes they look like we've turned our back on the emotion, but even if it looks that way, nothing for the future. And I don't forget about the 18 year. Well, no matter how earned our behaviors may be, no matter how far we move forward, no matter how bad we are to be, no matter how long we go without this and gosh, nothing ever so I purchased service from Apple. And again, they do reload and not to do that. If they do a shvach, so again, he did. Mila and Universal, Sean of the low function process. So yeah, we're back to the process. So the saliva, and too much material. This is any kind of something. Walks on something, supports their weight, does something. So welcome with raised in the short tummy. Not only last soft, but too much definitive too much. So some say they don't have too much. I said the meat level didn't eat a lot of too much. Again, without their warning. So you might be building also line into itself. You can in also line itself. So if you're contact with wine, okay, again, to line itself. But ultimately, again, if you're not, what's the other mission? What's the other? So once you go, adult, you know about Italians shouldn't be open because I would have a desire. So yes, I have a problem. Model the problem, yeah. Also, ultimately, when what you see here, it's only a lot of nice and again, listen, remember, this is posted to country from nothing. The nothing said that a lot of nice. Even if I purchased an Apple service, even if that service had neither and neither, if they touch the wine, the wine becomes the INS. Every time the wine doesn't become the INS, when they forget about their avodas, and how long does it take them to forget about their avodas? This contradicts the basic just said before. Our basis, as soon as they have Mila and Vila, they no longer make the wine yes. But nothing said they need order for the wine not to become yes. So what's going on here? This measure of freedom of happening to the margins of we said before. Say that meaning to diminish levels. Because when I get to a certain degree, diminished levels ultimately again will be different than standard avoid. Because the standard is someone purchasing from an apple. That's the case where nothing says you need in order to be sure that the other is no longer connected to all results. Even if you have Milo too, that's not enough. You need to wait. You need to period of a year in order to go to the Shafas are different. Why? Because the Shafas are already being brought up in a Jewish home. Maybe because of that, all they do to escape any Yainesa issue is Mila and Tvila. One thing happening, but again, the Russian of the race is defeating so few, which seems to link halachas said that in Shvachas, ultimately to the halachas Havadin, which the Gemara ultimately is again halacha in the dress. Ultimately, that's referring to the nature of the saliva and the Tumas Madras, that both pieces, Havadin and Bnei Shvachas, they both have the same halachas of Tumas Saliva. Which the devices are equal lines on a common. That's how that both Havadin and Shvachas have Tumas Zav. Whereas even if there's Mila and not Zila, and Laman Matar, what about second case? Even if it says, what if there's Mila, even if there's not Zila, they no longer have Tumas Zav. My opinion, what is there to say? Mashmalan, Havadin, Kinder, Giving the Shvachas. We ultimately again to equate Havadin to the Shvachas. Also, not in the Shvachas, to go into the house in the Nesa, to have anyone in the house in the Nesa, just like having the Shvachas. It's only the adults, ultimately again, to make the Nesa, and not the children. Havadin, not in the golden house in the Nesa, to have it in the house in the Nesa. So to buy Havadin, it's only the adults that make the Nesa, not the children. Okay, make your that. Ultimately, again, this comes to this good position. Now, is what is now. Tino, then you're more that national one. Ultimately, again, that holds that a lot of ways that even a 1-year-old child, even a 1-year-old apple, has the ability to create the Nessa, much more that is not the case, that we don't pass in the so let's pause here for just a moment. Because again, remember, what is this specific? So there's like a lot of information coming out. So first of all, just probably know the two. So first of all, this concept that has now legislated to us some. That's we've actually seen that concept before. That's done ultimately again. That was actually sort of some list of different concepts about in order to prevent mission of suffering, in order to prevent immorality, in order to prevent intermarriage. Therefore, again, there is a rabbinically legislated 10 hours and can be seen there. Even from one day, look, you've seen a lot of Now, also interestingly enough, almost resolved in way. So, obviously, so here in the case of Avagim and purchasing on conservative, we've also seen other negative information is that when a Jew purchases a non-Jewish servant, there's a Nibla and what's Nibla B'Shem Lewis, which essentially is a conversion process. So, obviously, once there's Nibla and Nibla, that Zav status goes away. That's what our Shiloh is if it was only like a not so then it's enough of this. First opinion says no, the Zav status remains. Second opinion ultimately says that Halacha myself, the Zav status is away. At what point in time does an Edom, an Akum Edom, owned by a Jew, at what point in time does he no longer pose a lioness threat to the wife of the Jew? Is also so to say again, Halacha myself after Yom Kippur, but there is this Ramach when he says, no, you need a full 12 months. Only after 12 months do you see that the Akum has left his idolatry and therefore does not pose a lioness issue. But remember, the way we got to all of these is Rav, right? Rav is on the books the same. Until Ben Yomo also one day old Akum child, he touches the wine, ultimately again makes him into Yomo. Even in that statement, what does Rav mean? Right? What does Rav mean? Does Rav mean it makes him to Yain that I can't drink it, that I can get hand off on it? Or that no, it's not a Yain I can't get hand off, and I see I can't drink it, and I can't even get hand off. So let's plus it. You said it's not finished. I just want to share with you the Rambam. So the Rambam is no first Ma'aforos Hasulos, Perek Yud Aleph Halacha. Listen to this Halacha. Akum Shenad B'Yayin Shalom Halacha. And Akum touches wine without color. And we'll say now, what does it mean without color? In this context, it's clear. Again, let's say particularly started. He's coming down the tree, he's holding his branch, and he's touching his branch. And he touches one of them, purely not the addition of idolatrous and no religious intent. There's no cover. If he never be young. So ultimately, now, the equivalent is to be a child. Because a child doesn't have that. So whether it's an Akum who touched the wine clearly without any cover, or a child is always considered to lack intent. What's that? Here we go. Also, the Shdia in the Sunnah. So you pass the right now. You pass the right now. That at any time Akum touches wine, it's a short term. It's a short term. The difference is if it was Shalom Kavana, right? Either a child, which is called Shalom Kavana, or Shalom Kavana, you can get Kavana. So that's how you pass. That's it, pass. And everyone's on this case. Halokiat Kavot and Minahakum, Umalo the Kavonat, Minas, Yain Shinaba for Mutzimisa, Yan Pati Shatain and Umalo with the Dati Shalom Pasta, Akum. So, listen to this. Rambam also disagrees with Rambam. Rambam says, if I purchase a Gentile servant, once he has Mila and Tla, he no longer poses any kind of Yain Nesach. Rambam says, even though this guy yesterday was worshiping idolatry, but once he has his Mila still, like, yes, he's not yet Jewish home, and he has not stopped talking about this Akum, this touch does not render the wine Yain. Okay, so fascinating. Now, one more, nothing maybe up there. Then you have short example. We model the body of Tabu, and we go there, she do go back and what about the next one? The maidservant mother is already my servant. She gives birth in my home. All the dear to your offering. I said, and in this case, what we have, obviously, she was model the Tabu, if there was Milo and Kilo, right? The members of the Dionysus. Let's just Milo. So that says the adults, but the children. Okay, see, even when we do the side view, because that's actually a little deeper conversation, but I just want to point out is that I'm not myself asking about the house. And therefore, again, an apple without doubts, or apple child, even 1 day old, if you touch wine, can't take it. Can't drink it, but you can get hand of it. Right? So again, I got ahead of it a little bit because you might actually didn't reach this conclusion yet, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of clarity because there's been short going on over it. And again, and Halacha, I said that I'm asking, when it comes if I purchase an Akum servant. So obviously once the Akum has Mila and Tvila, then Allah Lamaisa, Allah Lamaisa is the member of my household, no Yain Nessa issue, and we don't need any kind of waiting period like Rav said. I will say again, Daniel Shvakas, again, the interestingly enough, we hear based on some of these circumstances from what the Rambam says and what he doesn't say. If you notice, the Rambam doesn't comment on case of purchase something that is new law without Shvila. Apparently, again, the Rambam told in that case, would render the wine again. Okay. Says, interesting story. Story that happened in Mafusa. So the pastor of Ibrahim, I was on the street now, and Apple walked into the home of the store of a Jew. Okay, and then Amr the it's with Amr. He asked me if you have any wine, it's fine for me. He asked me if you have any wine. So Ilku, Amr was at home. You have any wine? The Jewish shopkeeper said, I don't have any wine. I don't have any wine. How did you say come down? So there was one sitting in the bucket. Shut it together. Chit then Yaakov stuck his hand in the bucket and started moving around the water. Amr the Lord, I love Amr. Is this not honest? Apparently says we saw it talking about. There's a bucket of wine right, stuck his hand in the wine, moved the wine a little bit. Moved on wine and said, hey, this is wine. This is wine. So what happened? Shaq hey, the stay. Shaq was done. So what happened? He got outside. So what they did, picked up the bucket of wine and he dumped the bucket out of it. Okay, so once they should have actually is very first of all, Shaq very highly sought this. So he saw that outside. He's got annoyed. Which makes sense if somebody sticks their hand in you. Right? So he picked up the bucket of wine and he dumped it into the barrel. So now because of the Shaq highly sought the list, he saw that outside. And what happened? He dumped the bucket of wine into the barrel. Kilomar location as if to say to the Akma like you're not going to drink from this. Because obviously what happened here, and obviously the trial is what's the status of the battle of wine. Now this is a case. Why? Because what happened here? Yaakov touched it and he moved it around. Obviously, no libation. Right? This was a little bit funny. He doesn't have intent of religious purposes. He just wants to buy wine. He saw told him more than wine. Yaakov's really talking about this wine right over there. He saw they went ahead and dined into the palace. Is what's the status of the battle. Because if you get to the English, it's interesting to know about how when we react on anger because of so many problems. Like the fact that he says it's shocking to all the risk. He's angry. He saw it was angry. And what happens? He dumped the barrel of the battle. Had he not gotten angry, the Shiloh would be on the bucket. If he got angry, what's the Shiloh? That's because when we act and often we act impetuously, we act to it. And often what that just amplifies whatever the is, it just makes it so worse. So before, I mean, we saw only had a problem with the bucket. Now he's got a problem with the bucket. And was there such a tremendous consequence? How when we get angry, we have to be so careful not to act out of anger. Because whatever the problem is, if I act in a state of anger, one thing is the truth, I will amplify whatever the crisis is. Now the Shiloh is, we went from what's the status of the bucket to what's the status of the bucket. So what's the bucket? Shiloh, love out this so Rabbi said, okay, Rabbi said you can't drink it. And we'll say, no, this seems to be familiar with what God said before. Any time that something touches the wine, you're not going to be able to drink it. Right? Even Shalom time. So you can't drink it, or you can get it from it. So you saw you could sell the wine. You sell the wine, you get it from it. If you are lady of Huna Bakshina, Huna, they grab nothing. So Huna, Bakshina, disagree with law. And they saw a law for myself, go ahead and even get them. They agree, you certainly can't drink it, also you can't even get them. You'll be there. If we don't let how do you export these happen? If we're going to Lafuna va thin enough, and Lafuna very dry enough. The napkin is in sea. Okay, so rubber was a loser. They were napkins, so they disagreed. Otherwise, maybe again, the natural advantage to disagree. But they said, what happened? Next, Umar says, she pulled the rubber assurance. A little bit again. The trumpet blowers went out to proclaim that the barrel of wine was mutter. Ultimately against the Rose, so again, what means that the trumpets. What it means is, well, he made a fuss, he ultimately made an announcement. Everyone should know that wine in this kind of situation is absolutely going to be permitted. Enough to she put Rafuna Bartina, Rafuna Baram. After that, Rafuna Bartina, Rafuna, they would their own trumpet blowers to make their own announcement ultimately again that the wine was awesome. So that's in Saturday, this is kind of like, I know we're going to roll up the finger, but the next. Well, Hashem, we're going to make sure. I never like to leave off on the forecast. It doesn't feel right to leave off on the forecast, but sometimes first of all, when you know that it's not focused to change your mind, I know that it's not focused to again, correct the focus. My focus is really not there to ego, but it's there to get to the honest. Any my focus will change my self in this time. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. All questions. So again, we'll stop there because the story goes on to the bottom of the fest on the parish. But again, I don't want you to lose in this week today. We're going to have resolution. Everyone's going to be friends. It's going to be shalom. So it's not going to be both sides. Tremendous. This is all of you. This is tomorrow.
Where would you do this in Las Vegas? In your apartment? No, just where I did that. So that's a cool one activity. For those of you keeping track, 50% of
Listen, this was far from something that's in that one of the very special for I'll be grateful for the next week or so, but also engaging everyone again, checking again, going again, making all these things how responsible for some stuff I'm going to sell. Always in the Brussels, this sort of reason stuff. Anything additional this month, about being over discuss our parents, yes, sure. So it's all about it's not all additional scholarship information will be included. YouTube and this sponsorship to that really continue today on that room of 56 and picking up the next session at the dance on room shorter than today. Really beautiful scene between the city of Yangon. Mark Mishnah. The Ina also Yainesa actually remember again warning the Yainesa until remember it's crushed in the upper back, then it goes through essentially into the lower system. Only the Mishnah said only once the line is in the lower system does it have the ability to be categorized as Yainesa. So the word says it's established not Yain Sheep. Now interestingly enough, the ones we have a different discussion. This is a discussion regarding this industry, specifically at what point in time is the present obligation for the other. So now the right says as follows, not in Shita, again, when does one be subject to choice? And I says Shita it begins to foam. Rashi says Yani Shita in the short lines. Third line, Yani Shita, having demand of Allah being nicer, the also Shias. So once the wine itself is formed, it's considered to be finished. Because it's considered to be finished, ultimately, again, you're not even allowed to have what's called shkiasa. Shkiasa means even a non-set or non-kahua drinking that's taking place. So remember, before let's say the wine reaches finished state, one could drink it from it, we'll call it casually, without having to touch it. Once after it reaches finished state, one cannot partake of it even casually without first time. Now, the Gemara says at what point in time is wine considered to be finished for tithing purposes when it foams? When it develops foam. Rashi says Gemara goes on. Whereas Amarava, so look, I say that here's the definition. So, we're offering the assumption of that whatever is considered to be, finished state, so that one can become wine, that's to be the same finished at which point it becomes even Shumas and Moses. So the Gemara says as follows. Interestingly enough, when it comes to, I said, when is wine finished in terms of when it gets to the lower vat? So when the lower vat, it's fit, so to speak, to become yains. In other words, it's fit. It's considered to be like a product, finished product, and therefore it's made into yains. The Rice says, when is wine considered to be finished for myself purposes, for tithing purposes? When it foams, the contradiction. So when is wine considered to be a product? Is it when it foams, or is it when it goes into the lower system? So that's another contradiction. Hallelujah, keep up our two different opinions. So my focus is this time, Yain Mishirka, right? And keep on Mishirka, so the Mishnah says as follows. One considered to be finished, so as to not pollution. So the Tanakh says the Rabbanan say when it goes into the system. But the Akiva say only when it develops. Okay, so therefore you might find out my focus to what point in time is wine finished. Rabbanan, which is the opinion mentioned, this is in the Mishnah, assumes that our cistern, and the once it begins to fall. By the way, my Kasha and the Akiva, keep with the bar or keep with the hot. Interestingly enough, apparently in wine production, there's two different times in which foam begins to form. One is in the system and one is in the back. So now the Akiva says that wine is considered to be a product. Assuming that both for housing purposes and that it's now fit to become Yainesa. Is that talking about is it foaming in the system or is it foaming in the barrels? Obviously, again, the barrel is a leader. The wine does whatever it does, ferments a little bit, sits a little bit in the cistern, or into barrels. So Yakiva says that foaming, when it begins to foam, or when foam begins to form, is the finished state. Is that the foam in the cistern or the foam in the barrels? So the Gemara says, Hashma, so Lisanyo, Yain Yishiyah, Apa Pisha Kafa, Holik Min Hagat, Ayona Minatsina Bishop. Interesting enough, so the Gemara post devices is wine, when it begins to foam, even though it has begun to foam, it's just translated, even though it's begun to foam, you're still allowed to go ahead and take some of the wine from the cistern, from the gahayona, the upper vat, from the piping. This shows that, and you can drink it. What do you see here? Keep going to bar time, you know, so if you go the Alpha Pisha Cup, Mash to the bar, Holy Pinagat, Hayona, shows them on the left. So it's actually very interesting. So the merchant is like this, the righteous is like this. That if wine begins to foam in the lower the system, even though wine in the lower system or in the system has begun to foam, the righteous says you're still allowed to go ahead and take wine from the upper vat, that's the vat where the crushing takes place, as well as from the pipe. Remember again, you have the upper vat in which the crushing takes place, a pipe which then takes the liquid down to the lower vat. Or what we call the system. Those are the systems. Even though the wine has begun to foam in the lower cistern, you're still allowed to go ahead and take juice, wine, from the upper vat and from the pipe. In other words, the finish of it, right? And even though the wine in the lower system is a finished product, the stuff above in the pipe and in the upper vat is considered to be unfinished and therefore again can be consumed even without first prior tithing. What do you see from here? Marsa Shmanina, keep like the butt, I mean Shmanina. See then that Yakuba says talks about foaming, what is he talking about? Foaming in the cistern, not in the barrel. Okay, very interesting. So whereas the butt time cirrhosis, therefore again, what we have over here is as follows. Therefore, this is the fundamental matter. Here's the fundamental matter of this. As to what point in time is wine considered to be a quote-unquote finished product? Now, that question has two ramifications. Number one, when is it finished? Therefore, it triggers an obligation to tithe it. And when is it finished? At which point it could be technically made into wine. So the Rabbanan seem to indicate that as soon as the wine hits the lower system, ultimately again it is considered to be a finished product, both for Chumas and Isis as well as for the Yanis and the Kiva, foam. Has to develop foam. Foam where? Foam in the that or foam in barrels seems to be more indicates foam in that itself, the lower system. Mas a time leader, a time to be that time to be the day. Zabi Yoshia. Yani kişiliği ve bar edilip that again, so in that statement of the learning Mishnah, on his contact next day, in Yeshiva the Yoshia, that wine when it goes down to the bar, when it goes down to the lower system, and ultimately begins to foam. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Mishiyashla Bechavius. Interesting enough, Rabbi Kiva says, no, it's not considered to be finished until when? Until it's poured into barrels. Because actually says, Mishish to the flush on the shoulder of the Yam, Mishiyashla Hayai Habar, in the fires. The Akiva says, when is the wine considered to be drawn out, poured out from the cistern into the vessels? The conversion of the seal of the alcohol, Rabban Bashir, the bar, but I'm thinking she that is interesting. So, just before we get how many now is an attribution? Up until this statement of Lex, version of today, so we had Rabban saying, that one is considered to be finished product that gets into the lower system. When it develops foam in that same state. Now that's a big one, the attribution changes. So the Rabbanan will say one is considered to be finished. Ultimately, again, when it foams, and foams in the lower system, and Rabbi Akiva not only once it's put into the foam. So now we have coffee. So that's what we can first by itself, is what we just mentioned. Mishiye Levalavitza. Rabbanan hold when is wine considered to be finished, ultimately when it goes into the lower system and it develops foam. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Mishiyish Levalavitza. Rabbi Kiva says ultimately, again, no, it's only once it's poured into barrels. So let's say instead, reading most important is that halacha on the Maisah is macrophos. When and what point wine is considered to be a finished product? What are the ramifications of wine being a finished product? Both. At what point does wine become wine in itself? And number two, at what point is the heavy obligation triggered? So now in this new iteration of this macrophos, the Rabbanan will say, once the wine hits the lowest cistern, because we have the upper fat, that's where it starts, the height, which then leads it down to the cistern, and the cistern itself. Rabbanan, once it's in the cistern and it begins to foam, ultimately again, then it is considered to be finished. The Akiva, no. It has to get it up. Yes, it has to come into the lower cistern and it has to foam. And it's only finished once it's actually put from the lower cistern into the bellows. Incredible. Fun. Other Mafism Dikani in the OCI Nessa actually the bar, they might plus it's 90. So here's the problem. And how that we feel good about ourselves that we successfully interpreted the importance of the human Rabbanon. What do we do with the Mishnah? Because the Mishnah espoused the Bible. The Mishnah said that halacha l'maisa. At what point in time is wine considered to be finished? Wine is considered to be finished at the time that ultimately it hits the lower system. So there's a opinion of that. That's not the Rabbanon, because the Rabbanon requires only in the lower system, and the Akiva requires ultimately pouring out the system to the balance. So his opinion is reflected in the Mishnah. Which they might cross it for no. So is it possible to three opinions? Maybe there's Rabbanan. Wine is considered to be finished when it gets to the lower and it foams. Rabbi Akiva, yes, lower system foams according to the barrels. And color of our Mishnah, we won't know. Once it hits the lower cistern, it's considered to be finished. So which the Gemara says, maybe there aren't two things here, but what's happening here? So it's possible, maybe the confusion is this. Maybe the confusion is because we are in discussion of Meiser to Yain, and we're assuming that whatever you hold, quote unquote, finished purposes, is also considered to be finished for Yain purposes. But maybe they're not linked. Maybe they're actually two different topics. When it comes to Meiser, at what point in time is one considered to be finished and therefore subject to the obligation of hiding? Okay, that's enough focus. Ready, even the Rabbanan. Once again, once it gets to the lower system and foams, Rabbi Akiva, lower system is foams and then poured into balance. That's by myself. Perhaps everyone is more mathematical. And everyone says that once one gets to the lower sister, once it gets to the bottom sister, the bottom back, to the receptacle where the wine is collected, ultimately then it is subject to and again, ultimately it is subject but Shani last actually. Shani about the nicer so the film is only by Ayanasa. So that's the Mishnah. But by Meiser, the Makok is ultimately again a Kiva and the Rabban. Fine, 100 days ago, so I knew Baba days. Okay. The Rabban, the lotion, not interestingly enough, according to Rabban, ultimately again, he does not make this distinction. Right? He does not make this distinction ultimately again between Vanessa and Meiser. We could actually come to Rabban Rosh يقصدون الأو ما يصير يانسة تنسيسين شاني يزال لو كاشنا أما لو شاني دي شاني مش شاني يانسة كفيلة بيابا أكيد كمصاي. So remember again, Rava was the one who introduced this entire discussion, right? Rava was the one. Remember, the Gemara quoted the Raisa. The Raisa said that wine is considered to be finished for Raisa purposes as soon as it foams. Rava comes along and Gemara brought it up as a kasha on two different things. Rava doesn't say it's not a kasha, indicates that Rava holds that halacha l'maisa, the details of wine for meiser are the same details of wine for yayin nesa. In fact, the fact that Rava structures this whole thing as two different in that Rava does not bifurcate these discussions. In fact, halacha l'maisa, whatever is considered to be the finishing criteria for wine by meiser, will be the same finishing criteria for wine by yayin. According to Rava, therefore, those say Nur base 216 first line, Mokim Law, Kitva Satanari. She would hold that there are three different Hanan. So as I said, interestingly enough, the way to learn this study is as follows. At what point in time is wine considered to be finished and therefore subject to yayin? So here we have the religion dispute. Let's go with Rava. Rava understands that the laws of yayin will essentially be learned from so we have the Kiva and the Rabban. Ultimately, again, I'm sorry, then you have the people hold the Rabban. Rabban hold ultimately again once the wine hits the lower back is stirred and foams, it is finished. Therefore, triggers that is nicer, subject to the No, it has to be then transferred from the cistern into the barrels, then finished. Both triggers an obligation for Meiser as well as subject to INS, which is a kind of our Mishnah. And a kind of our Mishnah holds that Allah Meiser is a chut right Mishnah. It's more matter. It's essentially for the obligation of the wine becomes subject to INS as soon as it hits the lower. Okay, that's Rabbi's interpretation. The other interpretation is that no, the two discussions are not really linked. Everyone is mathematical. Everyone is mathematical. And as soon as that wine hits the lower sister, it's considered to be finished and therefore again sub to or susceptible to this. I might say, yes, that's my phone. You can Rabbanon. And again, Rabbanon is saying once it's below cistern and foams, but you keep only once it's transferred to that. So two different ways of understanding this particular scene. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Mashaba bar also Rashan. So interesting enough to be right? So remember, whatever is in the bar, right? Whatever is in the system, ultimately again is going to be external, but the rest of the water, the other parts of the person, and that is will be mutter. So let's say now again, so the touch was what this thing is like this. Right? So if you can imagine, you're pressing like this, we've got a person pressing the grapes on the upper section. That wine is then going down through a pipe. Right, there's a spring on the pipe, and then ultimately again the wine is collecting what we call the lowest. Gemara suggests it like this. Mishnah tells us that once one hits that lower cistern, it is susceptible to yayin. And anything else in the other parts of the person, and that is really mutter. we want to, because remember again, once that toilet is finished, it can't become a message. Remember, Moshe Ella, here, God the Son is that. That is only assuming that you do not return grapes back up to the press. Now, what is that? You go to Rashi. Rashi goes to the last word line in Rashi. God the Son, Gogo, the Kasha the Sinner, the Hayayin Yori Nasino is so called, and the so called regard to be able to sign the Hayayin and reserving the so God the Son is a basket. And this basket essentially is that's where the question occurs. The liquid then goes down the pipe. Remember again, along with the liquid, you'll see fish and skin and all other types of great fish that are coming out there. So you have a basket on the bottom of that pipe. Roll the basket, attach the impurities, that is stream allow the wine into allows the liquid into the lower fat. The rest of the same race, the says, it would be determined to take that sediment from that basket that's attached to the pipe, put that back into the upper receptacle, right? The upper utensil, with the initial crushing, and to crush it again, crush it a second. So it's going to be very interesting. The Mishnah says that anything that is in that upper back, as long as anything are going to be mutter. It's only the stuff that gets into the lower back and the subject to that. However, if you take the collected sediment, basket at the bottom of the pipe, put that back on top in the upper receptacle, right? In what we call the where all of the carbohydrate wall after the crushing happens, if you put that in, then you get the start also, okay, what's the shape? Hits here, God, the sun is but ultimately, again, it takes the sediment from the basket attached to the bottom of the pipe and put that back up into the upper crushing back, and ultimately, again, even the liquid in the upper back, the stuff in the upper back is going to inject through the iron. See what it says? Okay, why? God, the sun is before the night comes. So this is interesting. It presupposes that the sediment from the basket attached to the bottom of the pipe also. Why is that sediment attached to the item which collected in the basket, which is attached to the bottom of the pipe? Why is that? Why is that? Interesting enough, it's ultimately to the bottom of that. That's what it's right, so we've got the upper utensil, upper set. We'll call it the gut. Right, so crushing out liquid and other liquids go down the pipe. That happens with the basket. It's a string attached to the bottom. And then again, what we gut, what we call opening the system is on the other bar. It's on the bottom. It's on the bottom. The one suggestion where the flow of the liquid from the basket connects the basket and its contents ultimately again to the lower system. Right? There's a flow of liquid, a flow of juice, of water from that basket ultimately again to the lower system. That flow essentially connects those two ideas to make them one. This is called the halacha mitzvah flow. So you have flow from one utensil to another utensil. That flow connects, halachically connects those utensils. Therefore, the halacha treats it as sediment collected basket attached to the bottom of the pipe is actually sitting in the lower system itself. The wine in the lower system is subject to the INS. Therefore, when we take that sediment and we reintroduce it back up into the upper utensil, right into the upper crushing utensil, then essentially what you're doing is you're taking wine, so to speak, that is subject to the INS, putting it back into the upper utensil, and when you do that, then even the contents of the upper utensil are asiyas. It's called nitzi. Martha Shlamino, nitzi. What do you see here? And when there's a flow between two utensils, that flow ultimately again connects those two utensils and makes them one. Therefore, because there is a flow from the basket connected to the bottom of the pipe into the lower system, there's a flow that connects them. Therefore, there is a one, and if it's sediment at the basket is as if it's sitting in the little cistern, which makes it reintroduce it into the upper utensil and makes the contents of the upper utensil usher as well. Incredible. So you're gonna as it feels, right? Shepak sasso to visa. After shepak sasso. So what's this? It actually says that we actually shepak sasso to visa. So we'll see in your section this particular business. So looking at shepak sasso bolo, she was smelling inside. Before we get to that, sorry, before we get to that. So, no one to suggest before you get to it, sorry. No one to suggest that ultimately again it's a flow. So the flow ultimately again from the basket system, and that flow connects to the again as if the sediment is sitting in the lower utensil, in the lower system. And when you reintroduce it up into the upper utensil, makes the contents of the upper. You might then suggest a different. You might say, maybe not. Maybe it's bigger. Shepat sasso, so hakanami, shepat sasso boda. Maybe there's a different reason. Maybe the case where the bottom system itself is so full that the actual basket of the pipe is submerged in the lower system. You hear this? So it's not small. In other words, the practical said that even if there are two systems, those two utensils from each other, if there's a flow liquid goes from A to B, those two utensils are connected even though they are geographically. Comes under the particular cases, maybe it's not single line, maybe the case of wine in the lower system rose to the point of again the depth of the lower system. The wine level of the lower system raised so much that literally again the basket in this context are submerged in the lower system. If that's the case, then it makes sense because then the sediment, right, that's the basket attached to the bottom of the pipe, ultimately is submerged in the wine which is in the lower system, which the Mishnah says is subject to substantive collect. The sediment, reintroduce it into the upper utensil, ultimately use the upper utensil, all of its contents go into the upper. Okay, incredible. Let's go ahead. I'm going to tell the story. Let's go from the So there was a young child. Right now, all of the Sefas of Zara, right, within 6 years. Right, within 6 years. Very young age. Very young age. Rashi says that she's shy. Has been in 6 years. Rashi says no. Then she's shy. Result. 6 years ultimately again. There's master beside his eyes. It wasn't kind of mask. So very simple. Things in life that seem impossible. Things in life that just seem so compelling. Sucks. Such an overwhelming mountain that can't scale. We give up before we begin. And every once in a while, we love it kind of like sprinkles, these incredible nuggets, ridiculous factors. They tell us few apply ourselves, few really apply ourselves, really push ourselves. There's no telling what we could accomplish. It's about invitation, really. The child seeks ultimately as a mess to the circumstance. He may say, oh, yeah, photographic memory. One of these, I believe. Perhaps. If that was the case, the I wouldn't have said. You know why? Because there's no great kunst in mastering photographic memory. One simple reason. A photographic memory is not something you did, right? You didn't earn it. A photographic memory is a gift to that Kaddish of your will to accomplish. There is one thing that stands in the way of your will to accomplish, and that's nothing standing out. There are perceived obstacles. Those obstacles, if you set on my child 6 years old, the last 3 seconds, and what is something that means that you can accomplish the very best set. If you don't accomplish, you have to be promised, respect, and recognize that more often than not, the reason we don't cross those finish lines is often because we didn't want it. If you want it, you really want it. Nothing else can change. Let's go back to that. So there was this kid, he mastered level of 6 years old, going there, they asked him if I was national, not really, so always from coming to that. What is halacha? Is you allowed to crush grapes together with an apple in, now again, in this case, it's the apple's vat. So the apple wants to hire me to crush grapes with him. Am I allowed to do that? I'm not the rules, God, can allow people coming to get the child answered, yes, you're allowed to. You're allowed to go ahead and crush grapes with the apple in his vat. Whoa, mercy, 1 second. So how come not say what's that? I mean, how can people make the guy yes? It's his why, it's his bad. He can make the guy yes, he can make the guy yes. That's ultimately again how to do participants. Especially if you're coming out to the day. ومش تفرق عن خاصة ما تقدر إنك تسير تلفونها تثبت هذه يعني. So they all say, let's see how this fits in with that previous discussion. And look for them, the Jew frustrates the idea of Chantal and the Chantal thinks. The mother says, the kid said yes. And how can you say yes? After all, the opposite to make it into the INS. Because the Jew is essentially crushing the INS out. To which the mother says, it's sorry, lay, you like it. No, because what you do is interesting. You can go ahead and tie the opposite's hand. Tie his hands so that he can't really see what's in the store together. Essentially, much used to be seen, and again, this will be further clarified tomorrow. It sounds like what's happening over here is that in order for the athlete to make the INS, he has to stir the water, he has to produce it. So therefore, if you tie his hands, you take away his ability to create. But how come not say for that, no? You could always go ahead and stir the wine, stir the grapes with his foot, and make the INS a no, that's not ultimately again that's not what happened. The INS remember again is foundational. So at home, he's going to need something for his something he's doing about complicated. He's not going to go ahead and do this. So therefore, as long as his hands are tied, there's no concern about the actual making it done. Again, we need greater clarification on that. Another story. The Hava Ben Arga, the Dashu Yisrael Obik of Arulau Shamra. So this is actually very interesting. There was another story. What's the story? That there was a Jew and a man who crushing grapes together. Now, in this case, the grapes belonged to a Jew. So the Jew hired the Hakum to go ahead and crush the grapes with him. So the Gemara said, the Shiloh, what's the status? What's the status of the law? So the Gemara said, the Shmuel, Shmuel waited 3 regalim. Effectively waited 3 regalim in order to answer this question. Shmuel and Russia, Hilchos Pesach, Sarkos, Ataris, Bataris, Hilchos Pesach. So in this case, you remember, every one of them from conceptual Sisukis, is maybe only gathered to the Hilchos of that particular year. So Shmuel waited 3 yamim total. Where doesn't tell exactly when this is happening, but he waited at least a horse in the Sukkis before he answered this question. Once his right hand why did Shmuel have to wait? Elaine Mishum the Kassav was in Zayin down 57 right? Elaine Mishum the Kassav 50 right? Dini Mishkafim Kana the Asik Ready Nasa. Osrine, Ibu Banda. Maybe Shmuel was waiting for someone who was in the position of Rabbi Nassim. Right? Because Rabbi Nassim would say in this case, and in this case, the one no. Shmuel didn't want to do honest. He was waiting to see if there was someone else who would agree with this particular position. In seiner Rappel Mishnah hat dazu gelassen. Kein Band, aber man goes mit dem einfach die Schloss wurde aber das kaufen. Die nicht so noch hat Bana oder eine Dish. So what I say is we're going to actually quite interesting. That's not the opinion. That if the apple touches even if he does not go ahead and touch it in a way that is vibration, or if stun, an apple touches and there's absolutely no salivation in the contact, the Nassan still says that the wine is going to be Asr by Nasr, but you can't even get it. So perhaps no, so again, remember, in our case, I'm a Jew, right? I have to go ahead and crush it. We want to go on fun. So Shmuel didn't ask Hashem to do it. So what? Possibly in the morning, is waiting to see if someone like the Nassan. Because the Nassan holds that Akum touches wine, even if he's touching it not for religious purposes, but it just stops even more. Just in contact, still makes us. So does anyone else hold this thing? This side, no? This side, you learn that, so beyond, being beyond the and so ultimately, again, if that's the mother, or we can find so being beyond, shaking the exposure. So let's say again, you have an apple was measuring the wine condition. Let's say in this case it is measuring. Right? This is measuring. This is commerce, religion. And it's money. It's money, it's not religion. System it is, right? So the time it holds, you have to sell it. Ultimately, in that meaning, you shouldn't drink it, but you can get kind of more from it. Right? You touched it, so therefore you have to touch it, you shouldn't drink it, but ultimately you should sell it, and you're allowed to keep the proceeds. Binasa Omer, the Asar, the red yellow smoke. Binasa says no. Binasa says if you enter the food touch it with his hands, it's Asar. And Asar means Ba'ila and Ba'no. You can't consume it, you can't get benefit from it. The red yellow, Mutter, but ultimately, if you just move it around with his foot, then ultimately, again, that is going to be. So Binasa was like, so maybe Shmuel anyone not. Also, by the way, we're going to see this discussion because this is a touch the line. Clearly, not agreement for context. What does that do? It says you can't drink it. You get benefit. Rabbi Shimon, besides Rabbi Nasa, no. Once the apple touches it, it's yain nesa. Yain nesa. You can't be sweet. You can't really get hung off. Again, what the exception is, that's what the touch with his head. Touch with his foot, then it's going to be mutter. It's mercy was it. Ima Rabbi Nasa, nice. The leg, y'all. Right? I'm sorry. Rabbi Nasa Omer, Biyad Asur, the leg, y'all, mutter. Which is Ima, the Omer, Rabbi Nasa, Biyad, the leg, y'all, right? Ultimately, again, the Imam says, Rabbi Nasa's position was stated by the hand. Did he mention anything? It says, Ella, the Mashkari to Rabbi Shimon, the Shariah, you look the Shti. No, it's not the So, in other words, he originally thought that Shmuel abstained from them in the life. He wanted to see if anyone else would be enough from it, like Rabbi and answer this one. Even no. No. The reason why Shmuel waited for asking is not to see her. It's not just the opposite. He wanted to see if anyone was going to be is there anyone who's going to be Nick or like Rabbi Shimon, because Rabbi Shimon ultimately against this type of wine. Now what this type of wine, when it is clear that his contact with the wine was not religious in nature. Rabbi Shimon says that wine is not only permitted by law, but also permitted in the not going to overcome other showing his covenant. We should hold this out. And it's clear contextually that the contact that the Atom has with him is not religious in nature. Of the one is permitted halacha l'maisa, even if she is so therefore, again, the Gemara suggests let's bring this full circle. So right, so again, Jew had a wine press. He asked an Atom talking to Shmuel. They came to Shmuel. What's this to the wine? Shmuel doesn't answer the problem. The wine conclusion, he perceives that anyone who's making preparation. So you shouldn't hold that you actually touch the wine. It's clear that it's contact. But again, it's utilitarian. The machine holds mutter by no and mutter for consumption. So we're looking to see ultimate head consumption. Anyone else who's recurring is doing the list like from these last pieces is coming to my focus. Being an interest once tomorrow. Now what happens when there is clear, non-religious, non-theological contact between Akron and wine? What does that do to this? Essentially, we have three Rabbanon, don't drink it, can't consume it, you get enough. Rabbi Nosson, drink it, can't get enough. Again, Rabbi Shimon, can't and can even. Well, looks like Shkoyach will stop over here for today. A great assistance to read after with you again, and that's it. Have a wonderful day.
What else are you up to? What do you do for fun? Dancer. I love to dance. Really? What
Most
kind
of
of
it's
dance?
not basically small percent. So we have to back in small number very special.
Contemporary. You guys have any contemporary hip hop that you could
I'll be just
perform?
for the next week or so. Apart from some food, of course, engaging again, learning again, checking again, and growing again. You know, if you have a design, and our response, and you'll come to response to the teach about how to sell. You can always show me virtuals. This, so it's also reason Mustafa, and dedicated always showing this month. So I'm going to have I'll be in Tova, express our parents, and nurse, and shed. And so it's always all the time. So all of our additional sponsorship. Now all additional sponsorship information will be included in the description of the again, a great sponsorship today on that room from 56% at the two dots on room bottom left. We have a shorter dot today. A really, really beautiful scene between the city of the island. The north is the mission. The email also, Yainesa actually is so remember again, wine does not become Yainesa until, remember, it's crushed in the upper back, then goes through essentially a head into a lower system. Only the Mishnah said only once the wine is in the lower system does it have to be categorized as Yainesa. So the Gemara says as follows: you learn Yain Shifta. Now, interestingly enough, the Gemara is bringing up a different discussion. This is a discussion regarding Shumas and Maesters. Specifically, at what point in time is there a heightened obligation for one? The Raisa says as follows: Yain Shifta. Ultimately, again, when does one become subject to Shumas and Maesters? Shifta, when it begins to foam. Rashi says where Yain Shifta is in short lines. Third line, Yain Shifta. So once the wine itself is foam, it's considered to be finished. Because it's considered to be finished, again, you're not even allowed to have a coach. Yes, I means, even set and non-kavua drinking that space. So remember, before, let's say, the wine is in finished state, one could drink from it, we'll call it without having to time. Once it reaches finished state, one cannot partake of it even casually without first time. The Gemara says at what point in time is one considered for Bible purposes when it forms, when it develops foam. Rashi says Gemara goes on. Amarava, so look, here's the contradiction. So Gemara operating under the assumption of it here. Whatever is considered to be, a finished state that one can become Yainesa should also be the same finished state at which point it becomes higher than Shumas and Maesters. So as follows. So interestingly enough, when it comes to when it's said, when is wine finished, which is Yainesa, when it's to the lower back. So you come into the lower back, it's fit, so to speak, to become Yainesa. In other words, it's considered to be a quote-unquote finished product, and then we made it Yainesa. The Raisa says, when is wine considered finished? For nitrosis, for tithing purposes, it foams. So when is wine considered finished? Is it in foams, or is it when it goes into the lower system? My focus is when the wine reaches its finished state. Continue with the down, Yain Shiri the bar, but he keeps the Mishnah says as follows: at what point in time is one considered to be finished, so as to trigger a closing obligation? So the Tanakh says the Rabbanon saying when it goes into the system. Rabbi Akiva says only when it develops foam. Okay, so therefore the Gemara says conduct machlokas as to what point in time is wine a finished product. Again, Rabbanon, which is the opinion mentioned, she's the opinion mentioned in the Mishnah, as soon as it goes to the lower cistern, Rabbi Akiva, once it begins to foam. By the way, Gemara asks, Yakasha, Rabbi Akiva, keep with the bar or keep with the chavis? Interestingly enough, in wine production, there's two different types in which foam begins to form. One is in the system and one is in the bank. So now the idea is that wine is considered to be a quote unquote finished product. We're assuming that both for tithing purposes and then now fit to become Nayilesa. Is that talking about the system or is it forming in balance? Obviously. The barrel is always the one state is that the foam in the cistern or the foam in the balance. So the Gemara says, Hashma, Lisanyo, Yam Yishita, Acha Pishakafa, Koliki, Hagat, Ayona, Yatsina, Bishopsa. It's interesting enough, so the Gemara talks about this wine and it begins to foam. Even though it has begun to foam, it's really begun to foam of the wine from the cistern, the upper vat. Remember that? Umin Hatzino from the piping. The show set, and you can drink it. You can drink it. What do you see from there? Shmania, keep away the bar, and then Shmania. So if you look at that, it's Yafaki Shakafa, Mashidabar, Kolik Minagat Hayon. And the show set, Shakosa Shmayor, the bar, Login Marmara. So it's actually very interesting. So the mercy is like this, the right is like this. That if wine begins to foam in the lower the system. Even though wine in the lower system or in the system has begun to foam, the Brisa says you're still allowed to go ahead and take wine from the upper vat, that's the vat where the crushing takes place, as well as from the pipe. Remember again, we have the upper vat in which the crushing takes place, a pipe which then takes the liquid down to the lower vat. What we call the system. The system. So the Gemara says that even though the wine has begun to foam in the lower system, you still go ahead and take juice, wine, from the upper vat and from the pipe. What's the finish of it? And even though the wine in the lower system is a finished product, the stuff above in the pipe and in the upper and therefore again can be consumed even without first apply type. What do you see from here? Master Shmanina, keep like the bar, and the Shmanina. So then Rabbi Akiva says, talks about foaming. What is he talking about? Foaming in the system, not in the barrel. Okay, very interesting. So Mara says, but let's look again. What we have over here is as follows. This is what I meant. So what is the wine considered to be a quote-unquote finished product? Now, that question has two answers. Number one, what is it therefore it triggers an obligation? And when is it finished and which point it could be technically made into non-release? So the Rabbanan seem to indicate that as soon as the wine hits the lower cistern, ultimately again it is considered to be a product both for transmisters as well as for the nest Kiva foam. Has to develop foam. Foam where or foam in the barrels seems to be indicates foam in itself, the lower system. So if I kind of we do this to I kind of did the day. She got the bar then so the statement always taught that it's did. In the Yeshiva, wine when it goes down to the bar, it goes down to the lower cistern, and ultimately begins to foam. Rabbi Akiva Omer, Mishigash let the chavius. Rabbi Akiva says, no, it's not considered finished until when? Until it's poured into barrels. If you look at Rashi says something like that. Rashi Mishachalios, Lashon shows that Mishiyash that Hayai Bar, nothing else. The Akiva says one of these things to be finished only once Liberty again gone out, poured out from the cistern to the vessels. In Russia, the seal was the Elkai, and the Rabban of the Shir, the bar, but I'm keeping the Shir cut, so to point out over here, the problem we now have attribution. Up until this version of the I'm saying that one is considered to be finished product as soon as you get a system. That is Kiva when it develops foam. But foam in that same system becomes when the attributes changes. But it comes to so the Rabbanan will say wine is considered to be finished. Ultimately, again, when the foams, and the pashtus cistern, and the keep into the barrels with its so we have color, there's conditions. Mercy fierce enough, nice up, coffee. Glad that Mercy is right, which you can use the first by itself. One is what we just mentioned. Mishiyeri Lavali, Lavana Hole, lemon wine considered to be finished, and when it goes into lower system and it develops Rabbi Kiva Omer, Mishi Yishtadafabis. Rabbi Kiva says ultimately again, no, it's only one just poured into that. So listen, so just understand. Where the is holding right now, Allah from the Maisa, when and what person is considered to be a finished product? What are the ramifications of being a finished product? Both, what point in time should wine become wine in that? And number two, at what point in time is the obligation triggered? In this new iteration of this focus, so now body hits the lower system. You again, we have the upper fat, that's where it's crushed. The height and down system and the system itself. And it begins to fall. Ultimately, again, then it is considered to be finished. The Akiva has to, yes, has to get it, yes, it has to come into the lower system and it has to be only finished once it's actually put from lower system into balance. Incredible. Fine, using the tongue in the OCI Nessa Kache the bar, the Makwasa Tani. Here's the problem. Have that we feel that ourselves are successfully interpreting what we said in Rabbanon. What do we do with Mishnah? We cut styles of the Mishnah said that Halacha L'Maisa. At what point in time is one considered to be finished? One is considered to be finished at the time that ultimately it's a lower system. So that's not the Rabbanon, it's the other system. And the Akiva requires an important outcome system. So these opinions reflect the Mishnah, to which the Gemara wasn't related. So is it possible are there three opinions? Are there three opinions? Maybe there's Rabbanan, considered to be finished when it gets to the lower system and it forms. Rabbi Akiva, lower system forms that has to be poured into barrels, and then kind of our Mishnah. And once it hits the lower system, it's considered to be finished. Which the one says, maybe not. Maybe there aren't three opinions. So it's possible, maybe the confusion is like this. The confusion is because we are linking the discussion of nice to Yainess. And we're assuming that whatever you hold is finished for hiding purposes is also considered for Yainess. But maybe they're not linked. Maybe they're actually two different topics. When it comes to my answer, at what point in time is one considered finished and therefore subject to the obligation of tithing? Okay, that's enough. Lucas, that is keeping the Rabbanon. Again, the Rabbanon, once again, the system and foam, the cistern, foams, and then orders the balance. So that's by my search. Yes, perhaps everyone is more mathematical. And everyone that once one gets to the lower certain, once it gets to the bottom that the receptacle where the wine is collected, ultimately then it is subject to Yainess. And again, That's just the hummus. Whereas in the carbonates, at least filling and maybe barrel, Yayanesa will be more nut, and once it hits that lower back, ultimately it is sub-laws of Yayanesa. Shiny Yayanesa, from your grabber, what's the left? Shiny Yayanesa, the nicer, Yakiva. So the hummus will be by Yayanesa. So we got that's the issue. That we keep it in the grabber. 5 days ago, Shiny Baba, okay, the Rava was shiny, not eat according to Rava, ultimately, who does not eat this, right? Who does not make this ultimately again between the INSF and so we could actually say anyway, you can assume Alexa in the INSF season, shiny Rava Kasha, Ama will deeply shiny, so remember again, Rava, this is our discussion. Rava was the one, remember, the Rashi said that one is considered to be finished for Rashi purposes as soon as it forms. Rava comes along with a Rava as a kasha or Mishnah. Rava says, no, it's not a kasha. Rava doesn't say it's not a kasha indicates. And Rava, the details of wine for Meister and the same details of wine for my Yonasa. It's right. Structures this whole thing is two different opinions. Whether it's even Rabbi indicates that Rabbi does not bifurcate these discussions, but rather Allah for the Maisa, what is considered to be the finishing criteria for wine by Maisa, the same finishing criteria by Yainess. According to Rabbi, therefore, those above is 50, 60, first line, fifth last September. You can hold that to three different timelines. Three different timelines. So it's like a studies as well. A lot point line is wine considered finished, and therefore subject to Yainess. So here we regionally dispute. Let's go with Rabbi. Let's go with Rabbi. But essentially we learn from this. So that next thing we have in the focus will be Kiva and the Rabbi. Ultimately, again, the people will hold. Allah will hold ultimately lower back, cistern, and full ditch. Therefore, triggers revolution for nicer. The Akiva, no, it has to be intentionally from the cistern into the barrel. Then finished. Both triggers an obligation for nicer, as well as subject to the INS. So there's a third opinion, which is a kind of our Mishnah. And kind of our Mishnah holds that Allah L'maisa is a chut right there. It's more machmir. It says essentially for Yayin Nesef, the obligation or the wine becomes subject to Yayin Nesef as soon as it hits the lower system. Okay, that's Rabbi's interpretation. The other interpretation is that no, the two discussions are not really real. Yayin Nesef, everyone is machmir. The Akiva, the Rabbanah, everyone is machmir. And as soon as that wine hits the lower system, it's considered to be finished and therefore or susceptible to becoming Yayin Nesef. By Meister, yes, that's not what we said between the Rabbanon. The Rabbanon saying once it hits the lower system and foams, that the Akiva only wants translated by us. So 2 days of understanding this particular symbol. Let's go back here. So interesting enough, the Gemara said. So remember, whatever the bar, right? Whatever the system ultimately again is going to be concerned, but the rest of the other parts of the apparatus will be moved. So what's this? Now again, so there's conscious you're pressing like we've got person pressing the gates on the upper center. That wine is then going down through a pipe. Right? There's a spin on the bottom of that pipe, and then ultimately again the wine is collecting in what we call the lower system. The Gemara suggests it like this. Mishnah tells us that once one hits that lower system, it is susceptible to set. And anything in the other parts of the system apparatus will be nothing. Or nothing. Because remember again, essentially, until it's finished, it can't become a grinding mass. So the Gemara is really interesting part of the Shemar. Roshel Elon, Shemar Dichsir, Gad Gusani Udat. That is only assuming that you do not return the sediment, entire grapes, back up to the press. Now, what is that? We'll get action. Rashi is going to go say last word on Rashi. Gad Gusani. Brodel, Shekasher Bifar, the Hayan minority not seen was so called. When we so called the bar, they were signing Hayan and Zardin Bifar. So the guy is a basket. And this basket essentially is attached to the upper back That's where the crushing occurs. The liquid then goes in the pipe. But remember again, one liquid, you also have pits and tin and all other sort of great fish that's there coming out. Right? So you have a basket on the bottom of that pipe. You roll the basket to catch any of the impurities, to act as stream to allow the wine into its allow the liquid into the lower vat. So the rest of the explanation, the thing says, it would be common to take that sediment from that basket attached to the pipe, put that back into the upper receptacle, right? The upper utensil, with the initial crushing, and to crush it again, to crush it a second time. So I feel this is something very interesting. The Mishnah says that anything that is in that upper vat, as well as anything in the pipe, are going to be mutter. It's only the stuff that gets into the lower vat that is subject to that message. The Torah says, however, if you take the collected from the basket at the bottom and you then put that back on top in the upper receptacle, right? In the what we'll call the crushing, where all of the all the stuff in the crushing happens, if you put that in, then even the stuff in the upper vat is going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Okay? So what's the check? The Gemara says about Hetzir God, son of the God, also. Again, if you're going to take the sediment from the basket attached to the bottom of the pipe and put that back up into the upper vat, the crushing vat, and ultimately again, even the liquid in the upper vat may be stuck, or the stuff in the upper vat is going to be subject to yayinus. The Gemara says, okay, why? God is saying before the Manisasa. So here's what's interesting. This presupposes that we accept the premise sediment collected in the attached to the bottom of the pipe is awesome. Why is that sediment attached? Why is that sediment collected in the basket, which is attached to the bottom of the basket? Why is that awesome? The emergence just spoken with you again is connected by that. It's the bottom side. Remember, let's play this out. Right, so we've got the pre-utensil, upper second. We'll just give it a quick right? Crushing happens, liquid and the Greek fishes go down the pipe. Right? Then what happens? There's a basket. It's a strainer attached to the bottom of the pipe, and then again, what we call the gut, what we call ultimate discipline is on the other bottom. Is on the bottom. This is on the bottom. The most interesting is this. Right? The flow of the liquid from the back connects the back and its contents ultimately into the lower system. Like there's a flow of liquid, there's a fleece of water from that basket ultimately to the lower system. That flow essentially connects those two avenues to make them one. This is flow. So you have a flow from one utensil to the next those utensils. Therefore, because those two utensils connected, the halacha treats it as if the sediment collected basket attached to the bottom of the pipe is actually sitting in the lower system itself. The wine in the lower system, there's when you take that sediment and introduce it back up into the upper utensil, right into the upper crushing utensil, then essentially what you're doing is you're taking wine, so to speak, it's subject to Yainesa, put it back into the upper utensil, and when you do that, then even the contents of the upper utensil become asur as well. Incredible. It's called mitzvah. You must shlamina mitzvah fever. What are you seeing here? That when there's a flow between two utensils, that flow ultimately again connects those two utensils and makes them one. Therefore, because there is a flow from the basket connected to the bottom of the pipe into the lower system, and therefore they are considered to be one. And if the element of the basket is as if it's sitting in the lower system, and then when you reintroduce it into the upper utensil, the contents of the upper utensil as well. We've done it here. As it appears, right? Shapaf to pisa. Afternoon, Shapaf sasso bowl. So then what's this piece of it? It actually says what we got. Shapaf to so so seeing this I shared this particular case of the video we'll talk about tonight. So also Bolo, she smelling her bar actually Yeah, sorry. Before we get to sorry, before we get to so what I want to suggest before we get to it, sorry. So what I want to suggest that ultimately again it's a flow. The flow ultimately again from the basket or cistern, and that flow next to the two utensils making one. Therefore, again, it's as if the seven is sitting in the lower utensil, the lower cistern, and when you reintroduce it to the upper utensil makes the contact with maybe not. Maybe it's going to be Shepa Sasso Sneaky, so Hasanazi Shepa Sasso Bola. Maybe there's a different case. Maybe the case over here is where the bottom system itself became so full that the actual basket that is attached to the bottom of the pipe is cinched in the lower system. You hear this? So it's not a question of flow. In other words, the concept of meat success, even if there are two utensils, and those two utensils are each other, if there is a flow of liquid going from A to B, those two utensils are considered to be connected to their geographical distance. It comes under the here, says maybe that's not the case. Maybe it's much simpler. You don't throw a line meats it. Maybe the case in question over here is where the one lower in the lower system rose to the point where little again the basket is submerged into the lower system. The one in the lower system raised so much that little again the basket in this context are submerged in the lower system. That's the case. Sense because right that collects the basket attached to the bottom of the pipe, submerged in the wine which is in the lower system, which the Mishnah says is Sikiyayinasa. Therefore, if you start to come to the left, the sediment, reintroduce it into the upper utensil, ultimately it's not utensil, all of its contents goes. Okay, incredible. That's right. There was a young child, who mastered all of the seconds of Zara, like 6 years. Right in 6 years. Very young age. Very young age. Says that he had she's shining into absolutely right as he mastered 6 years. She says, no, she's shining. Then she's shining. He's 6 years old. 6-year-old child, ultimately again, mastered the second level. If I ask yourself why do you know this? It's a very simple response. To accomplish what you want. Things are like this impossible. Life that just seems so competitive. It's such a overwhelming just mountain. Can't scale. We give up before we do this. And every club with the largest economic it's just they tell us it's really complex. It's really push us. There's no time what we can accomplish. God's limitation really so photographic memory. If that was the case, the Gemara wouldn't have said. You know why? Because there's no great points in mastering something really great. One simple reason. Photographic memory is not something you did. Like you didn't earn it. A photographic memory is a gift to that finished ultimately it's the same way. No one gets a credit for being 6'5". You really must have done something amazing that you need to 6'5". If you're 6'5", good for you. That's just calculation. If you're 5, you'll get up. So you know what? Now, if you need to perform 5'5", we expected you to be 5'5". What are you talking about? This was conferred upon you. These are circumstances. It's actually you run the second stuff. You know, she's the Malamuna, right? The mountain has a pregnant, brings the keeper, brings the person 12. Keeper Zuma Taylor, be with this child, and he's like, really glad you're good, fall short. That's it. I don't think that you would have meant because a kid with a photographic memory is no different than all. You don't get a shkoyach for being short. You don't get a shkoyach finding a photographic memory. Those are circumstances that the Ribono Shel Olam conferred upon. The Gemara goes out of its way to tell us because it's really not a relevant part of the story. The Gemara goes out of its way to tell us that there was this child who mastered that old Yizar. In fact, the old Yizar, 6 years old, tells us in Davar Omi B'fnei Harason, it stands in the way your will to accomplish. There is no will to accomplish. Nothing standing on it. There are perceived obstacles. Those obstacles we set our mind to often. Child seeks it, the master is sacrificing what is on the other side. That means we don't have to be honest. We have to recognize that more than not, the reason we don't cross those finish lines is because we do let's go back to this kid. The master that was 6 years old, going with him, they asked him about, what problem did what if we crush grapes? An apple in Nagan. Apple's that. Apple wants to hire me to crush grapes with him. Am I allowed to do the child answered? Yes, with the apple in his mouth. What's that? Apple head. Make it carry this. Hey, this is why it's the Mishnah Choraka to me, we're going to see how this fits in the previous discussion. Ask the kid, could a Jew trust with the Gentile in the Gentile? Gemara says the kid said yes. And he can be angry. So he question Yasa. Say lay you so you do is interesting. He had and tied the apple's hands. Tie his hands so all this comes together. Sends to the single and again is referred to clarify tomorrow. He says in order for the apple to make the eye he has to stir the water. He has to do something. So therefore, if you tie his hands, you take away his ability to do exactly that. You could always go ahead and stir the wine, stir the grapes with his foot, and make the eye mess up with his foot. No, that's not ultimately again, that's not what I the eye mess up is another negation. Second is theological one, it's religious one. So at home, he's going to make something, he's going to make something. For his actually dealing with a couple of things. He can't go ahead and do this. For as long as his hands are tied, there's no concern about the again, we need greater clarification of the information. Another story. The Hava Benarda, the Dashi, and Sova Ovigo Harim. So this is actually very interesting. There was another story. What's the story? There was a Jew and a Yankee crushing grapes together. In this case, grapes belong to the Jew. So the right to the Jew hired the Akum to go ahead and create slavery. So the Shiloh was, what's the status of the law? So the Shaliah, Shmuel waited 3 rebellions. Effectively waited 3 rebellions in order to answer this question. You can actually fuss with you. Shaliah the Shmuel and Jerusalem, both was three sacrifices. Both was so in this case, you remember, every one of them told us actually this focus, and everything was gathered to learn the locus of that particular event. So Shmuel waited 3 young in total. Where doesn't tell us exactly when this is happening, but he waited at least after Shavuos and the circus before he answered this question. He says, my time, why did Shmuel have to wait? Even you shouldn't have Shavuos and Zayin down 57, right? Even you shouldn't have Shavuos. 50, right? The Meshkach and the Tana, the Asik, the Nas, oh, sweet. Okay, maybe Shmuel was like this. Shmuel was reading to someone who agreed with the position of Rabbi Nassim. Right? Because Rabbi Nassim would say in this case, as we'll explain just a moment, that in this case, the wine should be also even Bahana. Shmuel wanted to be stringent on his wine, so he was waiting to see if there was someone else who would agree with this particular position. Because Rashi, he's on our 57, and Chapter Hanadassik and Nassim, Yayin Bahana, Baman, Go, Sha'avim Kohanim, after Shalosh Hula Avodos Kohanim, the Nisuch Lo Havi Asr Bana Ala Ayudation. So as we're going to see, this is actually quite interesting. But the lesson is of the opinion that if an apple touches touches the wine. Even if he does not go ahead and touch it in a way that is libation, or stunned and Akon touches wine, and there's absolutely no theological motivation in the contact, Rabbi Nassan still says ultimately again that the wine is going to be asr ba'na. Not only can you not consume it, but you can't even get benefit from it. Perhaps Shmuel was even, remember, in our case over here, I'm a Jew, right? I hired an Akon to go ahead and crush the grapes with me. We want to know what's the status of the wine. So Shmuel didn't answer this question for 3 reasons. So why? So puzzle number one is today to see is someone not going to Rabbi Nassan. Because Rabbi Nassan holds that Akon touches wine, even if he's touching it not for religious purposes, but it's just stam contact will see even more. Just stam contact still makes us wine. So Shmuel's looking, does anyone else hold this thing? This side, no? This side, you don't know. Madigo, being beyond, no? And so ultimately, again, if Rashi says over here, Madigo, probably young shows, being beyond, shaking his head up, he's on himself with a shark, coming young, and he's spoken with listening, and you have an Akon who was measuring the wine. Now, you know what's in this story is measuring, right? So because he's measuring, this is commerce. It's really not religion. And it's money. It's money, it's not religion. So he's measuring the wine. So the halacha still is, like Imaka, so the kind of common holds, you have to sell it. Ultimately, and that's meaning, you shouldn't drink it, but you can get high enough. You touched it, or Yaakov touched it, you shouldn't drink it, but ultimately, you forgive us, you should sell it, and you're allowed to keep the proceeds. Binasa, beyond Asar, the Regal, Binasa says no. Binasa says if he touched it with his hands, it's Asar. And Asar means Ba'achila and Ba'anal. You can't consume it, and you can't get benefits. The Regal, Mutter, ultimately, if he just moves around with his foot, then ultimately, again, that is going to be so reversed on side. Amos says maybe Shmuel's waiting to see anyone not more like Rabbi Nassan. By the way, we're going to see this discussion right, because this is a major discussion. Right? So this is talking about a case where the apple touched the wine, clearly not for theological purposes. What does that do? The Talmud says you can't drink it, but you can get benefits from it. So we shouldn't, sorry, Rabbi Nassan, yeah, the Regal, Rabbi Nassan Omer, yeah, also the Regal, which is what it says, Ema, Omer, Rabbi Nassan, yeah, the Regal, ultimately, again, that's Rabbi Nassan's position is what is stated by the hand. He meant anything about the foot. It says, Ella, Yiki Mashkaf, Nakana Shari to Rabbi Shimon, the Shari Afira Bishop. No, it's not the reason. So, in other words, we originally thought that Shmuel steamed from them because he wanted to see if anyone else would be nothing, like Rabbi and Asr even his words is no. Much more way to ask him is not going to be nothing, just that. He wanted to see if anyone would be. Is there anyone who's going to be neutral that the Shimon ultimately are going to miss this type of one? When it is clear that the Atom's contact with the one was not religious in nature. So the Shimon says that one is not only committed to law, but also committed to the Shimon. The Shari Naga, so what they call other, is having is clear. That's the contact that the Atom has with the one, not religious in nature. And Allah Maisa, the one is committed to Allah Maisa, even the Shri for consumption. So therefore, again, the Gemara suggests, again, Jew had a wine country, he asked an Atom cup of wine. He came to what's the status of the wine? Shmuel doesn't execute the problem. Why not? Conclusion. He wanted to see if anyone who's NATO, but that shouldn't hold that even when touch the wine glass. But again, it's utilitarian, it's commerce, it's money, it's business, it's help. But the shouldn't hold the wine is mutter by law and mutter for consumption. We're looking to see ultimately again if there anyone else who occurs with this thing. What doesn't mention is last piece of tremendous networks. And again, because one tomorrow's stuff. But what happens when there is clear, non-religious, non-theological content between Apple and God. What does that do to you? Essentially, you have three things. Son, don't drink it, can't consume it, you get enough on it. Having no son, can't drink it, can't get enough. And ultimately, Rabbi Shimon can get enough. Well, Rosh Hashanah, wait, it's supposed to be back learning everything again.
Exposed for Dean Stanfield. Here we go. Dean Stanfield.
Good morning. Today's is a very bizarre about the day.
You guys understand the show? You haven't any fun yet?
Well, sponsors to thank our annual color sponsors.
How many do you think the next comedian's gonna do?
All of the drugs as a support to the state tennis. Special family for our sponsors thank Stephen and Wendy Tracy sponsors over to the Boston Nacional and honor Google Tracy. Here, Joey is working for the Black Papilla, who's right. It's a son of the seriously good. And in the summer, that really puts out. Now we will enable what to say our weekly learning sponsorship, David and Wendy Hester for sponsoring all of Shurim of this week in honor of David Hester's 54th bar mitzvah anniversary. Marvin for David, Dr. David, also for having Daniel Hester and Ori open the shul to celebrate the engagement and the election to his nephew. Isaac and his wife Vicky and their children Yishai, Nama, and Ora who are visiting. Welcome to the America Hosted. We'll have this one to have so together with you. Trying to share. It's a thank you. That really sponsor for today. We can't gather the chain of command. The sponsor that feeling this morning was the effort of Gabby's grandmother for our African pilot, Kyle O'Leary, shot for Kyle O'Leary, making the promise of God in the final. All those who sponsored, all those who are here, all those who are there. Today's class is that today we are taking up and starting the date of an hour. The word Saul refers to the story of the sabbatical demand, the challenges and questions that were posed by certain individuals about the nature of our religious life. So here, the Lord starts it by saying, Sarah Devar. So Rashi says that, and she uses the concept of Rashi. He says, I do some Sarah Devar, with Gemara, he says, Jose to the problem Pariel, he himself was the only to problem, and he is the Muna Arasra Deyas. He is on the day. It's not a pilot, so he is the king, he is the army general, because he says Rashi is himself as a pilot. Himself as an he says the word desire. So he asked the following question. Since they asked, Yeshem or Kappa 8 Hashem, the Lord 8 what? Fire? Fire. So then, Kapana is a god of a god of God. Well, he really understands it. So, we asked the following The first thing the purpose is YouTube is speed to jealousy. The person has to have a concept of jealousy. Jealousy is something that seems to be born for a person having a passion with you have something good, and then you do it. So once you have it, you want to know that what happens when it comes to thought. That's what is the association of the thought. There's an advantage for a person having more and more thought. However, when it comes to this is we are also together. We are physically, we are everything. Limits. Ultimately, when it comes to the students, it's more. Because we shift from mana away from the silence. Because we have money we have to do. And the next thing is the person like the silence, and he wants interested. Not like the person has a mana, he wants another 100. Then he has 200 mana, then he wants 300. Actually, we have double. So first he only has 100. Then he says, I'll sell you out, I'll take another 100. 200, and he wants another 100. He wants 200, I was another 200, 800. The more person has, the more person is jealous. A person with this question, I did this ask was, why the kind of part is jealous? And yeah, you mentioned yesterday that this is saying the possible between jealousy over there, really kind of is jealous, but it's really more than a vengeance towards those who share their desire. The question is, why is it going to be jealous over the like, it seems like the kind of jealous for something good. It's like there's some typical jealousy. A person who's wrong will be jealous of someone who's stronger than them. So there's something weird to it. There's something that the person is jealous of. So why is that talking of jealousy and desire? It seems like there's nothing to it. If there's nothing to desire, it's jealous of. I'm not knowing it's kind of good and to come back to the Bible. And really terrible. So, how do you understand it? Now, this is not like this is going to be a really good story. I want to understand. So, this is critical hard for us. And this kind of is to understand. So, for myself, I will try to get through it. So, the other to a person from not such Peter Alex. He's already married. He decided to take the second wife. So, it's 4 kids in the death today. Next thing that we know now, this wife is better than the first one. She's more respected, she's more capable, she has a lot more ability than the first one. The English guy is the first one perfectly satisfied. You know why? How can you take the second wife? Because he got someone better. He's perfectly satisfied being in this situation. I don't know that that is why over any circumstance. Anywhere with anybody who I know. Somebody wants to put something on us. She goes ahead and marries a woman who is worth such a case this guy. For you. This, you took the second wife. The love me. You have to take a second wife to understand if I'm not success, smart enough, I'm not a good enough success, I'm a good enough job. Fine, you want to get that job busy. You go ahead and marry a second wife and she's worse than me. At all these things, such a case that I'm happy to be jealous of that way. So this is what the response to the next, I've already said, you want to take off these jealous of Zara, there's nothing to it. People. Barat people are right. Barat people is especially when I'm married to you. Never speak it. Everything is still in me for the other part. Outside of this relationship. So what are you going to do? Spend your time looking at what are you trading you on? It's interesting. Now we're in the system there, trading factor. Before Tisha B'Av, we talked about color. So now this is color after it, so before it's Nigeria. Hang it buggy below. The Buffy said, is just over the words. Hang it buggy below. And you're cutting the price for what you're doing, for nothing. Absolutely nothing. Abandon me, the left what you're supposed to be doing, serving all types of other types of deities for what? There's nothing to it. The whole thing is nothing to it. You're right, we said about the concept of people reading for no reason. Just the idea of reading for no reason. When you do that for a good reason. I mean, something special that God is pointing out, you were prophesizing When people leave and they leave for nothing, there's something really painful to have the opposite of thoughts about that. If they left Torah, they left Jesus Christ, absolutely nothing, got nothing to benefit from it. Now, it feels like sometimes they even express like, no, a person left because things are difficult for somebody, the circumstances, he wants to go get a better life. Now, better might be compared to that's the reason because they to leave for a better life. But sometimes, says another Yuria, people leave for no reason. What better are they getting on the side of it? This is essentially the real telling that to a group of if a person leaves for something better, sometimes it's not going to be better. That means that doesn't exist. For a result, for something worse, for something that is what you left before. And that's what that's what you have to watch the kids that earlier that he was not Jewish. He was Here says Rashi, who is the Zunin? So Rashi says, Zunin looking to your person. So we can tell that the Matzah, among many others, he says Zunin is not a Jewish person. Now let's see. The section of the people, Zunin was a Jew. Mr. Zunin said to the people, leaving the Luke between you and I, we both know that when it's the heaven, let's pay Masha. That's nothing to it. So, again, in this discussion, let's take a little bit. It seems like Grace is saying he was Jewish, so you know why? You know how he wasn't Jewish? He was Jewish, obviously, because he said, you need to look for this at the rest of the time. Now, he started by saying, you and I both know we can tell the words our heads. That's really nothing to it. I don't know, this is exactly the opposite. When a person starts coming over to you and following up and saying, you know, between you and I, you know, let me tell you this. I once mentioned this before. When I went to go buy my first car, when I buy my first car, I went to this used car dealership for the experience. And the individual working there was not Jewish. And he showed me this car. And it had a lot of miles on it. And I was saying to the guy, it's got a lot of miles. How long should I expect this car to last? The guy puts his arm around my shoulder, and he looks at me and he says, even Hashem doesn't know how long this car is going to last. As soon as he said that, I was like, you know what? I'm going to get like Hashem for someone underneath car shit. Okay? So the idea of the care is, some say actually the idea of once someone starts telling you, you know, we're both on the same page. You take a step back, make sure that you have to be on the same page. Because sometimes, actually, you're not anywhere near the same page. He says, who knows what you're talking about too? But I try to fuck that because even doubtful, you see people. The odds that he lives food, they are physically broken, and they go, whoever is on it, you also somehow, what these levels are physically broken, they serve the desire, and they come back better. So this problem that I have with it, I know there's nothing wrong with desire. But I also am seeing that people are actually getting results. So I kind of, let's use it. To Mr. Zerdin, I'm going to answer the fuck up. Let me give you a little power. It's not just like, what's this thing? They're all done in their mind to how the person you count is a very special person. Everybody needs a person the culture is zero, how you are achieving extra liberty. People have no problem with them without any discussion. In other words, he's an open thing. People are good, his money is something left up in the savings, he writes down with a notebook, and there's never a problem. The person talks about $1,000, they got it back. $50,000, whatever it was, people are talking, he was ready. Never did he come back with it. He is the height of his body. People are all that life. One person, he said, you know what, I'm only going to give this person money. I'll make my deposit with me. I'm that body. kind of happen. It's the obviously there's a person when they can make a deposit, even having an agent, what do? Give the person money without his wife was his partner. His wife said, you know what, Mr. Agent over here, we never would make a deposit with us. Now, agent, he didn't get agent. Guess what? Here's our opportunity. Go in the program and when it comes back, bring his money, just say, sorry, we never got that money from you. And what you going to do? Is we get his agent, maybe more perfect, and therefore, he has the opportunity to steal this guy's money. I'm not wrong. Again, it's not a situation. It's just a much. But the guy said to his wife, it's just a glimpse to show his so it's clear. Give me money without this. Are you never in the savings? Go ahead and lose us. Imagine how the story is going to unfold. The person is going to say, I've deposited hundreds of thousands of dollars with this person. And I always did this agent and I got it back. The one time that I went and deposited money with this guy with that agent, he immediately took advantage of me. He immediately exploited me. Said, well, I would never happen. I got this money and he kept my money. So this is the market. Well, he's actually doing it. He's suing this agent. He's suing the side emotional outcome. The primary goal chooses to send and receive on a person, not steal those things. So often said to those received today's difficult character LFBN program. They're only allowed to go on a particular day. And for location, they're only allowed to LFBN program on a particular day. The soft ponies are fine, while the big ponies who define the doctor with some ponies who define medication. And I think you see in rules as well as when it's supposed to come and when it's supposed to that students review now on let's say once the time comes that they're supposed to leave. Now, what? How long to say it's a race to come? This person decided to go ahead and enter into a house in the road with Zara. Now, you sort of say to each other, then the truth is, what the person thinks for us to do is, we shouldn't leave. We don't even send the bus to Zara. No, you know what? We're waiting here for an extra couple more days until this guy gets out of this with Zara. However, we're talking to others ultimately who should ask themselves, this is focus, that much respect to others. Because this person representing with Zara, are they never actually a thing? You violate our oath that you're supposed to use at a particular time. So therefore, the higher down the vehicle might be still that for running in the money, doesn't mean that these illnesses will be very bad that they're trustworthy. Running is to do that. They're very bad because it's the person to have to deal with all the difficulties of the issue of the talent. Else, when the money is less than suffering, it's serious. We need it the right time. What is the answer? So that adding in a little bit of salt. So the truth is, like we're doing a come over here, that people can access social information these days. And it's a possibility that a person could be included as to when the school were told to come and when they were told to leave. Now, you can try to game the system, and that's what these people did. So you game the system by going to a basic or Zara at a time that they're supposed to leave. Now, the truth is, you should, similar to this person's money, you can technically say you can not this person. And you know, this is this person is not behaving appropriately. And therefore, this for the next week. The problem is, the students are not supposed to have a life of their own. They're supposed to do what they are told. So as Barker said, go on this and leave on that. So even better, and the person can be presented because they're still being with Zara. The bottom line is, it's time to go, it's time to go, even if the person doesn't do it. Now, a couple points about the schema, I think it's just worth noting. Maxwell points out that even if he is not on love race, sorry. The sorcerer, the Shagan National Adam, Maskinos, the Suma sent on a person, the one said, will tell for all the employees. You only rely on the person in a particular day. Now, it doesn't say a specific time on that day. It gives a calendar date when you're supposed to go. It seems like it's a 24-hour period. However, when it comes to leaving, what do you want to say? We're fixing with the yoke pony on a particular day. We get shop bonus at a particular time. The argument gate pony to the following document makes sound much more specific. Why is it so specific when it's supposed to leave, but it's not so specific when it's supposed to come? It says, the legal program will leave us. The bar who gives as much leeway as possible on the good side. Which means the person is supposed to have some type of challenge, is supposed to come on a couple of days. Either that challenge could start all the way to the beginning of that day, or you sure you're happy with how you make the decision to say, you know what, we'll go when we're supposed to go, or we're going to wait until the last possible moment we can get to arrive on this. Everyone comes to our sponsor says, no, once I say it's time to go, it's time to go. Another thing is this concept of this how you're supposed to be. But something that people feel. If someone's treated appropriately, that's a license to act to respond to crimes. In other words, if I'm dealing with someone who's personally not the most trustworthy, or not the nicest person, I don't know if the untrustworthy or how to be as kind. If I really want to point the other ways, that's the way you're supposed to act with someone is. Just because it's in a picture shows itself, also spoke to hold because this person has no self-control, no moral standing, has no concept of what it means to be like the next. It doesn't mean other than that, that's for me to say, this is my own trustworthiness. I'm going to go down to the level of this person, I'm going to act like them, that's totally inappropriate. That's something you should want to understand as a given, as an obvious, just because your counterpart your way, it doesn't give you the right that way. As a matter of fact, the person has to think, kind of like this person who's holding on to their money. Your reputation and being a trustworthy person is the most difficult. Now, if a person is treating you appropriately, that's their problem. If you want to sacrifice the pristine reputation you have, you want to sacrifice the trustworthy person. The only one who has to lose it is you. If the person acts inappropriately, that's their problem. Let them take responsibility with that. You'll have to deal with it. As a person, you want your status, your reputation, your trust, your behavior, just because this person lost it, obviously not up to much to that. But obviously we can't allow ourselves to force other people's values. Rabba Yusuf will do that. Rabba Yusuf said to me, just like on the option. He was just like, when you saw it in Eric, if you're not sure how this drops, the one time what he was doing, Mistazi will do the time of that, but the Zara shows up to them in the stream, but honorably, and it says to them, Shaf Huli Albert, kill the following person, in person, human sex. Taisi Yisra, once are you a little human being, I'll say I'm real. You get what happened. Shaf Huli Albert, that's just kill the person, brought to the way afterwards. In other words, so this is fine, but it's a severe theological that he was actually working. On the way, so he started. So he started to this is way, since we have a sufficient, if I was dead, no, I'm in the honest. I will not be able to respond this way. This is a line of something like Gemara, and I intended to check with Brian to find out. There's a concept to it, like counseling, and that's it. It's not very strange. The person can say, oh, rather than that dead, they will jump in and say, I'm still here, I'm alive, I have the opportunity to go to engage in conversation with you, now you will answer these questions. All right, Yahweh, the God said, not even sin, I shall call out Hashem with Decha, also the Father Amen. What does the concept mean? Well, it says Hashem has divided this up to other nations, but Lamed, should it look on the Dvarim, through the tongue of the word to call them to split. In other words, he calls them to split. The higher the Amma is talking, this is what purpose is. Not even to the process of being, it says, in the latency from Yahweh to another, you can test the person wants to be a school, wants to destroy, wants constantly to be filled with cynicism. Now, how do you do Yahweh to still have a decline? Said yesterday, but fuck that pistol on the sport and sport us to do the right thing. The right path is first of us to what is the sometimes the father allows us to slip, person wants, manipulate systems. You have to make things actually working in the sense of a bizarre until the block of the point that look at itself. But the time of another second says that person will come on and they say the results of the also presents you a sign or some type of miraculous thing. Themselves say, not someone came to hit the king of us. But as far as we tested you, but God allows the result to go ahead and these miraculous things sometimes. Not because of result actually has sometimes the person gets lucky, but as far as we allow the person to make a mistake. That over here. It says, the person wants to engage in insecurity, the door is open. I don't know how when it comes to a person who wants to do the right things, as far as we help the person. This is your person. This is your being to help us. Deciding on holding up your hand and helping you. So, when it comes to a person doing the right thing, as long as he's there to help. As long as he's there to hold the person's hand and help them be successful. That's what the matter is. Once you do the wrong thing, the person helps the person do the wrong thing. The door is wide open. The person wants to make a mistake, the person wants to make poor choices. The person says very clearly, the host, the Wakaka Bakaya. Father says, place before you, or the path. There's a path of light. There's plenty of stuff. Plenty of filters for that choice. The talk is not going to stand the door in front of them. Person has to own those choices, own those decisions. The door is the only one to be the path where they are from. Because the person wants to do the right thing, give you their thing, that's just the whole entire silo for appropriate help. At this point, we are now moving on to essentially a very different topic. So, somebody told me to point out that the next mission we sit up things part of the next paragraph. To start talking about stuff like that in that section. That's really the topic until the end of the section. So the entire next paragraph. So far, you see, it starts with the INS section, the section of the guy who's looking at the INS section. Something quite fascinating, but now it starts up with the following introduction. Lotion, and let me just give an introduction to this, and my wine making skill to set up the car. I think I understand what's going on here, because everybody was around, biblical times, when they made wine from grapes, and understand the making mistake, I'm not going to be correct. It seems like the wine test had 3 different stages. Step number 1 was literally step number 1, because the old-fashioned picture you see of a whole family taking off their socks and shoes, and they go into a bucket and it's stepping right over the grapes. That's what we refer to as the gospel. The fruit of the person who openly step in and kick the grapes there. And then the fourth seems to be a place where you're buying fresh by actually putting it under a beam that squeezes it out and rolls through some fluids into a place called the bar. TV, the sister, or the kid, whatever it's there. Now, the problem is, you got to some places, sometimes, when you're starting to fly, you have these old ancient wine pits. It seems like they would allow the wine to cool inside the ground. There's really some kind of put in the ground, which got to say they put shade or lime around it, so it make it waterproof. That's where the wine would sit. So it seems like there's three stages in the pressing. Number one is the clay part, the whole back. After you put part of the wine, and then there's the other part of it, actually, they see it with the wine press. And it goes down into the bar. Now, this is what the location got the deep in the urban republic. You're allowed to buy a wine press that is already stepped on by the urban republic. This is step number one. You get the grapes, they put it in this massive bath, fill it all the way up to the top, and then you start stepping on it, and it's full, and they're able to seal it, and they can sell a pressed wine grapes that are already pressed. You're allowed to buy that from the urban republic. Coffee, the even the outcome takes his hands, he puts his hands in there into the top, which is the next step of the process, where he squeezes the more refined. So this is why I'm pointing out these two stages, because it's not just that the wine goes from some type of trap into the next place. The film is picking up all the sediment and re-squeezing it again. So it's squeezed the first time, it's back into another place. Yainetsa, here's the rule, does not become Yainetsa until you the bar, until it goes ultimately into the end of the process. And then when it's said bar also, that whatever is inside the bar, that's Yainetsa. But the rest of it goes through. Now remember, there are two different things to keep in mind. Yainetsa is wine that is poured as a libation for Rosana, and there's something else which will refer to as Yainetsa, that's Stanyenam, which is a Gzer Chazal, a whole wine that's handed by an Aklon is Asur. Even if we don't know that we use it for a Rosana, Stanyenam is going to be a problem. What I'm going to speak to people here is wine. There's no problem buying the grapes or the wine from the actual initial stage, because before the wine ends up in the bar, last stage where wine starts to ferment, at that point in time, that's not Yainetsa yet. There's no problem Yainetsa. It's only once it goes. Now, what we're discussing tomorrow is the concept of Shafar, which is the bottom four of these stages were the floor. In other words, the bottom row, but this way that was being squeezed would go to the bottom, and then there was like an opening where wine was able to pour out to be transferred to the bar. So that wine that comes out of that stage on the shopper, it starts to slide down inside that stage of the wine press. That's not Yainetsa yet. Only Yainetsa inside the bar. We're going to see this is something I hope this matters tomorrow. Next part of it. Darken in over to cover the guys. Usually, how can you step on the grape, you do something to it. Now, this wine, you can put last drop right in the face. Last drop in your whole hour. It says that there are three potential problems that can happen if a person stepping on the grapes. Number one is permissible to step on the grapes because below I'm reading on this podcast, it's really enough. Number one, if you're Yainetsa for the you're not allowed to pay the option to look if you're seeing enough. Why is forbidden to benefit from? You're not allowed to take a job working with it. So number one, you're allowed to step on it. As we got in the third and the distant stage, it's not Yainetsa yet, so it's not receiving enough. There's another special problem. That's being still several Haitana, even allowed to drink the wine at this point. Now, when you should go how about the fact that it's Tane, and we're talking about a prophecy, all these that he's free. Because Tane was that means that the assumption is that he's not blade do not until they get wet. So you take a bunch of dry grapes and put it into a vat, then you start stepping it at that point in time. And then you have a mixer with rock, and now we're going to come to the result of the two of you guys stepping on your grapes. You're going to some glowing tunnel reactor. There's no plugging some of here. Right? So you start to start off there and over the button. Now, the second you do that, you're going to become so you're not having anything working. The moment you see yourself left into this data block, now you see yourself later to override. You might ask for it, but it's even though not actually causing it is in the same area. You're helping them and option do something wrong when it's in the summer. The answer is you're not doing anything wrong. Let no one to overcome it, no one stop on that. There is no available for an option to come in. Not when it's subject to enough to say that an option is not allowed to make swing spots. So therefore, you're allowed to step on your kids. Later, there's no problem of them with the INS. There's no problem for the public to come because they're coming. And there's no problem of the Sayera. The Odea Vera because the option is not an Odea Avera. And the mission says of a little bunch of you can't touch the fruit, the great stuff of the body with him because the Galaxy indeed in that part of the part, that's the time of the in this case, the grapes are not otherwise current. It's only because you're helping to get it into the should be low darkness or low exact person is missing one. Not an option, but when you swell and you begin to come up, then there is a problem. You cannot go and step on a person. You're hopefully intending to collectively, like it's hard to see over here. There is a problem when you swell to take two and make someone there to swell. And therefore, you helping you do that is a problem. However, when we can do a problem, once you're ready to do what usually is coming, a key Irish youth now is down who's wine for wine. There's no problem to do that. You're allowed to do that. You want to have new wine, it's a problem. He is emo, Minaga, but the barrel back into the wine cellar. So he's baking bread with them. I'm watching the whole part. You can't help but read it or set up the shapes of a loaf of bread because you're helping to spread so much of bread. But Norwegian do not, because you're not helping carry the uninvasive loaf of bread to the oven. That's why you can actually get to what you do when you start to, then you help the means to the oven. How about Buddha? The Buddha says, Yayin was, even in his story we must say, once it starts to flow downward, as we described, the bottom of these vats have a slip floor, but this where the wine is gathering in place is going to kind of like the funnel. Once it starts to flow downward, hopefully that's as it comes down. So you know, you're saying something's giving it out harvest that says that it's only goes into the bar. The woman says once it starts to slow down, it's like that because the INS the water says, well, that's now, our listener just said, look in the house, this is what it's about. You're allowed to buy this, if there is stuff down here, what is up? And you'll look from the apple from the other, so not out, the apple piece, so most of the other, he takes it in his hand and looks into the apple, he takes it in his hand and puts it into the other part of the press. Clearly, unnecessary, because nothing at that stage. It's got to put you on the list. No, on the case, we are the more of the is parked up. The cork is in at the bottom. It's not flowing. It's completely full with these grapes, and it's parked in at the bottom. So there's no wiggle. There's no place for it to go. So long as you say that it's not flowing top to the bottom, then that's not a problem. But not more special. It says the Aelod also lets us out to the area of because of the more set does not become the IMS until the wine goes to the final stage where it's in the fall, in the ground, where we wine. what's Bakalani the gas for the Jamala. That's also talking about, but not to come down less than for those who want, you know why? So you can't get along with this original track into the bar, into the receiving pit where it's supposed to be, because it's all clogged up. That's where the gas for the INSS is most open, and the process allows it to flow from the top to the bottom. It wouldn't put the INSS on the top. All right. Question mark. The other bar. It says, go down into this bar, this receiving pit. Not set a bar up there. What's in the bar is up there. The Hashayah Mikvah, and the rest is liquid. In other words, my dear friend says to tomorrow, this can't be easy. I'll put some down the thing with these answers. It says very clear, if you're allowing it to flow into the bar, what's in the receiving pit in the bar is going to be a problem, but everything else up there is liquid. The inside the original is not a problem. I mean, who knows? This is not a problem. Times of listening to show, there's really the change between the people in the styles and how we work. The time here, so this one is for we can start today, tomorrow we start the time here, the second right side, but we show now initially how you only by doing this acronym of the down. Now what does that mean? You see the first thing is any children you can't go ahead and cut the grapes off of the vine. Any both related to the gas, so also you can't go ahead and harvest the grapes of the vine because you cause it to make them combination. It's not from the to this spirit, but still to put unnecessary problems. The English don't, that's the second knowledge. The English don't, you slow. You can't go have like I said, step on these things slow. Why should also be also the killer? He's making these foods. Come on, also we say yes, okay, he's causing too much. You can't assist in yourself to spread your love allowed it, which is the last down of God, which is of the darkness and which the presence of God. We're not really the really was by God, which is not really about your Gula, that there's a problem of stepping on the gate and getting the out. Because the state is not Yain Nesef yet, no one comes Yain Nesef is. And it says, look at the Baghdad vow. Which is the first vow of any darkness in the Ashram of the gods. You see, you're Buddha. Not like Thomas. Not allowed to go ahead and trample on these grapes inside this container. Who's the Atom? Why? Because the article was going to say, at the time of the Hamshachim, that slope floor, at that point in time, it's already Yayanetza. So even in the original stepping back that they're in, with the caution the grapes to give off the very first element of wine, the grape juice, once you start the top of that slope to the bottom of Yayanetza, and therefore you can't do it there with the Atom, because you're benefiting from Yayin Nasa. So you're with top of the government on the pallet. They both in Israel. You can't go out and do the tzira, because you can cut the great crop of the vine. Why should also put worship in them to help cause Toma the problem? The culture can certainly shade that in Avet, we now like that and step on it together. Avet both at the second thing, the power, Avet both and the act of the gas, you let it cut off the great risk in order to cover this. So you have to live your pillar of the serious base yourself. In this opinion, there's no problem to cause Tuma on serious yourself. Therefore, you're allowed to cut off the grapes if you have to. You can't step on them because you're recording and saying the person is not necessary for your benefit. You are allowed to cut them off with the vine, which is what we feel is so two different topics mixed together. Russell, the topic of relevant us right now is on the point of Hamshach is really an issue in the original. I don't know what it's called. It gets or container that they put the grapes in, and you start to step on it, and the wine starts to come out. It's turning that's when it starts to slope down that slope, or only in the car. Our mission indicates it's only inside that receiving pit. The Buddha says it's even inside the original. That when you start to step off the floor down, you will stop here for today. Have a wonderful day.
I've had a serious show for the last 2 weeks. And he's been so good that I've noticed that when you're on stage, there's so many
Good morning. We did that. But the Zara's asking down for taking our sponsors to think. There were any of them for sponsor. Plus, the family for sponsor. All the streamers are supposed to be sort of couple of families for the other thing. Nothing enough. Stephen will be an honor of these workers and teenagers and stuff. We'll just start playing on black off. We wish they have much results of 280%. That's again, it's shot from down, four lines in, last word on the line. Hana, look, never shalom also, something good, that's a bizarre and belonging. If you come to the shell of hero, the person is certainly either you're his friend, look at the item you make permissible. You want to take a forget the simple logic behind that reading. It is that person the ability to take control of one item, but not the room to belong to them. If I item or a person, another person wants to serve that item as a jar, that's his form, but not my problem. If I turn my item to forbidden, material because he served it, it's mine, not his. The problem is with Marxism, there are many that see the conviction for something you learn someplace else. It says, Rizal Mabad, what case is something which the same side of Rizal, how supposing outside anything that was showed. The device of this was that the article explains the risks off. Paying the shogun, whether it's by mistake, paying the mazin, whether it was on purpose, paying the owners, whether it was done in the way of choice, you could see that he was out of control, and the also willingness. Now, exactly what this means, me and Russell is not really any difference. But anyway, it's also no difference. Yeah, Rashi says it. I knew something very clear. Rashi in the last line, Mezi Baruchon Kavahi, Elakana Ruchon Eitzahot. In other words, there's also a contrast that's missing. Whenever you say every case is going to be a problem, there's that really that comes out, which is they showed it when amazing, they honest, when the Ruchon. The bottom line is there's no difference between the perfect result of Mezi and Baruchon. Mezi means with intention, Ruchon means with. It's exactly the same. Now, the guy wants to know, how do you own this if you done? What do you mean? The owners. What's the owners? What's the case over here? What's the owners? So, the owners is the unpredictable circumstance. Saying that there's nothing that could have done to prevent this thing from happening. That's the typical owners. Let's touch me that in this case. Why can't you say something that is for example? They have a person or an animal either of those it's not lower. So that is what's in the law. You keep the person so this animal's got to be on the zara. You go to hold the animal aside, it's stuff whatever so that you touch down to that. So what do you think? First you search someone else's animal, it becomes us technically because it's my animal. I have nothing to do with this. My animal's minding its own business, doing what it's supposed to do, and some random guy comes over and stuff the animal. That's the other thing. Unpreventable search, because I assume the animal has nothing that could have done about it. So what this is to the others, still, it seems to say very clearly, there's never, and this would be forbidden. Incorrect. It's not the case. To go to unfruitful others, they come in with the hand smoking dead. Once you talk to them, so part of the first came by, and they saw you, and they said, Mr. Yu, your animal is in a Zara, and you're forcing you to go ahead and bow down to your own animal. That's the case where it becomes that. So again, we initially stated that a person cannot a person's animal does not become awesome if someone else bows down to it. We had a problem that the advice that this awful case of only seems to indicate that if someone else bows down to a animal, the animal was forbidden. And we want to know that that's the case because it's talking about where a person was forced by an occupant to bow down to his own animal, and we took the case like that's what's going to be the problem. That's what we are often forced himself to bow down to his own animal, and that's really the body of never or there on the stuff on a pathway. When a person is forced to do something, you'll always tell them that you can't have it responsible for things that they can't control. Some years ahead, the forced to someone bow down to the animal is doing bad deeds. Also, it's an audience. You couldn't do anything with that. So why is that? How do I know that? But since what's actually possible, Nara will sound so that the woman was rated against the will, says to the young lady of God's who was riding against the devil. Nothing shall be done. Is the lady interested in her actually gives an example. So when Nara cast the devil, says the lady nothing shall be done. Hey, when Nara, hey, this young girl, what is not even more? Also, this young girl has no sin on her hands, and Nara puts nothing but the young with this other area. Somehow, sin is over there. Just like the person is convicted of murder, it's exactly the same thing. The person is the victim of violation against the will. They're like the murder victim. What are they supposed to do about someone forced them to do something thing? There's no fear over here. You know from here the concept that owns that kind of populating the person is in the state of owners. Unpreventable circumstances, the Torah is not holding responsibility for it. So therefore, why you in our case, if an oxen goes ahead and forces the disease right out to his own animal, we can be responsible for it. To this simple case of donates, just like the young girl who's violated the Torah tells us very clearly you're not responsible for do that. You're not responsible for anything you do. Which, whoever is already have to come for you. Yes, you know, I'm a level. How you describe he's actually number 6 motion. When the Torah initially said, don't update, don't set it up, then everyone wasn't true. So far as the process, and the Torah went ahead, and yet what side of the hand, and the process, it ultimately tells us the earliest because the Torah gave us has given for us to rely, so then we'll see on the we now know that the person is never supposed to be able to the person is not obligated to give up their life to serve a mitzvah. If the yuck, we take a case of the owner to the person to be doing something that could be like the office of one of those, the power is in place. When it came from the result, it is a iteration of the possible rules. Once the power is in country, that's suited for owners. The power is even in the case of owners, is the power. That's an initially the second time because that's the owner, that's the surgery to fill up. And once the fill up said, there really is no exemption in the owner. The owner is essentially saying the following. You're right. Typically, this concept of almost up on a hospital. Whenever a person in a circumstance here is in an unpreventable circumstance, they're not always possible for it. However, when it comes to fill up said, if the word is called the medical example for us, that is the greatest specification of the same name. For to go ahead and serve by those that is a fill up. So therefore, what's happening over here is we have the initial of our design to include everybody, but five on the exclude onates, and then the color of some countries seems to go ahead and remove onates again when it comes to fill up. We have a problem over here. In one place, onates is another place donates, not the rest puts up this thing, is included. So how can this work? More anxious on the chin up, how the product is. Depends what's going on. Going on in private meetings when there's less than 10 people over there. That's the case. The person is not obligated to give up their life for a person not obligated to help the others, eligible for rescue and help with public participation and public policy. For a person to serve others in public, in such a case like that, there is no tender of the owners. The person is not allowed to serve others owners. That's what our rights are meant when it says that's what owners, the first, even if a person's forced to go ahead and serve others it's still a problem. They're not allowed to do it. And if they are going to do it, the animal is going to become forbidden. It is done in public. Of course, if they're private, that would be a case where the private owner fighting the person to fight the son to not fight it, rather they're not obligated to give up their life. Only the Rabbana is the other. The Rabbana wants to go ahead and give you life forever. There must be one public the difference between public and private. The only Rabbana time inside of the Rabbisa is that's what you were telling us. He said, you will see some other in the casa also be sealed. So you have to see these are these pedestals that are used to serve as so the president is zero. You notice the same long pedestal that is there. You tell us it really wasn't the Saf of zero, it's the Saf of Shema. You pick up the word for Shema because the sun said, you know, like this, so you took the Shema. In other words, these were times including to our Lord Azara. Times of public public including to our Lord Azara, that can be much more strict. That's what was when we were down there. So he said, these, seals of Lord Azara, these pedestals of Lord Azara, in times of public shmad, even though the zero goes away, those pedestals remain up. So ultimately, you should hold it aside. If that's what you're doing, the life from that kind of life is Ema, you saw Mumma Habe, you caught up on the rest. This brings, simply so many people going ahead and sitting in Zara in this time, you're such a major throw out sense, you realize that it became also not because of it, rather than the issue because Ema is possible, so Ema is strong Mumma Habe, there must have been at least one Jew who had, you know what, he was a mother, he's not concerned that people get to. He was Zara, he went there. Corruption, he got that to a corruption. There was the shot that's not that most people have no choice. You know, the Zara doesn't have no choice. They're forced to do it. You're assuming that's the honest, and you're assuming that every citizen did it for honest. Now you can think, well, you know what, even though it's not for the public, that's going to be it. You know what, no, that's kind of right. There might be a reason why it becomes also not because it was done in public like people section is saying. And the reason why it became also is because there were some people who not, some people who thought, you know what, it's join the club. So actually on my law, saying Mars, don't say you saw more with the heavy service of his own. Ella Vaga, you saw more hobby, you call that correct. You definitely your son is well, this is just reality is, but there might be these zeros or spots with some people who really want to have, and definitely those people who are bound down to these people see it, see what is ours over here, they're using them, what is ours, so so the reason why this needs to go out is not because it was a public donates that happened, like we just got telling us. Rather, the reason why it became us is because there's a public implication of it, and there was some millions who willingly and happily went along with it, and they bowed down. In other words, not saying that we brought it wrong, and with brother's parents still makes sense, it's still being active. Which is why does he want to try to say? But a Zara only comes after the person who owns it, and the branch that says it's the case. So the branch says it comes after it. So now the answer. Leaving my okay. And that we explained, yes, it's true upon a contrary, but that is the difference between public and private. In public, even though it's honest, it's still a problem. We tried to back it up by even if this being mysterious. It's happening in public. We said it's not a riot from there, because that may not have been honest. That may have actually been a case where people got down intentionally, and then the guy said, no, it's not maybe people got down intentionally. Certainly people got down intentionally, because they always were saying, moving up for his job. This year, this kid says to go, solution for levels of trouble. He's going back to the original question. The original question was, how can it be that someone else from the Zara will become also as a result of someone else's action? So he says, so we say to our voters to come in Ryan, how can that report is put forward to the boxes being come out? So a person went over to the animal and showed water, the one libation to our voters between the horns of the person's animal. And what is the accomplishment? It's accomplishing that the only time you say a person's animal will not become upset by being served as a Hosara is the only thing that happened was the person got down. But if an action was actually taken and physical action happened to the animal, like pouring wine on its head and turns, in a case like that, this is saying that will become upset nevertheless concerning physical action. And the Lord says, hold on a second. I understand the animal got wet because he poured wine on its head between the horns. But ultimately, the animal become upset as a result of that. Master Lord, I never serving the animal, that's serving the animal and pouring wine on its head. I never knew I'd be this problem. This is just a simple pedestal. When a person poured wine for our his on the end of the animal between his horns, what's the animal desire? Not the animal, some other animal desire. Whatever the person is serving, whether it's a mountain, whether it's a valley, whether it's a tree, whether it's the stars, the moons, or any other kind of structure the person has, the animal desire is independent. Now the person goes ahead and follows everywhere else, and he says in the full salvation, towards my heart, and pulls around the head of his animal between his horns, the animal is not the animal desire. You can't pull the animal never as a result of that. Say that the animal will now become forbidden. With wine was poured over it. The animal is just a pedestal. It's just a in the way. You pour it wine over, so that's that make it awesome. I think it's family to tell you. And all of our Bibles are out to do use of love Yahweh. They have that heart. Pour wine for it between the tongues, all by the ball, might say. That's because myself serve the actual animal. Because of us, we love. I'm not yesterday, similar to what said. And what this information yesterday, with the other is alpha piece of my stuff on the most of it. So also, even though we learned that a person does not have the ability to friend animal forbidden because however, also, you have to physical action to the animal. The animal actually feels the physical result of the serving as a result, because also the animal is not also. So how do you have a case where the person serves his friend's animal, and his friend's animal becomes also that happens, the person doesn't physical action to the animal. Does not care. That's what's in you can go out, unrelated to but occasionally a Puno is sniper from the we have exactly the same thing. The Puno actually real teaching about that, whether it's the second or that's what's up. Unrelated. Puno, Savannah, Savannah, resisting the desire. Person's first animal was crouched down in front of the desire. People talk about proximity. Person goes next to the animal and scratching down. So there's even one of this another posture, becomes posture. So you know, I'm the oscar. I don't know if it's us. You can tell me from the Kohanim you provided it, sir, and you can disqualify for mechanical. And therefore, they are responsible for, and that's why they can disqualify the performance certified. They don't snip this anymore. The argument is back. The must be doing this from the argument is back. Again, kind of what we discussed already. We're going to their papa. Maybe the reason why the argument is back is because it's back and being disqualified like the papa with the right in the bottom. So that's what we about. And he just said, let's look at the rest of that. The argument is back. So does this mouth to this stuff to learn? You learn this. The mouth of this stuff for now, let's say the king, the very stone, the shit, mouth of the other of us becomes mouth of the other, the great point to have, and then leaves those stones disgusting with what is out. Yeah, I forgot that. I think we'll have the upper holding for covering the also, and even those who don't belong to them, nevertheless, they want to keep the ugly and nice stuff in the Rabbanan. To see clearly, even though the stones do not belong to these groups, there's no ability to accomplish them as a group. Nevertheless, the mouth of fish has for night, went ahead and hid the stones in his breath. Much like not only that, you can't do from here, but you have the ability to access someone else's item as of a result, just because of that trade. You'll look your papa, what's your papa with the last again? You have a class to keep the country. She wants to continue to put the economy over the problem. Therefore, in other words, in that case, the concept that we have, where he's able to say, oh, there's a pasuk that said you can't use these stones as a weapon. That's different. So we're going to say properly, what says Ella, we must be willing to repair from the muscles, half of the dollar and the base, the seal protection of the pasuk, the Kola Kela, you had also, the Kola Kela said, is Nia Kanel, all take the must be so, the knowledge, the training, the video, that's the Bamamar, the Lord, the same, You can't go ahead and ask for to these people. How is it that they're able to make the process? Yeah, so the people the avatar, action was taken in the service of the Zara with these items. It's also saw Hanani, also the Maisa, action is taken in them, it does become muscle. Again, we can wrap this up. Of course, the person has the ability to ask someone else's expert. The person does that, not all that fellow inside, this is what we're talking about. Also, if that person does something physical to them, it's the ability to make it. In other words, you have to kind of follow typical rules. In other words, the person might have a right to do it, but once something physical happens, in reality, it happens. Since it happened, now we start to the damage place, and we resolve he's considered damage from the animal that becomes he also Dini over the effort. The Dini is saying, the son of the effort of Alpha, of the gospel, Casa Olo, and also, even though we learn, it puts some cows down to the ground. Because the offshore, the pharaohs, seeking the oils, the person goes around, this turn is for the pitch in the ground, it will cage, then it does become up. In other words, a person these little trenches into the ground, then it becomes up. Because again, to the ground, there's nothing to the ground. It's the only problem that he's doing that. However, the ground has not become subject to it. However, if he goes ahead and actually does this physical action to the ground, that indeed it will have an effect to become dust. He also slowly Yehuda. On the other hand, he said, Alpha feature on the father of our time. Even though we learn that person down from light animals, no awesome does not become awesome. However, awesome are using levels to problem awesome. The person needs to switch, it's not what animal selects. If you reach one being of a desire, it does become awesome. Now, the Rabin, the Rabin came to come up Sigi Bar, but he smelled the Yossi Rabban. In the heart between the smoke and the Yossi and Rabban on this matter. Hadamar one says, Khalifin Hasurim, the original swap item or animal becomes Asher. However, Khalifin, the third generation, Mutar. Hadamar one says, Khalifin, even the creation is not the Asher to be Asher. In other words, the question is, how the switches down the line as the Bundesliga have the ability. So he starts it by saying, keep saying the person bows down to someone else's animal, that makes it also. However, if a person makes certain with the original order, they switch from one, then it becomes a problem. Rashi, when it's divides the two, but we think about what's the problem. So heights the light. However, the cover, he has his own of the Zara, with Lifa, the other the cover in the back. He switched the person says, the person idle, because you know what? He wants to switch it to make a change to the person's cow. So now what happens is the cow is also the Zara. The question we have is, what happens if you're not switching the cow for another cow? Because now, chances to the same. So once the right time is about to unlock third generation what would be the reason why would be third generation problems when it comes to switching twice? Obviously, so it says, I'm not wrong. But it says, again, you just be conscious. Again, it's a shocking to that 7 states of the letters, and it says, anything called anything that you should facilitate as a result of this original Avodah will retain its Avodah status. So, if the original change started, if the original swap started with an Avodah and then the animal result of that Avodah and then you switch that animal for another animal, since it all came from the power of the original Avodah the Avodah status. The other opinion that says, it goes from one generation, but not two generations. Upon the pasuk says, who, at the end, he paid them, who will not hurry for Khalifin. The original switch holds on to it, but not a second generation. How about the other opinion that says, it does go two generations. Violate that word, who is necessary to teach us the Mekutim. To go ahead, include a case of Arlen Klayakam. So Arlen is proof that the first 3 years was the chief wife, and now Klayakam is proof that you in a vineyard, fighting in a vineyard, a person mixed together a grain inside a vineyard, so whatever grows will be forbidden. In Makra, that the person sold either the Arla or buying the Kidei Kukulea, who married a woman with its money. He goes ahead, he sells the Arla, he sells the pie, and makes the money. And he also says, it says a rat is rich with this money. What's that, Waka? So in other words, what he's saying is, that even though it was swapped from Arla, it was swapped from buying, it's not gonna retain its prohibited status. In other words, the prohibited status only is true when it comes to Avodah when you make the switch, but not when you swap out Arla or Klayakam. So the other thing, you know, Arla or Klayakam works with you. You don't need to have a pastor to go ahead and tell you that the swap is not going to hold on to this. Why? How do I hold this cover to see it? She makes it about that.
She is, ladies and gentlemen, better not sit together.
What it says is, that anytime you have two seconds keeping exactly the same thing, and it specifically talks to that one case, but that means no one Torah repeated it. Torah repeated to tell you it's only true in these two cases. So therefore, we have a pasuk which tells us, Mosavi So'ever Vasafa is a parent tomorrow. That tells us that the Avodah step is retained even after you switch. Now with another pasuk that says exactly the same thing will come to the fruits of Shita, and the status of Kedusha Shvius stays with even when it's swapped. That means that you have a pasuk specifically saying that Zara. You have a pasuk specifically saying that Halacha. That means these halachas are only true about Avodah Zarah and Shmita, and in other cases, such as all our fruits of the first case or Pride Param. Pride Param is what we mix together and put inside the video. Avodah Zarah, about the fact that Avodah Zarah is Avodah Zarah. We are into the pasuk that Shmita holds on to Kedusha status even after it's safe for judgment. Yoga here, Kodesh Tilatam. This can be yoga, the Jubilee year, Kodesh Tilatam, everything should be sanctified. Not Kodesh trumpets as Gamal, just like something which is Kodesh. Something which is sacred, which is consecrated to this Sanikta. Trumpets is Gamal, we also have Shavias, similarly Shavias, protects us to now, we have Surah. It's going to hold up to the value of its money, and it's going to be ours to even if we slap it. Everyone just like that. Do not have in that Kodesh, if that's really ready yet, then Kodesh is different, guys. Because Kodesh is tough as Gamal, we also recruit. It holds on to its money, but also it goes up to food. In other words, the original item could be redeemed. After you check out the system of it, that's the food. When it comes to trees, you're running it from Hektish. Hektish is something which can be redeemed. So it can choose like you say, trees should be redeemed also. And what is left? Hamalomar, Kiri, so we made this institution, have it this way, we work to the south. Let that prepare for the so let that prepare for the sponsor. A person goes ahead and takes the fruit that grew during the 7 days, and he goes ahead and he farms them for a piece of meat. So he mixes them for a piece of meat. Now I love it. Both the payroll Shavias and meat, mispower in the Shavias. The halacha is, when it comes to this material that people, halacha of the Shavias is equal, once there's no more fruit left in the field, that's the time you have to stop eating all the fruit of Shavias. You do not finish it yet, that's the time. So a person buys a piece of meat, eats the Shavias, then if the roots of this man deal, time when you have to get rid of all the fruit of Shmita, what? You have to burn his fruits and his piece of meat. Now what happens is, look at the basar, you switch to a piece of meat for a piece of fish, like it's yotza basar. Now the meat loses its status as to his Shvius, and with the Shugagin, now the fish takes its place. Now what happens if the Shugagin Yayin, you switch the fish, so you switch to a bowl of powder for a glass of wine. What happens is, you have to the Shugagin fish now loses status as Yayin, now the wine takes over. What happens if the Yayin Shannon, you switch the glass of wine for oil, you have to Yayin to the fresh Shannon, the wine loses its status as Shvius, and the oil takes its place. Okay, so how does this look? After mixed up the Shvius, the last one holds on its Shvius, the the Atmo also retains its status. It's not a lot of money. The same word. The previous member used to learn the topic of who already Shmita, but it doesn't need it because of the snake seal of one cat. And a lot of people automatically will be qualified term to do it. And the ego to some snake seal of one cat from the it's simply an instance. He's trying to profit it here. That means he says he's got things. We have to take it to the same thing. That's it. Exactly cases, it's possible to both have the same halacha, and it still will teach better, which in this case would be already more, and you can work through also you have the generation swap. The Zara hold on to the capitalist, the one swap does not hold on to it, and it's dependent on how you value it, or set up how the second is lower, sacrifice the benefit here and who, you go ahead and that last word, they're not excluded. Let's start with leaving the guide to me. Shalom Esajakim below me. The sages of Rome were asked the following question. In a son of a voice to Father, and the children of Christ properly, because the Hashem is not one of the Zara. Loving the Rakwa. Why can't Hashem just go ahead and destroy it? It's important to note that we mentioned earlier one response as to why the Zara worship breaks. It's no longer God's will, it's no longer the Zara. Because the thought process is that the Zara can't protect itself, so why should people serve it? So essentially the question is individuals were actually was, if thought people being wild of the Zara, why should we just protect us all we have of the Zara? And this Henry Fabricant said, even with governments in soil, and bowls, people only serve the Zara for things the world did not need yet. Maybe all the background and talking this guy to destroy it. The problem is, he opened the Kamal, he still would mean, money, entity, but the problem is the arms, entity in our Zara, three constellations. So what do you mean? You're not a level of this, so I think that's what these rules. As far as go ahead and just put the whole world in state, you ain't racist. Because these people go ahead and make mistakes. These people say, first make a beautiful blue and destroy it. On the other hand, the second is, you're not government yourself, yeah, yourself, up the power say, fuck, don't destroy the world. Let them destroy it. Use the things the world doesn't need. Whatever inanimate objects that people fear and serve, why do you have fucking them to destroy them? I'm going to have the Bible says, I'm not seeking you to go there, but hey, what the review by being that is, you're giving tremendous amount of physical inspiration to the people who are serving the Lord God. So, that my abundance are because of what I found out recently, that people who are serving the moon, people serving the sun, people serving the stars, people serving the constellation, and then you also have people who are serving bricks and stones and mountains and other types of structures that they built. Then one day my prophet says, you know what? I got enough of this abundance are. He goes ahead and destroys all of the inanimate objects, things that are not necessary for the function of the world. And guess what happens? All those people in the sun and the moon say, you know what? See the bizarre destruction, baby. And guess what? The bizarre survive. Meaning that our law is actually real. Yours got destroyed because you were serving the table or a chair or a rock outside. You in the sun must be extinct. You are there because prophet is not there. The ground goes into this a little bit more. Turn around on that. Sarah was a Sufan, was the philosopher as of the king of Rome. The sages in Rome. In the first time, any of the son of the Lord becomes the same question. Your God is not one of the desire. You're not a real Bakra. Why should you just go ahead and destroy it? Only the hand of the son to say, you will govern in the holy soul of flow. Are you open? You put the serving this random things the Lord does not need. Already with the Bakra. He will get it. The problem is already open. They're serving the sun and the moon, the stars, and constellations. Yes, open because the schools. We ended up with a sorry. Hugo, no. Because God created the world to follow a certain path. The certain particularly those who went to put that road. As he can we're not ultimately take away mistakes. That is because God is not going to change the world just to accommodate the world. Because God is changing the world, God is how to use the world, God is how to live in the world. That's the right way for a person to exist in the world. choices. Besides being on the fame, because God is not going to change the world. For them, but ultimately, the extreme is dying. There'll come a day when you have to pay for it. Double outcome, similarly. Alright, she does her song for people. First, it's someone else's house, and still ugly. The whole lot of resolve the conflict to the ground. Not deeply, but strict justice. Well, she's still not the truth, girl. Watch the club. Doesn't really deserve it. It's not here. Doesn't hurt it. Watch the whole feel. Feels the great. Ella, all the the world works, right? The nature of the world. You allow this to use it how you want. And hunger words all right. Now the two fools. You go ahead and destroy the world. Seek your weakness as a person stole. That was whole crop, whole stolen grains. Goes ahead and takes ownership and great himself. He ultimately brought the 50 possibilities with us. His entire wealth was another way of learning. Alright, Shabbat, let's just come there. There was some relations that took place between the marriage. Strict law. Well, this out of that become pregnant. And that first law by the children's relationship. All of them are going on always. Because God can create something else to the world. And people have the ability to make good choices or poor choices. The guilty is a secret to this. People make that choice. Please go ahead and make that choices. Yes, if our fault is going to allow the actions to bring fruition, but ultimately we have to pay for the purpose. Behind the this is what it says. How about our prophet? May die or shine, not enough for the evil people. So to sell us from eternity is freely stamp my finish, which is a way of saying every single person is created is a fellow kid. Every single individual is created. Essentially, the stamp of the image of Christ prophet. Thus, must treat the OC, must treat the OC about prophet. We make it fortunate, so to speak. We need to go ahead and dance my image as the people who shouldn't really exist. People who are out of these kind of relationships and it's worse. The man going there and engaging in relationship with a married woman, and when she gives birth to a matzah, her represents to the child. You know what? This is nature that's created. You have to make good choices. Good choices, you have good results of those choices. Because one of us not people in the family, because Martha says, come with my hands up high, walk with us to create it. Now, it's interesting, Martha says, oh, it's Rashi, look at Rashi. Sadly, Haplata, Party, Street, Style, 40 yards, and course, why should have a zero of the night? It is a zero, the key that was passed. You didn't have a whole bunch of minutes. If the world takes a six, rebellion, the intimate with stuff, this is the rebellion, above us. Because we get this one, move the process of stuff. Because the two of ours, the extra process, sure, you want to affect the process. Zero, the soy wash the country. The teacher of them right? You know what it means? Soy wash the country, because coffee is like the rock that creates, again, it's kind of against his will, be able to do. Now, Charles Philosopher Akas, a philosopher asked the question after the Gamaliel. He asked the question from the Gamaliel. Question the Torah says it is. Casero Kafa Esafon, consumes fire. Who? Kelkana is a ruler of vengeance. So he says, if you're not this kind of ball, yeah, I think it's kind of ball. Why? Because Barking taking revenge against those who serve the Lord, not against the actual Lord itself, a similar question to the other video. People are serving the Lord, because Barking takes himself, his vengeance against them, but not against the actual Lord. I'll give you a parable. The man of the Lord, what is it? The man of the Lord, to a king, he had a son, also then, part of his God's blood as the son was sorry. The herald of shame of others. What's for his son named his dog the same name as his father the king.
He goes ahead and he swears his son, he said, I'm taking the shore in the name, and he says his dog's name. My dog's name is his father's name. Now it's out of Kushama Mela. The dog is that his first name. I'm going to call it. Who's getting me at? All of that. He's getting me on his son. Oh, Kella. He's getting me at the dog. What's the answer? How do you know Mel Ben? The dog is doing anything wrong. The dog doesn't know his name. He didn't name himself. It's the son who gave him this name. So on my low, in other words, his response to the correspondence is actually get upset with him. It was inadequate outfit. Some person went to him and designated that as the deities. But our question says, sure, if the servers are Rizal, they're not doing Rizal stuff. So he responded, his philosopher said, what? I'm going to tell about the what you see on the Vinci that really works, among the second half past number of let's break the videos. One time is higher heresy. The Mitzvah calling it cool, a higher city got pulled down. Also, based on what you took on, Ponisha, miraculous. This, what Zara has, did not get it. They must keep because of what Zara is protecting himself. Otherwise, it's up to an end to a come up. Let me give you another parable without the Rebbe, when I bust the dust to Sarah Hamadina. It was a king who got angry. Sorry, the Sarah Allah Medina. One of the cities rebelled against it. That should also be followed. And the fire is also over it. And the king goes ahead to win the battle against those who are rebelling against it. Who does this battle against? The live people of the city or the dead people of the cemetery of the city? Well, basically, how do you say, the Bible also, the live people that we believe is war. Again, the Bazaar is like dead, it's like a bunch of dead people. It's an animal, that's a little. See, it's such a lot. I'm going to tell the color of the first people know what he's now, make up the color. So they were told you, dead, nothing works for them, it's dead. See, it says in Cain, you're better than Elmo. Because the response go ahead and get the truth out. Before you would get dog, when you destroy it. I'm really taking it, like I said, I'm going to the world, the movie screens, and those things. But up 50%, I'm going back, but that's what we say. Probably can read all the top of the show the sun. Oh, with the top of the sun, you know, and you got great speaking ideas and values in the screens. You never know the shuffle. The focus to have it good and work be full. And all the parts of fast are so comfortably happy in here. Are so awesome for my name, someone on my check. Other than the email, when the someone on Reddit gather, people, animals also hope to Shemayim, the place of the Reddit gather, create words of Shemayim, the Yam, with the 50 side of the Machines, so something that was in the person who shows the standard, make sure the start of your working in the overall, because you have to destroy the whole work to the shine of your head, and certain these things, however, ultimately, even certain other people. So the practice of the pandemic for them to destroy people, not only to give the most powerful, it gives us a beautiful, it gives us many opportunities. The opportunity of Apple Fight is also a responsibility. We're teaching us something very important. Because Bob is not really hold our hand and forced to do the right thing. Because sometimes what right thing to do is creating this beautiful world, its opportunities, and responsibilities. It's our responsibility to look around the world to recognize what our responsibilities are, what our opportunities. We can't go ahead and misuse our opportunities, and if we do, don't accept the magic hand from heaven to come down and to save us from fucking prosperity the world. It's our responsibility to live lives that are outstanding, good lives, and if we make those mistakes, it's going to be our problem to fix it. And we can't just say like Baltimore to us, the other people say what is all, or what is all be destroyed. We have to say it's disaster. Make the choices, because Baltimore still have to do us what's left. Have a wonderful rest of the day.
You guys ready for your final comedian of the night? Ladies and gentlemen.
one in. They stop. He's a result. We are picking up on top after Mishnah. About 7-8 lines in. We get to this up by taking as fast as we can. And we will probably put our response to the case of the bag. We really just feel no rejection with this club. So we should have told the other side yes, the third responses to the month of after Steve raises the spot illustrated and honor either version of the religious life. The Neshama should have it over there, and the family should have a follow-up that is different to show the Neshama that this method should be as like that. We're picking up at the Mishnah and back to the Gila on the power. Mishnah access the power. Take sides of the Vaka. How does one go back being the Vaka and have a desire? So now, Rocky gets over here, it's listed as talking about an outlet. It's not talking about the establishing the Vaka and a desire because it's still can't. We're speaking of an outlet and the Vaka and a desire. So the question is, can't say the Vaka. Which is never desire. Number one, it's like this. If you punch it, because of its ear. No stroke because of its nose. Sword because of its fingers and its idol. How does it to get to it? To cut off one of these and get rid of the extremity. If I saw, he smashes his head. Half off piece of Isra, even if that is missing the piece, rest, Bitla, and Butler. And what's the Tanah? Its face, it can become all really to drag it through the mud, down fast, and so on. If the excrement of any of those cases already see it in the Torah, does not become back there for the sins. We look at Rashi said in the Torah, that we accept sorry that I'm saying that we're going to be suspicious of things in front of it, but those covenants are again, the most things and actions do permanent actions that would take away the status of the desire. So it would actually cause physical damage to the desire to the point where we can't reverse it. So it cuts off a part of the desire, it smashes it. In those cases, that is going to be the case where it's fucked up and it is fucked up for good. That understands this on a purpose. Not punishment, whatever if he sells it, or gives it away as a maximus. He buys money and gives it away as a quality. Rabbi Omar, Rabbi says himself, he can fuck up by doing one of those things like selling it or by giving it away. Rather than tell only a business to say no, it's being paid to success in the desire, and the fact that he's paying for giving it as a quality does not get the most status. The Gemara says, going on to the case of Tassel, he hits it with a hammer. Mr. Clear that he hits it with a hammer, even if it's not missing the rope, it's just holding it back, but I like it is, and then you want to come back. It's more like collecting a first round, but not this one. How did you come back there? I'm going to get another side of it, the fact that he's next to the hammer. Everything is put here, but everything passed. On the 0 to the 7 from there, we do it reacting in the States. So if you can't speak the rest, he says to put the 7 from there, the can't go to the reaction. So how does something look good, or those are able to do it? And in reaction, you have a hammer, so if you can't disfigure it, imagine if it's made of metal. So it's not completely bent out of shape. So even though it's not actually missing any of the metal, it's part of it actually missing, but the fact of the matter is, essentially, it's disfigured at this point in time, and can't fixed up, you can't take it to the body shop and get it. In such a case, it's considered to be ruined. You come back to work. The case is where he violates it. The examples in this one. What about the fanatics? It's about what you're and you can more ask you don't know this one, but those do not constitute an application of the desire. On the Tiskia responds and he said that I thought the Pasuk says, the Hara, and will be the Yira, and the hungry, the scouted, the angry, and what the angry desire is going to do, it's Kira, the mouth of the Hara. It's going to curse the king and their gods. What are they going to do then? Here's going to happen. The Pana Yamara, the reductive place bounces. However, essentially, next Pasuk says, it should not throw the Aleph Yabba's to be taught. Ultimately, the going to give that to the land because they're so yeah, yes, there is some temporary installation. We need to see what the economy is. That's desperation. You know what happens already? What's it doing for me? So it's up because ultimately, yes, you got any as other they turned away from it, but that's in my glass. So therefore, that's the person does something to stop something that was designed, like completely particularly destroying the desire, is really the chance the person to go back to it. Y'all forgot to care about this, you know, even because he's really hard and it's easy. The problem with my life is to look to Africa, it's not that you can facilitate the desire. Your design, my car, your car is so good, we're looking at every year with the travel. You know, my focus between every other company, every chance, if you do any one of those things, it's just about very important, colors come back. Now, we have not actually made more sense because it is open, with more of our lives, where we can only with the open, you're the other half of the life, you don't know if you should walk, and more sense, it's not unlike it, you're not focused there. When you have a desire to serve to a smelter, pedal smelter, who's an option swell, you do have coffee. The option is going to go ahead and serve their desire to services to juice smelt. Everyone's going to use the product of the other one being themselves. But they say to show my focus, it is not focus. Usually that when you serve to a juice smelt. Now, first you put that, that's the opposite of the thing. That's the same with the reaction. This reaction is discerning the focus. I'm sorry. Right before that, Lord allows us to stop and locate my process, solve for her. The reason why we buy it is because we're metal workers. So we're probably going to do some type of metal work. The process is not allowed to dots with serve. Something that it serves to sell, the juice smells. It's not specifically talking about a person who is deciding this product itself as a blacksmith. Now, Shane Sarah, she's not going to be a blacksmith or a smelter. Now, the target shows up with a very itself. Or two people, the black of the desire, we do them as smelters. In other words, don't just spec on this point, because it's already constructed, other things constructed. Because when you see later on, once you point out, later on you have a question, the question will be the answer by just saying, oh, this person is talking about this good regular to this person, that person is that person, this person, that person, a blacksmith. The question just says, when you say, oh, you're talking about a soul, it's not specific as the soul, but when you actually point it out, because I did not get the problem of the other side of the sex. This is because only the problem you know the deal as well. We're going to make this in the let's get back. One says you have two different opinions. It's even when you work on, there's the other way you in one of them says in the first, whoever is the comment is talking about the soul of the problem. Now it's clear in that opinion how the Israel when it comes to Jewish metal smelter, give me that car, due to everyone agrees that it comes back. And the other opinion, found on the talk is so my focus is even talking about the Jewish person who purchased this of their desire, and it wants not to say exactly what that means. It's like there's a slight tangential question. You violated. There's a question. When you say this is my focus, it's always to show my focus. Does that mean something finish off by saying, I've observed all this profoundly good on call you more detail? No, the situation off by saying, my focus is by a Jewish person who buys their own desire. But if it is I think who buys their own desire, everyone agrees it's not that way. A Jew, no, maybe they was that is on my focus. In other words, if you just added on my focus is in these focuses, so what would be, how would this my focus play out? According to the first opinion, my focus is by Sarah Heaven, but by Sarah Israel, everyone agrees this process. In other words, if you look at what she actually explains, there's a process where the Sarah Heaven is Heaven, Shemachra always Heaven is Sarah Heaven. He sells it to his friend, costs them company, in that case, Rabbanah wants to say it's not buckle. Why? What's the thought process of the results of another outcome? The soul even the parents, the oldest Kefavim, since the Torah is also Kefavim, the Torah already covered. In other words, his thought process is, yeah, I already got it developed. And I'm just not just telling you a chunk of random steel that is found in policy like something like that. We're talking about something I'm starting to have a desire. So what's the aftermath of the thing? He's not just going to melt that down and turn it into some scrap metal. What's he going to do with it? He's just going to have a desire. I don't like the so he's not going to take that way. If they're not together, they're not going to take the town car, you stand up, back up, and back to the maybe younger than you know, saying that it's just too slow. That's too good. That's the thing. So now, we're not sure exactly if the other opinion who says that focus is even by Yisrael, who says that focus is by Yisrael, but by an actor, everybody will be it's not fun. That's in the world.
This week's for my guest, his first time as a guest on the show, Derek Wilson.
So my focus, medically, it's like my focus is even when the actors have to do Israel, I will so other the company that I'll call it down. I mean, the same comes to active devices that everyone agrees. But it's not that because we see still going to use it. But you're not, or maybe perhaps, there's my focus. The thing is that it's even by telling you to Israel, that's saying that it's still not focus. When it comes to, talk about one question like, I'm a Rebbe, Rebbe's been 20 minutes after, I'm the member to this country. I'm a Rebbe, you're in the Barai, to some macro of Kabbalah, my words were more accepted than sold for damage, being sold to be destroyed. The different Kabbalah is over the abundant the argument and say that it's not such so much when the over the over, but it's sold to be sold. In other words, let me say it's fine. So it says, mine is more accepted, but other Kabbalah that it was said to be destroyed. Others do not accept, others who think the Kabbalah is actually said to be destroyed. They were the Kabbalah. Mine Kabbalah in my life. What does it mean when it's sold to be destroyed? Destroyed or sold to be sold. Even though the Kabbalah Mamish, she showed for something with a huge sign or something that says, just the metal, the metal down to shoot it to one big sheet. And then when the opium of the Mamish bring it into a second hand and it was all store. My time is not going to be, my time is not going to be. Otherwise, you're saying that not purpose. If you know you destroyed it, so that everyone should do it, you come up with it. If you know you repurchase it from a desire, everyone should use that faucet. What's the issue? Why is it not focusing? Well, it's LLF. It must be, if you're not saying that it was something that we need specifically clearly what is going to happen to. LLF, what that was, the Kabbalah, and said, people accepting my word. The Kabbalah, it's like the Misha Hasid Mekabla. To a person who most likely is going to destroy it. Who's that? That's a Jewish metal worker. The Jewish metal worker is most probably going to melt it down. So, of course, everybody knows people melt it down. There's no more focus, there's nothing to talk about. That's called destroying level desire. However, if we're talking about a person who's most likely going to destroy it, that's Yisrael. So we put up the line, and all the Kabbalah is up to Adonai for Yisrael. What does it mean to say Yisrael? The Misha actually also to a person who is likely to work the circular field. Who is that? So, what is this? Not at all. They like that, then there's enough of it. It's the head. And so my words versus what the family words. And you said my words were accepted, they were accepted. And people are holding both with regards to Israel and with regards to actors to receive. Now the FCC for him, they was there's enough of it. That opinion, that focus is true, whether it's sold to Israel or to an actor. Mark says, no, that's all right. No, how can come? This is what they say. I'm a rebel. He said, my words were accepted to Lichavera, to my words, it's a message. Lichavera, to my friends, to other families, it's a message. In other words, here is the Zorai, Lichavera, what he needs to say is there's no focus in there. We're all on
on the same page. In other words, look at what's looking at last week. Last week, the second to last year. No. The whole of Israel, I feel like I don't beat them. Even when it comes to returning to Israel, to a Jewish person who's buying this of Israel, everyone's going to agree with the family of Jewish prophet. Now, the high people of our Rebbe near the Barai, I words are accepted, it's a muscle of Hava when it's thought to destroy. Love is thinking of bottom around, is the first white on the left. Not to come up arguing on in that case, the name of near the Barai was helping us what the same as in the Kabbalah. It's not that what I'm saying is, but in that case, people accepting my opinion over my rival to Kabbalah argues me. Or rather, what to say is, Rebbe was pushing his body hustle. He's just coming to explain, we're in your muscle. It's last meeting coming to teach us, with the soul, over the Kabbalah, you will only argue, myself, Rebbe, my only argument going to come to a purchaser, to a metal worker, who's an actor. That's what he said. My words were accepted to the common, and they agreed to me to Shemot will release us the Kabbalah. If it's sold to somebody who ultimately eventually goes to Israel, in other words, who are going to come and agree with you when it comes to somebody to Israel. In other words, the result focus is whether you get a common when it is sold to Israel. Again, we don't have to come on already near the line of Kabbalah, okay, Kabbalah, and now we tell Israel, Sa'af Ta'bela, when left with your life, that argument is how to Shabbat and the Hoda, that's when it's served, when it's served to someone who's going to serve it. How about the Kabbalah, if it's known, assumed it's going to be straight, motivated. Okay, let me go on to the Next task is Tasha. Our calf, you tell us where the person buys scrap aquam. So he buys, I don't know, a whole carton of scrap metal from an aquam. Lots of it going through it, lots of it over discovered. He finds some of what is all mixed into the scrap metal. The Gemara says, if actually that's a mashach, if he didn't shifa on this whole carton of scrap metal before he gave the money, you go ahead and return the whole thing to him. You return it exactly and say, I don't want to have this. If you should let some know, if you really paid for it, then you get the mashach, you do the shifa on it, you have to go and pay for the zara. The third, in other words, you can't return the zara. You can't keep it because it's a zara, so it's for your choice. Go to a place where never be retrieved. Now, we are not the Shvara, the Tzorah, the Shvara Bekes, if you will come with the Shvara Bekes, you can let me, sorry, is true even when the person buying it is Yisrael, so Hamani Rabbana. It makes sense, it's the Rabbana. That means the Rabbana are the ones who told us that when you sell it to Yisrael, the halacha is that it's not butter. So here we have a case. The Hakram sold, in essence, Avodah Zarah to Yisrael. What's the halacha? If he bought it, paid for it, did the shifa on it, now the Yisrael owns it, what's he got to do with it? Go to the Yaramah. It's the Yaramah. Now, here, the Torah focus, it will tell you that focus is only when you sold it to the non-Jew, in that case, the focus. Avodah Zarah, Yisrael, we're talking about in order to sell Avodah Zarah to a shop retail, everyone's going to agree he's about to. In other words, what's the thought process? I mentioned earlier, when Akum sells the Avodah Zarah to Israel, it's going to happen. It's going to be destroyed. And that's what you do with Avodah Zarah. But in that thought process, what's going on? The Akum sells a whole truckload of scrap metals to Israel, including that truckload of Avodah Zarah. Now, if it's true that every time it's sold to Israel, it becomes Patel, why is it the third Yamela? The Akum would be back to it by virtue of the fact that it's sold to a Jew. Mar says no. Oh, the Torah is showing that called Peter Haman. You do see water. This one says no. Starting cost from that case is different. Why is that right? You can tell something like that. There's a very big difference between the Akum getting packaging up and putting it in the window, selling it. Then a person who just sells a bulk amount of scrap metal. When he's selling bulk amount of scrap metal, I don't know, he went around and the day before bulk
metal he possibly could, and he strapped it up to the back of his truck. And he sold it. Doesn't care what's in there. He sells it himself by weight. Doesn't care what's in the back of his truck. So he takes it to the truck. Oh yeah, he sells it. And he had in mind that that road that was a run for scrap metal in the back of his truck that he was responsible by selling it to himself. He just was selling a large amount of scrap metal to himself. Think about who about to do it his own. Whereas our Mishka took location first and took one individual of a result and sold it to himself. That case, why are you selling the result to yourself? Must be the marketing of the result, you know, fighting the result. So therefore, this case has nothing to do with what's really working out. But what we do is some examples of cases where the assumption that it happened after the result. Love or less, if they happen to act alone, how do that result? If you just do it as a match, you put the load, you handle it as a result as a match. Also, not for a lot of colors. Or there's a building that collapsed on top of it. Also, done war with him, or is that stolen? Also, he was through our island, or often didn't say yes. The owner of the Zara moved out of town and he just left in the basement. Oh, look. So now the Gemara says, in that season, top of the deal on the base. In that season, locks up to the tennis Yeshua. If these non-Jews land to return the original slaves, like the Tamar of Yeshua, the Lord could otherwise have it. Ain't the case. It's not that there's a chance to come back and get it. But obviously, the flip side of that is, if they don't want to come back and get the Tamar. And that's what the Lord says. We have to have all these cases. We can't just say, we have to have all that. But this is how Allah, we only have that case where he used it as a master for a while. He said, the Lord said, like this, they might think the doctor who has to sell it. It's not possible. I will not collect. Around my Torah, I say, how on top of it, I said that the Lord from the body like that is not going back to clean it up. They will do it up, no? In these cases, if he's going to do any chance he's going to come back, it's not possible. Now, when it comes to Lana, it's exactly when you sell it, it's not possible. When it comes to the house with I would have. It's a weird stuff. And the fact is that we were to go get it, or get it to the but no, truth I'm not talking about for you to connect with it. I'm talking about for a lot of colors. You know what the case is that for a lot of colors, that's in the city side. You know what? No, that this is not that though. He thinks, but not just and call it to be in perfectly fine. I was going, this is not the case. That's how they speak to keep it safe. The effort is there. I was going to not big. Wow. However, things can install it. With a load from a Haga, but it's not chasing after them. He hasn't gotten the party to get after them. And yet, there's a whole bizarre that. So the fact that he's not doing that, but he wants it's just if you practice your back together, it's not possible. Now, detail is more realistic, but the only is because when you're listed here, she's stole it, but she's a seller, he owes it to somebody, something looked up her up. She didn't see that we never know the guy for free, and on the back, and guess what? Now you might also be nothing like me. When you find out where you go, because 70 minutes out of the south, the minutes out, I reach someone else. You show something, and now you're covering. And if it's you show, you took it. In other words, the flip side is not off in the show. The other you show, I did the next time, since you went right money, what you can do, you can let all the time. So find yourself in that situation. In other words, this is his whole process. That's what not about the result. You can do it after the show. Or you sell yourself another act. How do you do about it? If you buy them, you can own it. Just be left doing it. And what will you see out? And we got sound. And the Lord talking about that. If you know what I'm doing, talking it. So the Lord said that truth left over the teachings to tell you that if you plan to come back, it's not that. Now, you don't get kind of like that long. And when the season locks it to the tendency shit. And the season locks it to the tendency shit, and it tells something about it. Like, Lord says, hold on. The plan coming back like they came back on the Sunday Shore. Well, it says, even the Sunday Shore, they come back. So on the right, when you went to the fight, they came home. It's good they didn't come home. But he left the room, sure, right for that. So I said, Pakitala, they must see me lots of a work to the Sunday Shore, and it was a thing. But it's the plan to come back. Yeah, it's like me up there. Like the Sunday Shore. That was a specific plan. Normally, you look at the Sunday Shore, what do you have to have it? Kind of in the Sunday Shore, they look at it. It's just like the rock. But we miss it, I've been working for myself 6 months. So on the other side, how the other, you do that around, you start to back up the later with that. It's not, and the only dividing the start for the law, pasta. They're teaching us something fascinating about what is the Jewish intervention of the design. So we have the question we have to have in the straw is still only in the Shaka, is in the straw. Stand with the stone, having it go ahead, and bow down to it. Now, what happens to do that, but it actually came ahead and do that. But after it, the stone comes back. You know that, I don't know that. For us, we know that. One of you know the rabbi, you saw the doctor was in the top of the shop, the other become the top of the box. You know what? I'll say that. I'll say the other, the two lots to all the shop. But to do it, one of the in the concert, actually waiting to keep in the eighth. That's it. Trees married to sell. That's the every birth. So the image is for shalom. Not like you go ahead. I'm just going to get to those. So, is temporary out of you go to create how it is all belong to them. How to make Torah, you have a side of it, you know, other people just come here, people who are originally, that is enough for us. However, the culture is not the same factor. The culture is strong and able. The laws of Hebrew. The laws of Hebrew serve the ego at that point in time. Government as a type of the equilibrium of those two topics. When Titus election built and served the ego, that was a public declaration that they were okay with how they deserve. That's very similar to standing at the stone. And you saw the stand at the stone, come out, and he goes ahead and he demonstrates, he declares that he is okay with people serving the Lord Zara, then he has to serve the Lord Zara, becomes also. Similarly, the Titus election built the ego, that was a public declaration that they were okay with people serving the Lord Zara. So at that point in time, the actually opened the Bible when the king came out to straw. Some of the desires there, he said that 2 hours essentially just working in the appetite, very heavy statement for the day. So after that, he says, he's up to the dinner. He said, we're going to stand for this. The idea of that, the new code by this, that's what we do for the Zara. Also, the trouble is, when actually something back to it, he's just acting on behalf of that's what we know. That's what we should have. It's relevant. I'm sure everyone wants to start. What's in the whole lot? How do we know that just because it's so of the ego, okay? It's relevant for what is everyone to do. The ego moving this way. Maybe they're okay with serving the ego because there was a circumstance of problem for them. They got confused with my stability because it was great. They come back to something confused them. And so they built the ego over there. How do you know? That was something that was hopefully revelation with their kids. I went to try to say as well. They're ready to do it, right? And you got to realize, you know, so some of the pastor says, Eli, I'm going to cut off Israel. They declare the good resolve of God to Israel, and I'm excluding the other first highway. These declares language of the Lord to the desire, the many of the desire. Therefore, if I got anyone trying to have the ego to kind of extreme, maybe it means only is done there, but from here on in, it has to be looked at. Versus my Nuka, how do you know that? That is actually my Nuka. We are able to exercise, able to exercise. It's impossible to know
official treatment. Show with Jeff referring the only talent to Ravens and all with the August and March Friday all time this
So says the South Side, the country groups, Mutaras, the South
Los
Bakama,
Angeles
the people
Rams
who are fleeing
President
because of
Mike
war,
Machine representing
then
the
the
best in the
city
world.
just left
It's a
because
great
they didn't have time to take it. They don't have. So
Just
again, when you
debuting
go to the
another
person who
NBA 60
city
seconds
about it, the person leaving in such a hurry, they don't have it, they run out. They don't have the ability to think about what do I have to do? Then they have to grab themselves and run to the right. So now, if they just left the South Dakota, figure out so. Which says the Lucios, Sean Malachin, already in the college. I'm sorry, he's on the field. Whatever, it's not to say the Lucios and Malachins, how many guys, these strange things, so I'm running the direct Mahala Tamara. So kind of like these pedestals that they place along the road when the king would come. The Shamala over shooting some over the father in his back. So when the king was planning to come, they would decorate the roads with the pathways with these pedestals and would place them with the dollars on top of these pedestals. Smith and says, hey, Nicholas, these are the Nicholas, these pedestals do not become Hasa. Why the nation on leaving also the shots and walking over them because it's placed there when the king passes by. I think it seems to be a reason that makes much sense. Doesn't really give much of an understanding. You have to look more and listen to Gemara. This is Rashi actually says,
What up, baby?
The shots and the walking over, you have to put it up there when the king passes by.
Yo, dog, are you a member of my Discord? Oh yeah. What's up, Chibo? I'm well, my man. Just chilling, enjoying the day. How about you? I just got it going. Feel free to promote it any way that you want. I'm just right now, so I'm not really able to promote it too well. But yeah. If you want, you can make your co-host if you want. Oh, Peewee. Okay. Yeah. All right, Peewee. Wait, there you are. Promote it any way you want. Good morning, baby.
They don't disclose their exact travel yet before they go. They say they're coming to a town. So those people who live in this town, when you go out of your book, four of the possible roads that the king is going to take. Then what happens is, sometimes the king ends up showing up, and everybody goes down those roads, so it doesn't even end up being straight. So the Malach and these are the science. Therefore, these pedestals and these posts that you put out, when you look at
Yeah, big dog.
Why are you sitting on this? But now this floor, now we can describe this floor say, he must sit down, have one of these pedestals that gets broken. Also, it's benefit from it. A fool you might be on a ultimate royal. Even if I'm going to say,
Yeah, big man.
However, high, this is just a pedestal that holds up to Mozart. This thing.
We get people.
Down to Mozart. That's a pedestal that's a little bit chip. So this is what we see on the show.
Oh, what's Truman Show? It's a movie.
This is part of what Mozart surface over here. And you're sitting on this pedestal here.
It's a good movie from the 1990s. You should check. Stars Jim Carrey.
Please do give us the outflow from the German rather smart and full of our homes and pay them a compliment to say that we teach you something so brilliant and so beautiful. However, he said, our nothing reflected on the Caballo, but the nothing reflected towards exactly the opposite. They said too much in the damage you have. This pedestal that became broken, this piece, look at this supposed to go from it. That free when I get on my own English fire, and see these 2 9 on the says, are you considered what these are? That's broken. How do you really, amongst the coven, that the actual what these are itself needing to get broken? We're still getting on and bow down to the server, like he was the Paul. So you can set this it's a desecration. You go ahead and be with your Batula, just to move out to the magic. This is the Abozara. Abozara got a little chip in it. You gotta be without this. Abopani, none of these things. You just a pedestal to hold it up. How many exactly way will actually do this like this? This is not the Abozara. You have no Abozara. It's one of the shots you know Abozara. It's one of the tools they use. Support the Abozara. It's not such a thing. Pedestal over this. How many times I said the Abozara? So let's do 2 different schools of thought. One of them is Robert School School, which is and then when it comes to this Venus, even if it gets damaged, still if I look at it, you have to get the opposite thing. You have to reflect it, the two things, but it's exactly the opposite. If you first of all, it gets damaged, you got to make it. Venus in the thumb, you have this pedestal of the thing, which down is a chip. Look at it. It's looking. It's also that we see where the Zara should be down, but the same chip. Also, the tough player. And she loves you, but for the whole thing, that gets smashed. So if you let me do this, take it down with that. What would the two do with them with that? Remember, both of these things are CPD stones. Both of them were used for one of our service. What the Demos on his back? Why is the Demos not on his back? Why is his back not a Demos? Well, since I'm the stone structure that was used by the Havakim of his own, so you know this and when Yaakov Demos is Evan Akas. Demos is one stone. Mizbeach, one of our days, Mizbeach is made out of several different stones. I'm looking at skill, top of the $1,000. What's the concept that I have to ultimately help me understand what the difference between exactly is? So the single Paul Avnei that's except the sooner you can say Paul Avnei is there to Avnei dealing with puzzles like the story for us the packages both broken up. Right too much rain the family. So Avnei dealing with puzzles if they're going to be an Avnei dealing to both broken up, right too much rain the family to love the city if they're going to be broken again later too. That's it. Then our sailor is not going to be the fact that we have a quicker rocky. The year for the lower pool should lower people a lot. So we're not going to go ahead and serve us. What's the short flash? We live, Mitsu, you could have, if they're not, when it's not all for left, and then your cooler is still going to establish, it's still going to use it. You see what it says over here, the city comes in his back. But it's good for exactly. The crew doesn't say Brisa, so the reason expressing the depth of the easy, earlier Venus to lift down motor. So it comes to Venus to one stone pedestal, then it needs to have one stone chip, and that's it. It comes to the size of different stones, that's what it has to be completely puzzles, smashed into pieces, and the gas has to be destroyed. At that point in time, no one doesn't survive anymore. As it comes to a Venus, that chipping is sufficient, and therefore Kula, the power of the direct and they trust it, they have a right of what they're saying is correct, that's sufficient to us. Stop it for today, every one today, and
fucking UFC fighter. You seem like a weird guy to smoke weed with. I would be frightened. Yeah, you make bread and chop look pretty damn good. Fuck you. What is your name? Handwriting matches your body muscle ratio. That's an H.
Good morning. It is in today's stop. Today's stop is a lady Zara. Stop to an hour. You're picking up from that and you're on the days of the 7 lines from the bottom. We begin by taking our sponsors. We begin by taking our annual commentary sponsor. We cover the social stuff off. Sponsor Restream and all the dresses. Especially this year's coverage for Amazon. We also thank our commentary sponsors from the month of Market Loud. We thank Stephen and Wendy Fraser, the sponsor of Restream and all the dresses. Honor of Israel Fraser, Dia Fraser, Stanley Rose's wife, and Irene Rose's wife. Over the summer, Shannon Maria, and let's have Mac up to the church that makes you healthy and well. And we can result in all for the Jewish thing here at the time. So today's stop, we're picking up. Yesterday we got a bit of a closing in this little phrase that was used, which was Nagar, Lobar Nagar, Yakine. There is no carpenter, and there's no son of a carpenter. Let's explain what it means. Really sophisticated for somebody came into the question, then to really decide this question. Now we're getting back to a discussion about what it is. Now it's important to know that when it comes to something that Lady Zara, each of Lady Zara has strange ways. And some of those ways mirror some of the services that we do in the business. Now, typically, the person serves Lady Zara in the way that Lady Zara works. So then, that's obviously a violation of Lady Zara. However, what we're learning here is, Zara, we mentioned this yesterday, not the way the person supposed to serve that particular Lady Zara, that thing that the person does, that service is a service which represents some type of something of service within the flesh. That itself shows that one of that of Lady Zara.
Oh, how are you today?
We counted violation of Lady Zara. See that in Rashi says, Shabbat Makam Ufanel, we'll get to the exact case in a minute.
Oh, how are you today?
Together, or avodah shebetzniut, which doesn't get some mikdash. When a person does that,
I thought I was at war, but we've overcome larger challenges in our time. As for you, I am delighted that you are looking to become Reformed from Orthodox, and I'm here to update you on your process. And here, any questions or you ever need any support, just say that at the outset. How does that sound? Excellent. Well, I realized why you wanted to become Orthodox, and they're completely understandable, and things are going to become perhaps even more challenging, especially in terms of anti-Semitism. And the Orthodox world gives you almost like a security blanket. It is a place that you can go and be a part of a community that will shelter you and protect you, and it can be a little bit of an oasis in your everyday challenges that you may encounter with the outside world. So I think you're in an excellent position to be on this journey, and we're starting off slowly, but eventually, you can Orthodox with anything you want. Just do the basics, or you can become rabbis, and someday it just depends on you want to be. When I say rabbis, I mean you marry a rabbi, be wife of a rabbi, perhaps have a congregation, community, but one step at a time. As for your journey, the goals are what you're going to do. Three things mainly. You want to become Shomer Shabbat, which means essentially there are 39 avoid. Secondly, you are want to, if you want, and I'm not going to, it's up to you. As comfortable as you want. There's something on the Sherman McGee, which basically limits contact with this agenda. And there are some family issues with that. We won't get too much into that for right now. It's a little bit long. And then there's, can't go into that all that much right now, but those are going to be the three areas of your life you want to explore. How does it sound?
It's tantamount to a facility the animal. So if it goes well, it's the exact thing. Sprinkling blood on his back, just like a person sprinkled blood on his back.
Absolutely.
So the person sprinkles a stick.
Yeah, so don't worry, it's a process. So, well, the first thing I would say, sure, you're at least 18 years old, is that correct? Oh, no, you're not. Okay. So generally, I only work with adults. So it's okay that you're not. But with you being a minor, generally, I would say that it's probably in your best interest to perhaps find a local Orthodox authority. You said you went to Shabbat this past week, correct? You went to Shabbat on Shabbat. Okay. Did you meet the guy there? Okay, great. And you introduced yourself to him. Did you tell him about the process that you're undergoing? Oh, okay. All right, so it was not sure. It was a synagogue, right? Okay, so the difference. I know you said that you grew up Reform. Many times within the Reformed community or conservative community, the places of worship are known as temples. We don't reference them as we don't reference our holy place or our communal place as temples. We reference them as shul within the Orthodox community. And is there a Chabad near you? I mean, there's a Chabad everywhere. Okay, so that's going to be a really great resource for you. We're not going to necessarily start there immediately because we can if you want, but basically they're going to have youth programs and they're going to have opportunities for you with being someone who is an advocate, becoming an if I may ask, what is okay, so you're going to be an adult soon. There are youth programs that you're going to want to get involved in time. So, but you don't have to make plans to do that. As for your school on Friday, you still go to school. No one says that you have to do this overnight. But you're young enough that you can certainly use Orthodoxy to help guide your life. And, like, essentially, you have school, I understand, probably midday, with enough time to light candles Friday, correct? Okay, well, and so that's what you're going to do. We don't necessarily, I mean, it depends on the community, but generally, I mean, at least when I was, to give you a little bit about my background, by trade, I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence to be able to not need to work. But before I was at this point of my life, I was in the working world while additionally attending shul every day and classes, and it's very hectic. And I would need to make sure to make special requests to leave work on Fridays before sundown. And once you get into the working world, those are some accommodations that you're going to have to make. But don't worry about that right now. Right now, you've got a plan. Friday night, you're going to light candles. You know what to do there. Every morning, you're going to say one thing. and it's everything's really going to be a process. Um, you've got some videos that you're going to continue to watch. You will also have the ability, not this week necessarily, but one of these weeks I want you to go to show. Have you ever been to an Orthodox service? Okay. Um, that's okay. They're wrong, and frankly, many people find that at work. A woman, you're not obligated to go, but it is going to be something that you are going to perhaps want to experience. I really, frankly, don't know very much about reform or conservative. I mean, I know a little bit, but just the basics that I've learned from rabbinical colleagues. But I understand your services generally like an hour. Is that correct? All right. Within the Orthodox world, they can be anywhere between 4 hours, and that's just one. So many women don't attend for that long, and that's without kiddush, which is like a lunch that occurs on Saturday afternoon. So it's really a whole day affair. Don't worry about jumping into that right now. What you're going to want to do is watch the videos. And now you also said that you want to learn Hebrew better. And for that, I would really advise finding a dedicated Hebrew teacher, tutor, someone perhaps who's Israeli. I'm an American, so I'm perhaps not the best person to be able to teach you in the same way that a native Hebrew speakers may be able to help you. I can certainly help you with biblical Hebrew, but in everyday discussions, Israel is probably going to be the best. You find that you're in the Jewish guild, and definitely Hebrew speaking deal that Hebrew speakers certainly don't English and some languages as well. But we'll help you to find a tutor for that. You're a student, so I'm going to ask, what are your studies? Is it high school? Okay, you're in the United Kingdom. Okay, so I'm somewhat familiar with that system. So is A-level more, what's the United States equivalent? Not high school, but not college, it's in the middle or what? And I to attend college in the near future. Okay, that's absolutely fine. What do you want to be? That's okay too. Absolutely. All right. What are your interests? Okay, you want to be prime minister someday? Excellent. That's good. I like that answer. Wonderful. All right. Everything in time. So, from a personal standpoint, I know that you have discussed orthodoxy and that you want to become more formed, meaning generally on the orthodox spectrum. I imagine you want to raise an orthodox family, correct? Is that right? Is that yes, no? Yes. Yeah. Okay, excellent. Excellent. So, there's a process for that as well, where you have it's basically within the Orthodox community, it's different than what we're finding in the secular world, even perhaps if they're in conservative Judaism. We have matchmakers, and so those are shots on the and then there's shit up, which is the match. And you don't have to go that route, but just know that Orthodoxy provides an extra layer of being able to find a partner. So if you're like, look, I don't really know anybody who's Orthodox, or where will I find an Orthodox partner? That all can be taken care of down the line. But do you know anything about kashrut, about keeping kosher? Okay, that's great. So on like shellfish, basically, yourself, right?
Every person playing is still at it.
Okay, excellent. That's a great start. So when it comes to your diet, don't change anything. Just keep living the way that you're living. When it comes to your dress, don't change anything. Just keep living the way that you're living. In terms of, do you know about Chabad? I mean, I know I've sent you some links, but do you know what it is? Oh, okay. So essentially, it's Hasidic dynasty back in the 18th century that had an explosion in membership and is perhaps the best resource of the Orthodox world. That occurred in the 20th century under a very special individual known as Menachem Mendel Schneerson, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. He's known as the Rebbe, and so you'll be familiar with a little bit about what he is and what he does. But basically, he sent emissaries to all the major cities of the world, and I'm sure that they're in your area. And within the next few months, not right now, you're gonna, perhaps attend one of those services, or at least connect rabbi and rebbetzin of your community, and they're going to be your local Orthodox community, and they're absolutely wonderful people. They're going to welcome you. They're going to help you. They're going to be basically the boots on the ground. From my perspective, what I'm going to help you with is your weekly growth, checking in on you, making sure that you answering your questions. Is there a God, or is this the right way to practice Judaism? No, really is the minute that we practice. These are the traditions that we practice. And if you can understand that nobody knows, you're going to have an easier journey, because then you're being intellectually and spiritually honest with yourself. Does that make sense? And so, from my perspective, I struggle, and hell, every single day of my life with religion and with Judaism in particular. And I have come to the conclusion, and not just this, but this is comments feeling if we're being truthful, no one truthful, no one. So many of the things that we do and what we practice are traditional, and there are even some traditions we don't even know what we've been doing them for. From a prayer standpoint, I'm going to teach you what would be known as practical Jewish life. How to live your life in as orthodox a manner as you feel comfortable while still experiencing the secular reality. So I'll give you just kind of like a plan of what I envision your learning will be. We'll get you set up with a Hebrew teacher. You'll either find a Hebrew tutor, or we can certainly find some resources for you to do that. But first and foremost, I want you to focus on your grades, your school. But we're going to be done with that. Will that end this May, or how does that? Okay, that ends next year. Okay. And then from there, you'll be in the workforce, correct?
And that's what's going to be an issue. In other words, you're right. There's no service. Yes, there's a service.
Okay.
But not rates in the base.
So, first and foremost, and this is what we do officially focus on your schoolwork and to be second. But we're going to start slowly with that morning prayer and lighting Shabbat candles. Have you ever lit Shabbat candles in your life? Okay, that's fine. It's really nice. It's really nice. It's a great tradition we have that helps welcome in Shabbat. And you're going to do that for several weeks in a row, perhaps several months. And when you get into that, it's the first real step in welcoming Shabbat. Now, we become dual, and we will be having Shabbat dinners at night, but you will. And what you're going to want to do is start that process. When you go to a shul, the rabbi eventually is going to have some of your like Shabbat candles, or where you at in your orthodoxy, and you're going to want to have the basics. So basically, I'm going to help provide you with all the basics that you need, so that when you do go to shul, you feel comfortable. In terms of the differences between Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox, there are basically two kinds of orthodoxy. There's modern Orthodox and there's Chassid. Well, I have a member of Hasidic Orthodox shuls and modern Orthodox shuls. I know both, so I teach both, or I'll give you resources for both. The Hasidic world is very insular, generally, but one of the dynasties, Chabad, is more open. And then there's modern Orthodoxy, which is has some more liberal traditions, but it's certainly not conservative or so you're gonna basically at least through this journey help to teach you how you're gonna be able to live in a practical way, and that's really important. Look, if you've got schoolwork that you need to do and you're just starting your journey, Hashem, we believe we want you to school. That's really important. But in terms of when you do have free time and you want to learn, I sent you that app, the Chabad, the Chabad video app, and it's a wonderful resource to see people actually do many of the things that we do within Orthodoxy, and to perhaps explore them yourself. There are documentaries in there are conversations in there, there are certain in there, and you're not going to want to jump in and watch all of them at once, but you might want to watch a film a week and just to start something. In terms of your friends, do you have any Orthodox friends? That's okay. That's okay. So normally we would say, oh, well, if you've got an Orthodox friend, just ask them if you could come to shul with them. But you don't, and that's absolutely fine. So we would say maybe within the next 6 months or so, we're going to have you email your local Chabad rabbi, and there are over 11 children. And what he's going to do is he's going to welcome you. His wife is going to welcome you. Their family's going to welcome you. And you're going to have Shabbat dinner with them. So I take it you've never had Shabbat, Orthodox Shabbat, correct? Like you've never been to someone's house who celebrates Shabbat in the Orthodox fashion. So what that generally is going to consist of is a meal on Friday night. And it is going to be those meals that you've ever had. Depending on the quantity, it will consist of ritual washing, eating of which is a prayer and keep it in and then usually it's a meat meal. And then there's some that we sing, and I don't want this to sound overwhelming to you. Before you go to any of those, we're going to make sure that you know, at least you've seen people do this so that you feel comfortable when you're at your own, when you're at, you know, in wherever you are, and you are at this person's table. And you don't have to necessarily go to shul that week, but you're eventually going to explore it, and there are community within that community. The services are on Hebrew with some Aramaic. But basically, I would say that most of the people there who are praying don't know what's being said, and they know some, but most of the people don't, and they're just going through the motions. The only real people who really know probably what's going on are perhaps the rabbi, maybe the gambler, this, even the rabbi perhaps doesn't even know what's going on. So, like, that's okay. There are different, so the book that we use basically within service is known as a sitter. So, and there are transliterated sitters that have the Hebrew on one side or above the line, and then they have the English, and then also it would have some transliteration. Do you know what transliteration is? That's absolutely okay. So, in terms of like a word like Shabbat, you would have the Hebrew, you'd have the English, but then it would also have the words spelled out phonetically, like with the sound. So S-H-A, and then you might see B-B-A-T or B-A-T. However, the transliteration is being done. So basically, this allows you to say the words correctly if you don't. And that's all down the line too. I want you to know that not everybody there is going to know everything that's going on either. In fact, most people don't. So you're going to be in good company. That most of the people there probably didn't even grow, especially in Chabad, probably didn't even grow up. So many of them are on the same journey that you're on. And to give you an idea of like where I'd like the process that we want to see, you want to first and foremost ensure that you're not taking any time away from your normal studies. So that's first and foremost. But you're going to say Mona Ani every morning before you wake. You'll like Shabbat candles on Saturday night. We're going to get it so that you're at least saying Shema. You know Shema? It's absolutely fine. So, just for education purposes, you're going to want to be able to say this by heart. Shema Yisrael Adonai Elohim Adonai that part you're going to want to get by heart within the next year. But there's no timetable. And that's something that we say generally twice a day. And before you go to bed, you're saying that. And with your life, eventually will start, if you will, working kosher, so keeping kosher. And what that means, what you can eat, what you can't mix. To just give you some general overviews. This generally, at least in the United States, and I'm sure it's the same in the United Kingdom, most places are not kosher. Like I would say, I don't know exactly. We have different, like at least in the United States, McDonald's, Burger King, fast food places like that in the United States are not kosher. However, in Israel, they do have kosher McDonald's and kosher Burger King in some locations. So don't think that you never get to have McDonald's or Burger King or whatever it is. No, it's just it just depends during vacation. So that means that a lot of restaurants that you normally would go to keep Orthodox, and you're not going to be able to go to them. But that's okay, because there are a lot of new opportunities that this will give them. And there are a lot of people. I have friends who say that they keep kosher, and there are different versions of keeping kosher. There are some people who still go to those restaurants, think they keep kosher, and they just order fish, or they'll go to like vegetarian restaurants. There are like some workarounds. So I don't want you to think you never go anywhere, in your local area. Again, no, absolutely not. There are workarounds for workarounds with the bit is that I want you. Go ahead. Generally within kashrut, and that's because it's a little that does not keep milk, which is known as milk tube, and big, which is meat separate. However, that is a preferable meal than some of the other things that you could get at McDonald's. So am I going to say to you, you can't get that? No, you can keep eating the way that you want to eat. Just know that under traditional kashrut, the laws of kashrut. However, do I know of people who are Orthodox who would eat that? Yeah. And that's preferable. That's an interesting item that you mentioned. So the reason why that's preferable within the world of kashrut, you have three different things. There's dairy, there's meat, and then there's what's called carb, which is neutral. And traditionally, we consider fish neutral. And so that sandwich, I've seen it. I think it may have like cheese and like a sauce on it. Excellent. So really, there isn't anything within that generally on the offset that on that sandwich that is a direct a cheeseburger. The cheeseburger mixes dairy and meat. And that is a contradiction. The fish is a little different. It would be preferred. It's still not considered strict kashrut, but it would be preferred. So you're gonna want to but you should. There are workarounds for like all of these systems. Don't think you can never have a cheeseburger. It's just we prepare a cheeseburger differently than what you would traditionally get in a restaurant. So we might use an Impossible Burger, or we might use carb, like a neutral cheese, like basically a cheese, something that tastes like cheese but just isn't cheese. So I know people who really like cheeseburgers and keep kosher, just use Impossible Burgers or Beyond Meat or something like that, and they can't tell the difference. And just know that the advancements that are being made in terms of alternatives are drastic. So with the Orthodox, you will find that you're able to have what you want, but just prepared a little differently. In terms of, there's a big one that people talk about, which is bacon. So I know you don't eat pork, and that's great, but there are bacons. There's known as beef bacon, but there's bacon. So for people to say, "Oh, I could be kosher, I could keep kosher, but I just have to have," okay, well, there's beef bacon, there's turkey bacon, there are other terms of says I just have to have a cheeseburger. We have Impossible Burgers. We have for someone who's I keep kosher, but some of the laws don't make sense to me. That's fine. And many of these things are um, rabbinic provisions. They don't necessarily come from the Bible. So you do what you are comfortable with. And so if you like fish fillet and you want to eat fish fillet or fillet of fish or whatever that sandwich is called, you continue to do that. I don't want, and with any rabbi, I want you to do something with which you feel uncomfortable or you feel you're taking on. Just know the traditional fish fillet sandwich, since it's prepared in a non-kosher facility, would generally not be seen as a kosher option. However, there are some people who would rather you get that sandwich than something else. So, does that answer your question? Excellent. And with anything dietary, you should know that that's down. So you don't have to worry about that. And with anything in terms of the way you dress or your modesty, you don't have to worry about that. What we're just trying to do is the practical elements of your growth as a Jew. And so the plan is this. The first week, we want you to start saying more about money every single day. Upon arising, we'll say more about money. Now, you may not have it memorized, so you just read it, and then you go about your day. But you read that every morning, and you want to get into that rhythm. And then from there, you're going to be watching videos and learning a little bit more of the vocabulary, how that's about. And then you're going to want to we're going to maybe find a Hebrew teacher, and then from there, maybe in the next 3 months or so, we will have you watch some documentaries and lectures, just Jewish history, so that you can have a better foundation of who we need to be. And then I would say probably maybe within the next 3 to 6 months or so, connect with your local Kabbalah, where you'll get boots on the ground. You'll be able to know with their rabbi. They have youth programs for people your age, so that you get some Orthodox, which is not going to be a goal. You should feel like you're alone, and you're not going to be. There's an amazing community that's going to be able to help you. And then, perhaps after meeting with them, you might to attend sure go every week. But when you're comfortable, that's a goal. And or maybe for holidays, some people have as well. But those will be in general. I mean, we have Pesach, and then we have Shavuot, which is also in Spain. So in April and Shavuot, there's some time off in terms of our major holidays, and then it wraps up in the fall, as you know. So you've got a little time to plan for that. In terms of Yiddish, we talked about a little bit. You're like, look, I don't want to learn Yiddish. It's absolutely fine. But you should just basics. And so you don't have to learn conjugations, you don't have to speak Yiddish. It's going to be good. Just as any Ashkenazi learns the basics of certain language. Some people, any Sephardic person should know at least the basics of Yiddish. Just because some of the terms that we use within Judaism either have Yiddish roots or are just common Yiddish. But don't worry about it. You're not going to have to learn. It's not like you're learning the entire language. In terms of driving on Shabbat and those kinds of things, that will come in time if you want. And just know that there are arguments to be made that you're in a really special time of Jewish history because we have the smart home that's becoming more common, which basically have a lot of the things we have as conveniences and timers. So the electric change things, especially programmable I don't do that. I don't take Ubers on Shabbat, drive on Shabbat, but I go to rabbis who will take Uber on Shabbat. It's not preferable, it's not endorsed, but just know that it does happen in the Orthodox world. And just also know that just most people who are grow in their orthodoxy, maybe about 50% did not start with it. So whenever you get to shul, depending on what shul it is, a lot of people are going to be driving there because they're just not familiar with, you should live within walking distance and things like that. So you're not alone. You are definitely you're embracing your roots, and that's really important within Judaism. And again, at any point, you just need to feel comfortable in what you're doing. Judaism is about welcoming Jews, or especially Orthodoxy, and Teshuvah is about returning to the Master, but it's in your it should be on your schedule. So if at any point you feel like you're taking on too much, it's absolutely fine to take a step back and just do the basics. Where would I want to see you, let's say, 6 months from now? Okay, you're saying Morani every single day. You're saying Shalom twice a day. You've watched some Jewish, not just documentaries, not just lectures, but also some Jewish movies, just to know more about the film culture and just more about Judaism in general. You've made either connection with your local Chabad, and maybe even joined a youth program. You've been to a Shabbat dinner. That's where I'd like to see you in 6 months. Where do I want to see you 2-3 years from now? Ideally, it's according to your own plan, but I don't want you to come out making Aliyah. You know what that process is. It's basically moving to, no one says you have to be there for the rest of your life, but it may be something that, if you haven't thought about it previously, it may be something that you might want to consider. And perhaps 5 years down the road, you want to make. I'd like you to have found, perhaps using a mentor, have found a really great man who you love and who loves you, and you have mutual respect of other, and you recognize that you are raised in an Orthodox family, and you settle down and create an Orthodox home with that person. How do these goals sound to you? Excellent. Wonderful. Okay. With that, do you know your Hebrew name? Okay, it's absolutely fine. Okay, and if you don't have one, there's a process for some. So I noticed that you went by Hannah, and now your name is Gil. What do you prefer to be called? Oh, okay. Excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild, and you can call me Rabbi. There are other terms that we use within Judaism, within Orthodoxy. We might hear rabbis called Rav, R-A-V, R-O-V, sometimes Rebbe. Just call me Rabbi. And I'm here to support you, and I want you to become a very successful Jew, and in all aspects of your life. So, with that, is there anything else you'd like to discuss? Can you repeat that, please?
So apparently around the world is over have this protein. Anything which is within that protein, whether it's water or salt.
Okay, no. Okay, excellent. Well, you should know that things will arise. You'll have questions, and I want to be honest with as a person. If there's anything that we don't know the answer to, we're going to look at it and we're going to get you the answer to it. I'm very determined with that. So you found the right person. And we'll find, we'll do everything that we can to get you the accurate answers for any questions that you have. For what I do, I'm sure you've seen I stream my life. That's not a common thing within Judaism. It's quite unique. But I do teach a class every day from anywhere between 1 and 3 hours. And generally, what these are on, we review some vocabulary, we sing renegade, we review a Kabbalistic text, and if you don't know what Kabbalah is, it's basically Jewish mysticism. It's a more advanced text usually. Then from there we review some Yiddish vocabulary, and then generally there's a topic on the day in which I discuss, and then also I will go to the text and review, or sometimes we even review or wait AI on some of the textual matters if I don't have someone who could be. And so, you're always welcome to check those out. But for right now, it's probably a little advanced. When you do have questions, feel free to just drop me a message, and I'll get you an answer whenever I have the time. And usually within 24 hours. And so if you're gonna start saying motivation, don't worry about memorizing. It's something that you can read, but eventually you'll get it down. We've got Forum Tuesday. For right now, you're not going to go there, but eventually, there'll be a big party sport with things like that. So I've described it, or I've heard it described as Hebrew Halloween. It's basically like, people dress up and something. So, but for right now, don't worry about that. Just learn the basics. I sent you some, and you just said you already knew, but, just read those articles that I sent you. Watch a few of the videos from the Chabad video app, and if there are any videos that you found to be really interesting, send me it, and I will watch it as well, and then we'll talk about it, and so that I'm familiar with what it is that you found to be really interesting. And then the big thing is Friday night, you're going to light candles. So I imagine you don't have candles, correct? Oh, you do have candles. Okay, well, great. Well, then you're halfway home already. So you've got candles. And did you sign up? You signed up for the text messages for candle lighting times? Is that correct? Excellent. So you get that text usually on Thursday or so. That will tell you when you should be lighting. And then from there, I'll check in during the week and see how things are going with you. And then next week we can have even or we can you can tell me all the things you learned, and we can perhaps even listen or deepen any knowledge that we may find as prudent, and get into a routine. How does that sound? Excellent. What you want to do is ask your parents if you can. Hey, do I have a Hebrew name? And if they say no, that's absolutely fine. That happens. And we'll get you a Hebrew name. Basically, what the name would be, generally, it could be whatever you want, but it'd be your first name, your middle name, and then it'll be the word God. which means daughter of your father's Hebrew name. Do you have a middle name? You don't have a middle name. Okay, that's right. And we can work all of those things out. And if your parents are like, hey, we're reformed, we don't really have any of that stuff, that's absolutely fine. But you don't want to come up with we don't want to develop your Hebrew name if you already have one. So that's something else that you want to research. Ask your parents to have a Hebrew name. If not, let me know, and we'll develop for you something that you're proud of and that you like. And that's basically how you be referenced in shul. So that's an important aspect too. So that's really exciting. It's almost a blessing in disguise a little bit if you don't have one, because then you get to choose yours. So, is that something you can connect with your parents and then ask them to keep them in? Absolutely. Okay, excellent. And then just send me a message and with what you discover, and then we'll take it from there. Okay. Excellent, Hannah. I'm here if you need my help, a message, or anything. And more than anything, you're going to need the strength times. You don't know, nor do I know, what is going to happen in the politics of the world. And you're going to face challenges. You're going to face anti-Semitism. You're going to face hate. And the best thing that I do, I face it every single day. I'm live on the internet 24/7. So you can imagine how much I face. There's a phrase, just like water off a duck's back. I just let that just roll off of me. I don't absorb it. I don't think about it. And you just want to have tough skin, and everything's going to be okay. All right? Excellent. All right, with that, I'll let you go. And update me when you get that information. If you have any questions, reach out, okay? You're welcome. Take care. All right, folks. That's the start of a bullet Jeshuva. That's what we do.
It's mostly Dallas for work. Is there any love? Also needed for work. Sorry, I was never Bezos. I need to walk. So you work in like warehouses? Okay, is that a tough job? Not that it's a live restrict. Yeah, it's a tough job. Yes. You long hours? Like 10-hour shifts. You have like very strict with the weeks and everything, right? Like down to the you have 7 minutes to make a run. I think the jokes might be better in Chicago. I am a personal trainer. You got a lot of people coming to you? think you should see sitting down on a podcast, you're tolerant. Jorge, do you have any special skills or talents? So good at anything? You ever win a trophy for anything? Or win a competition? Anything at all other than stand-up comedy? Music or anything? You do anything else? Now let's something interesting about you. Looking at your life while you last time you were on after that episode. Were you like, God, I can't believe I didn't tell him about the time that I heard anything about you? Something interesting about you. Any chance? I'm gonna hamper the great staff here at Hands. I got a few lemons from you guys. Okay, got some lemon tossing music here. I haven't heard it before. This is the official sound of lemon juggling. I will do anything to make Anthony Zamora seem somewhat talented. We're going to juggle some lemons. Real Monday night party here in Togo. I can see it. 3 lemons. Hell yeah. I got one more hand for the staff here at Hands. We love them. It's our family here. This is our day one. So yeah, straight daily animals. Trying to do his big lemon closer. Let's see what it goes with. That was the trick that he wasn't able to close. Let's get some lemon tossing music. Anthony's horse should kill himself right here on this stage right now. Holy freak, this crowd's real signal for this one tonight. It's real fucking phony, zero monkeys. I'm willing to do anything to get out of the closet. That's pretty good. Just think, that could be one of the lemons that ends up on your next drink. Oh shit. Alright, here goes Anthony Segura, everybody. It's on Instagram at Hands _McDonald's. Don't steal those too. He's stealing things for 25 cents. He also lives on the Ghost. Cheeseburger at the Yellow Rose. This might not sell rancho people out. Where's my springs? Where's my Pete Terry's at? Alright, here he is, everybody. Exclusive from Mariana. But I do speak Spanish, so that is pretty Mexican. But I am Latino to make Just restarted.
So the Gemara says, does the Shem Yom Tziva Bas Yom the Kalibai, the Kalibai, the Gemara, I think the Gemara says, the Yishim Shkas Molavodis Kochav, the Yom Shabbos, there's one, the Akiva, the Shashet, the Shabbat, the Restream, the Chazan, the Yishim Molavodis Kochav, the Yom Shabbos, and other Tumah Kamai Shabbos. Therefore, you get a Zera and Zera, the one thing that even in a mikvah, that is the huge highlight. Therefore, again, I see you want to break the pencil and you put it up together, which resumes on the beginning of the story. This is what happened. Don't be funny about it. That's a weird side. You heard it. Let's go back to the story. Yeah, you can't say that it's for a reason. You know, what's the better again? You already established when the points of these levels are in the final system. It kind of came off the recipes of my sheriff, that's my ideas. Now, what's what happens? You pencil blow. You pencil blow. Now, what happens? This one, you put it back together. What's the amount of side? What's the amount of side? Doesn't mean it's that focus level tomorrow. What's the level? The odds tomorrow, when we say that a great people has put that together, come on, and we do say about to grab our low. You say that only
As a freshman in high school, being on college sports in 1999, that was the time when everybody had like the top of their hair bleached blonde with the bottom smooth. So I started flying top. You ever do a hair like bleach or anything like that, girl? You just get alright. Moving broccoli and this side, look at this. Right here. One more time for broccoli. Oh, you're the worst. What's that? Why are they in? Why'd you sign up for this? What did you think was going to happen? Where have you done college? Where have you been doing comedy? Name places in your life. Oh, here it is.
in the shul, in the place of Mikdash, which was built in Egypt. Malish and Shamish for him, but they son listen to this. And I take those utensils and use them in the place of the property. I'm invited. It's uninvited. So I said, what's the shit? I need to be out of this. I'm not in this. So I said, everyone. This happens to me. According to the people in the world, that the shul of Father is a special window was not a place of the Israel. I swear. Coming straight from that in the school, and I was to come back to this and something back. So the parents is speaking this window, no you shall see this. Look, once it goes through here in the house of worship of window, we do not allow it to serve in the inroads out of no life in government. What's on the older nurse and the holy serve of Zara, first we don't let her back. So what's on what is it? Because what is it? Something right away that I didn't serve in the struggle. It's really differently from how we serve that one without. Also, see, so this photo was not able to stop that focus. So according to the thing that we hold, that Kondo was working at our and the utensils which we used in the place of worship of Kondo, and still, the family said to this photo, cannot go back into the so can you see, they don't so echo behind, so we might as well behind we can see I want to do this. So what's the echo is what rabbis passing behind. So the family says, it's really hard to do this. Therefore, they can't come back to the about 3 years ago, so this is the first thing I said. So this is like that question about this. We look at something going on. It's very easy to that's very easy. Por isso, não. Isso é uma companhia que tem essa relação com essa pessoa. Então, se você não vamos ver assim. Se você não o micro vai passar I forgot. So also, you remember, this is like Yossi that Shaw has to do. So that he says, I know that if the pencils will come to space of the I know it cannot be used, and the Sumi Kohani is served in the Sumi Kohani cannot come back to serve. And I think the concept that supports this intent of life of these basically, what's a big platform, what's a better old school stories out of also collecting so the novel is one of the best some of this stuff was a really good my love, but that's so much reminds me of the process because this is the process. They find what if you don't prepare them, like seduce them, they give them away. The national should actually be active. But the mission
Alright, there you go. So anyway, but make some noise for Rio, U.S. hero of the greatest country in the world, the United States of America, everybody. Come on. You guys know we get love from the United States of America? Have we hit that big of a wall with the show? Grab the ammo, follow him. We're gonna get it right. Probably more people will bully because I got a problem with their phones on this thing. It's like when I got a wrong song, so I got really anyway, you guys having fun out there? What about DL? We got eyes on DL. Anybody? Yoni? Number 2, you see him at all yet? Yeah, it's gonna be next week. Joshua Miller. Zach Bogus here. Zach Bogus with an ear shot. Alright, here comes Joshua Miller straight from the back. He's on crutches. This is gonna be good. Come on, guys, make some noise for Joshua. He's on crutches. He's out here fighting. Sidewalk for an opportunity like this. Waiting for at least an hour and a half. It is time. I'm not going to test it. Stupid. Here he is. The people with operational absolutely incredible. There he is. Hello, one more time for Joshua First time in the show. First time. Figure it out. Are you? What's your ethnicity? Are you white? This is it. Right? Yes, that's right. Is that what you were? It's the international literature one, right? And what is that? Is that experiment? Chewing gum while smoking is you took the trash out. What happened? You fell down a step? Makes the bug bag. Jokes in the trash bag. It happens, right? He's the one that you took the trash out. Did you bring yourself? Notice it when it happened. Really? That's one of the tricks of moving up the corporate ladder. HEB great. Woodlands is one of my favorite ballrooms. All right, Josh. Maybe it's just been Josh, what's the thing that you noticed most about the Restream online everything? Let's take it from 60%. You want to think of it too. You're one of the worst math students we've ever had on the show. I've only been with 2, I've been with 60%. I can confirm that that's true. Josh, any other special skills or talents because right now you freestyle, right? Do anything? Anything else? Shit. Anything else for Josh? Am I missing anything, guys? He's fucking cast on his foot. What's the sign? You're taking it off tomorrow. Let's go golfing sometime. I'll go golf with you, dude. She's singing around the pond. You know what I'm saying. Look at Amber Casey, everybody. Your next comedian's Tamer Hassan. Tamer Hassan sounds like a new name. We love that. People get pulled up a couple times here in Austin since we started doing the show here. Tamer Hassan seems like a new name. New story. Could be a local legend. Could be his first time. Anything could happen. Look at Ian for the band. Band. How many of you were at episode 500 on Thursday in the Paramount? Oh, hell yeah. Shit. You guys know what the fuck's we had to send a lot of those special treats back to Los Angeles. Unfortunately, boy, was that fun. There he is, everybody. Waits for Tamer Hassan. One more time. Great. Brand new. Give it to Allie. Give it to a professional. Come on, baby. This goes for Tamer. Give it up for the place of June. Not Muslim, by the way. Historically, people see Jews as
Agora nós tocamos sobre contaminação, I'm just saying it's impressive. 25% gas station, 1% population jobs, media, money in the web.
Not that many jokes, or like when somebody says, "Ooh, they shoot a place up with AK-47, there are a lot of weapons on it. We talk security here. Let's think about Tamer's son. I'm just glad he's better at ratios than I think that's something you smell like a commercial. Are you just naming places right now? Is this episode? Tamer, what the fuck is going on? What exactly region of the Middle East are you? What's your blood veins? In Detroit in 78. Okay. How long were you in Detroit for? 4 days. To when? How old were you when you moved out of Detroit? Have you ever done it before? Honestly, this is my first official set. Sign of a lifetime, believe it or not. Going to. Go ahead, let's tell your thing. Or 10 years later, does it end with going to the World Trade Center? I don't think we will ever see it anywhere else, but foreshadowing the title of the fighting besides I'm pushing for the Muslim man. Yeah, exactly. Twist in the movie. Final party. Like before the end of the world. Pretty so sick that I think we should get out right now. You have to make that little cutie pie face that you have the TSA agents do. It's a comedy show. Relax. You don't have any additional instructions or anything. Anything else with this guy, guys? I mean, I can't imagine how bad fucking the veteran that goes by these people is biting his tongue right now in the back. It's still right on the safety of his gun. Just like, get the fuck out of here. He's a big multi-million pound piece of Oh, Tanner, all you talk about is stereotypes. You're my friend, my friend, my friend, and then you just went on some really racist tirades about the Jews. Writing honestly. What did she say? She didn't see it, but I know what she said. I heard she's being a good person. But she didn't. She stopped fucking talking, Tanner. She didn't see any of the She makes it just. Did your question? How the fuck did you get the question? That's a question. So there's that question. That's a question. She's terrified. She's gonna go. I think you should be heading back without him. There is somebody Tamara song. It's fucking great. This is gonna kill you. Well, that's fun when you see the ones that are gonna be coming from the windows. Nothing more exciting than even Team Madden's fucking see a struggle with that. Wait a minute. Such a lack of females in this city. Four different guys named Austin. That was that exciting. Real original parents. How old is Austin? Wait. That's Leonardo? Oh, here we go. Leonardo Tony, everybody. Come on, make some noise for Leonardo, everybody. What's up? Alright, if you guys didn't catch that, my name is Leonardo. As is Albania. You was expecting a boy. Do we got any Albanians in the house? There's like three of us. The other two are taking the Indonesian story. My dad watched that movie and was like, she's a boy. I was like, I don't take it. He was like, don't bring it. I did turn 35 this year. Thank you. Any other women in here expired? I do miss how it felt to feel young, right, ladies? Because this only lasts for us until what, like early teens? Like, I knew I was getting old when I stopped being afraid of getting closer. We went from show
Become quiet. I guess my that's what I was sabes, ver olha, estaban the president of this collaboration contactaron antibody in other tumor devices. Listen, therefore, it can be Syria, the one that thinks that Syria or
See what happens.
this is what's happening. Don't be funny about it. What's the reason? You have to chill out. What's the smell? Let's go back to the smell. You have to have one.
Make some noise for your next comedian. I was on 75 back again. This guy in incredible just got pulled out of the movie. Make some noise for everybody. Here we go.
Now what's going on? Defensive blow. Defensive blow. Now what happens? This time, you put it back together. What's the defense side? What's the defense side? What's the beginning? It's our focus on tomorrow. What's the side? What's the side? When you say that the goal team does like put that in, you just want to come on. And you know that stuff. About to grab on the low. You see the thing you do. It doesn't
Just spend it on anything for been a serial trauma she has to deal with now is
and the face has listen to this. And I take those utensils and leave it in the trash. Fire it. You can fire it. So as I said, what is it? I need to deny that I was talking about this. So remember again, this advocacy is only a shot. What is the beginning of the world? That is true of Congo. Congo was that a base that was shot. By the way, one note, quite all starts I
Some of the best jokes of the day. The interesting thing was he started with that when you had meatballs up there, why is the joke funny?
So that because I know the potential for you I know it cannot be used in the ways of this judge and the ways of the judge. And the same time you serve in this video to not come back again. And I think the prosecution Sour, or that's so yeah,
it's good to have it's good to know that our keyboard also like our more extended view of the YouTube comments. Everybody here took such loving days. Nice to meet you, Ron. Another great black guy here. Kyle Doty, everybody on Instagram. Kyle D. Comedy, all one word. You got it. All right, let's go to Raven on this one. You guys ready to end tonight's show, huh? Okay, well, we're gonna do it anyway, even though response. You ready for that, Zach? Are you sure? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, your final comedian alert here on Phil TV. Just freshly a couple weeks recovered from the coronavirus. Now recovered from ALS, the Barracks disease, which is like for a couple years, but this guy continues to write a brand new minute every single week as he is a regular on Phil TV. He's an absolute legend in the history of the show. One of the funniest humans ever.
This morning, we're taking a responsibility to thank our annual California sponsor, the Thompson family, for sponsoring all the year of the entire year, as we support the insurance folks out. For understand, we also thank our Commodore sponsor for the month and not the heart. Steve and Linda Grayson in honor of his Grayson, Gina Grayson, Jamie Rosenslaw, and Maria Slaw, and everyone to be there for this young Today's time is afternoon. We are picking up on Dr. Tess and the Days definition of brand new power. This will start from folks. The small Marcellus have under the zoo tattoo, it's not like Kulis, Asura. So a brief introduction is necessary. As we go through the section of Zara, we learn about various different Avodazaras. One of the Avodazaras was called the Avodazara of Markulis. It's interesting, it's important to point out that the second process is the same for example, about possible for a person to go ahead and mention that name. But we don't find Markulis in there in the Torah. If the Torah is asked on that minute, how is it possible they go ahead and lift off the name of Avodazaras? He explains that this really is not based on the desire for a few sources inside the film of the power. He was for Abner B'Tkulis. He starts off by saying, picture of the top, both my spirit smoke, I would like to mention its name. Felix Janik Shiva Torah, not mentioning the Torah. So the parallel resource in the Sanhedrin, Mashma says, Abba Shem Elohim Aten Rosai Spirit. Pasuk says you should not mention the name of the Avodazaras. So how is it that you just go ahead and mention the name of the Avodazaras in our Mishnah? So he explains what was in a time. Its name really was not Markulis. Rather, the Kulis was Moshe Sheva Shema. Its name really was Kulis. We used to call it the name of praise. We would praise this Avodazaras. A father of Kulis was Kulis. Somebody changed it, looked for a word and said Kulis. Like what happened because it says, Lashon Lag Vakalas. If the same happened, it said praise. Yeah, you knew Lag Vakalas Badraya. They just like scorned by the other nations. So they changed the name to Kulis instead of Kulis. The Zel Mar Kulis. Kulis, and then Lashon Mar, the Stufa, because the Anasha Mar Vakalas. They added on the bitter beforehand. So in other words, they gave the name of Mar Kulis. Definitely the very subjects of the Zara. And refer to this Mar Kulis, they have another name of praise, but this had a summon referred to this particular. So now, how do we do this Avodazaras? What do we do this Avodazaras? They serve this Avodazaras by throwing stones at it. So Avodazaras is set up with 2 stones on the bottom, 4 stones on the top, and people will come by and chuck stones at it. Again, in practice, we do these things. It's sort of like that. But what people did it, Maral explains the rights that the Avodazaras in their minds, the way it looked was that it had a vision of like a head on the top, and an arm this way, and an arm that way. And they thought that people were able to find the directions that they were traveling through the power of this of the Restream rocks at it. Understanding from morale is that they count for more people who service the desire, the more power it gets. So they want to attract people to service the desire, and the only way to actually show how popular this desire is by throwing stones at it. Stone to stay. Stones are hard, but don't listen. You throw stones at it, and a massive pile of things passes by. Everyone's like, you know what? We do that all too. Typical of the person that no one has any idea how many people think of desire. Stone statue. This one will put how many people observed it, and the evidence stays forever. So that's how you secure. That's because you can throw your stones at it. Interestingly, we saw the mark that the way that you throw the stones is kind of like the snapper in football. But the part and they throw the stone between the feet. They would maybe that's good snap and grab it. It's wonderful why they have to say it that way. But either way, that's what the that's how they serve the runners are. They throw it between the feet behind them, and they serve runners are instead of first. Now, the small says, tell us about the exhibit tattoo. You have 3 stones next to each other. Together, not set up like the Makulas, which is 2 stones next to each other on one account. 3 stones next to each other. We are with Sab Markulis, next to the Markulis, Asuras, those stones are forbidden without a Malcolm. I will leave everybody vague this mission because this day, the Marshals can read and address what's going on every day. The Stallion, if you have 2 stones there, then the Paros, they're permissible, you can use them for whatever you want. The following this year is saying, Shaneros, you know, if they appear next to each other, these are, of course, Asuras, with the women, with the aim, do not appear to be near this of Rizara, you Paros, is permissible to benefit from these stories. So now, even before the Gemara asks the question, the obvious point is that the Chama makes a lot of sense. Makes sense. Why? Because if the stones near the Rizara Markulis, what is going to be one of 2 things? Either these stones fell off of the actual Rizara of Markulis, or these stones were used to throw out Markulis. And either way, if it fell off of Markulis, so then it's Shivrei of Rizara, and the Rebbe Rizara, we'll see soon, but again, we remember, people serve Shvara. So therefore it makes sense. So what's the qualification of which stones will be Usher? The ones that look like the Rebbe Rizara will be Usher. There's something else called Progress of Rizara, which we analyze here as well, which is not the actual Rizara, but the tool that's used to serve the Rebbe Rizara. So in this case, the actual Rizara is the structure of Markulis. The tool that's used to serve the Rizara is the stone that are being thrown at it. So either way, it's going to be a problem. So that's why it makes a lot of sense. Whatever's near the Rizara will be prohibited. Whatever's not near the Rizara will be permissible. However, the difference between 2 stones and 3 stones seems to be very difficult to understand. That's what the Gemara begins by saying. This one we're up on is sadly over the Yisrael. It makes sense, but the problem is that can you make a lot of sense? Because what do they think? Over the Yisrael. People go ahead and they serve broken pieces of the desire. Now, nearest if these little broken pieces are found near the other desire, one, if you remember the name of that, it's logical to go ahead and conclude that you must have fallen off of the other desire. Absolutely. It's going to be also, again, people serve the broken pieces of the other desire, and these stones are right near the desire. We have 1 plus 1 which is you have a stone that fell off the other desire and must be as part of the other desire. However, in the zero, it's too far away. That's what we call the other desire. We call it that would be small, but we have enough people that be small. Might catch up. What is his opinion? We over the far it was of the opinion that people even for only pieces to come in, they're also well. 2 stones are just the same as 1 stone or 3 stones. The alien as far as the these are the opinion. The people only serve the actual desire while it's the therefore the broken pieces of the desire are by definition must not to say the same for the 3 stones. 3 broken stones are permissible. But the difference between 2 stones and 3 stones doesn't seem to have any explanation. You see at this point in time, is the only fact would be, do you believe that people serve for the result? If the answer to that is yes, if everything is greater than the result, the answer to that is no, if everything greater than the result is okay, there's no difference if it's two or if it's three. Mark says, I'm going to do this by yourself. I'm going to do it by yourself. Sam Indian, then the misunderstood is one like this. The Adua Shanatu, if we're talking about the beginning stone, how long is it on the dollar? We would not call everybody's going to agree that those stones are going to be, and there's millions of the defense from two stones, one stone, one half a stone. Always going to be a path that's supposed to be able to resolve. What I feel is, even according to the net says, that people don't go survive the pieces, how many new levels to cover, how many plus, by a normal typical of the Zara, the statue is great. But he said that both the statues that he can't protect himself, so that on a real service of the Zara, but that's not normal for the Zara to be broken. I mean, also, in this case, the color to do with it, that's how it works. That's the working. I would feel okay if it's more. Therefore, we would agree that in this case, it deserves the truck. And again, that was done in this case. So not send it real fast. Everybody agrees in the fact that the result of our peers, the people serve the broken market. It's been important. And again, everybody else agrees, and if you know this is not what you have a desire, it's going to be a problem. Really, because here's my focus about the halakha stones that I'm near my kids. This type of normal now. We know the salah of my kids or not. Then the place, it is close to the other desire of my kids. She says in the top of one Bakachi Amma, or a happy place. Now, 1 feet. If it's that close, you can not be people. You can't pick up the stone as he speaks on the result of my however, if it's very close by the result of my course, it's an hour or half an hour, you can notify, everybody in the classroom, and the real association is two stones, three stones, it's all going to be a problem. Keep it, we really hear myself, yes. But it's wrong to kind of when you focus, when you're farther away, this Amma, maybe that's in the truck. The other side of it, explain, it's farther away, and then the Amma, let's go further away with things. And you have to come out, so you get into this, how the side of it, because actually coming far away, it's what's out of it. It's what actually says, if you get this on the sound, it's out of it. It's out of it. Versus not the side, what means it says you use the sides out of the Ammas together. You're seeing four considered close enough as within the realm of the side. It's not close enough as indicates the authority of the side. Because it's not so very close to the following. Also, Marquis fuck the side at the result. What people do is to build their own miniature of a desire of Martinez really different. So here the people that combine, they take these stones, they put it together, and they make their own marches. So explain. So long, they put down the microwave, they take 3 stones, they put it together, put the top stone, put 3 stones, they put it together, connect the Martinez to create his own Martinez. That's what's going to be a problem. That's it. Dying, only 2, this is the problem. Otherwise, in that case, we're talking about a farther away than an Amma, but they're within 4 Ammas, so since we just know the followers, we can't really assume that this don't go of the Martinez. Why? Because if you're falling off, it is within an Amma. We're going to find it at Father Control. Now, close enough to the Martinez, but by some kind of association that can associate these stones with the result of Martinez. How do I know if these 2 stones just happen to be together? That's not with the group of the result of Martinez. Or if these stones are the action of part of Martinez, so here's the answer. The answer is, if it's 2 stones, then no one is considered part of Martinez. No one's making a miniature of Martinez. at a few stones. Three stones, and if it's within 4 amos, says to be strong. With these people, with these three stones, you assume to be a person who's doing it. I mean, don't say no. Ain't no too much to stuff you start making. People don't do that. It's not what it's saying when you're working. About three stones that are set up together, it's not set up like in the village. It's set up together. Whatever the other was explain this in a couple of minutes, and taking this raw out and move the person directly to the room. Over here, these stones together with him for almost Omar Mar. One goes back to analyze this. You have to remember. If you know the authority of a desire of the Makulas, everybody agrees with the Tawah that Zara must be the option. Whereas if the best conclusion, really, the spirit is really it says very clearly, opposite on that word, our stones shall not be the name of the Tawah, give our Makulas. If it's next year, it's going to be 8 years from now. It's not near. Then to be permissible. So you understand here is the problem. The slow on the process, so for 3 days to stand the power. Permissible. But hold on a second. It's very clear here. The same for the power. It's not clear.
I fucking love that. I love it. It's never been done before. The great John.
You must have been another locator of the Nashri. But it says, don't use the word Nashri. It must be a mistake. Rather, Elohim needs to. And it was determined in that place out. And so the Holy Tanakh is here. In other words, it's impossible to assume that anybody thinks that stones that fell up from our crews are going to be permitted. And that's just an error. Therefore, what is it? What are you saying? We say, Havanim can need to. Stones that fell in such a case, then they have the benefit. Again, it's subject to how we just explained it before. Well, it says, what time when you go to the right, so it's not on there. It's not says, Steinem to be so low, Asura. If we have 2 stones that were in the grasp of the Mother Makir, it's going to be also. Shalom, if you have 3 that proves in Fakos, even if you're far away, Asura, it's going to be also. You look at Rashi saying, the time we was not on the time of Pisa, the Stam Pisa, Dalet Amos, Pisa, Asura. In other words, we keep using different terminology. We have Itzad Malkulis, that we define as within an hour. Then we have, which is something which is called, you have Itzad Malkulis, which is within 4 hours. Then we have Mitzvah Rabos, which is within an hour. Then we differentiate between within an hour and 4 hours. Now we find another term, which is B'Tzisalo. What's B'Tzisalo? So the Rashi says, B'Tzisalo, B'Tzisalo, it's B'Tzal, which is 4 hours. But again, we get this up to explain that if it's beyond an hour, and that's here, what Yishmael says, 2 is okay, and 3 is a problem. But here we have to reach the Tavla, Shmuel, and Stein, is we have 2 stones, B'Tzisalo, within the grasp of Markur, which is 4 hours. Asura, he says that's the problem. Shmuel, if we have 3 or 4 in the couple, even if it's very far away, will be a problem. Just like the same. It seems like if 3 is a problem, well beyond 4 hours, and 2 is a problem, well, this is 4 hours. On the level, no touch. No touch. Can the pizza after can the pizza meet the premises? In other words, if you look at the pizza after, how does it have to do with the pizza after? That, when it says that it's also, that's within 1 graph in Texas phenomenology. Means the ancient ground stretching out your hand. Basura very shedding rubber. Why the text of that honest real suicide? From the price of complete universal flat is one glass. Now, it goes on and says, the Hasty Grammy, what's the case of states himself? You could go about Bailey, you're going to have a go about Bailey base, which means that it has to go up. There's a little hill in between. In other words, just naturally, it's impossible to stay get there with like flow, because the falls down is the head. In order to get up to the other side of the ocean, you need a connection, that's really going to do that. And you ask, remember I mentioned earlier that among troops is set up with 2 stones on the bottom and 1 stone on top. But on this one, small set, show us we have 3 stones that are really fast groups. Each one's next to the other one. So it's not a typical fashion of Marcellus. So you really want to ask Marcellus for that one. Is there such a thing as Marcellus, which is 3 stones next to each other? This is how the stone is cool stuff. Yeah, 1 on either side. Yeah, it's like a veil. 1 is on top of this. And the Rava Kitanya Ahim, the Rava explains that the actual Iker, the central prime Avodah Zarah of Marcellus was built 2 stones on the bottom and 1 stone on the top. However, when it comes to a person assembling his own miniature models, he didn't have the requirement for that to look like that. Any 3 stones was sufficient for the Marcellus Avodah Zarah, and therefore the small section we find 3 stones next to each other. In Marcellus, therefore, sooner a person assembled the best Avodah Zarah. Marcellus didn't have this to look like. That is my answer for it. But Yada Naka, sorry, he came to Yada Anella after the destruction of the grain to the destroyed palace, and also Isaac came, Yaakov came, and who accumulated base, made Marcellus, who took the stone, took the rubber, whatever was left from the destruction, they turned it into a Marcellus. Now, also, Isaac is talking about the real popular Marcellus. Other Isaac is talking about interesting in this. Roads and highways. So look at this, 3 stones. He went ahead and ultimately designed to the Avodah Zarah. And they paid stone on the side. Now, if you're up on us, the part, you started up on it, we said, well, the sidewalk was good. That's no Shabbat. No tires. We drove on the side. We sent up on us. So that's how we Shabbat. So you're going to have us. I don't know what else. The other said, to none self-redemption, the son of really holy people. He has no problem traveling on these roads. Now you're supposed to be the FP better than the non-controversial. You have to be better than the other son of people. You have to let people know. And like the 9 years ago, who is this person? Is referred to as the son of holy people. And the Menachem, this is exactly what it's tonight. So why is he going to be the son of holy people? When I tell him not to he wants to conclude with Shurasa and Giza, no mistake. Even games at the surah that was engraved onto a coin. The surah of a person's face, and the Zara, he seems to look at his mouth. Seems to be some element of such a this. Interestingly, if you look at this, you have to understand why this continues to be such a facility. Look at the section of the church, even after the None, Milan came, because he was Thomas. That's lots of questions. Not facility for this. Why is this specific? So pious. Hamilin Karakshara, you learn the Sefer Shabbos. You just see the stop though, I feel the thought. And that allows to look at the beginning of a person's face, and see what calls Rabbi. Because the Shabbos over there, even though we lose, why? Because it's a sacrifice. That's it. That's first thing. So yeah, Lazara. So something like Shakespeare, he just the kind of touch of Lazara. Why should they so credit for that? So this explains the Sabbath is philosophy Caesar, to Roger Lewis the Hugger, the Shaikar Day Asma. When you have it, you're constantly looking at the currency. That's how the exchange of business. You're constantly involved in it. In such a case like that, there's no out-tickling alone. You're always looking at it. And if it's not necessarily Zara, and that's not a I think it's hard to overstep. So this person, the non-circulation, is more identified as an activist who knows who you can look at that. Technically, unless again, you want to stay so far away from the Zara, you need to look at a typical normal coin that circulates. Ultimately, a lot of money came back from tomorrow. He was so careful about not looking at his coins, he had no problem traveling on the road. So therefore, they wanted to say it must be true. But he wants his nighttime get on the bus. What's the reason for those who need to travel on these roads? What's the soul of what I'm going to do? In other words, the logic of why we permissible is because in order to cover an active has the ability to be about the desire. So again, it needs to give these people designated reserves of the desire. And I think they want to serve being about it, so that works. Thank you. But what's the reason why some people say it didn't work? You have them of ego, as you do the person with fear, but yes, it's denying the technology and we're not in the terrible. Next, we do the church with the two parts of the desire. The natural structure of the desire, and that's something we mentioned a number of times we were about to learn. We were about to a number of different ways. However, I don't take technology to cover. The tool that's used to serve the desire, that's the first of ego, from the ego by Yosef of around, now let the instant can never be without something that is very desire. So now our possession of process, the yitz could be the about to all. The receiving to about to all, by Yosef is incarnation in the incarnate to the desire. Knowledge, the term that's used to describe these sacrifices, is the incarnation. So you know, knowledge, just like an age, they know the Taylor of the Olam, though it's reversing that, ask that promise the word to Father, and the promise to something used to serve the desire, any of the Taylor of the Olam, it can never go ahead and become nullified. Now, we remember the fire, so now if that's the case, it's either the process of saying the promise of the Father is not any type of nullification. So why did people travel on these roads? Deny the fire supposed to travel on these roads, and they do not separate from them. All I say, Zina pays in for left there. It's similar to me. What does that mean? Good Rashi. Rashi says if the F means man, that's chapter in the page. You've also said the stuff. Having to have a separate. Korbanos in the Semitic are separate. And the Pasuk says to they therefore within the person who breeds Mazar the sacrifice of Mazar don't do last time about the person who only doing conference to Hashem. The Pasuk contrasts how Mazar with service in the place of the only carbon you have to bring is to a Baruch, and that's why Mazar. So the Pasuk is essentially telling you is something that can be the will as the carbon to Hashem. If the Lua is brought as a desire, that's the code rose to heaven and can never be reversed. But it has to have the qualifying factor that it can be brought as a consequence of that part of the sacrifice to itself. There's no way to bring a stone to a place farm, there's no way to bring a stone problem to a place farm, and therefore even though Gideon's right can say that the code rose to heaven cannot be reversed, that's true, the problem goes to cover, but technically could not be brought as a cover bloodshed. But it still can't be brought as any type of sacrifice to say Parker, and therefore even though it's awesome, even though it's less than a violation of what desire to go ahead and do that, nevertheless, this particular detail, that it can't be reversed, it has to be seen. Therefore, it says you're allowed to have travel on these roads, because the rest of them for taking long way out of roads is Mavako their Marcellus status. I'm going to just say, I'm going to just for Abba, this is Abba published the following. Isra Rabba Bar Yirmiyah, Abba Bar Yirmiyah, needs to ship to our land. Also, Uriah, the Aishim of this to the other. He brought with him a mission.
Anderson said, and after him, so here we have one in my list. He brought stones to resolve my list. So he had Abraham grew up in. He used them to lay out roads, the strapios, he says strapios and strapios. Comes to the terminology of strapios, you have these type of fathers. These are how they describe Taurus. You're allowed to travel on those roads. Yisrael, so here we have one of my list. And the Yisrael, the year, you also experience during my list. And you do exactly the same thing. The people come dropping the strapios. And he went ahead and he laid out the roads and the highways. Asuros, you can't use it. Why? Because you still don't have the ability to even about the way to go. He ended up mixing the lines. Yes, the Lord by Naga means there's no carpenter for the son of the carpenter. However, this context means there's no carpenter and then carpenter. There's no wise person or the son of a wise person. Yeah, for today, to explain. Now, he didn't explain what the problem is. He just told us the problem. Can Hashem bring stones to my creation to make stones? It's okay to travel on that. If you start bringing these stones and from my creation to make roads, you can't travel on that. And he said, I have a major problem with this, and nobody, absolutely nobody can figure out how to end it. I'm not saying this is a basic emotion. So I'm no longer, nobody has one. I'm not a particular kind of buffer. I'm not a very big fan of I'm definitely not a carpenter. And however, look at never and I have no problem answering this. I can answer it. What's the problem? What is bothering me? What is bothering me about this word? You have in other words, it must be think that is bothering you was that the given sense I come with awareness to come and not to come up. That must be what's bothering you. Okay, that's your problem. You're going to say, previous other. And then, look like the only time the focus of those who come up though is to get something which has a parallel in the service of any part. But if there's nothing about it, there's nothing in it, nothing about it is similar to what can be done inside of this and the cross, then there's no rest that can become the shackle, and therefore even though not a naga or a bar naga, as it is there. Now that you want to use that terminology, you want to go from a bit of a tangent discussion another case to hear that terminology is used. Amr Yosef Bar Abba. Yosef Bar Abba says the following. If Rabba Bar Yirmiyah Asru, Rabba Bar Yirmiyah came to our land, also the Aisha that he lied, and he brought a mixture with it. And he said the following. Masrim to Rizan in the spirits. First, to go ahead and get rid of the worms from a plant, or Mizam, and Mizamin, what we actually explained, it seems to be that if a tree is lost some bark or has some kind of hole in it, it seems like it's getting some kind of tree infection, and it's reduced with some soil or fertilizer inside the hole, and then wrap it up to rehabilitate the tree. So it says, but you can take away worms, or I guess use some kind of insecticide. The Zaz is the damage to the sanctuary, the money is unqualified. On enough that is not a question. If you look at qualified, you can look from the left qualified as well. So there's a difference between shvius, the Slav can hear shvius. Shvika, the person is not allowed to work land. So when it comes to protecting things that they shouldn't die, you go ahead and get rid of the worms, and you can go ahead and reinforce the piece that shouldn't die with this infection that it has. However, you can't do that with Colombian. Pound the town whether it's lit or if it's Colombian, any misguided, you can't do it. However, the suffering semen, you use God's will. You're allowed to smear oil on the true that is made the money to pay the shoes. It was before Yom before Colombian, or before Shvius, so what it is, you can smear oil on a place where it's clean. They're protected from getting rust or some other problem. Now, what to say, unless Nagar and Mosai Nagar, the upper this is difficult to understand. Absolutely nobody is wise or smart as they are. They're not even in their family, they won't be able to explain this to you. Dina took the page out of the case of his book. He said, Nagar, I know, sorry, I know, Nagar, I'm not particularly smart. I don't come from a particular
family of high wisdom. However, I'm happy to try to attempt to explain this to you. That is what I'm going to go through. What are the potential problems that would have been the reason why he thought this was an unanswerable question? Or unanswerable. Michael Postulate. What was it? He won the money last year. If you wondering why is it in this room, we differentiate between color money and street government in both cases. It's also to do a lot. So why is it that we said you can take the ones off to go ahead and return the broken tree, but street you can't do a color money? What's the difference? The Taxi Ray, the difference between Colombo and Shmita, and you can ask, why is the street to show money also? Why is it also a Colombo? That's not even a question. You have to analyze the answer. Shmita, when it comes to Shmita, what's also? Malaka also. Mixing the land is a problem. So Malaka dropped money. That's all. Making the land is permissible. I'm just saying that it's going to be a treat the person can be choosing with some type of burden somewhere. You're not a burden somewhere. You can't work for it. Money, the money is entirely different things. What do you do with the land? It's probably nothing. So a person will be involved with returning the street on the money. That's the problem of breaking the land. That's because it's a problem of planting trees. Because that's not you're spending up to do. You're spending up to do that outside, trying to fix it. Here's what we're going to work the tree. That's not a way to get spending up to. So later, it's economic also. So in other words, that's the problem. That there's a difference between calling money and tree job. That's not a problem. It's just the nature of the children are very different. So he goes on. Zero might be some precaution. You must be bothered that we differentiate between zero, which meant putting the soil inside the tree to care spot where that's covered infection. On diesel, and he said that's permissible on Shemitah, but it's not going to fall by it. And diesel, he said it's always going to be a problem. To prune the tree is going to be a problem during Shemitah. Now, it's a ask. Well, Zia might be using the cops today. You can ask, nice museum. Sorry, what's the reason why it comes? To zero. To repair the tree that places the soil in it is going to be permissible using Rasa. Why is putting Rasa? Again, is that actually a good question? Are you even similar? Zeal of committing that. Zeal is just trying to keep the tree intact so it shouldn't die. That's very different than Sorry, it's permissible. Giza, when it comes to Giza, this is pruning. How really you want to? But also, what's supposed to be pruning? You prune it, you only one branch will grow out. So essentially, what you're doing is you're trying to create a new tree or a new branch for the next new difference. It's a big difference between preventing the tree from dying and preventing it from get bigger. So that's what we're about. That was what let's do so zero. Zeal production. Let's do two different things. Zeal of production. And let's do it real quick. With the coming, you learn Maximus in the Zan in the seal. You learn a lot of putting words out. You carry this to the place in the soil in a different the atmosphere and in other places. Nizam in Hesinosia. You're allowed to go ahead and do this disease to plants. The constant also, you could tie them up. The constant also, in other words, tie them up somehow. I'm exactly sure what all these things were. It's a good way of tying them up. Also, we have bottom, you could put fences around them, and you fill up the bottom with dirt. The muscular the time you could feed it, nothing to run. So that's important to understand that there's a halachical concept, just like when it comes to Shabbos. You're simple to second Shabbos, you can bring in Shabbos earlier than you have to, and end Shabbos later than you have to. When it comes to Shemitah, as well, you're simple to which is not just 2 minutes, it's depending on what type of tree it is, 30 days. So in this case, 30 days would be a problem. But things that are done to protect the tree all the way up until the sun. That's what I was trying to do. That's what he wants to say. The Zama Association, this is the Zama, that was included there, and it says, Ara Pashana, holding up until Pashana, Ara Pashana in, holding up until Pashana, you have to do these things to protect the tree, to turn die, that's only during the period of Pesach of Shavuos. That would be Shavuos law. When it comes to Shavuos, it is a problem. So now we have an actual tree. In other words, that's a very good pattern. Because here we find it, our Mishnah says you can do zeal, even though it's mission, I don't think you can. Well, so you finish, you look for Bakama. That's not a problem either, because you look for Bakama. People watch what does it say? Don't look for Bakama. Trim Kushayam. There's two big types of kids. Sometimes that was done in the tree, the fire is stimulating. Sometimes it's done just to fill cracks in the ground. We're showing that permissible. So again, creating a new tree is a problem. Protecting what's already there is not a problem. So Akanami chooses is a Hayavi, the two types of Zama. Besides the tree running, one of them is to protect the tree that shouldn't die. For sure. One is done to the tree, also that's going to be it. So again, you don't have a problem. One verse that says it's a Zalisba. The one verse that says Deal. That's the kind of contradiction. It's just talking about two different things. Trees, or the context is of it. You're trying to actually. The new answer is that LLC concept is the capture. Not speak to see. One is this one is for my love. Speak with that. Actually, with oil on the material of the spoon, like this one's too moist, and then there'll be no issue of keeping damage as a result of this. Now let's be back to the timing. So what we learned in our Mishnah, sucking, shunning the dog, with a person to smear oil to the there's the oil, very serious. Whether this is Kalamai, if it is, very serious. Very contradiction, clearly. Sucking us up, a person can smear oil. It's not deep, you hold them, you soften them. You bang them up. You can put some type of fertilizer with it. How Rosh Hashanah? Until Rosh Hashanah, same idea. During the period for Santa Shmita, you add it on time for Shmita. How Rosh Hashanah in, only up until Rosh Hashanah is from the school, however, Shmita is well. During the year of Shmita, you can't do these things with the open face. Shmita, our Mishnah said you can do these things with smear oil on these areas of cleaning. But here it says clearly you can't smear the oil on these things during Shmita. But the Bidani isn't even similar to us to maybe one of the shards. In our case, what's happening, we prune the tree when it's totally permissible. What's the Shmita? Well, it wasn't winter. And you want to die, you can smear oil on it. That's not a problem. In both cases, so you're going to become like pigs, consuming care of. You actually found the fruits, and that's very different. That's what's affecting the ulcer. So again, we still don't have this problem in the Mishnah that we have this terminology of Naga, Wobar Naga, is repeated that there's nobody who did this part. Ask the question, you don't have a question yet, what's the problem? Well, since I'm alone, the Sabbath to Ravina, Barim, the Sisa, the Maya, Sion, the Maya, the Tasha. The Sisa, the sparing the oil on the area, on Palamai, is problematic with Sion, the Maya. Again, we said that Sisa is going to be permissible. Zero is going to be a problem. Let me explain. I was police by a good smearing the oil on the area, filling up the area of the tree. We have some kind of infection. Both of those are done for one person's purpose. To stop the tree from dying. Mike's not hydrocycling. Mike's not hydroxyl. Why is it one case to the bees? And this is one case to the ulcer. Hydroxyl is what you meant to say when you said, let's not look by Naga with the teenage. There's nobody who can help who can come by help answer this question because the really is no good. Again, we didn't mention that there's a problem with care coverage. We did mention that for call rates to be careful, but again, that the ulcer, that's what is one of the finds too difficult. Both of them, it's not a major care coverage, that's the one understanding. And where It doesn't explain what the because again, Mary essentially does what Australia by saying the Parliament is careful and she is no power careful. Nevertheless, the Gemara still feels that it's a no. Yeah, both of them are Maya. I'm mixing it up. Both of them are Maya. Both of them are Maya. I'm sorry, that was correct. Both of them are Maya, so this is exactly the same. If there's a problem of careful, the power of careful should be both by showing you its infected with soil and smearing oil on the tree. Both of those are careful. The problem is careful the problem, it should both be us. What's the other suggestion? Just that's the problem of planting something. Well, you're not planting, you're just trying to stop the tree. Right. If it's permissible to smear oil on it, to stop seeing some soil on it, to stop the tree from dying, you know the answer to that question. And that's why we said, let's nagar, below by nagar, if a human being can come to the answer to that question.
I like it. There's not enough PTSD comedians performing nowadays, is what I always say. But anything can happen. I think that it's all going to work out for you. Did you get another dog? Yeah, my next man.
Good morning. We begin today's job. We begin by thanking all our sponsors. We thank our annual conference, our sponsor for the year. We thank the Crossing family for crossing Restream with this plus for the Source Toast family. So we also thank our commentary sponsor for the month of Av. We thank Stephen and Jersey, sponsor Restream, and all the sponsors in honor of his association, Demon Jason, Spelling Rose's wife, and Eileen Rose's wife. We also thank our sponsors for the film today. We rule the park sponsor they stop. We really wish must take us Stephen Blumenfeld, Stephen May, and Mayor, the director of the Sunshine and the Salvation Path in the Today's doc is already Zara Doc. Tests are picking up on Dr. Tests on the days and the Mishnah. Mishnah starts as follows. So we're speaking about Hatzeh Asher, cheese that was used for the Zara. Mishnah says, you are allowed to plant vegetables underneath these trees, but says when it's not only be less of a shaman in the winter months, avoiding myself but not in the summer. Why is that? Because in the winter months, the shade is going to cause a problem every all the sunlight is impossible, and the shade that comes from the tree is pretty detriment, and the actual plant tree is perfectly fine because it's not benefiting from the tree at all. However, also in the summer months, or at that point in time, is that beneficial because having too much sun is going to be a problem, and therefore it's better for them to have that shade, and if we can do the summer. Actually, Julian and Chazaras, lettuce. What do you want to say? Tama? What do you want to say? So the Mishnah, you can't plant it under these trees, whether it is the winter or the summer. In any case, you're going to benefit from that shade, and therefore it says that with Zara, which is a problem, so you can't do it. You can't plant Chazaras, the lettuce trees, or lettuce underneath that shade forever. You'll see over this distribution time comments as the following. Below your look at most of the summer. You're not even allowed to plant that in the winter months. Why? On the base on the year of the start of so you said to the right, the actual leaves, the actual branches of the tree that are hanging over these roots are to the detriment. It's not doing that. However, the reality is that all those leaves are going to fall down. It's going to fall off the tree. What happens is it starts to decompose and they fertilize them. What happens is you have these vegetables growing in the ground with the fertilizer of the leaves of the Atzeh you're going to receive the nutrition and your substance through Atzeh and we're also going to immediately of destruction of Zevizatory. So this explains why in this note, explain what this means. Zevizatory means we have two forces that come together to produce a singular result. In other words, the result comes out, how do we get there? It got there by way of two different things being there. What's the case of this? Our Mishnah, person plants vegetables in the ground. So where do we receive the nutrition from? We receive the nutrition from the ground. The ground is not a result. It's just regular ground. No one says that when it is, you can't even make something which is connected to the ground, which is say part of the ground, think that would result. The ground is not a result. Where are these vegetables receiving the nutrition from? The ground, which is entirely permissible.